It all started with the fact that the main character, when he came to his senses, found himself in a novel about an unusual world, the Taoist and the Beast, in the body of a tiger. Sometime later, two men found a dog that had been killed by someone. One man noticed that someone had killed the dog without a single bark and had walked away from there without leaving a trace, without even being caught in a trap. And then the same man noticed that this was clearly not an ordinary animal. Suddenly, two other men ran up to those two men and said that the noose and the trap were also in place. The men said that the traps were definitely set correctly, which meant the animal must have been injured, but there was not a single trace. Turning to their boss, the very first man said that this was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and they had better leave here quickly. Then their boss shouted for everyone to shut up because they were preventing him from thinking. The man began to think that if his instincts were not deceiving him, then they were trapped, and if they moved now, this beast could attack them, but they could not remain inactive either. After thinking for a moment, the man said that they would leave from here and commanded that the others leave the traps, which they would pick up tomorrow, and also that they should stick together until they reached the valley. The boss wanted to add that the guys shouldn't act rashly, but before he could finish speaking, a man suddenly fell to the ground. Someone's huge red paw pinned the man to the ground, and the claws left deep wounds on his chest. As it turned out, it was a huge tiger, which, after a little while, forcefully threw the man aside. The men did not expect this beast to appear at all. Their leader could not load his crossbow because his hands were shaking so much from fear. Suddenly, with its mouth wide open, the tiger rushed straight at the man. And then the beast began to wave its paws with sharp claws. The man with the severed arm but still alive said that they had disturbed someone who shouldn't have been touched. But the tiger was not going to leave anyone alive and attacked the last survivor. The next day, in some village, someone asked about what they say, that today is that day. A man and a woman were sitting at the table and eating dinner. One of them asked again. The other answered that today was the day of the offering for the owner of the mountain. The man, taking a bite of food, replied that it was so, and it would be tonight. The woman asked who it would be this time, to which the man asked if she knew the local nobleman, and then said that it would be one of his slaves. And then he added that this slave was still small, but her hair was white and her eyes were blue, just like a ghost's. Night fell. The nobleman stood on the street, waiting for something, when suddenly someone called out to him. As it turned out, it was an old woman, and next to her stood a little girl covered with clothes. The gentleman answered the old woman that she was a good girl for bringing the girl, and now she could go, and then added, already turning to the girl, that she should follow him. The girl, clutching the clothes that covered her in her hands, did not move from the spot. Then the man shouted at her and said that he told her to follow him, and only then did the girl come to her senses. The nobleman led the girl to the palanquin, where several men were already standing, greeting the nobleman. When the girl sat down in the palanquin, the men lifted it up and carried it somewhere, and the nobleman stood and watched, seeing them off. Meanwhile, the girl's hands were shaking very badly. The men carried this palanquin somewhere further and further into the mountains. Having left him for some time, I realized that they immediately, as if afraid of something, ran back. For a while nothing happened, the palanquin just stood on the ground. Then the girl decided to get out of it. When she got out of it, the girl immediately ran in some direction. When she reached the cave, the girl stopped and exclaimed about how big the cave was. But then, remembering something, she immediately fell silent and covered her mouth with her hand. The girl thought to herself that she would soon meet the master of the mountain, which meant she had to behave with dignity so that he wouldn't get angry. She thought that she was the one who would become the bride of the master of the mountain. Making her way deeper into the cave, the girl shook with fear and thought about how dark it was here. Suddenly someone asked her who she was, and the girl froze with tears in her eyes. Trying to go further, the girl's legs gave way and she fell to the ground, and her cloak flew off. Suddenly, someone asked the girl even louder who she was, while the girl was shaking with fear. The girl stuttered and wanted to answer, but she couldn't say it properly. But after a little while and gathering her courage, she clearly answered that she was the one who would henceforth honor him as her husband, and said that her name was Chelsea. This time the tiger did not answer. The girl blushed a little and covered her mouth with her hand, thinking that she had probably said too much. Suddenly, a huge tiger emerged from the depths of the cave. The girl stood up abruptly and screamed that she had been told that the first time always hurts, but they told her to endure it if she wanted to become a bride. And then, putting her hand on her chest, she said that she belonged entirely to him, her husband. Then the tiger screamed for Chelsea to get out of there, and the scream caused the girl's hair and dress to flutter. The tiger said that he wasn't interested in all the nonsense the girl had just said, causing the girl to freeze with a blank expression on her face, and suddenly she burst into tears. The beast asked loudly why she had suddenly started crying, but the girl was too busy sobbing to answer. The tiger tried again to tell the girl to get out, but she immediately burst into tears even more than before. This made the beast fall to the ground, covering his head with his paw and thinking about how much he hated crying. Then, more calmly, the tiger again tried to ask what had happened and why she was crying, but the girl continued to sob loudly and did not answer. Suddenly, having calmed down a little, she answered intermittently that she was his fiancé and he was throwing her out. Wiping away the girl's tears with his claw, the tiger sighed and replied that since it was dark outside, he would allow her to spend the night here. Then the girl burst into tears again and began screaming, which shocked the beast. Snuggling up to the tiger's paw, Chelsea looked up at the beast with a smile on her face, leaving snot on its fur. The next morning, the girl lay on the tiger's fur and snored quietly. The beast, meanwhile, was no longer sleeping and was thinking about how long this girl had been sleeping. And then, remembering the appearance of this girl, white hair, blue eyes, he noted that there are very few people in the world with such an appearance, and noticed that she had leukemia. The tiger thought that the girl was cursed by unknown creatures, and she also had the power of one of them. And now this little child would become a terrible creature, over whom everyone would tremble with fear. And then he thought about the fact that the blood of these white-blooded people is an elixir that has no equal, and he added that now everyone would come for her, and that she was more dangerous than he thought, which meant that she couldn't be left. Suddenly, the girl woke up. Still half asleep, she stroked the tiger and asked him if he was awake. Suddenly blushing a little and becoming more animated, Chelsea said that they had spent the night together, which meant that she was now officially his fiancée. Suddenly, the tiger stood up abruptly, causing the girl to fall to the ground, and told her that since the sun had already risen, she should go back to her home. The girl replied that she could not, because she had been told that if she did not become his bride, she would be punished. The tiger, surprised, asked the girl who would punish her and who dared to do it, to which the girl replied that it was the nobleman and his son. The beast, hearing this, thought that those bandits were sent by the same people, and it turns out that this little girl is their sacrifice for him. Chelsea begged the tiger not to leave her and said that she was very good at washing and eating absolutely everything, and that she was generally good at everything, and therefore he should not leave her. The beast thought that if he sent the girl back to the village, she would be immediately thrown out and die. Not wanting to do this, the tiger thought about what he should do. Having come up with an idea, he thought about sending her to another village, and if he also gave her some useful herbs, then perhaps she would survive. Tiger led Chelsea to the exit of the cave, holding some things in his teeth. Opening his mouth, he threw some roots and a piece of cloth onto the ground. After looking at these things, the girl immediately asked what they were. The beast replied that he gives her ginseng, and she takes it and goes, without returning to her own, to another village. The girl tries to object, saying that she is his fiancée. Frightened, the tiger tells the girl to stop talking like that, because how can he be her husband? And then adds that she should not say anything unnecessary and do as he tells her. And then he collects ginseng and a blanket with his tail, and says that if she sells this root, she will be able to buy a small house, and even have some left over. The tiger then gives these things into Chelsea's hands, to which she says that she doesn't need anything and that only him is enough. But then the beast turns around threateningly and tells the girl to stop making him angry. And then he goes into the cave, thinking that he is the one who is the master of the mountain, and therefore is doomed to be alone forever. But then the girl calls out to the beast, to which he tells her to get out of here already. But Chelsea says she can't go down and doesn't know where the other village is. The beast sighs, thinking that he can help, because he is basically not busy. And then he presses his head to the ground and tells the girl to sit on him. Chelsea resolutely ties the blanket containing the ginseng around her chest. And then she starts to climb up the tiger's face, which makes him a little puzzled and asks if she can do it easier. But he himself thinks that she could have climbed up from the side. Having climbed onto the tiger's head, the girl turns her head and suddenly her eyes widen. As it turned out, she saw incredibly beautiful mountains and forests from above. Patting the tiger on the head, Chelsea says that she is probably the first person to sit on the neck of a ferocious tiger like this, which makes him angry. And then she happily closes her eyes, points her finger forward, and shouts for the beast to run as fast as possible, calling him her husband. And then the tiger pushed off and jumped forward, telling the girl to stop calling him husband. Having gone down a little lower, the tiger said that there was already a village over there. Chelsea, meanwhile, was pulling the tiger's ears, and he asked her to stop doing it because it hurt him. The girl immediately let go of his ears and apologized. And then she suddenly hugged the beast by the neck. In response, the tiger told her not to stick to him and to come down faster. In response, the girl immediately agreed, let go of the tiger, and slid down his paw. As he walked back into the cave, the tiger said out loud that although he was a little interested, She had already become boring to him, and therefore they should never see each other again. Then Chelsea quickly grabbed the beast's tail and asked him where he was going. In response, the tiger asked if the girl didn't know what a sin it was to hold animals by their tails. The girl replied that she knew about it, but he was leaving his bride, to which the beast replied that she was not his bride at all. Continuing to pull the tiger's tail, Chelsea reminded him that they had spent the night together, and therefore she was his fiancée. In response, the tiger said that the girl was completely crazy and asked how a tiger and a human could get married and whether she understood what it meant to spend the night, because she was babbling all sorts of things. The girl screamed that despite everything she had married him, so he should be responsible for her. Wondering where the little girl got such strength from, the tiger said that he even got her ginseng, which she could sell and live without denying herself anything. Chelsea abruptly threw the bag of ginseng to the ground and shouted that she didn't want it that way, and that if the tiger wasn't around, she didn't need this useless herb. The beast asked himself whether the girl could imagine how expensive this useless grass was, and then he thought that it would not end like this, which meant that, even though he did not want to do it, he would have to. Worried that his tail would fall off, the tiger suggested that the girl go to the village to sell this ginseng and then return back, thereby paying for the dowry. The girl's mind seized upon the word dowry, and her eyes sparkled and she herself blushed. Joyfully picking up a ginseng wrapped in cloth from the ground, she told the beast not to go anywhere because she would return quickly. The tiger agreed with this and began to warn the girl. He told her not to hurry too much, but the girl ran along the road as fast as she could. He then added that she should be careful, and Chelsea immediately fell to the ground. But a second later, she stood up and walked on, disappearing into the distance. Near one of the houses in the village, near a fire on which stood a kettle, an old man sat and fanned the fire with the help of a fan. Chelsea walked up to him and said that she had come to sell him something. When the old man looked at the girl, he immediately caught the gaze of blue eyes, and then the old man jumped away from the girl with a scream. But as he moved away, his scream became quieter. The man said to himself that he thought it was a ghost, and then, clearing his throat, asked what the girl had brought him. The girl took out some ginseng from the cloth and gave it to the old man, who began to look at it closely. Realizing it was ginseng, the old man loudly asked Chelsea where she found it, to which the girl replied that her husband gave it to her. And the man asked again, and the girl replied that she had to sell it to pay for her dowry. Suddenly, something awakened in the old man, and he thought that these roots looked to be about 300 years old. And this child clearly did not know their value and looked very stupid, which meant that he could easily deceive her and get this root for a couple of coins. But suddenly he came to his senses and sighed, thinking how base it was that he had thought of deceiving a child. And then the old man said that he could not buy such an expensive product, and advised her to go to the house of a local rich man, and said that she should definitely say that he conveyed that this was real ginseng. In response, Chelsea bowed low to the old man, thanking him. Meanwhile, eating meat in his cave, the tiger was thinking out loud that nothing could compare to the emotion of tearing meat from a bone alone. The beast said that the world is always like this, namely that the fault lies with the one who was deceived, because one cannot be stupid, because this is already unforgivable for this world. And in general, if you think about it, then he is the one who suffered, because he was living well. And then some child came and almost took away his peaceful life. But then he thought, what would happen if the girl suddenly came here with a dowry, maybe moved in? But a second later he dismissed this thought and said that he was the master of the mountain, and therefore how could he just up and move because of some girl? Suddenly a female voice asked him if he was worried, to which the beast asked again that he was worried about some girl. But then the voice replied that nothing had been said about the girl. Then, feeling a little awkward, the tiger replied that he was worried about his ginseng. In response, the voice said that it was understandable that he was worried about him, because these disgusting people would definitely resort to dirty means to get ginseng. The voice continued and said that perhaps this girl would be beaten and he would be taken away, or perhaps, so that she would not spread rumors, I would kill her altogether. These words made the tiger a little nervous. Meanwhile, in the village, a nobleman was sitting and eating meat and rice while someone was actively calling him. The man slammed the table and shouted that he had warned them not to disturb him while he was eating, and then added that because of them he had lost all appetite, and then asked what had happened there. The servant replied that the doctor uncle had sent someone to sell ginseng. The nobleman went out to look at this ginseng, and when he saw it, he thought that it was the first time he had seen a root of such size, and wondered how such a valuable thing had ended up in the hands of a child. But then he noticed that the girl had white hair and blue eyes, and suspicions crept into his head. Then, grabbing his chin, The man asked if she was a slave of one house, naming the name of the master who had served the girl in the previous village. Chelsea asked how the man knew. Then, pointing his finger at the girl, the man shouted and asked why the offering to the master of the mountain was still alive, and stated that she had definitely escaped. And then he said that she had definitely stolen this ginseng, to which the girl replied that her husband had given her this ginseng so that she could sell it. But the man did not believe her, and without stopping shouting, said that the girl was not yet old enough to get married, which meant she was definitely lying, and declared that she was a thief and a runaway, and ordered the servants to take the ginseng from her and drive her away. The servants obeyed their master, and one of them extended his hand to the girl, telling her to give him her ginseng. While the man, holding the girl's hand, tried to take the root, Chelsea screamed that he couldn't take it away because her husband gave it to her. The servant noted that despite all his efforts, the girl did not move, and wondered how this little girl could be so strong. Losing his temper, the man pushed the girl hard and she fell to the ground. Noticing this, the nobleman said that he wanted to let the girl go if she gave him the ginseng in a friendly manner, but now it would not work, and he ordered that straw be brought. Still clutching the root in her arms, Chelsea, bursting into tears, tried to justify herself, while a servant approached her with a stick in his hand. The man raised the stick over his head with a sharp movement of his hand, intending to hit the girl, and said that now they would see how her pain receptors worked. It was already evening, and Chelsea walked barefoot on the ground, crying and saying how much it hurt and what she should do since her ginseng had been taken away from her. But when she returned to the place where she had parted with the tiger, she found no one there. The girl froze and called her husband, and then she started running around the area, calling out to her husband and saying that Chelsea had already returned. Suddenly she stopped in front of the forest from where voices were heard, saying how delicious it smelled like girls. Some black monsters were crawling out from behind the trees, saying how sad it was that the girl was alone and how poor she was. They got closer and closer to her and asked her about how she was probably sad and in pain, and then told her to come to them because they would be with her and would never abandon her. Chelsea gave in to the persuasion and slowly approached the monsters. Suddenly, one of them opened his mouth and shouted that he was going to rip the flesh off the girl. But suddenly something cut against this monster. As it turned out, it was a tiger who said that how dare an empty soul like this covet what belongs to him. Standing behind Chelsea, the beast raised its head and opened its mouth, in which some kind of blue energy was gathering. The girl turned to look at the tiger, and then he asked who dared to do this to her. But the girl didn't answer. She just grabbed the animal's fur, and a little later she burst into tears again, screaming loudly. Meanwhile, in the village, a nobleman threw a bag of coins on the floor in front of his servant and said that he had done a good job and wanted to ask something. But the servant, as if guessing the master's thoughts, said, taking the bag in his hands, that the master should not worry because he had already put the boys on guard, which meant that if something suddenly came, he would not be able to come in. After praising the servant again, the man sent him away and stared at the ginseng, thinking how beautiful and fine it was. Leaving the nobleman's chambers, the man thought that with this money he could rest for several months. And then he thought, why not go to a restaurant to see the girls? Suddenly he saw that the gates began to crack, and some light was visible from these cracks. Suddenly the gate finally broke down and light filled the entire courtyard. At that very moment, other servants gathered in the courtyard, asking who dared to break into their master's house. Suddenly they noticed with surprise that it was their recent guest. The servant who had beaten the girl earlier asked how she dared to come back here, and then said that it was clear that she had not received enough blows then, and now she wanted to die. Suddenly a tiger came out from behind her and said that they would still see who would die today. The nobleman, hearing noise in the courtyard, came out of his chambers and shouted to ask who was making noise at night under his house. But suddenly a man flew towards him and broke the doors. The tiger, entering further and further into the yard, asked, calling them bastards, whether they dared to touch the girl. He asked if they had gathered together and beaten up a little girl, and that was all they could do, while all the men were shaking with fear. Declaring that these people were worse than trash, the tiger opened its mouth and began to collect glowing energy there. Having said that he would nobly return to them everything that they had done to the girl, the beast raised his paw, releasing his claws. But then Chelsea shouted at him to wait and held out her little hand to him. Suddenly the girl stood in front of one of the men, protecting him, causing the tiger's paw to stop halfway. Chelsea said she didn't want the tiger to kill anyone and offered to take the ginseng and go home. Hearing this, the beast stopped and scratched its head, looking away. Afterwards, he called one of the servants, which made him very scared. And then the beast, with a threatening face, ordered him to bring ginseng. But then a nobleman appeared with ginseng on a tray. Quickly bowing before the tiger, The man said that he protected the route and served behind it so that nothing would happen, waiting for the master of the mountain to come. In response to this, the beast roared at the man not to lie to him. Continuing to bow, the nobleman closed his eyes and prayed that the tiger would not kill him. Suddenly, the beast said that if it were up to him, he would eat that dirty face off him, but he wouldn't do it. And he had the girl to thank for that. These words surprised the man so much that he opened his eyes wide. And then the tiger said that the man should give him all his wealth in return, and if he kept even 1 grain of rice for himself, it would end badly for him. Shaking with fear, the nobleman ordered that all his riches be delivered to the mountain as quickly as possible. Hearing this, the tiger and Chelsea disappeared, leaving behind a blue haze. After this, the man turned gray with fear, thinking that the husband the girl had spoken of turned out to be Spencer, the owner of the mountain, and that meant she was the bride of the mountain's keeper. Waking up the next day in his cave, Spencer wondered how it all happened. He looked at the riches that had been brought to his cave and mentally mourned his quiet, cozy nest, his quiet, routine life. Chelsea, meanwhile, said she had found wild raspberries, and then she tried to put the berries in the tiger's mouth while he was still in a state of shock. Having put the berries in, the girl asked with a smile on her face if it was true that these berries were tasty. Thinking that he had brought her back, but nothing had changed, the beast finally stood up. In response, Chelsea asked where he was going. Heading towards the exit of the cave, Spencer replied that he was going to get a drink of water, to which the girl replied that she wanted one too, and ran after him. The tiger and the girl walked together through the forest to a pond. Here, Chelsea, tugging at the tiger's fur, says that she is tired and asks how much longer they have to go, to which the beast replies that they have come, and before their eyes a pond opens up, over which fireflies are flying. Suddenly, a catfish flies out of the pond, and he says, turning to the owner of the mountain, that they haven't seen each other for a long time. In response, Spencer says that it is true and asks how he is doing, to which the catfish replies that as soon as the tiger came, his life got better, and Chelsea, meanwhile, quietly laughs, thinking about what this fish is saying. Why is it so funny to her? Spencer tells the catfish to give him what he left with him, to which the fish mockingly asks if he wants to give it to his bride, to which the tiger only annoyedly replies that he should stop talking. Here the catfish takes a small oblong box out of its mouth, and then he solemnly presents it. The beast tells the girl to try to open this box. Chelsea gets to open a box, from which light immediately bursts out. Taking out what was in the box, the girl exclaims, talking about how beautiful this hairpin is. Spencer explains that the pin was carved from a peach tree that is over 1,000 years old, and that the pin has the ability to ward off evil spirits, which is why the girl must keep it with her at all times. A slightly taken aback, Chelsea asks if he really wants to give the pin to her, to which the tiger sarcastically asks if he should wear it himself. Suddenly, tears appear in the girl's eyes. In a panic, the beast asks what happened to her again. Chelsea says this is the first gift she has ever received out of the blue. Thinking that this is her first gift, the girl presses it to her chest and mentally swears to take care of it. The next morning, the girl is sleeping on the tiger's fur again, still holding her new hair clip. Spencer turns to see the girl mumbling in her sleep, and then he suddenly gets up, wondering when Chelsea managed to lie down next to him, and the girl gasps and falls to the ground. Still half awake, Chelsea asks her husband if he's awake yet while drooling. The tiger tells the girl to get ready because they are going on a long journey. In response, the girl asks where they are going, to which the beast replies that even if he tells her, she still does not know, and then tells her to take as many valuables as she can. Chelsea walks over to the chests of floor and jewels and begins to pick them up, putting them into a bag. Suddenly, a female voice asks the tiger if he has to do this, to which he mentally replies that he will not get involved in her destiny. In response, the voice asks if he does not think that becoming a bride was her destiny, or is he simply still afraid of forming connections with other people. The beast replies that everything is not like that at all, and that a person must have a human destiny, and it is very different from him, an animal, and besides, it is enough for him that this voice bothers him. The voice notes that the tiger used to hate the word fate, but now he has begun to use this word often. In response to Spencer, he says that she has remained as grumpy as she was, despite the years that have passed. In response, the voice mockingly says that they say that the older you get, the wiser you become. But apparently this is all nonsense, because with age you can also become dumber. To which the tiger, starting to get angry, asks her again what she just said. In response, the voice innocently says that she did not talk specifically about him, and asks why he was so angry. Then Chelsea speaks up and says that she has finished getting ready and stands in front of the beast with a bag in her hands. Sometime later, a woman and a black tiger appear in the cave. Entering the cave, the tiger notices that there is no one there and asks the woman if this is not where they need to go. The woman replies that this is indeed the case, this is where they need to go, to which the tiger asks why then Spencer is not here. The woman replies that it might be because he is afraid of him, to which the black beast asks if she really thinks so. The woman says if it's not Tao, then why isn't Spencer in his own house? Hearing this, the tiger bursts into a malicious laugh and says that it is so, that he ran away because he was afraid of him. In response, the woman sighs and asks if he wants to come back. Lying down on a rock, the beast replies that he doesn't want to and says that they should stay here because sooner or later Spencer will return. And then he bursts into caustic laughter again, saying that he wants to look at that face when Spencer sees him. In response, the woman sighs again and tells the tiger not to laugh like that. Meanwhile, an old man and a little boy with a bag on their backs are walking along the road. Suddenly, as they climb the slope, they noticed a tiger in front of them. The boy exclaims in fear, and the old man, standing in front of him and covering him with his hand, tells him to move away from here. Spencer and the man lock eyes. But then the old man notices that there is a little girl sitting on the tiger's head. The boy and the man look at this girl in surprise. Noticing these people, Chelsea greets them with a smile on her face and waves her small hand. Blushing, the boy also greets her in it and waves his hand hesitantly in response. As the tiger walks away, the boy tells his teacher that there is a girl sitting on the tiger's neck, to which the old man replies that they will watch them. Night has come. A deer is running through the forest and chewing grass. Suddenly, a tiger attacks this deer. He successfully grabs this deer by the side with his teeth, while the other deer, seeing this, runs away in fear. Holding the deer in his mouth, Spencer thinks about why he always has to share his kill, but then calms himself down by thinking that they will soon reach the village. After taking the deer, the beast says that this is dinner, in response to which Chelsea runs up to the tiger and is surprised at how quickly the beast caught this deer. And then she says that you think that among tigers, Spencer has the most excellent hunting skills. The slightly stunned tiger replies that it was very easy, and then, scratching his nose, he says that he can get anything, if the girl just says so. Then he tears off the deer's leg and gives it to the girl, telling her to eat it. In response, Chelsea says that she does not eat raw meat. Spencer is surprised by this and asks if she doesn't even know how to make a fire, to which the girl replies that she doesn't know. Suddenly, the old man they had met earlier notices that the tiger and the girl are having some trouble and says that they can share their fire with them. Chelsea thanks the old man and says that they can share some meat with them in return, to which the man replies that they would be grateful. Spencer is there, off to the side, chewing on a deer's body. Tiger thinks that the girl only had to bring fire here and wonders what she has been doing for so long. Looking towards the people, the beast notices that Chelsea is talking to a boy and notices how wide his smile is. The deer leg is roasted over a small fire. Chelsea looks at this and drools run down her face. Spencer scratches his cheek and asks the girl, looking away, what they were discussing for so long. Wiping away her drool with her sleeve, Chelsea replies that the boy is the same age as her, which is why they decided to be friends, and says that the boy's name is Ben. Suddenly, the girl's stomach begins to rumble loudly, and the tiger remarks out loud that the girl seems to be very hungry. Chelsea, worried and with red cheeks, replies that if the animal is hungry too, she can share with him. Spencer asks what she's talking about, because she herself is very hungry, because he can hear the whale howling in her belly. In response, the girl, a little offended, replies that the tiger has a whale in its belly. Licking his paw, the tiger says that it seems that hunger has hit the girl hard in the head, and then wonders why she's so ashamed. In response, the girl jumps up and says that everything is wrong. Spencer replies that he is not deaf, and that it is just him and her, and then asks if he can really distinguish the sound from his stomach. The girl begins to frown and puff out of anger. Suddenly, she grabs the deer's leg, and shouting that the tiger is a fool, Chelsea runs away with her leg in her hands, while the animal wonders what is happening to her. As the girl runs deeper into the forest, a woman's voice sighs and asks if the tiger can't understand the girl's feelings. And then the voice asks if Spencer should follow her, because that's what's dangerous there. Wondering what he did wrong, the tiger says that the hairpin will protect her. The voice says that maybe the hairpin will protect her from evil spirits, but there are more terrible creatures in the forest, and maybe she will even get lost. In response, licking her paw, Spencer replies that then this is her destiny. Then the voice asks if fate did the same to her, to which the tiger does not answer. And then he asks why the woman cares so much about her. In response, the voice says that the tiger can't be honest with himself, to which Spencer replies that she shouldn't say stupid things. Suddenly, an old man appears right in front of the tiger and says that the beast is not a sacred animal, but just a creature that kills people. Rising from the ground, Spencer asks again, The old man says that he is from Mount Conger, and then asks the tiger that he didn't think that he didn't know about the ghost that is always next to him. As it turns out, the ghost, who was previously a man but was killed by a tiger, does not leave him, but bewitches other people and leads them to the tiger. Spencer meanwhile remembers that the warriors from Mount Conger are keenly aware of the theme of ghosts, and then he orders his ghost to come out, and a woman appears next to him. Pointing his sword at the tiger, the old man shouts that he is betting the honor of the warrior Conger and promises to cut out the beast's throat. Spencer sighs and turns to Hannah, telling her that this is all his fault and that she needs to figure it out herself. The man asks the beast where it went as the ghost gets closer and closer to him. And then Hannah says that she will be his opponent, and her pendant starts to glow. Then a sword begins to appear from the pendant. Raising her hand, the ghost took out a sword from her pendant. Seeing this, the old man realized that this was a necklace where you could put absolutely anything, regardless of size. The man was surprised to think that this ghost could control him. After a short silence, he asked if he could ask a question. In response, Hannah said that they say that people who learn martial arts become too self-confident, and that once the old man pulled out his sword, the conversations are over. The man frowned and said that if she said so, then so be it. And then, using the dragon art technique, which created several clones of the man, he rushed to attack, thinking that this woman had lost her human essence anyway. And now the blades almost reached the ghost's head. Suddenly, the ghost blocked the blow of the real sword behind her back. The old man was surprised and exclaimed, "How could this be?" Hannah said that since he was so rude to the girl, she should pay him back with a worthy blow. Then she swung her sword and the man was thrown back. The old man's hand holding the sword began to shake, but the ghost did not retreat, and now her sword almost reached the man's face. But the man managed to block the blow, and their swords touched, creating a flash of light. The old man struggled to hold back the attack as the swords created sparks. Using the dragon arts again, the man exposed his pendant to the blow and moved to the side. But the ghost, asking where the old man was running away from her, and without looking, immediately pointed the tip of her sword to the side. And then she struck again, which pushed the opponent back. Ben called out to his teacher in fear. Meanwhile, his teacher stood leaning on his sword, his whole body shaking. The man thought with surprise how it was possible that he was losing to some ghost. Hannah, meanwhile, came closer to the old man, and he immediately raised his head. The woman prepared to strike again, and the old man wondered if she was a ghost at all. While Hannah fought the man, Chelsea sat on a rock near a field of wild wheat and ate her meat. Suddenly, someone asked her if it was tasty, which made the girl shudder. And then she turned with her cheeks full and looked angrily at the speaker. Spencer told her to go to the fire because it was cold, and he noted to himself that the girl had an appetite no worse than his. Chelsea snorted in an offended manner, didn't answer, and turned away from the tiger. Not wanting to be manipulated in this way, the tiger said that if that were the case, he would leave here, and said goodbye, and then added that he was not very pleased, so he would quickly forget about her. The girl did not expect such a reaction at all and turned around in surprise. And then she ran after the tiger. The beast thought that it could not be otherwise because she was just a child. Suddenly, Spencer noticed something and his eyes widened. Chelsea, not expecting the tiger to stop, gasped and cut herself on his leg. Raising her hand to her bruised nose, she asked why the tiger had stopped. Stepping forward, he told the girl to be quiet, and then he ordered whoever was hiding here to come out. Chelsea hid behind the tiger in fear. Suddenly, someone said that he would not say unnecessary words, and then he ordered to leave the girl and go away, and then said that if he did this, he would spare the tiger. Spencer noted that it looked like they were entering Black Soul territory. He looked at the girl and thought that he had assumed that this would happen, but he had not expected it to happen so quickly, and he began to think about what to do. And then the tiger suddenly asked if the speaker promised that he would not touch him if he gave him the girl, and thought that first he needed to survive, while the girl looked at the tiger in surprise. The Black Soul mockingly noted that the beast knew his place, and then replied that he kept his promises, and then once again ordered him to leave the girl and disappear. The girl called out to Spencer hesitantly. The tiger looked at Chelsea and ordered her to let him go. In a panic, the girl asked why he was doing this. Was it because she was angry? And then he said that she would not do it again and asked him not to do this to her. Looking sternly at Chelsea, Spencer said he didn't want to die here with her. And then he said that he, of course, became attached to her, but not so much as to die with her. And then, with a jerk of his leg, the tiger told the girl to accept her fate. And then the beast began to leave. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared behind the girl, who laughed and said that the white-blooded one would soon die. Meanwhile, Jean asked the old man, pointing the sword at his face, if everything was clear to him now, and then said that she would not ask him to believe her, but she wanted him to know that they did not want to harm this girl. And then she removed the sword from the man's face while he remained silent. Sighing, the old man replied that what else could he do? Even if he didn't believe, he had to believe. With a smile on her face, the ghost said that it was good that he understood everything, because there is nothing more stupid than not knowing your place. And then she asked what the man was doing here with his student, to which the old man replied that they were here for spiritual training. Hearing this, the woman said that here you can find something that you can't find anywhere else. Standing up with the broken sword in his hands, the man said that she was right, and that was why they came here, believing the rumors. In response, the woman asked what kind of rumors. The old man said that since ancient times many people have been dying in these places. Hearing this, Hannah asked the man to continue his story. The old man said that all the corpses were without limbs, and they cut the skin of their stomachs, as if they wanted to find something there. The woman's thoughts latched onto the phrase, wanted to find. Suddenly, the ghost and the old man felt something. They looked around and noticed some green smoke rising from behind the trees. Hannah guessed that something seemed to have happened. Waving his sword, the black soul repeated the word white-blooded, as if savoring it. And then he said that for more than 200 years now, they have been saying that there are no more of them left. Smiling, he said that in this world there was no one more fortunate than him. He reached out his hand to her. The girl looked at him with an empty gaze, and the black soul told her to go with him. Throwing Chelsea over his shoulder, the black soul went somewhere. The girl meanwhile recalled how, upon seeing her, all the boys began to shout insults and throw stones at her, and told her to leave their village. She remembered how after she looked back at them, they would run away in fear. She recalled how one day she held out her hands with a chipped bowl, asking for food. But instead of helping, they poured slop on the girl. And then they asked her how she dared to come here, and said that she was bringing bad luck to their village. She recalled how she had to sit outside in winter without warm clothes. But suddenly one day someone approached her. As it turned out, a nobleman approached her. This nobleman took her with him, and he gave her clothes that were not torn. He also gave her a warm blanket. But suddenly the woman who was in the room with her threw a pillow at her and shouted at her to go away and not to dare come near her. So the girl began to work as a servant in the house of this gentleman, where she was constantly shouted at. She recalled how one day, when she was unloading a cart, one of the servants said that if she did not finish it in the given time, then she would not see food that day. Then the girl thought that she needed to work harder so that she wouldn't get kicked out, and that she needed to be harder because she didn't look like them. Suddenly, she heard some girls congratulating one of them on the fact that she had been proposed to, and that she would now have a family. Chelsea decided to watch them through the fence while the girl bragged that her future husband gave her an engagement ring. Suddenly, someone called out to the girl and asked what she was doing there, and then she was beaten for being idle. Sitting on the roof at night, Chelsea thought about love, marriage, family, and imagined that the star was her husband. And then she told herself that she heard what those girls were talking about. She said, looking at the sky, that she didn't quite understand everything, but these were very beautiful words. And then she asked the stars and the moon if she too could get married, if she would have the only one who would protect her and scold others for scolding and beating her. She asked if she would have someone who would love her and do everything for her, if she would have only her husband. Thinking about this, Chelsea laughed, swinging her legs. Then one day the gentleman said that she should marry Spencer. Hearing this, the girl blushed. While doing business and remembering her future marriage, she blushed every time. Chelsea thought about what her husband would be like. She didn't want him to have a cool look. She didn't demand some angel as a husband. The girl smiled, thinking that she too would have a family, and that she would no longer be alone, and that her husband would be a tiger. Chelsea learned from one of the girls that her husband would be a tiger. This girl said that it is unknown when he will decide to eat her, his bride. Hearing this, the girl became frightened. When she was being prepared to be sent to the mountain, she was no longer happy, but thought only about the fact that she, a homeless person, was taken into a house, dressed in clean clothes, given a room just for this moment, and therefore in the end she could not become a person. She was only a ghost in human form. Meanwhile, the black soul reached its refuge, and he struck the stone with his sword. Taking the knife in his hands, he said that the girl's blood and body would belong to him, and that it would be bliss. Coming closer to Chelsea, the black soul said that he would not abandon her like the tiger did. Taking her head and preparing to plunge a knife into it, he said that she should not be sad, but that she should be reborn again. And so the tip of the knife began to approach Chelsea. But she thought only about the fact that she did not hate Spencer, because meeting and being friends with him, his warm hugs, what he did for her, what he gave her, made her happy. And so the girl prepared to die with a smile on her face. But there was no knife blow, and the crippled black soul fell to the ground. As it turns out, Spencer came out of nowhere and tore his arm off. The black soul screamed furiously, cursing at the tiger, and the tiger in turn called out to Hannah, still holding his hand in his teeth. And suddenly some black smoke appeared behind the girl, and out of it came Hannah and asked Chelsea if she was okay. Turning around, the girl asked who this woman was and what was going on here. The woman replied that her name was Hannah and that she was a ghost who never left Spencer. In response, the girl said that her husband hated her. In response to this, the ghost said that this creature was very strong and that it was probably a strategic move. And then she added that the tiger treasured the girl very much, which made her shudder a little and say that then he said that everything was not like that at all. Hiding behind the invisibility cloak, Hannah urged Chelsea to look at the beast, to look at how it was trying to protect her. And then she added that the enemy was much stronger than Spencer, while the tiger fought fiercely with the black soul. Looking at this battle, at Spencer, the girl began to remember her dreams about whether she would have the one and only. She wondered if she would have someone who would protect her and scold others for scolding her or hitting her. Remembering these questions that she asked the stars and the moon, she burst into tears. Chelsea burst into tears and said she didn't even know that, before adding that she would be more obedient from now on. Hannah didn't answer but just looked at the girl with a smile. And then she took off her robe and began to throw it over the girl, saying that it was dangerous here and they needed to leave, to which Chelsea tried to object. While Spencer was still fighting fiercely with the black soul, the ghost said that the tiger could not fight with full force because the girl might get hurt. Having accepted this argument to leave quite reasonably, she disappeared under her cloak, calling her husband at the end. A second later, Hannah and Chelsea seemed to have vanished, and the tiger thought that now he could finally fight at full strength. And then he began to concentrate energy in his mouth. And then the beast shot this energy at the black soul, causing it to fly away and knocking its sword out of its hands. The black soul sensed danger in this action. But before the soul could come to its senses, Spencer slammed his head into the ground with his paw, breaking the stone. But suddenly blood fell on this muzzle, from which red steam came out, and the tiger suddenly jumped away from his opponent. Then the black soul stood up, laughing, and his hair began to fall apart. Suddenly there were rat teeth, and he said that the tiger was not bad, but still remained a pitiful animal. As it turned out, the black soul's true form was a rat, and he said that he would rip out the tiger's limbs and pull out all of his limbs. Seeing its true form, Spencer thought of it as a furless rat with blood that had turned into poison, and then called the rat a bloodthirsty creature. Suddenly, the drops of blood that had spread across the cave floor began to take shape. Seeing this, the tiger was very surprised. The rat said that the beast had not taken into account his strength, and suddenly a bunch of small rats began to form from his blood, which rushed forward with a vile squeal. The blood rats rushed in a crowd at the tiger, and their leader shouted that the tiger would not escape from him alive. Spencer then struck one of the blood rats, causing it to burst immediately. The blood of this rat got on the tiger's paw and immediately began to burn, which caused pain to the animal. Seeing this, the rat laughed and exclaimed that it was all useless. The army of blood rats charged at the tiger again, while their leader shouted that a pathetic creature like Spencer would never be able to stop him. As the rats rushed at the tiger and burst, leaving behind their burning blood, the rat screamed that the beast would not escape from the rats made from his blood, and that the tiger should die a miserable death, as was destined for him. After some time, the tiger was covered in blood, which is why he began to become paralyzed. While the blood rats continued to mercilessly pounce on the tiger's leg, Spencer thought about how things could have been different if she were here now. Suddenly, the beast cried out that it was in pain. The rat noticed that the tiger had stumbled and was open to attack, and then he, shouting that he was caught, kicked Spencer in the face. From this blow, the tiger flew back and hit the rock behind him. The rat screamed for the tiger to die slowly and painfully, and then a bunch of bloody rats pounced on the beast. Crushed by these rats, Spencer thought only that he had to endure it a little longer, and then he pushed away all these rats, concentrating energy in his mouth. But still, all these attacks did not pass without a trace, and the beast was already pretty battered, and vapors of this poisonous blood were coming from it. Chris was surprised to note that he was still bravely going against his attacks and trying to run like a dog in water. Afterwards, he pulled out his huge claws and said that he would do him the honor of finishing him off himself. Calling his opponent a dirty rat, Spencer said he talked too much and for too long. Suddenly, Hannah attacked the rat from behind with a sword, and with a sharp movement of the sword, she made a deep cut on the enemy's neck, causing blood to flow out like a fountain. The woman told the rat that he had been too reckless. Meanwhile, the black soul shook its head in panic, making grunting and gurgling sounds. Spencer said that he was taking too long to die and indignantly told him to die already. Clutching the wound on his neck with his paw, The rat began calling his opponents small creatures, and then said that they dared to touch his body. Thinking that there would be no second chance, the tiger raised his paw, preparing to attack, and used the furious fist technique, causing his paw to glow with blue fire. And then the beast rushed at the enemy, who was discouraged by this. And so, when the tiger's paw was almost at the opponent's face, he used the furious fist technique. Rat, a second before that blow, tore his head into pieces, screamed that he hated that damn tiger. The lower part of the rat's body, still intact, fell to the ground, while the edges of the wound glowed with blue lights. The blue fire slowly but surely burned the body of the scythe. And then this fire flared up and engulfed the entire remaining body of the black soul. Meanwhile, dawn was already breaking outside. As he left the cave, Spencer breathed a sigh of relief and said that he almost died there. And when he came out of the cave, he noticed with surprise that it was already light. Hannah, holding the rat's sword and his eyes in her hands, decided to draw her tiger's attention to what interesting things they were able to obtain, and then said that they would be very useful to them in the future. Tiger asked where Chelsea was now, to which the ghost replied that she took her to an old man in the village and told them to go to the village. Then she said that if the beast suddenly died, then she would also lose her power, and if that happened, then all these creatures would attack the girl. Tiger frowned and looked at the ghost and said nothing while she smiled innocently. And then Spencer admitted that it was true, and wondered what kind of feeling had awakened in him. Hannah then suggested that they go to the girl, to which the tiger only chuckled thoughtfully. Spencer thought that as soon as he left the mountain, this happened immediately, and this would happen again. And with such strength, he was not sure that he could protect the girl. But by killing this monster, he received an eye with the ability to transform, and wondered if this was an accident. Looking at the eyes, he thought that if he were to transform into a human, he would be able to use the sword he had received and would be able to fight stronger opponents. He also noticed that he would finally be able to use the technique that he had been unable to master for so long, flame blue flower. And he said out loud that before they went to Chelsea, he had some things to sort out. And then the tiger decided for himself that he should transform into a human. Meanwhile, the old man was walking with two children. Chelsea asked how far they still had to go, and then began to worry that her husband could not catch up with her. Turning around, the man said that the village was already behind the mountain, and said that they would wait for the tiger there. Suddenly, Ben told Chelsea that the tiger could not be her husband. Then the girl, screaming and pulling the boy's hair, asked what he was talking about, and then said that if she said that the tiger was her husband, then he was her husband. Then she let the boy go and said that if he told her to do something again, he would get into trouble, to which the boy replied, holding his head and crouching down to the ground, that he understood everything. Suddenly, a man in a hat turned to the old man and asked who it was. The man in the hat asked the old man, while his carriage was riding alongside, if he was Joshua from Conger, and the old man asked if it was Harvard. And then, folding his hands in a welcoming gesture, the man said that he was expressing his respect to the senior student, to which the latter replied that there was no need for such formalities. Harvard said it had been 10 years since he left Conger. The old man replied with a smile on his face that people from there will always remain family. The man suggested to the old man and the children that if they were heading in the same direction, they should go together, to which Joshua happily agreed. Meanwhile, something was happening on Mount Wulong while the sky was covered with clouds. One boar, drooling, shouted that their leader must make a decision because the number of people was growing. Another boar shouted that since there are more people, there are more animals that become food for them. And then they all shouted together, looking at the chief who had a tree growing on his back, that this was their family's business. And then they asked about who would take care of Mount Udong if their leader was gone. The boar chief thought about how he wanted to leave this place in peace, but there was no one to protect these helpless ones, and it would be too selfish to abandon them like this. Suddenly, a raven flew up to the leader and whispered something in his ear. Then someone said for the boars to disperse, and a red paw stepped onto the land of the boars. The tiger came closer and closer to the leader until he did not open his eyes. Spencer noted out loud that this was their first meeting in 30 years. The chief of the boars said that he hardly came to get even for the past, and asked what had suddenly happened to the keeper of the mountain. Thinking about how petty this boar was, the tiger asked why he suddenly started feeling nostalgic, and then said that he came to find the flame flower. The boar's thoughts caught on the phrase, flame flower, and he asked himself why the keeper needed this valuable medicinal herb. The chief said that he had this flower, and the tiger thought that he doubted that he had it, but still he had it. Then the boar said that the tiger must do him a favor, and if he refused, he would not take even a single stone from this mountain. Spencer asked again about the favor. The chief said that if the tiger was the one who defeated that bloodthirsty rat, then it would not be difficult for him. The beast reluctantly agreed and asked what he wanted to ask for. Squinting slyly, the boar said that it was not difficult at all, and then added that he just needed to follow his son and help him. Sometime later, many wild boars began to descend from the mountain. The tiger was walking somewhere with them. Hannah noted that there were a lot of wild boars here, and then asked if they had accidentally fooled the tiger. Spencer replied that there was nothing to be done. He couldn't fight all these pigs alone, and the main thing was that he got this flower. And then he added that they would see what would happen, and if something unexpected happened, they would run away. The son of the boar chief turned to the crowd and said that they had arrived, and then added that there would soon be a signal, and ordered them to wait. Spencer remembered that his son's name was Walter, and then asked his son if it was time for him to tell him what this was all about. Walter told them not to worry as they would be with them, but then added that they should know that they were putting their lives on the line. Suddenly, a raven flew from above, and the tiger and the boar quickly looked up. The chieftain's son noticed their target appear on the horizon, and they quietly peered out to watch the approaching carriage. The tiger noticed that these were human carts, and doubts crept into his head. Taking a closer look, Spencer noticed that these carts were guarded by Taoists, that is, warriors with spiritual powers. Noticing this, he asked Walter if they really wanted to rob the things that the Taoists were guarding, and then said that the boars were not only rumored to be fools. Walter replied that that was why he said they were putting their lives on the line. And then he said that their target was the ball of enlargement that the Taoists carried in their carts. Spencer was very surprised to hear that they wanted to steal the enlargement ball, because it is a potion that can increase the territory, something that many people dream of. The stunned tiger said that they had all gone crazy. Suddenly he said that he was leaving, to which the chieftain's son replied that they had already made a deal, in response to which the tiger asked what kind of wise man would bet his life on this. Walter said that it was too late to wash his hands and that there was no way out of it. Meanwhile, the leader of the boars stood on the top of the mountain. Suddenly he assumed that the operation had already begun, and then he thought about how this matter would determine whether they would be able to cope with the consequences. And then he assumed that, regardless of whether they take this ball or not, it is unlikely that people will sit idly by. Rather, they will go and attack them in response. I thought that these little people would come not only for them, but also for their territory, and their clan would be defeated and disappear. Suddenly, Walter shouted that everything would have happened like this if Spencer hadn't come. In response to this, all the other boars began to praise the tiger. Shouting that they were fighting for Spencer, many boars began running down the mountainside to meet the crew. The Taoists noticed the approach of a herd of boars and shouted that they were being attacked by the creatures and that everyone else should prepare for the attack. Meanwhile, the tiger was still standing on the dais, while one of the Taoists shouted for everyone else to protect the carts. Suddenly, this same Taoist noticed a tiger standing on a hill and said that it was Spencer, the guardian of the mountain, and suggested that he was the leader of these boars. And then the same man shouted that they had to kill him. And in response, the tiger shouted, having figured out the plan of the boar leader, that he was a bastard old man. Meanwhile, the chief, rejoicing and mocking Spencer, said that now all the enemies would be aimed at him and that he should try to dodge their attacks, and then laughed loudly. Meanwhile, the Taoists fought fiercely with the boars, cutting their bodies with swords. The already out-of-breath warrior noticed that there was no end to these boars, while a pile of boar corpses lay next to him. A whole mountain had already formed from the corpses of the boars killed by the Taoists, but the boars still did not stop their advance. Hannah noticed that the boar chief had set them up, and then asked Spencer what they would do, and then suggested that they could go back to the mountain right away. The tiger replied irritably that this was exactly what their opponents were after, and he could not afford to give them what they wanted. And then, preparing to enter the battle, he told the ghost that their opponents were now Taoists, and therefore she must be more careful. Covering herself with her invisibility cloak, Hannah replied that she understood. Meanwhile, a gentleman sitting in one of the carts noticed that the warriors outside could not calm down. As it turned out, it was Harvard, who said he would go there alone, and then ordered Joshua to stay inside with his students. Meanwhile, Ben and Chelsea were sitting at the table eating, and an old man was sitting next to them. As soon as one of the Taoists noticed that his master had left, he told him that he could rest, because they could handle it themselves, in response to which Harvard only dismissively hissed. While the Taoists were still chopping the boars into pieces, the man asked what was going on, and then he took out a small bell from his sleeve. And then he began to raise his hand with this bell up and ring it. And suddenly a huge wave of force came from the master, which began to push the boars away. As the boars flew back, Spencer, recognizing the sound, remembered something. Noticing this technique, the tiger realized that this gentleman was the leader of these Taoists. Suddenly, Harvard noticed something below and looked up. Saying that there was a big animal in them, the man turned to Spencer, causing him to cower in fear. Taking a talisman out of his sleeve, the gentleman said with a sinister smile on his face that this tiger would make a good skin. And then he used the talisman, and some things that looked like tree branches flew out of it. Luckily, Spencer managed to dodge this attack, and the branch did not hit him. The man frowned, surprised to think that this dirty animal had managed to dodge. Looking at the branch next to him, the tiger thought that if this thing had hit him, he would have died already. The beast noted that this was, without a doubt or exaggeration, a powerful spiritual force and a strong blow to whom. Looking at the master, who took out even more talismans from his sleeve, the tiger concluded that he was a very skilled fighter. The man gestured with his hand, saying that the beast would definitely not be able to avoid this, and his eyes turned orange. Using the 1,000 strike power technique, the man used the talismans, which now stood in a semicircle above him, and branches appeared from them, which now headed towards the tiger at great speed. The tiger did not expect such an attack at all. Because he did not expect this, he was unable to dodge this attack, and several branches caught up with him, but were unable to pierce him, as the tiger deftly ran away from them. The man laughed evilly, saying that if the tiger stood still even for a second, his life would end. Continuing to mock the tiger, the master noticed something was wrong. As it turned out, Spencer was quite successful in dodging these branches, which in turn hit either the boars or the ground. Harvard frowned even more, calling the tiger a sneaky cat. Suddenly, he screamed that he didn't give a damn about his skin, now he would turn him into mincemeat. And then his eyes turned bright yellow, and the bell glowed even brighter. Suddenly, branches began to emerge from the ground around the tiger, bending towards him at the ends. Soon, these branches began to come even closer together and become entangled, forming a cocoon around the beast. But Spencer didn't despair and used his furious claw technique, causing his paw to glow with blue fire. By using this technique, the tiger was able to burn his wooden cocoon with his blue fire. Suddenly, at the same time, all the Taoists and all the boars stared at this bright blue flash. Meanwhile, a tiger began to approach them, its eyes glowing with an angry red light and sticks sticking out of its back. Harvard wondered in bewilderment how this beast could have survived his most powerful attack. And then he thought about how an animal could have such incredible strength. Spencer thought about how much he didn't want to use this technique, and then asked Hannah if she had found what they needed. A second later, the ghost appeared next to the tiger, saying that she had found everything. And then she worriedly asked when he managed to get so badly hurt and if everything was okay with him. Spencer replied that he was dying. Meanwhile, the man shouted that the tiger's strength was running out, which meant that he was now definitely at the very bottom, and then laughed evilly. The woman said that they had already gotten what they wanted and suggested that they leave here, and then covered the tiger with her invisibility cloak. The gentleman noticed with surprise that this was the power of invisibility. And then, looking at where the woman and the tiger had stood just a second ago, he shouted and asked where they had gone. One of the Taoists ran up to the master and said that they had a problem, while he stared angrily at the now empty space. The Taoist said that their ball was missing, and now Harvard responded with a look and turned to the man in annoyance and surprise. He wanted to ask what he was talking about, but he couldn't finish speaking because he began to choke on his own blood. The man's disciple asked him worriedly if he was okay, to which he held out his hand in an attempt to stop the Taoist and said that he was not to be worried about while he himself crouched closer to the ground and spat out blood, then added that he was simply weak. Spitting out blood, the gentleman thought that if he lost the ball that night, he would be expelled from the community. Suddenly, he remembered Hannah, who used the power of invisibility before his eyes. Starting to rise from the ground, Harvard ordered everyone to start looking for the thief who stole their ball, to which the student replied that there were only 3 of them left and they would not be able to deal with Spencer. In response, the man angrily shouted that they had seen how weak the tiger had become after his attack, since he had barely survived it, and then said that while he was recovering, 1 Taoist should stay with him and the other 2 should go after the beast. And then he ordered them not to let him out of their sight. And at the same time, a small handle opened the carriage door. Chelsea looked out of the carriage with concern and asked if they were talking about her husband now. Meanwhile, Spencer and Hannah reached the flower field, and the tiger said that the Taoists must be in trouble there. And then he said he wanted to see the look on Harvard's face, and after he thought about it, he said it even made him feel good, and he started laughing. The ghost shouted, saying that now was not the time for laughter, and that the tiger needed to think about himself. The woman noticed that the animal was getting worse and worse and wondered what had happened. Suddenly, Spencer fell to the ground and the woman called his name in concern. Having fallen to the ground, the tiger suddenly began to vomit blood. Noticing this, Hannah said that this would not do and that she needed to get those sticks out of the tiger's body, to which he, groaning a little, told her to do it. Suddenly, Spencer's scream shook the entire forest. Taking one of the sticks out of the tiger's back, the woman noticed something bad about it, and the tiger meanwhile angrily muttered that he should have been warned before taking out this stick. Then the ghost said that these sticks had taken root in the body of the beast, and her hand shook slightly with fear. Sweating and emitting steam, the tiger told the woman to continue. The ghost tried to object, saying that he was already bleeding heavily, to which Spencer replied that if he waited any longer, those branches would suck all the blood out of him. And if she got them, it would be better than that slow and painful death. However, these arguments did not seem too convincing to Hannah, and she again found herself objecting, to which the tiger said that she knew he could handle it. And then again, but more insistently, he ordered her to pull out these branches. After a slight hesitation, the woman nevertheless took hold of one of the sticks and, saying that it would be very painful, began to pull them out of the animal's body. Meanwhile, the Taoists were following Spencer and Hannah. Suddenly, one of the Taoists dropped to the ground and said that they had found this tiger. The other noticed that this tiger was very badly injured. And then this same Taoist told another to be careful, even though this tiger was badly wounded. In response, the first Taoist said that he knew what the mountain master's strength was, so he was sure that he was now dying. The first Taoist rose from the ground and said that the ghost next to the tiger had priceless power, and if they took this power away from her and returned the ball, they would be promoted. Meanwhile, Hannah had removed all the sticks from Spencer's body. And then she thought that even though she had gotten all the sticks, the tiger had lost consciousness because he had lost a lot of blood. And then she decided that she still had to wake the beast up. Suddenly, someone's voice sounded from behind the ghost, asking who it was, to which the woman immediately turned around. The two Taoists finally reached the tiger, and one of them said that although the tiger was breathing, he was sure that these were its last breaths. And Hannah, screaming, asked how they found it, and then she took out a sword from her necklace. Attacking the ghost, the Taoist defiantly asked if she really wanted to protect her master. Shouting that this was all very funny, the Taoists pounced on Hannah, their swords pointing straight at her. Meanwhile, Harvard was in some dark space and was meditating while some blue vapors were coming out of it. Exhaling blue smoke, the man thought that he had restored his strength to the 3rd level, and then he decided that this was enough to return to the fight. The Taoist, who had been ordered to stay by the master's side, was now guarding the carriage, and he lamented that they were being attacked not even by people, but by some kind of animals, and then remarked that it wasn't even funny. Suddenly, something passed the crew window, and some bright flash came out from there. As it turned out, it was Harvard, who was thinking that although he had not yet fully recovered his strength, there would be assistance next to him, and then, heading straight to the tiger, he remembered the stone on the ghost's neck and assumed that it was most likely priceless. And then, with a greedy smile on his face, he suggested that there were many other valuables in this stone. Anticipating what would happen next, Harvard thought that if he thought of a strong tiger and a ghost who had power over that stone, then he would be the richest man. Sometime later, the man finally noticed the body of a tiger lying in a flower field. The man noticed with delight that his prey was lying right before his eyes. Meanwhile, in the carriage where Joshua, Ben, and Chelsea were sitting, there was some kind of commotion, and the boy told the teacher that the girl had disappeared. In response, the man asked again, and the boy replied that she said that she was going to pee in the bushes, but after that he did not see her. Going outside, the old man quietly cursed and exclaimed that it was very dangerous in the mountains. Meanwhile, Chelsea was walking somewhere through the forest up the mountain. Sweating a little from the climb, she thought about how she was sure those people were talking about her husband, and although she didn't know why they fought, she knew for sure that her husband had come for her, so the girl decided that now she would go to him. It was already getting dark, and Spencer was still lying in the flower field, and the flowers were covered in his blood. And Harvard came closer to the tiger's body. The man grinned and assumed that the animal had died while pulling out its branches, then thought that it was obvious and lamented how boring it was. Looking to the side, the Taoist said that since the tiger died, it meant that the ghost had also evaporated, which meant that her little thing was somewhere here, and it had to be found. After examining the area around the tiger's body, the man was surprised to note that the necklace he was looking for was nowhere to be found. Starting to shake with anger, Harvard assumed that one of his students had already taken the necklace. The man swore loudly and in a fit of anger, using the talisman, struck the tiger on the neck. The blow sent Spencer's head flying off his body and rolling across the ground. The man thought furiously about how this bastard dared to steal his thing. And then, assuming that this Taoist could not have run far, Harvard set off in a bright flash to look for him. Sometime later, someone approached the tiger's head. As it turned out, it was Chelsea who took Spencer's head in her hands, and then she smiled weakly and turned to her husband. Bringing the head back to the body, she asked if he had decided to play a joke on her again. The girl said that she would not let herself be deceived again. After attaching the head to the body, Chelsea sat down next to him and told the tiger to stop teasing him and get up quickly. But then the head fell off the body again, and she rolled across the flower field. The girl stared at the head in surprise, and then she picked it up again, saying again that she had asked him to stop making these jokes. Chelsea reattached the head to the body and said that Spencer had done a good job and should stand up. But the beast did not get up, and his head fell off again. Then the girl burst into tears, and then she burst into loud sobs near the tiger's lifeless body. Meanwhile, Hannah was carrying Spencer on her shoulder, saying how heavy he was. Suddenly, she dropped it on the ground. The blow caused the tiger to suddenly open his eyes. The beast rose abruptly and wondered when he had managed to pass out, and the ghost was glad that he finally woke up. Suddenly, Spencer noticed something strange about the woman. As it turned out, Hannah was slowly evaporating. A few hours earlier, she had fought with two Taoists. The sword's swings flickered in the air like a bright flash. One of the Taoists was amazed at the power of this ghost and replied that at this rate they would lose. Suddenly an idea came to his mind, and then he pulled two knives out of his sleeve. And saying that if the tiger dies, the ghost will die too, the man threw these two knives into the tiger's body. And now there was a second left, and these knives would plunge into Spencer's head, killing him. But suddenly, Hannah runs up and protects the beast with her body, and the knives end up in her back. The Taoist who launched the knives notes that sacrificing herself to save her master is the only way for her to survive. Suddenly, the ghost says that she has been messing with them for too long and screams to end it all. Turning to Spencer, she says that he's going to be in a little bit of pain now. And then a huge amount of purple smoke starts to come out of Hannah. One of the Taoists looks at this with bewilderment. The other one, angry, asks if she really decided to use illusions, and then says that she is not his equal and attacks her with a sword. The first Taoist tries to stop his comrade. Suddenly, the ghost's eyes light up with a bright flash. A purple light engulfed everything around and began to destroy the Taoist's body. His comrade extended his hand towards him, and the corners of his eyes turned red. When his comrade disappeared, the Taoist who remained alive fell to the ground and screamed in frustration. His hands were shaking and stained with his comrade's blood while Hannah came closer. She said that she had, of course, spent her strength, but not to the extent that she would lose to swindlers like them. With tears in his eyes, the man looked at the ghost and thought that she was invincible, and then he begged her not to kill him, because he was just following orders. The woman asked the Taoist if, after all he had done, he was now asking for mercy. Hitting his forehead, the man fell down in a bow before Hannah and said that he would do anything she asked if she would spare him. In response to this, the ghost asked if the man had a talent for magic. Hearing this, the man opened his eyes wide, and then he answered, raising his head, on whose forehead a bloody mark was visible, that he had the ability for magic, and he would do anything. Then the woman took out the eye that remained after the victory over the black soul, and a spell appeared from it. And she told the Taoist to look at this spell and immediately get down to business as quickly as possible, and she would supply him with the necessary raw materials. And then she, looking sternly at the man, added that what he made, he would eat himself, and therefore he needed to be very careful. After hearing about what happened before he woke up, Spencer said that what she gave him to eat was what turned the Taoist into a copy of the tiger. And then, looking at the ground, he sadly noticed that the ghost had to suffer greatly because of him. Reaching out to the beast, Hannah said that when the tiger lost consciousness, she gave him that ball, and it seemed that the ball was really effective, since Spencer was able to survive with such wounds. Suddenly, she fastened her necklace around the beast's neck, saying that the tiger only had to absorb all the beneficial properties of the ball. As the ghost continued to slowly evaporate, she said that this was the last thing she could help Spencer with, and then added that she had a lot of fun. Tiger noticed that Hannah just needed a little rest, and then asked why she then spoke as if she was saying goodbye to him. Leaning his forehead against the tiger's nose, the ghost said that he was afraid to leave him alone. Suddenly, she began to evaporate even more actively, telling him to be careful while she was gone. But she didn't have time, and this phrase was cut off halfway. Before she could finish speaking, Hannah disappeared, and Spencer was left alone sitting on the ground. After a while, the tiger quietly spoke to the ghost to return quickly and that he would wait for her. Meanwhile, the leader of the boars was told how their recent operation had gone, which clearly did not please him. His subordinates pressed themselves slightly to the ground, afraid to utter a word. The chief thought angrily that Spencer, despite all the chaos, was able to just run away with the magic ball, and then he noted that he had underestimated him. and then he thought that as soon as the tiger healed his wounds and regained his strength, he would come for his head. And then he furiously shouted to his subjects to quickly go and look for him, because they could not let their sacrifices be in vain, and then added that Spencer was seriously wounded and therefore could not run far. And then, still screaming, he commanded that the boars must find him and kill him, because if they didn't, he would tear off all their heads. Spencer, meanwhile, was climbing his mountain. He soon reached the pond where he was with Chelsea and called out to Anthony. Then, a catfish's head appeared from the water and asked if Spencer had come to see him. And then, seeing that the tiger was covered in blood, he loudly asked in surprise what had happened to him. The beast replied that he did not have time and would explain later, and then said that they needed to leave here. Anthony replied that since Spencer said so, he would follow his order. And then he irritably asked if this meant that that bastard Dustin would also go with them. Suddenly, a root began to emerge from the ground, and a surprised cry was heard from somewhere. As it turned out, this root turned out to be talking. And by all appearances, it was that same Dustin who later said that this catfish 100% wanted to leave him, and then added that it would be better for them not to take such heartless people with them. Spencer sighed heavily and closed his eyes as Anthony and Dustin bickered and insulted each other. Meanwhile, the panther, resting in Spencer's cave, woke up and stretched. Suddenly he heard something and twitched his ear, and then he suddenly stood up with shining eyes declaring that Spencer was back. And then, saying that he was sure that it was his scent, the panther ran to the exit of the cave. As he quickly approached the exit of the cave, he laughed, and then said that at last the impudent fellow had shown up. And then he added that he would finally tear it apart today. But then he noticed something was wrong, and he braked sharply. As it turned out, Spencer had indeed returned to his cave, and noticing the panther, looked at him questioningly. The panther stood and looked at the tiger in amazement. And then, still in amazement, he called the tiger by name. And then he screamed and asked what kind of creature dared to touch Spencer. In response, the tiger quietly and calmly asked what difference it made to the panther who had wounded him. Hearing this, the panther fell silent in surprise, his eyes wide open. And then he, scratching his head, began to mumble some answer, making it up as he went along. And when he finally came up with it, he said that because of this he could no longer fight the tiger in a fair fight. In response to this, the tiger said that the only thing he needed now was a panther, and this fight, in response to which the panther asked where he was going. Spencer replied that he was a little busy at the moment and asked the panther to come later and then he could play with him. The panther opened his eyes in surprise and asked when he should come, since he had already been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The tiger replied that if he had waited so long then he should be happy, because soon he would be able to fight, because soon those with whom he could do this would come here, in response to which the panther asked who would come, to which the tiger said that maybe it would be the Taoists, or maybe those pigs from Mount Wulong. Then the interlocutor asked in surprise that Spencer had fought with the Taoists, and his partner only looked at the tiger in surprise. Hearing this, the woman said that it was amazing to survive the battle with the Taoists. Leaving the couple, Spencer said that he had a lot to do, and therefore the panther should find a way to entertain himself. Panther was about to call Spencer when his partner suddenly shoved him in the face with her hip. Then the woman turned to the tiger, asking if he could listen to her, and then said that he was being pursued by his enemies, and besides, he had a lot of wounds and he was alone. Not understanding what the woman was getting at, Spencer asked what it mattered if he was alone and wounded. Then the woman suggested that the tiger unite with her master, that is, the panther, and then both animals asked again. The woman said that her master wanted to measure his strength with him, but of course, after he healed his wounds. The tiger thought that there was no guarantee that he would reach his hiding place before the Taoists or the pigs found him, and this suggestion was more opportune than ever. The woman asked what Spencer thought about the proposal. The tiger thought it was a good offer, but then he refused out loud, saying that he couldn't trust them. And then he added that he did not want to continue on his way, fearing that someone would hit him in the back, in response to which the panther got angry and said that he was not so mean as long as the woman put her hand in front of him. Then she suddenly started taking something out of her sleeve, asking if Spencer was familiar with it. Then the woman found a small sign in her hand, and upon seeing it, the tiger exclaimed in surprise. The panther asked what this thing was, to which his companion asked him to keep quiet. Spencer thought that this was a plaque that directly connected the life of the person whose name was written there, and he asked out loud what she was going to do next. Then the woman suddenly bit her finger, and then she wrote something on the tablet with her blood and said that she would write her name and the name of her master there. Suddenly the panther felt that something was happening to his body, and then, while the beast was still perplexed, the woman handed the sign to Spencer. Spencer's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought that since the woman had written her name there, she must have gone crazy. Noticing that the tiger was doing nothing, she asked what he was thinking about and told the tiger that he understood that if he had this sign, they would not be able to harm him. In response, Spencer said that the fact that she wrote their names on it meant that she was giving him their lives in his hands, and then asked where she got such courage, because she knows what he can do with this tablet. The panther then intervened in the conversation, saying that Spencer was not such a coward as to threaten them with this sign, to which his escort agreed with a smile. Turning away from the couple, Spencer said that he didn't need such a thing, because it would only burden him, and then began to walk away from them. The woman and her master stood still, and then the panther hesitantly called the tiger's name. Suddenly, the tiger turned around and asked why they were still standing, since they had a long journey ahead of them. Hearing this, the panther happily turned to his companion, and then he ran up to the tiger and said that since the tiger was unable to cope alone, he would help him. And then they all set off on their journey together. Sometime later, the company decided to take a break. Lying on the ground, Spencer thought that they had been walking for several days without rest, and the woman did not look tired at all. And then he noted that this woman was of a higher level than he thought. Then Spencer called Hillary's name, and she responded. Afterwards, he asked if she could teach him how to hide his spiritual power. Hillary noted that it was not difficult for her to train the tiger to do this, and then asked what he would give her in return. Hearing this, the tiger asked what she wanted. Stroking her master behind the ear, the woman replied that she didn't even know, and then said that she noticed that Spencer already guessed a lot about her, and it was difficult to lure her with anything. And then, pulling the panther by the cheek, she said that her owner, who was sleeping peacefully like a baby, was very easy to lure. Hearing this, Spencer realized that Hillary had chosen to accompany her master all her life, although it was unclear why she chose such a fool. And suddenly she asked the tiger if he had a dobongwon ball, which surprised the tiger. Looking at the woman, he wondered how she could have found out about this. Could she really know what was inside? Suddenly, seeing the tiger's reaction, Hillary, clapping her hands, said that she had been sitting and guessing all this time, but it seemed she had guessed correctly. And then she explained that she had lived a long life, and therefore she had a very developed sense of smell for such things. After answering that, he understood. Spencer thought that it was a shame to give up the ball just for this. Then the woman took a book out of her sleeve and said that if the tiger gave her this ball, then in return he would receive a sacred book in which very powerful forces were hidden. And then, to the tiger's surprise, she said that this book was very difficult to master, but if he succeeded, he would be able to easily raise his level to Shinsu. And then he thought about how people like him only have 6 levels of power, and all magical creatures like him dream of rising to the level of Shinsu. Then Spencer thought that no matter how hard you try to raise your level, not everyone can do it, because it is very difficult to get even 1 level. But if he has this book, then he can become many times stronger without raising his level. Hillary said, looking at the book, that it showed traces of the previous owner, and he was clearly at the highest level. The tiger swallowed when he heard that the owner of this book was unable to fully master it. The tiger asked if the woman was really happy with this exchange, since she was losing a lot by giving him this book. Hillary replied that everything was fine, but in addition, she would like to ask Spencer to be more friendly with her master. The tiger was surprised by this request to be more friendly with the panther, because it meant that he needed to help him, because they were on the same level, but he still agreed. Suddenly, voices were heard in the forest, and Spencer noticed that it seemed like the pigs were already close. Turning around, the woman said that since they had discussed everything, let the tiger go forward. Spencer asked if the woman could handle it. In response, Hillary said that the tiger had big plans since he was going to that place, and then added that she trusted his owner. Spencer replied that he understood, mentally noting how much Hillary cared about the panther. The tiger then began to wake up the panther, tugging at his ear with his paw. Reluctantly, the panther woke up, saying that he had such a good dream. Then Spencer said that it was time for them to go, to which the panther asked if it was really time already. Noticing that the tiger had already started to leave, he shouted for him to wait, and then turned to Hillary and called her. The woman said that she would soon catch up with them, but for now he had to go ahead, otherwise he would lose sight of Spencer. Hearing this, the panther quickly ran after the tiger, shouting to the woman to catch up faster. A little later, when the animals had already disappeared from sight, wild boars began to appear from the forest. Meanwhile, the tiger and the panther were already walking across the field, and the panther asked if what he had just eaten was a dobongwon ball, and then asked the tiger why he had given him such a thing, to which Spencer replied that in exchange for this ball, he had given something to Hillary. As the animals approached the tree, the panther became indignant, asking if this was really the whole reason. Looking around, the panther asked if they had come to the right place since there was nothing here, while Spencer came closer and closer to the tree. Then he touched the tree with his paw, and then he released his spiritual powers straight into the tree. A second later, leaves began to appear on the bare branches of the tree. A little later, the tree was completely covered with leaves, and the panther happily asked if this was really a magic tree. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to shake, and soon a staircase appeared in front of the panther. The tiger said that he had discovered this place by chance, and if he entered there, he would be able to fully master the power of the ball and no one could stop him. Having finished speaking, Spencer began to descend. As he descended, the tiger thought that once he raised his level, no one would dare to encroach on his life, and no one else will suffer because of him. When the sun was already shining brightly, Hillary reached the same tree. The boars cried out furiously, asking how much longer they had to wait, since they had already waited 3 days. Turning around, the woman asked what they were going to do here. In response, the boars said that the woman should show them how to open this place, and they themselves would go in there. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake, and then an explosion ripped through the area next to the tree. A little later, it became possible to notice the silhouette of a person in the smoke. Hillary and the boars looked at this silhouette in surprise, and then the boars started shouting that this man smelled like Spencer, and if they caught him, they would be able to find out where he was. Suddenly, the man said that these boars were stupid, and then he claimed that he was Spencer. Hearing this, the boars began to furiously ask how this was possible and how he turned into a human. Suddenly, a second later, the previously clear figure of the man became blurry, and the man plunged his sword into the body of one of the boars. All the other boars looked around at this scene in surprise, exclaiming in surprise. Spencer thought that his physical abilities had also improved. Suddenly, the sword, located in the boar's body, began to suck blood from this body. The man was surprised by this outcome and pulled out a sword, engulfed in a red glow from the boar's almost completely drained body. Noticing this, the boars exclaimed in surprise that this was a sword sucking the blood of the victim. Raising his sword, Spencer asked him how he liked the taste of blood. And then he thought that this sword really did look scary, but it also had its advantages. The boars began to wonder if this Spencer had really leveled up and what they should do now. Suddenly, one of the boars cried out furiously that they should not be afraid because they had once defeated a creature much stronger than him. The other boars turned to look at the speaker, who continued, saying that besides, he was alone, which meant he was inferior to them in numbers. This speech inspired the boars, and they attacked the man. Spencer said that it was so obvious and that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. And then he raised his sword again, and then he slammed it into the ground with a sharp movement, and a dark vortex of fog appeared from around. After this, the whirlwind began to spread to the surprise of the pigs. One of them tried to cheer them up again as the dark fog filled the entire space. Soon this fog spread so much that the boars could no longer see each other and were suffocating in it. Then one of them shouted for them to follow his voice, but no one responded. Suddenly, the cries of pigs were heard ahead, and suddenly his brother appeared in front of the boar, with blood flowing from his eyes, and he himself asked for help. Suddenly, a bunch of dark hands appeared from the fog and reached out to the unfortunate man, and then they tugged him rarely and pulled him somewhere deeper, while another boar screamed in panic and ran after him. He then looked up in shock to see a multitude of red eyes staring at him. A second later, these same hands grabbed this boar, and then all that dark fog started to get sucked into Spencer's sword. A little later, there was nothing left around. There were no boars, no bones. Spencer wondered if the sword was so thirsty for blood that it left no one alive. And then he noted that if he had been distracted for a second, he himself could have become a victim. And then he indignantly asked what kind of sword it was, and quietly mumbled that he should throw it away. Suddenly, Hillary remarked that this was extremely impressive, to which the man turned around. Putting the sword back into the necklace, he agreed with the woman's words. The woman congratulated Spencer on his power level increase. Then she asked him how he managed to turn into a human, to which the former tiger replied that it was a long story. Hearing this, Hillary asked if it was all because of his fiancée. Spencer shook his head and replied that it was not like that at all, and wondered irritably what the woman was even talking about. Then he said that he was going to Mount Wudu and asked if the woman would go with him. Hillary closed her eyes and replied that her master, like a turtle, was laid everywhere, so she could not give an answer. And then she said that her master, as soon as he woke up, would immediately go look for Spencer, and so she handed him a bracelet in the shape of a snake. Spencer scratched his cheek and noticed with bewilderment that it was a love bracelet, which was only worn by couples in love. And then the man wanted to refuse, but suddenly one of the bracelets jumped off the woman's hand and flew straight at the man, and it immediately wrapped itself around his wrist. After that, Hillary said that she would give the other half to her owner, in response to which Spencer only made a displeased face and chuckled. Then the woman said that the former tiger was unlikely to reincarnate anytime soon, and then asked if he could lend her one of the reincarnation gadgets. Spencer looked at Hillary in surprise and said that he didn't think a woman would need a transformation ball. In response, the woman objected, saying that she would need this ball. Without resisting for long, the man finally gave her the transformation ball, and Hillary thanked him in return. After that, Spencer said that he would then move on, and that it was unknown when they would meet again, so let her take care of herself. And then he began to walk away into the distance, while the woman stood in this vacant lot, watching him go. And then Hillary told herself that she didn't know when either, but they would definitely meet again. And then she, saying that she couldn't wait for this, began to approach the tree. Sometime later, somewhere in the mountains in the forest, night had already fallen. In this forest stood a red-haired guy inside. And then he asked why he had to be so stressed out about him, while the old servant stood behind him. Then the guy turned around and asked if Spencer really lived here. The old servant replied that this tiger definitely lives here, and every inhabitant of the nearby village knows this place. Suddenly, someone approached the red-haired guy from behind, saying that Spencer was not in the cave, and therefore, it seems, he guessed about their arrival and ran away. The dark-haired boy said that it seemed that the tiger thought that if he ran away, he would not be found. And then, putting a hair of the tiger in some object, he said that if he put a hair of the tiger in this compass, he would be able to find him, wherever he was. And then the guy added that this compass has a downside, which is that if you use this compass, you can't use it for another 2 days. Then suddenly, a beam of light burst out from this compass and began to point in a certain direction. The dark-haired guy noticed that it was the southeast direction, and the journey would take 3 days. The red-haired guy said that then they should hurry to get rid of this tiger as soon as possible and return. Then he loudly commanded the other Taoists to go to the southeast. The next day, someone yelled at the girl about how she dared to take the shamrock from his territory, to which the girl replied that she didn't know and apologized. But this someone continued and yelled that this shamrock belonged to him, and she could not even dream of taking even one leaf. Then the girl, shaking with fear and with tears in her eyes, said that if she did not bring the shamrock, her chickens would starve, and if they starved, they would not lay eggs. Then the interlocutor, hearing this, shouted how she dared to argue with him, which made the girl close her eyes. This someone said that in the end, people raise chickens only to eat them, which makes them really disgusting. As it turned out, this formidable defender of his territory was a hare, who, stamping his foot, said that while he, Spencer, was still alive, no one could take anything from this clearing. Looking uncertainly at the hare, the girl asked if perhaps she could take some of the shamrock after all. Then the hare, hearing this, jumped up sharply, raising his paws and shouted that how dare she be insolent to him, and asked if she really wanted to test the sharpness of his claws on herself. Opening one eye slightly, the girl thought about what she had heard that Spencer was a huge, menacing tiger. But later the rumors were wrong. Seeing the claws on the hare's paw, the girl closed her eyes again, thinking that these claws probably cut both the air and everything around. Seeing that he was able to intimidate the girl, Spencer grinned proudly. Suddenly, someone grabbed the hare by the ears and asked who this pseudo-Spencer was. As it turned out, it was the real Spencer, and the hare meanwhile began to flounder in his hands and scream furiously and threaten. Then, the girl told the man that he couldn't do that, because he was Spencer, the owner of the mountain. Spencer, still shouting, declared that he was the master of this whole territory, and asked how this insignificant man dared to hold him by the ears. Not at all frightened by these threats, the real Spencer leaned over the hare and asked if everything was really like that. And then he suddenly looked menacingly at the hare, and his tiger stripes appeared on his face. Seeing this, the hare became very frightened and began to beg for mercy. Having achieved the result, Spencer told the girl that she was taking the basket and everything in it with her, in response to which the girl asked if she really could do it. Then the man approached the girl and, handing her her basket, said that the master of Mount Spencer was not so petty as to be angry over such nonsense. Having thanked him, the girl ran back to the village with the basket in her hands. The man watched her go with a smile on his face, when suddenly the hare, who had already come to his senses, gave a voice. Holding the hare up higher, Spencer said that he needed to talk to him about something. And then he added that he hoped that the pseudo-Spencer's ears were not just for decoration. Spencer then asked if anyone had been in his cave. The hare immediately responded, continuing to shout that 3 days ago some Taoists came, were looking for something, and then went in a southeast direction. Scratching his chin, the man thought that 3 days ago he had just reached the tree, and it was located in the southeast direction, which meant that they had definitely come for him. And then he thought that now wherever he went, these Taoists would follow him, so he had to go to Mount Wudong and lose throats to everyone there. But then Spencer noted that one must first know the level of the Taoists and how many there are, and until that moment, one must not act rashly. The man was thinking that he needed to find out what strength consisted of, but then a great idea came to him and he laughed quietly. Then Spencer suddenly called the hare, to which he immediately responded. And then the man said menacingly that if he did as he was told, then he would let him go. And then the hare went into the forest to tell all the animals that the Taoists had caught Spencer and were going to Mount Wudong. The raven also heard this gossip. Hearing this, he immediately took off and flew. Sometime later, this raven flew to Mount Wulong and told the boar chief about this gossip. Hearing this, the other boars began to ask for translation how it happened that Spencer was caught by the Taoists, and they were now coming here and why they didn't kill him. Suddenly, the leader said that apparently the tiger did not want to die alone. Then, one of the boars asked the chief what they should do in this case. The chief said that this tiger cub must have said that he hid the Dobongwan ball here. Then the boars, hearing this assumption, again shouted out loudly that he had really lied to the Taoists and that they could defeat the servants, but definitely not the Taoists. Suddenly, one of the boars shouted that they needed to run away from here, causing the leader's eyes to darken. Suddenly, he stamped his hoof, splitting the stone on which he stood. Frightened by this, the boars suddenly fell silent and bowed their heads. Then the leader of the boars, steaming with anger, shouted that this place was from Rodin and asked where they would run away to, leaving this place. And then he said that the land here was ideal for them and that they would use the terrain and take the enemies by numbers. And then he shouted even more furiously that they would cut all the people and get the ball of Dobongwan, and then he ordered to call everyone. Meanwhile, the red-haired Taoist who was chasing after Spencer was thinking angrily that they had lost the trail. Had he really grown wings? And then he asked his dark-haired friend what the current location of this tiger was, to which the guy replied that Spencer was not moving now and was standing in one place. And then he said that the compass points to Mount Wudan. Then the red-haired guy rushed even faster in that direction, saying that they would get there soon, and he would personally rip the skin off this tiger cub. Meanwhile, the other Taoists were barely keeping up with the two men. Meanwhile, Spencer was indeed on Mount Udon. Standing on the mountain, he said to himself that he had prepared everything, and now all that was left was to wait for everyone else to come. And then he declared that he would return everything that the boar leader had done to him in full. After some time, the Taoists and servants finally stopped, completely tired. The red-haired guy thought that they barely got to this mountain, and then wondered how they could now look for this tiger on such a big mountain. But then he remembered that Spencer had been seriously injured by the Taoist, so if they split up, they would be able to find him. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was walking in the distance in the forest, and he immediately called out to this guy, who turned out to be Spencer, who in response only pointed at himself in bewilderment. The Taoists called the man to them and told him that they were looking for a huge tiger that devoured people, and so they came to catch it. And then they asked him if he had seen it. Spencer, playing the fool, slapped his fist into his palm and replied that he had doubted and could not believe his eyes when he saw its size. But now he was absolutely sure that he had seen a large tiger. While one of the servants sighed with relief, the dark-haired Taoist asked where the guy had seen him. Spencer responded by saying that it was difficult for him to explain, so he would rather take them there. Then all the Taoists followed the strange guy. Spencer, leading the people, said that even in a dense forest animals make a path, and this one is often used by large and formidable animals. Looking behind him, he added that if they went along this road, they would come to the place where he had seen the tiger. Spencer turned around and looked at the Taoists, noting that there were only 2 Taoists and 6 servants. And then, with a smile on his face, he thought that even if these Taoists were strong, there would still be more boars in number, so it should be an interesting performance. Spencer then asked if they knew anything about Mount Wudong, to which the dark-haired Taoist replied that they knew little. Hearing this, the man said that wherever they go, there is always a story that has taken root in a certain area, and then said that it is not for nothing that this mountain is called the Mountain of Dominance, because all creatures from people to animals who like to dominate in everything have gathered here. Touching the tree, Spencer said that it is said that wild boars now dominate this mountain. And then, raising his hand with a piece of wool, he said that boars' vessels in the form of their wool were left everywhere. The red-haired Taoist looked at his comrade and asked if he thought it was funny that pigs were dominant. In response, Believe said that he heard that their people had recently been attacked by wild boars, and then suggested that maybe this tiger had lured them there on purpose. Sighing, the red-haired man replied that there was nothing wrong with that, since their opponents were just animals. Then the dark-haired Taoist told the boy to listen to his surroundings, and noticed that not only animals but even insects could not be heard. Hearing this, the servants began to look around a little excitedly. Suddenly, one of them noticed something. Suddenly, wild boars started running out from behind the bushes towards the people. One of the servants shouted at the others to shorten their distance, while one of the boars tried to knock them down with its body. But this boar only dined past the men and ran further into the bushes. The servant was surprised that the boar had just passed by to dine. Suddenly, another one shouted that there was danger behind. The first servant did not immediately understand what the other meant, and in the meantime, a huge boar was approaching him. And a second later, this boar lifted that servant into the air on its tusks, piercing him through and through. The servant who managed to notice this boar called his already dead comrade and rushed at the boar, while it also rushed at the man. While the screams of servants and the angry grunts of pigs were heard all around, the red-haired Taoist stood and simply watched. Suddenly, his hand was engulfed in flames, and he said that if they could think of attacking from behind, then they were very smart for pigs. And then, when the fire had engulfed his whole body, the boy said that he should then respond to them properly, and then said that he would burn them all to ashes. Meanwhile, one servant fought with a boar, trying to defend himself from his ex with a sword. Suddenly, this boar noticed some light on the side, and suddenly a red-haired Taoist appeared from the side and launched his flame at the boar, hitting it, causing it to fly to the side. The servant thanked the red-haired Taoist, calling him Alex. Alex glanced at the servant and told him to finally pull himself together. Otherwise, if he got distracted, these boars would kill him. While the Taoists and servants were fighting the boars, other boars were watching from behind the bushes. Suddenly, one of the boars returned and the other noticed him and noted that he was still alive. And then he said that these little people immediately began to use their abilities, just as the leader had predicted. Afterwards, he quietly said that he would try to change his location. But then Spencer, who appeared out of nowhere, said that this would not work, because they all had to cut each other's throats. Frightened by this sudden appearance, the boars immediately ran out from behind the bushes, exclaiming in surprise and fear. And then suddenly, these boars were torn to pieces by water bubbles. As it turned out, these bubbles belonged to the black-haired Taoist. Then he turned around and said that these pigs were not as stupid as they thought, but it seemed that they had already killed everyone. Then one of the servants, turning to the Taoist, calling him Kyle, said that they had lost sight of that guy, meaning Spencer, to which Kyle replied that it looked like the boars had taken him. And then he told the men to forget about him and better kill some more pigs. At the same time, the boars, who had been hiding until now, were shaking with fear, and one of them was perplexed as to why the boars continued to come out to them if he had ordered them not to do so after the first attack. Meanwhile, Spencer was sneaking up behind them, smiling maliciously. Suddenly he screamed, and the boars cried out in fear. And then, like the previous two, they also ran out from behind the bushes. Seeing this, the guy laughed, covering his mouth with his hand. And then he thought about how difficult it is for animals to suppress their instincts. And then he thought angrily that these pigs should continue to kill each other until they were all dead. Meanwhile, another one of the boars was also perplexed by what his comrades were doing and why they were not fulfilling the plan. Suddenly, the leader's eyes began to shine with an unkind light. Suddenly he stepped forward, saying that he himself would sort everything out. As he ran forward, he thought about why these stupid nobodies couldn't just follow the plan. He thought about why they had walked over his words and that he knew they were stupid, but not that stupid. And then the boar leader finally stepped onto the battlefield. With his eyes wide and huffing with anger, he wondered what was going on there since there were only 10 left. Suddenly, one of the servants noticed the leader and decided to attract the attention of the Taoist Kyle to him. Looking at this boar, the guy immediately realized that, judging by his appearance and behavior, this was their leader. Suddenly, one of the boars asked the chief whether he needed to call everyone, to which the chief angrily asked whether he had really decided to act. Sitting on a rock and watching the proceedings, Spencer said that, as expected, the boar chieftain began to flutter when almost all of his subordinates had laid down their hooves. But even those who survived looked tired. And then, looking condescendingly, he asked what the result of this fight would be. Then, the boar leader furiously shouted to his subordinates to attack the people with all their might. And then, running out with them, he said that he, the leader of Mount Wulong, would fight with them. Alex, noticing the leader, said, "Has their boss really come out?" And then noted that his size is quite impressive. Starting to get heated up, he noticed that his current attacks wouldn't even scratch him, so he decided to do something. And suddenly his whole body was engulfed in flames, burning his clothes, and he himself shouted that he would reveal his full potential. And then he shouted that he would put an end to this battle. Alex stretched his arms forward and launched a fiery phoenix at the boar leader, which flew straight at the boar. The chief thought that the Taoist was underestimating him if he wanted to defeat him with such forces. And then he stamped his hoof, and his eyes lit up with a yellow light, and he thought that he would take the life of the Taoist in exchange for those that he had taken. And suddenly the phoenix flying towards the boar was torn apart, and it did not touch the leader at all. Alex's mouth dropped open in surprise as he watched this. Without a second's hesitation, the leader pounced on the boy while he could only raise his hands in fear. And then the boar struck the guy with an attack, and a bright flash of light eclipsed everything around. As it turned out, Kyle had managed to get in front of his partner and protect him, asking irritably how Alex could have wasted all his powers without thinking, while Alex noted that the boar had been hiding his powers until that moment. As it turned out, Kyle was able to super injure the chieftain and break off his tusk, and the boar was only thinking about the fact that this Taoist was able to repel the blow into which he put all his strength. There was a huge crater in front of the guys, and the leader was standing nearby, and the servants were asking if the Taoists were okay. Looking at the Taoists, the leader thought that everything was a little more complicated than he thought, and wondered what he should do now. While adjusting the protection on his hands, Kyle told Alex to regain his strength while he finished what he started. Suddenly, Spencer came out onto the battlefield, loudly hissing and saying that it wasn't interesting to fight either. Everyone present looked at the guy in surprise. Suddenly, Spencer, approaching, suddenly jumped up from his place, and he found himself right behind the backs of the Taoists and the boar leader. After saying that it was wrong to interfere with other people's fights, the guy waved Kyle's severed arm with the thing that protected Alex, saying that it was cheating and that he would take the thing away. Suddenly, Kyle felt a strong pain and blood began to spurt out of the wound. Noticing this, he began to shout loudly. Taking out the thing that protected the Taoists from the attack of the boar chieftain, Spencer smiled sarcastically, and saying that this thing was very useful, threw away his now unnecessary hand. As the Taoist writhed in pain, Alex angrily asked how he dared to injure one of their men. And then he shouted that the guy could no longer hope to be left alive after something like that. The boar chieftain, meanwhile, asked after a short silence whether this guy was Spencer. Taking out the sword from the necklace, the former tiger replied that the boar had a good sense of smell, and then said that he had to return the favor, and therefore how could he trust him to someone so inexperienced? The servants, raising their swords, shouted that this guy would not get away with it so easily. The boars meanwhile began to cry out questioningly, asking if it was Spencer. Spencer folded 2 fingers and said that everyone was already in the know. And then, snapping his fingers, he said that now we could end it. Suddenly, blue circles appeared under one of the boars. The same circles also appeared under one of the servants. Suddenly, the man's entire body was engulfed in blue fire, which burned him, leaving only ashes. As it turned out, this fire engulfed everyone who was in this place, except for the Taoists, one of whom was still sitting on the ground, clutching his wound. Alex, seeing all this, was surprised by this power, and suddenly he realized that these were the powers of Shinsu. The boar leader was also not engulfed in this fire, and so he watched in panic as his subjects died. Alex thought that such power of such a level had long since ceased to exist and had disappeared before his birth. And then, looking at the guy in surprise, he wondered how this guy could use this power. Meanwhile, Spencer looked at him with his red eyes. The whites of them blackened, and the red-haired Taoist thought that he needed to inform everyone about this terrifying power. Alex must have been afraid and stuttering, quietly muttering that he needed to be told about this power, and he couldn't take his eyes off the guy. Suddenly, Spencer began to approach the Taoists. When the guys were engulfed in flames, and it seemed that he did not make a single movement with his sword. The boys huddled together, continuing to slowly burn out, and Spencer moved on. He approached the leader of the boars. Closing his eyes, the chief said he realized that they had, as it turned out, fallen into Spencer's trap. And then he noticed that the power emanating from him meant that the guy had raised his level, and then he congratulated him on this. Spencer, looking sternly at the boar, asked if he had anything else to say. The leader looked down and noted that there was no point in saying anything, and then said that he had a request. But he didn't have time to say what exactly this request was, because Spencer cut off his head with his sword, causing a surprised expression to appear on the boar leader's face. Sighing, the man asked irritably if this pig had really tried to ask him for something. And then, like all the others, the boar was consumed by fire. Sometime later, Spencer reached the village that was near his mountain. The man noted to himself that after that battle he received, albeit of a low level, 1 ball and 2 necklaces. He also received 3 useful spells and 2 useful books. Spencer looked at it and smiled greedily, noting that it was a good catch. And then remembering his sword, he sent word that if he used its power, it would destroy absolutely everything. Sighing and putting the things he had received into Hannah's necklace, he thought that this power was too powerful, and that was her problem. And then he remembered that he had found 2 more letters. Looking at them, he thought that there was probably something important written at the bottom. He was sure of it. But he couldn't check, because he didn't know the letters. Suddenly, the same girl who was picking shamrocks called out to him, and Spencer turned his head to look at her. The girl said, holding a book in her hands, that thanks to the man, her chickens are well fed, grow very large and lay very large eggs, which she sells. And with this money she buys reading lessons. Still holding the letters in his hands, Spencer asked again, and the girl asked if he really needed someone who could read. And then she snatched the letters from the man's hands. Puffing with impatience, the girl opened one of the letters and said that she would read everything here now. And then she began to read, and the content of the letter was as follows. Our battle with the magical animals never ends, becoming larger and larger, and the place by the Red Sea can turn into a warfield against magical creatures. Spencer caught the word war in surprise. Noticing that the man's expression had changed, the girl asked him what had happened, to which Spencer replied that nothing had happened and told the girl to continue reading. The girl continued, the government's actions are very alarming, so all Taoists, be on guard. And then the girl said that this was all she could read, to which the man replied that this was enough for him and thanked the girl. Stroking the girl on the head, he asked if she wanted anything as a thank you for reading, to which she replied, laughing, that she didn't need anything. And then she added that he saved her, and therefore she didn't need anything. Suddenly, looking at this girl and her smile, he immediately remembered Chelsea. And then, saying that even if that was the case, he still wanted to thank her, he then handed her a bag with some little things. Looking into the bag, the girl noticed with delight how shiny these things were. Spencer told the girl not to show them to anyone, to run home quickly to hide them, and to open them only with her mother. Obeying her big brother, the girl ran home. After moving away a little, she turned around and shouted that if he needed to read anything else, he could always find her. Spencer saw the girl off with a smile on his face, and then he sighed heavily and raised his head, looking at the sky, still thinking about the contents of the letter. It was already night, and Spencer was walking somewhere in the forest and thinking that the Red Sea was a region to the west of here, and if a war started, it would quickly reach his village. Suddenly, he touched the stone with his palm, and then he moved his hand down and some signs began to appear on the stone and shine with a blue light. A second later, part of the stone separated and began to move away. As it turned out, there was a hidden door in this stone, which was now wide open. And behind this door there was a staircase that led down. The man stepped out the door and began to descend the stairs, thinking that if a great war began between people and magical creatures, then all the evil souls would raise chaos in this mortal world. A little while later, the man reached some kind of visit and walked straight ahead. There was some kind of blue glow ahead, and Spencer walked boldly towards it. As he got closer, he thought that in case of war, everyone in this world would need strength. And then a huge blue bird appeared in front of Spencer. The man wondered out loud if anyone thought that there was something on his mountain that they thought had disappeared centuries ago. Continuing to approach closer, he noticed that before he simply couldn't approach here, but now everything had changed. Suddenly, some blue mist separated from the bird, and taking the form of a bird, it screamed furiously. Coming almost close, Spencer declared that he was now ready to absorb the power of Shinsu entirely. Suddenly, the bird from the blue mist began to concentrate energy in its beak, as if preparing to attack. And then she fired a huge beam of energy straight at the man, which he didn't try to dodge. The blow gave Spencer quite a beating. His clothes were covered in holes and he himself almost fell to the ground, but still managed to hold on. Grinding his teeth with the effort, he thought about how even though he had raised his strength level, he was still barely holding on, and then wondered if his body would be able to withstand all this power. Meanwhile, the bird flapped its wings and waves of blue mist began to flow across the ground. This fog began to slowly surround the man. And then Spencer found himself in the epicenter of a blue tornado, which lifted him above the ground. This tornado of power continued to tear the man's clothes and ruffle his hair, but he did not give in, but only strained even more and shouted loudly that he had to endure it. He then extended his hand forward in an attempt to fight his way out of the whirlwind, screaming that getting this power would only be the beginning, and if he didn't do it, he wouldn't be able to go out into the world. Continuing to reach for the center of this force, he shouted that he would rather die here than screw up. Spencer's eyes turned completely red, and he almost completely grabbed the center of that power, screaming at her to make her his forever. Suddenly, he squeezed that center, and the bird began to cry piteously, and Spencer continued to drink above the ground, no longer surrounded by the tornado. In order to be able to maintain this center of power, he supported his hand with his other hand. Suddenly, Spencer was a little confused. not understanding what was happening, and asked if he had really succeeded. But then suddenly he felt strong pressure and pain again. Now this force entered Spencer's body and seemed to begin to tear him apart from the inside, refusing to obey, causing blue flashes to occasionally burst out of his body. Gritting his teeth, the man asked the force if it still did not want to submit to him and was resisting. But then he realized that this was the power of Shinsu from ancient times, and therefore he only clenched his hands into fists tighter. And then, pressing his hand to his heart, he began to try to tame this force. The tiger stripes appeared on the man's face again, and he said with a smile on his face that even if the force tried to overcome him, he would still help it adapt to his body. After some time, Spencer was still in meditation, but it seemed that the power was no longer kicking in his body as much, although his clothes were almost completely torn, but the flow of power was calm and smooth. The man noted out loud that 4 years had already passed, and during this time, thousands of changes had already taken place inside his body. Suddenly, he sank to the ground and said that now he could finally achieve absolute perfection. Saying that he was finally able to comply with this blue flame, Spencer held the blue flame in his hands, which swirled in soft waves in his palm. While conjuring his clothes and bringing himself into a dignified appearance, he noted that he had reached a new level. The man dropped his hands and found himself in complete silence, then sighed. He folded his arms across his chest, noting that he had so much to do, and wondered what he should sit down to do first. Suddenly, he remembered that girl from the village and decided to meet her. Sometime later, Spencer reached his village where life was in full swing. The man stopped and asked the woman about this girl. In response, the woman asked, "He wants to know about Eva." Suddenly, the men standing nearby said that if he wanted to know about this girl, then her family was sent into slavery. Spencer asked why this happened. One of the men said that this family suddenly had a lot of money, and after that they sent their daughter to school, but the nobles could not come to terms with the fact that a commoner was studying with their children, and therefore began to complain about Eva's family. The man continued by saying that in the end, the nobles said that this family stole this money and left this girl as a slave in one of the houses, and then added that this girl must be beautiful, since they want to make her a concubine from a slave. Another man, laughing, said that the last time he saw her, she had a straight, sharp nose and pale skin, and then exclaimed, saying who knew that she would become so beautiful. One of the men was about to say that this family seemed to have a keen eye, when suddenly Spencer approached the men, and then, with a threatening face, he asked where this very house was, while his eyes glowed red. A few hours later, night had already fallen, and in one of the estates they were already preparing to go to bed. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, a woman, saying that everyone thinks differently, tricked a ball of fabric into blush. The woman applied rouge to the young girl's cheeks, saying that she needed to accept this, that there was nothing wrong with it, and then added that this was the house of the richest man in their village. While combing the girl's long hair, the woman asked her if she was aware of how many girls envied her, and then urged the girl to think positively. Having finished her preparations, the woman left the girl alone, and she stared at the floor with glassy eyes. Sometime later, the girl went outside and stood under the moonlight. Suddenly, someone said that he had finally found a girl. Recognizing this voice, the girl, who turned out to be that same Eva, asked if it was he she thought of. Spencer noticed that she still remembered him. The girl, who had already become a young woman, replied that of course she remembered, because he had helped her 4 years ago, and then said that the man had not changed at all during this time. Coming closer, the man said that he had come today to learn to write. The girl looked at the guy in surprise and asked again, opening her eyes wide. And then she smiled brightly and closed her eyes, saying that of course she would help, but she didn't have much time. Spencer and Eva found a place to study and sat down on the rocks, and the girl began to explain something to the guy, pointing to something in the book. The girl said that if he wrote it like that, the meaning of the sentence would change. While she was telling all this, her eyes were shining with happiness. Suddenly, the girl stopped explaining and fell silent, her face slightly dejected. The man, noticing the changes in the girl's behavior, looked at her questioningly. Slamming the book that was lying on her lap shut, Eva said that it was time for them to finish their lesson. Standing up, the girl with her eyes closed said that she was glad that Spencer was able to master today. Clutching her skirt in her hands, the girl continued, saying that she suddenly remembered how she was discriminated against for being a girl and studying, but she did not give up and continued, and then said that perhaps thanks to a man she was brave. Looking at the girl, Spencer asked again about courage. Looking at the guy with a sparkle and hope in her eyes, Eva asked if the man could fulfill her wish since she taught him to write. Sometime later, a drunken gentleman returned to his estate. With a sharp movement, he opened the doors to the room where the girl was already sitting. Laughing obscenely, the nobleman asked how long the girl had been waiting for him, and then said that he had drunk to lift her spirits. Coming closer to the girl, The man extended his hands to her and noticed that she looked even more beautiful in this dress. Almost touching her, he said that today they would go to heaven, and she only had to obey him. And so the man put his hands on his belt, unbuckling it. Suddenly, Ava hit him in the face, screaming at him not to touch her, causing blood to splatter. The man looked in surprise at his cheek, which now had a cut on it. Pointing the knife at the nobleman, the girl shouted that she did not want to live in such a house with such a man, and she would rather die than do this, and he would die with her. Then, shouting that Ava was a slut, the man also hit the girl on the head with a jug of wine, breaking it. From this blow, the girl fell onto the bed, and the gentleman shouted how she dared to cut him when he was spoiling her with compliments. And then the nobleman continued to beat the girl until she could not sit still and only clenched her teeth. Some time later, Eva sat against the wall, covered in bloodstains and bruises, almost unconscious, while the master stood over her, breathing heavily. The man noted that the girl was stubborn, because she didn't make a sound. And then, having said that he was not against this kind of view, he looked at the girl obscenely while drool flowed from his mouth. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the collar with 2 fingers, and then Spencer, on foot, with a wave of his hand threw the man to the other end of the room. The girl didn't react to this in any way, but only sighed heavily. The guy said that he was worried about her because she asked him to find silver and then sent him here. Hearing this, the girl opened her eyes. And then Spencer went on to say that Ava was even more unpredictable than he expected. Suddenly, the nobleman, shouting, asked, rising to his feet, why no one was giving him any peace today. And then, turning to the guy, he asked who he was anyway. Hearing this, Spencer turned to look at the gentleman with a threatening look. And then he said that, so be it. Spencer remembered Chelsea crying and screaming that she couldn't leave her husband. And then the guy started to come closer to the man, while the latter, crawling on the floor, tried to move away from him and begged for mercy. Suddenly, blue mist began to come out of Spencer, and the man asked him again who he was. Suddenly, he screamed piercingly. The boy thrust his clawed hand forward and replied that he was Spencer, whom he had been so eager to kill. And then a huge blue tornado appeared over the entire estate of this gentleman. Sometime later, a man and a girl were walking up the mountain. Eva, still a little in shock, looked at Spencer's back. And then she noticed to herself that this brother turned out to be the master of the mountain. Turning around, the guy said that he heard what happened to her, and then asked if she despised him, because it all happened because of the jewelry that he gave her. The girl looked at the man, her eyes wide. And then, looking away and smiling weakly, she replied that she could not hate someone who helped her. And besides, she was very inspired by the fact that she would finally be able to fulfill all her dreams. Feeling a little sad, the girl continued, saying that at that time she didn't yet know how cunning and greedy people could be. And then, bursting into tears, Eva said that she just wanted to do what she loved. So why didn't life allow her to do it? Spencer looked at her sympathetically as she said that she couldn't do anything and didn't know where to go next. Suddenly, he struck the ground with the sheath of his sword, and then he told the girl to pick up this sword, and then it would become her path and show her the way. Afterwards, the man added that Eva would become his follower, learn to use this sword and protect the mountain, to which the girl responded in surprise that she was a girl and had never even held a sword in her hands. In response, Spencer told the girl to throw away all these prejudices about the female gender, because her confidence when she taught to study and her courage when she wanted to live the life she chose herself were enough. After these words, the man concluded by saying that Eve is strong. Hearing this, the girl stared at him in surprise, and then she reached out for the sword. And then she picked up the sword, mentally noting that it was heavy and that she was scared. But she would try. She said out loud that she would try to walk confidently along the path Spencer had laid out for her. And then, with a smile on her face, looking at the man, she said that she would protect his mountain until he returned. In response, the man said that the girl was a good girl and she should continue to live. 3 months later, Spencer stood at the entrance to the town of Eton. Looking at all these buildings, the man thought that this city was big. And then he thought about how everyone said that the mountain on which the city stood was high. But now his mountain seemed so small compared to this one. Afterwards, he remembered that these gates were built a long time ago. And behind them is the treasure of Savile, which doubles whatever is put inside, and many people desire this treasure. The man noted that he managed to reach this gate in human form. And then he wondered how he could get inside now. Suddenly, an old man with a whole crowd of men walking behind him called out to him and asked if the guy was a wanderer. Looking at the questioner, Spencer replied that it was. The old man replied that they were just missing one, and then he told the boy to go with them, because what was the point of just standing around doing nothing? Then 2 men approached the guy and pulled him along with them, persuading him to join. While the company was climbing the mountain, The old man was telling them that today was the day when Mount Yen opens up once every 100 years. One of the men said that this was a special day for them because, if they were lucky, they would be able to go inside. Another man, turning to Spencer, sarcastically remarked that if you stand at the entrance, then you are no better than a stone at the door. And another also sarcastically asked whether the guy really thought that if he stood there, the doors would be opened for him. And then he said that the guy seemed smart but didn't know anything, while Spencer looked at them with a stone face. Suddenly, another man complained that they were helping this land. So why should they enter through the back entrance and not the main one? Looking at the man with his sharp gaze, the boy wondered if these fools knew what would happen to them if they went in. And even if they succeeded, they only killed the weaklings. And then what? But then he thought that he didn't care about it. The main thing was that the doors opened. And in the meantime, the company got to the doors. The old man pulled out some kind of piece of wood and extended his hand towards the door. Suddenly, a beam of light burst out of this piece of wood and went straight to the lock on the door. And then the doors suddenly swung open. Suddenly, a man came out from behind the door and called the old man, saying that he was late. The old man began to make excuses, saying that they were missing one person and they were late while they were looking for him. Suddenly, the man turned around and, saying that it didn't matter, ordered them to follow him. Meanwhile, a crowd of people had gathered behind these doors, and someone, standing on a platform, was announcing the names of the squads into which the people had split. One of the men in the newly arrived company asked if these were all servants, to which the old man replied that there were Taoists ahead. Suddenly, the conductor pointed his finger at the men and loudly asked why they were still standing, and then commanded them to take their places. As Spencer passed members of the other squads, he deduced that he was in Squad 5. Suddenly, a man standing on a platform loudly said that today, after 100 years, the doors of the mountain were finally opening, and then he greeted everyone. Wishing everyone success, he folded his hands and said that now they would begin teleportation. Suddenly, he shouted to someone to open the gate, and suddenly the ground on which the troops were standing was illuminated by a red light. Meanwhile, the red demon was devouring the meat of a huge snake. Suddenly, he was distracted from eating, feeling something. And then, the demon turned around, his green eyes flashing, and was glad that people had finally arrived. Suddenly, he spread his arms out to the sides and shouted a loud greeting, and then laughed madly. Meanwhile, people had already successfully teleported, and questions were immediately heard in the crowd about where they were and whether they were already inside the mountain. Suddenly, one of the men noticed something and tried to attract attention in a shaking voice. Suddenly, a huge magical wolf appeared in front of the crowd, amid their surprised cries. Suddenly, one of the men, taking out a sword, asked how they were supposed to fight such a huge monster from the very beginning. Suddenly, some man shouted out that they were all fools since they could not distinguish a sacred animal from an ordinary beast. And then he added, to the laughter of the other participants, that was why they were not rising in rank. Suddenly, the man with the beard noticed, a little surprised, that this was the guardian of Mount Yeni. Then, the other man with a tattoo on his forehead replied that it was so, and this wolf protects this mountain, and also he has reached a high level of strength, to which the man with a beard replied that then it is necessary to greet him personally, and his comrade noted that other animals would not dare to compete with a sacred animal. Then the man with the tattoo on his forehead replied that is why he is someone they are proud of. And then the squad leaders began to gather their men, preparing to enter the mountain. Suddenly the sacred beast, sensing something, turned around sharply. As it turned out, something in the crowd of people caught his attention. Suddenly Spencer felt the beast's gaze on him. In a panic, the man thought, could this wolf have revealed that he is not a human? Then this is very bad. While the beast was looking at the guy with all his cheeks, he thought that if the fact that he was not a human was revealed, then all the Taoists would pounce on him to kill him. But suddenly, to the surprise of the former tiger, the sacred beast only smiled, closing his eyes. Noticing this, Spencer thought with relief that it seemed like they weren't going to expose him. Suddenly, one of his squad mates touched the guy's shoulder and asked why he was still standing, since it was time for them to go. Meanwhile, all the troops were leaving the cave in an even formation. Sometime later, someone asked if it was true that he had been inside this mountain years ago, to which the interlocutor replied that it was true, and that at that time he had seen many healing herbs that he could not pull out. Then the woman replied that if it was true, then they would share, and then asked if they were on the right path because it seemed to her that they were treading water. In response, the old man, the leader of Spencer's squad, replied that the woman should trust him, since it would not be to his advantage to deceive them. Suddenly, one of the girls, who was watching the woman, shouted that if the old man had decided something, then he would not escape death. And then suddenly, the next second, something carried this girl away, leaving only splashes of blood. Hearing strange sounds, the woman and her subordinates turned around abruptly. As it turned out, the red demon grabbed the girl, dragging her along the ground by the head, while she, stretching out her hand to her comrades, asked for help. Noticing the red demon, the woman wondered where this evil spirit came from. The evil spirit, meanwhile, licked his sharp teeth with his long tongue. At the same time, another detachment was running through the forest. Suddenly, one of the men told the squad leader that everyone else had been left behind, to which he replied that he didn't care, because they hadn't come here to do botany. In response, the man said that if they were left, they could be killed, to which the squad leader replied that no one cared about their miserable lives. After suggesting that they were being attacked by monsters, the commander ordered a halt, and both men quickly dropped to the ground. The leader of the squad looked around, holding a red bubble in his hands, which contained a paper crane. Suddenly, he started running somewhere. Seeing this, the man called his older classmate, and in the meantime, other members of the squad reached them. Suddenly, the leader shouted that he had found something, holding in his hands a skull on which was a small egg, surrounded by something golden. Then his younger classmate asked what it was and whether this was what his teacher was asking the leader about. The squad leader replied that this was a very rare and special egg, under which golden lichen always grew, and then added that the man's teacher said that he hid it here because its time had not yet come, but now this egg is perfect. The man with the egg in his hands slyly thought that if he took it, he would rise in rank and become rich, and then began to say that they could now leave, when suddenly someone ordered them to stop. Suddenly, another group appeared from the depths of the forest, and their leader said that he smelled something as the men ran past the healing herbs. The men already there were very surprised by the appearance of another detachment. The captain of the other squad said with a predatory smile that he now understood why they were so eager to get here, because they hid such a valuable thing here. The leader replied that they had found the thing first, and therefore it belonged to their squad. Suddenly, two men from the enemy detachment emerged, preparing to fight to take the egg. Then the man cried out, asking what he wanted, a battle between their troops. In response, the other replied that if they had their eye on the same thing, then why don't they measure their strength, and the winner will take the prize, in response to which the man only gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Spencer dug up the root and raised it above his head with a smile on his face, saying that this root was probably more than 50 years old, and he had a talent for digging things like this without a single scratch on it. But suddenly, coming to his senses, the guy abruptly threw the hoe to the ground, shouting what he was even talking about. And then he thought that it was dangerous because he almost got into the swing of things and forgot why he came. And that's not why he was here at all. Suddenly, a squad mate called out to him, causing Spencer to run, holding the root in his palms. At the same time, the evil spirit sucked out the souls of the arriving Taoists and their servants. And the old man who was leading those Taoists fell to the ground, bowing to the spirit and addressed him by name, calling him Sylvester. And then, slightly raising his head, he asked if the spirit was pleased. In response, the demon, holding the golden core of one of the Taoists on his tongue, replied that such Taoists were nothing to him, and he needed stronger opponents. In a panic, the old man, sweating a little, said that there were still many Taoists left, and then suddenly reminded him that the spirit had promised him something. In response, the evil spirit broke the golden core with 2 fingers and told the man not to worry. And then he added that he is one of the strongest spirits, and he always keeps his promises, unlike people. And then he passed by the old man, who was still lost to the ground, telling him to lead him, because he did not want to delay, since it was depressing him. Having said this, the evil spirit, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, declared that from this moment the real hunt begins. Meanwhile, another squad was running after someone, and one of the men was shouting for his comrades not to let this monster go. The man shouted for them to corner the monster while his comrades chased after the monster, which had white long hair, long claws, and a face covered in stripes. Suddenly, one man shouted that he had caught the monster and, jumping up, hit it with his weapon, causing it to spin in the air. But the monster, as it turned out, did not die, but only violently attacked another man. Then the other man suddenly folded his arms, and from this his weapon suddenly plunged into the monster, killing it. A man watching this battle shouted for the men to be careful and not think that these monsters were weaker than them. And then he turned to his senior classmate, who was standing on the mountain of corpses of these monsters, and said that they were finished. The men began to discuss how much they could sell these monsters for, since there were a whole bunch of them here, when suddenly an evil spirit appeared behind them. The men quickly noticed him and immediately turned around, drawing their weapons. Looking at the new arrival, one of the men asked if this was a human being, to which the other replied that this was an evil spirit. In response, the first man asked what this evil spirit was doing inside the mountain. An older classmate and part-time captain of the detachment called one of his comrades and then ordered him to attack the spirit. Then the man attacked the spirit, cutting it into 2 pieces. The servants, seeing this, joyfully exclaimed that this was what they expected from the Taoist. But, as it turned out, the evil spirit was not killed, but was completely unharmed. And with the help of his claws, he tore off the man's head, saying that he was pathetic. And then quickly approaching the captain, he noted that he was slow. He then pierced the Taoist with his hand, who did not have time to do anything, causing him to scream dully. A spirit hand was sticking out of the man's body, holding his golden core, and the spirit was disappointed to notice that the Taoist didn't have much strength while he was groaning pitifully. The evil spirit suggested that if the captain had so little strength, then the others did not, and then said that he would turn them all into sand. The servants began to run away screaming. Laughing dully, the spirit asked where they were going. Meanwhile, another detachment was following the tracks of some animal. The girl walking behind the captain asked if her older classmate had found anything. Turning around, the man said that he would install the Huanjin here. The girl asked again in surprise, her eyes wide open. The man, taking out some object and emitting a beam of light from it, said that while he was doing this, the others should protect the territory. Suddenly, a focused beam of light emerged from the object and spread out in different directions. The girls, notifying others, walked around the area, saying that they were installing a Huanjin here, and therefore the servants needed to hire their places. The captain focused by raising his index and middle fingers and told the others to be on guard. Suddenly, someone shouted that someone was here. They began to emerge from the fog. Suddenly, with irritation, they recognized the man they had found. Afterwards, one of them clarified whether it was correct that this man's name was Tyler. As it turned out, the man turned to Spencer and said that they would be nearby, so he could not worry, because he would be safe and could continue to go and collect medicinal herbs. And then he added, ordering him not to go far. Spencer looked at the men with an emotionless face and agreed with everything they said, thinking that they thought he was a loser. The man installing the Huanjin sighed and said that he seemed to be finished with everything. As he lowered his hand, he said that he didn't know what would happen, so he had to be focused. Suddenly, someone asked the man why he was staring at the Huanjin, since there were no creatures visible here. In response, the man asked if the girl had ever heard of Yoyuk, and then he began to explain that this was an evil spirit from ancient times, until this spirit in the form of a small ferret met someone. Suddenly, the men who met Spencer, noticing the ferret, wondered if such animals lived here. One man, saying that he was bored, decided to catch this animal and had already started to take out his sword. Suddenly, this cute-looking ferret bared its sharp fangs and made a huge hole in the man's body. Spencer, meanwhile, continued to collect herbs, when suddenly he heard something that made him flinch. Turning around, he wondered if someone had just shouted. Standing up, the man asked if something had happened, and then noted that his sensory system was not working properly because of the Huanjin. Meanwhile, the man who installed the Huanjin told the girl that evil spirits lived there and that these servants were of no concern to them. At the same time, Spencer walked in the direction where the babies were screaming, and he noticed something. As it turned out, all the men who were scouting the area had already been killed, and next to them was a huge flock of these evil spirits. Suddenly, the spirits raised their heads from their bodies, and noticing a new victim, they began to squeal furiously. Suddenly, these little evil spirits gathered together and, swirling, created a huge hurricane. This hurricane mercilessly tore apart the bodies of already dead men, and now this hurricane has reached Spencer, and all that was left of the man was a splatter of blood. But as it turned out, this hurricane did not hurt the guy at all, and he, in turn, chopped up the animals with a stone face. Why did all these little animals fall to the ground? Hearing how dangerous these spirits were, the girl asked the captain if they should leave this place then. The captain replied that if they did not take the risk, they would not gain anything useful. And besides, these spirits could only be fought with the help of the Huanjin. The man looked at him sternly and said defiantly that the spirits only had to come here. Meanwhile, Spencer asked what the little thing was and said that he killed them all out of fear. And then he noticed that these animals possess amazing strength. The boy scratched his head and wondered what he should do if all the servants were dead. And then he began to pick up the bodies of these spirits, smiling greedily. Suddenly, the man noticed someone and looked at him. A black silhouette appeared in front of Spencer. A man emerged from the shadows and asked in a trembling voice if he was from the Pingung squad. Meanwhile, another squad was previously busy fighting, and one of the men was holding a huge ball made of seals. Another said irritably that this was exactly the place where the Huangjin was installed, to which another man replied that it was probably a Taoist from Pingung. The man asked his leader what they should do now. The leader replied that they would go ahead, and then he said that some minor obstacle had appeared, but nothing had changed in a global sense. The squad rushed forward, and their leader said that if anything happened, there would be a battle of squads. Soon the men disappeared into the fog. But, as it turned out, Sylvester had been watching them all this time, and the old man asked him why he let these people go. Baring his sharp teeth in a smile, the evil spirit replied that this way all the people would gather together, and this was better than catching them one by one. In response, the old man said that the Huangjin was created by people, and if they hide under it, then everything will go to hell. Hearing this, the spirit shouted that he had certainly thought of everything, and then something wrapped itself around his hand. As it turned out, these were centipedes, which the evil spirit called his children. And then he ordered them to go and find the Huangjin kernels. Obeying their master, the centipedes suddenly flew to the side. Laughing, Sylvester said that soon this Huangjin would become a cemetery for these people. Meanwhile, the man who met Spencer sadly noted that he, in order to avoid danger, rushed to the Huangjin, but met only a private who knew nothing. And then he asked into nowhere why he was having such bad luck now. And Spencer, at the same time, scratching his head, thought that he felt as if he himself was resisting him. Suddenly, another squad caught up with the man, and one of the squad asked, "So what if the man was able to hobble all the way here?" To which Spencer and the man turned around sharply. The man, taken by surprise by the enemies, asked in surprise how they got here so quickly. In response, the pursuing man asked the other if he was surrendering. Spencer noted with surprise that it was a Teeson squad. Then the man who was being pursued smiled humbly and said that it seemed his hour had come. And then he took out his sword, saying that, as a representative of his squad, he would not run away and would accept the battle with dignity. And then he said that the golden lichen was in his necklace. And then he held out his hand with a sword in his hands, telling them to attack if they wanted to. Spencer's mind latched onto the phrase, golden lichen, and he looked at the man's necklace. And then he thought he finally understood what was going on. Meanwhile, one of the centipedes climbed onto one of the Huangjin's centers. Suddenly, the Taoist who created the Huangjin noticed something strange. The maid asked the man if something had happened, to which he replied that something bad had definitely happened, and the girl assumed that it was an evil spirit. The Taoist wanted to answer something, but something interrupted his thoughts. Suddenly, a red mist shot up all around, and the servants immediately shouted that something was wrong with the Huangjin. Raising two fingers again, the man said that someone was trying to take over the Huangjin, and something had happened to the servants. Otherwise, why weren't they protecting the Huangjin? Meanwhile, the servants tried to remove the centipedes from the centers of the Huangjin, but they could not injure them even with a sword. This red fog reached Spencer too. The leader of the decent squad thought that all this was happening because someone was trying to get in, and then noted that he had to take that very thing first. And then he told his comrades to be ready to attack at the signal and to kill the private at the same time. Suddenly, from behind one of the men of the Dason squad, someone's red hand appeared out of nowhere and reached out to him. A second later, the man let out a muffled cry, causing his comrades to turn around. As it turned out, it was Sylvester who grabbed the man by the neck, choking him, and said that this is where they were all gathered. Without a second's hesitation, the squad leader launched his ball of seals at the demon. This ball, having hit the spirit, exploded, causing the demon to be engulfed in flames. The rest of the squad members covered themselves with their hands from this hot explosion. The leader of the Daesun stood tensely, holding his ball and waiting for the result of his attack. While the rest of the squad screamed curses, two balls appeared in the air, and the heat from the explosion began to gather around them. As it turned out, these balls belonged to Sylvester, who emerged from this explosion unharmed, saying how much he liked it all, and then noted that the man had collected all the exploding spells into the ball. Seeing this, some members of the squad became quite angry, preparing to attack, and shouted that they would kill this spirit. But these threats did not frighten the evil spirit at all, but only provoked him, and he called the men to him, spreading his arms. Meanwhile, the man who was being chased muttered out loud the question of who had appeared there. Meanwhile, Spencer noted that the spirit's body was red, as if washed in blood. Meanwhile, Sylvester, laughing, killed members of the Tayson squad. Suddenly, a man with a club attacked the spirit from above. Spencer noted that the spirit had two horns on its head, and then he noticed two red balls spinning in the air. A second later, the evil spirit used these two balls to push away the men who were attacking him. The leader of the squad screamed angrily and again decided to attack Sylvester with his spell ball, and soon, another huge explosion thundered, after which the ball disintegrated, and the spirit found itself at the epicenter of the explosion. The leader of the squad, breathing heavily, dropped his arms, His sleeves were frayed by the explosion because he was too close to the explosion, and he thought that he had detonated his largest ball. But as it turned out, this attack was also no match for the spirit. Then the man standing next to Spencer asked what it was, and all the Taoists were instantly defeated. Seeing the spirit in action, Spencer knew who it was. And then he remembered that it was one of the strongest spirits, Spencer, while he was dragging the man by the head. Suddenly, the evil spirit turned its head and stared at the men with its shining green eyes. Having come into the sight of this spirit, the men simultaneously shuddered with fear. Having let go of the man's head, the evil spirit began to come closer and closer to Spencer and the Taoist. Spencer panicked and thought about what he should do because he didn't have enough strength to defeat the spirit. And he would die here like the last dog, and he also wouldn't be able to get out of this dome. Then, as it seemed to him then, a single solution came into the guy's head, and he began to move his hand. Suddenly, Spencer dropped to one knee in front of the evil spirit, showing his surrender and calling Spencer great. While the man standing next to him was perplexed by what was happening, the guy, looking at the ground, thought that he did not know what would happen because the evil spirit had the same origin as him. Noticing him, Sylvester, looking at the guy, chuckled contentedly. And then he noticed that Spencer was a very interesting guy. Suddenly, the man standing next to the boy shouted that even if he was afraid, how dare he bow down to this evil spirit? And then he asked if the boy was denying his human origin, while the evil spirit was scratching his ear with his finger. The man was about to continue his tirade, saying that Spencer had dared to bow down to the spirit without any remorse. But Sylvester could not stand the noise and, telling him to shut up, dealt a slashing blow to the man. And then the spirit said, "How dare a worthless man like him say such a thing?" But then he noticed something. Spencer looked at the man who had fallen dead. Sylvester, looking at the guy, noticed that he was an animal that hid among people, but pretended to be a man, and then noted that this was quite interesting. And then the evil spirit said that a war was developing between them and the humans. Because of this, the Taoists left their places and fled. And then he noticed that Spencer was unable to resist these Taoists. Sylvester continued, saying that if it suddenly turns out that the guy is not human, then he is finished. And then he asked why the former tiger came here. Thinking that if he made a mistake, he would be finished, Spencer said that he was looking for the treasure of Savol. Hearing this, the evil spirit laughed loudly, covering his eyes with his hand, while the man looked at him in bewilderment. And, laughing, the spirit pulled out that very treasure of Savol and asked if this was what the guy was looking for. Spencer stared at the treasure in shock and wondered why an evil spirit had this treasure. Laughing again, Sylvester said that it was okay that the former tiger had pretended to be a man and come here. But the fact that he had come for this thing was just hilarious. And then he extended his hand to Spencer and offered him to become his warrior, and then continued that he would of course pay him back. And then the evil spirit said that the treasure of Savol would be his reward, in response to which the man stared at him in surprise. Sylvester said that his condition now leaves much to be desired, and even if he devours people's strength, it is worth nothing, but he needs to get his power back. At the same time, the old man was rummaging through the clothes of the already dead man, and thought that it would be better to have someone who was closer to him in origin nearby. And the spirit said that when they restored his strength, then he would receive the treasure. Still kneeling, Spencer thought that he didn't need to think about this offer, because if he didn't agree, he would die. And in the end, the man agreed, saying that it was an honor for him, to which the spirit laughed. Coming closer and holding the dead man's belongings in his blood-stained hands, the old man said that Spencer was also a spirit pretending to be a man. Hearing this, the former tiger looked menacingly at the old man. Noticing this, the old man told the boy not to look at him like that, because everyone has their own circumstances. While the spirit had already moved a decent distance away, the old man said that he had worked 24 hours a day for 100 years for this moment to come. And then, preparing to follow his master, he said that if there was hope that he could live a little longer, then he would give the spirit everything that was needed. Spencer didn't respond to this, and the evil spirit began to urge them on. The men were already almost out of sight, and it turned out that the necklace containing the egg and golden lichen had disappeared. The red mist had been there for a long time, and one of the maids took off her hat to get a better look at it. The leader of the squad who set up the Huanjin told the girl not to worry, as this was the center of the Huanjin, and so he would protect it, but it would not last long. And then he ordered that while he was here, the servant should go and check the protective pillars and gather all the servants, when suddenly someone said that there was no need for this. As it turned out, it was Sylvester, with his red balloons dangling in the air next to him. As the ball was breaking through the Huanjin's defense, the evil spirit said that they were the only ones left alive in this dome. A second later, the ball managed to break the barrier, and the spirit said that since everyone had already died, it was time for them to die too. The leader of the squad exclaimed in surprise that the spirit was able to break through the center of the Huanjin so quickly, when suddenly a servant jumped out in front of the man, saying that she would protect the Huanjin, and her sword collided with the red ball of the evil spirit. A second later, the man made a strangled sound and a cloud of dust rose around him and the maid. Another servant, covering her mouth from the dust with her sleeve, called the man and the girl. But when the dust cleared, it turned out that the blow had torn off both the man's and the girl's arm. Noticing this, the maid screamed loudly in fear, clutching her face with her hands. But then Sylvester threw his red ball at the girl, telling her to shut up. While the girl was still in shock, a figure in white ran up to her. The man grabbed the sword with both hands. And then this girl stuck it into the ground, and then blue ice began to spread across the ground. The red ball and the ice were almost ready to collide. But still, the red ball managed to break through the ice shield, and he flew straight at the girl, who opened her eyes wide. The ball crashed into the girl, knocking her hat off her head and releasing her white braid. However, the girl was still standing on her feet, although her hand was still hit by the ball, and she gave the wound to her hand. The girls and Sylvester and Spencer were at a distance, and it turned out that the ball had punched a long and wide hole. Spencer noted that the girl bravely tried to fight off the blow, but she would still die at the hands of the evil spirit. Sylvester noticed with some surprise that the girl was able to hit his ball back, and then said that her soul was unusual. The former tiger, meanwhile, was thinking that if you are weak, you will be devoured, because this is the law of the universe. Looking at the girl, he thought that if you come to hunt on Mount Yen, you immediately become the target of a stronger enemy. Suddenly, Spencer noticed something that surprised him. As it turned out, this fearless servant was Chelsea. Looking at the now grown-up Chelsea, the man wondered what she was doing here. Coming closer to the girl and bending over her, the evil spirit, laughing, said that since he managed to meet the white-blooded one, he was the luckiest one today. And then Sylvester said that he would take the dirty soul of the girl, which immediately angered the former tiger. But still, the question of what she was doing here did not leave him. The man recalled that Chelsea was supposed to leave with that Taoist, so why was she here now? Spencer understood that the evil spirit would definitely kill the girl, and therefore, he had to save her. However, the man immediately began to doubt himself. Could he really save her from one of the most powerful spirits? Could he even resist him? And then he thought that they weren't even that close, which meant there was no point in sacrificing himself. However, Chelsea decided not to give up just like that, but she decided to fight on and raised her sword. Sylvester, dodging her attacks, said that the girl was very strong, and then he extended his hand to her and said that she should not try before she died. But the evil spirit's blow did not hit the girl, but the ground, because she managed to dodge it. However, Sylvester still managed to inflict a shallow wound on her cheek. Spencer's eyes widened when he noticed this. Bringing the claw covered in the girl's blood closer, the evil spirit hissed and said that she was indeed strong. And then he licked his claw, saying that everything that was happening was actually amusing him. Suddenly, the spirit felt something that made his body shudder and his eyes open wide. Smiling widely, the spirit shook with euphoria, saying that it was beyond his expectations because it was a taste he had never tasted before. Suddenly, he found himself at the girl's side, saying that, in addition, he was beginning to feel a surge of strength. Chelsea didn't have time to dodge, so Sylvester was able to grab her by the neck and said that only a few drops of blood had this effect. And then, approaching the girl's neck, the spirit said that the girl's blood would help him raise his level of power. The evil spirit opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow Chelsea whole. But suddenly his jaws closed not on the girl's tender neck, but on the tip of a sword. As it turned out, it was Spencer who stuck the sword between the spirit's jaws, to which it called him a little shit. Taking the sword out of his mouth with his other hand, Sylvester said, "How dare the guy do that?" while Spencer stabbed his hand that was holding Chelsea by the neck with his other sword. Suddenly, an explosion thundered from the place of the cut on the evil spirit's body, which pushed the girl away from the spirit. Chelsea fell to the ground and was on her knees, holding her throat and coughing. Wiping her lips with her sleeve, the girl looked away, thinking that this guy was following her squad. Looking at Spencer, who was already ready to deliver or receive another blow, the girl thought that she had seen him before. Smiling nervously and sweating, Spencer thought he was going crazy. He thought about what he had done after all, and then sighed heavily. And then the former tiger turned to Chelsea, who had already risen from the ground, and noted that it wasn't so bad that he was able to meet her before his death. Smiling, the guy noted that Chelsea had already become so grown up and had grown into a beauty. In response to this, the girl looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, an old man started flying towards Spencer from the side, shouting about how this scoundrel dared to attack the respected Sylvester. The boy swung his sword and a dark purple mist appeared around him. This fog, in which red eyes began to appear, began to absorb the old man, who did not understand anything and was in a panic. Looking sternly at the man, the guy said that initially he didn't give a damn about him, but now he was starting to irritate him, and then asked him if not everyone had their own circumstances, repeating what he had told Spencer earlier. The old man's eyes were wide and slightly red as he begged for mercy. However, the fog did not spare the old man and only splashes of blood remained of him. Clutching his injured shoulder, Sylvester rose to his feet, calling Spencer an insolent man. And after he looked at him menacingly, he asked if the guy understood what he had just done. And then he himself answered, saying that with this action Spencer had turned all his brothers into his enemies. Sighing quietly, the guy replied that he understood and even already regretted it. And then, taking a firmer grip on his sword, he continued, saying that there was nothing he could do now, since his instincts had already taken hold of him. Raising his remaining hand, the evil spirit called fire into it, saying that these instincts of his were telling him of his imminent miserable death. And then he threw a sword made of fire at the former tiger. In response to this, Spencer swung his sword, sending a dark purple mist with red eyes that opened its mouth to meet the fiery sword. These two attacks collided, but still the sword of the evil spirit continued its movement further. The boy opened his mouth slightly and was surprised that this sword was able to pass through his barrier so quickly and easily. And then he met that sword, deflecting its blow with his sword, causing the fiery sword to bounce upward. But suddenly Sylvester grabbed the sword and shouted that he would cut the guy into small pieces. The three swords clashed together and the evil spirit began to press Spencer into the ground, causing cracks to appear in the ground. Suddenly, one of the guy's swords broke and a small explosion thundered between the opponents. The explosion sent Spencer tumbling to the side, shattering the ground into pieces. Looking at the guy, the evil spirit noted with surprise that he was able to reflect his blow. Breathing heavily and holding one whole and one not-so-whole sword in his hand, the man crouched down, almost falling to the ground. Looking at the broken sword in his shaking hand, he noted that this valuable sword could not withstand even one blow, and then noted that a little more and the evil spirit would have gotten him. Suddenly, the sword flew at Spencer again. The guy looked at the sword, cursing, when suddenly ice began to move towards him from the side. And a second later, Sylvester's sword was stuck in the ice. Chelsea, moving closer to Spencer, said that she could see that he was no ordinary private, but he was unlikely to cope alone. And then she suggested that they act together. And then she said, looking into the guy's eyes, that they needed to survive. Rising to his feet, ready to fight, Spencer echoed the girl, saying that they had to survive. Seeing that his victims were not going to give up without a fight, Sylvester shouted that they dared to raise their swords against him, the great Sylvester. And then he said that he would now show them all his power. And from the place where he stood, cracks appeared on the ground and dust rose. Quickly approaching the boys, the evil spirit shouted that they would die painfully and excruciatingly. Chelsea and Spencer looked at the spirit, wide-eyed in surprise, while noting that the spirit was fast. A second later, the boy and the evil spirit clashed again, crossing swords. Then came several blows from Sylvester, which Spencer successfully blocked and parried. Suddenly, the evil spirit struck a blow that caused the man to slide across the ground with his feet, raising dust and breaking the earth. But the guy successfully withstood this blow as well. Then Sylvester became suspicious and stared at Spencer. And then he asked him if he was really at the second level of power, while the guy, shaking from the tension, held back the blow of the spirit. Hearing this question, Spencer thought that he had 6 power balls in total, and his power level was just above 3, so he was quite stronger than many. Suddenly, several ice swords appeared right in front of the evil spirit's face. Noticing this, he made a strangled sound and called the girl a slut. Spencer, seeing this, thought with determination that now was the moment to attack Sylvester. And then he suddenly jumped up and pointed his sword straight at the evil spirit. Meanwhile, from below, Chelsea also pointed her sword at the evil spirit. Noticing this, Sylvester exclaimed in irritation, "How dare they do this?" Suddenly, he stamped his foot sharply, causing cracks to appear on the ground. And then fire burst out of a crack in his chest, which met Chelsea and Spencer's attacks. And that fire successfully pushed the man away, causing his sword to fly out of his hands. The girl also flew to the ground, dropping the sword from her hands. And soon, a river of lava appeared at her feet. And noticing this, the girl said that the evil spirit could control not only fire, but also lava. Without wasting any time, Sylvester began to approach the girl, who was still lying on the ground. Looking back, Chelsea found her sword and already reached out her hand to it, preparing to grab it and attack the spirit. However, before she could lift it, the evil spirit stepped on the sword, breaking it. And then the spirit grabbed his red sword and thrust it into the ground, pinning the girl's palms to the ground. This action caused the girl to scream hysterically, to which the spirit responded that she should lie there quietly until he returned. And then he jumped up sharply, leaving behind only dust. The spirit's final attack also left Spencer badly battered, with his clothes scorched and torn. The man looked around in panic, searching for Chelsea, but before he could find her, the evil spirit grabbed the guy by the face. Lifting the man off the ground, the evil spirit said that Spencer had finally forced him to reveal his full power, and for that, he should be praised. And then he said that in addition, he would dissolve the guy, leaving no trace of him. While lava began to burst out of the crack in his chest, a powerful stream of lava splashed directly onto Spencer while the spirit was still holding his head. This lava flow spread a few more meters further, carrying the guy away from the spirit. While the evil spirit was still standing with his hand raised, the former tiger flew into the Huanjin's barrier and smashed it with his body. The girl stared in shock at Sylvester and the hole in the barrier. Sighing, the evil spirit said that since there was no one else who could interfere with him, he could now enjoy his dinner. And then he turned around abruptly. The spirit wanted to head towards the girl, when suddenly he noticed something and sharply turned his head. As it turned out, Spencer had not died from the last attack and was now standing there emitting a red light. Noticing this, Chelsea began to free her hands, thinking that she needed to help the guy quickly. Looking at her hands, the girl noted that it seemed that her hands were not so badly damaged. And then she began to raise her hands up, suffering terrible torment. But despite the pain, the girl continued, clenching her teeth so as not to make unnecessary sounds. Suddenly, a classmate of Chelsea's ran up to her. Meanwhile, Spencer stood in front of the spirit, his clothes torn, looking at the spirit with hatred, barely standing on his feet. Coming closer to the guy, Sylvester said that his attack corresponded to the 4th level in power, and therefore he did not believe his eyes. And then he added that although the guy was not as valuable as the white-blooded one, it was still amazing that he was able to withstand such a blow. And then Sylvester suddenly hit the ground with his remaining hand, breaking it, and said that this time he would send the guy to hell. Having said this, the evil spirit took out a huge piece of lava from the hole he had made. Noticing this, Spencer prepared to push off the ground, breaking it as his hands turned white and claws appeared on them, noting that the spirit was about to attack. A second later, the evil spirit pushed off the ground and flew towards Spencer with a piece of lava in his hand, screaming for the boy to eat his lava. But before the spirit could strike, Chelsea, who had already freed herself from the spirit's sword, ran out in front of the guy. Surprised, Spencer almost called the girl by name, but came to his senses in time and did not finish his sentence. Twisting her arms, Chelsea began to form a barrier out of her blood. A second later, the evil spirit's lava and the shield of the white blood's blood collided. This shield successfully withstood the demon's attack, causing him to curse loudly. Knowing what the girl was doing, the guy dangerously extended his hand, intending to stop the girl. But he didn't have time, and suddenly there was an explosion, and Spencer only managed to shout the girl's name, choking on the dust raised by the explosion. The maid tried to find her sister, calling out to her. When the dust settled a little, she noticed Chelsea with Spencer sitting next to her and then ran towards them. The guy sat on the ground in torn clothes, holding the girl's head with his hands while she was unconscious. Everything around was turned into ruins, but Sylvester crawled out from under the ruins and, cursing, said that he hated it when these fucking insects bothered him and interfered where they shouldn't. Meanwhile, still unconscious, Chelsea was breathing heavily as she developed a fever. Spencer looked at the girl in despair and wondered what he should do because Chelsea could die this way. The maid ran up to the boys, calling her sister and asking if she was okay. The maid fell to the ground on her knees in front of Chelsea and tried to wake her up. But when she touched her, she quickly pulled her hands away as if she had been burned. The girl fearfully wondered why her sister had such a fever and said that if she was not cooled down, she would die. She then placed both of her palms on Chelsea's stomach and began to use her power in an attempt to cool the girl down. But then she noticed that with her powers, she wouldn't be able to do this for long. Continuing to cool the girl, the maid said that in order to get rid of the heat, she needed to leave here quickly. Spencer looked at the maid with complete confusion and despair in his eyes when she noted that this place was dangerous for Chelsea. Lowering the girl's head to the ground, the guy told the other that that was enough. And then, standing up, Spencer said that he was leaving Chelsea with the girl. Turning around, the guy went to Sylvester, who was already waiting for him. Looking at Spencer, the evil spirit noted that this was all somehow strange, and he thought that the guy wanted to take possession of the white-blooded one and therefore attacked the spirit. The evil spirit noted that the former tiger had the breath of an animal, strong energy, and this atmosphere. But suddenly the evil spirit realized what was commanding Spencer, and then he said that this is exactly how men react when their woman is touched, to which the man got really angry. Without a second's hesitation, the boy struck the evil spirit with his claws, revealing his sharp teeth, and then a whole series of blows followed. But the opponents were worthy of each other, and so far no one could win. Suddenly, one of Spencer's blows hit Sylvester's shoulder. Having received this wound, the evil spirit became very angry and pierced the enemy's shoulder with his palm. But the former tiger did not give up. He only clenched his jaws tighter and grabbed the spirit's hand. And then he struck Sylvester in the face. And now, on the face of the evil spirit, there were 2 wounds from which golden blood flowed. Shouting that the guy was really annoying him, the evil spirit used his foot to push the guy into the ground. Spencer bounced back, landing on his feet and trying to stop himself by clawing at the ground. Suddenly, the man began to cough and blood sprayed out of his mouth. After that, he concluded that he had no time because his body was falling apart. And then, as he increasingly transformed his body into that of a tiger, he thought that he needed to fight with all his might. Tiger stripes appeared on Spencer's face as he thought about tearing this evil spirit to pieces. A second later, Spencer rushed forward at full speed, preparing to attack Sylvester with his claws, his eyes glowing red. Noticing this, the evil spirit was very surprised, wondering why this former tiger was becoming stronger and stronger. The man and the spirit clashed again, striking each other with many blows. After shouting that Spencer is an idiot and that he should stop already, Sylvester hits the ground again. And then he suddenly raised his hand up, and a huge column of lava burst out of the ground, which the guy was unable to avoid. The evil spirit laughed triumphantly, saying that the man had already gotten to him, and therefore he should simply melt in his seething lava. But suddenly this column of lava was surrounded by blue fire, and the guy in it began to scream loudly. Sylvester was very surprised to see the blue fire and could not believe his eyes. Suddenly, with the help of his blue fire, Spencer was able to dispel the spirit's lava column. The shocked evil spirit muttered a question. How is this possible? But the former tiger did not hesitate for a second and began to attack the evil spirit with his blue fire. Now the blue fire had spread several meters in length, and the evil spirit could not escape it. This blue fire became a good weapon against Sylvester, because while in it, the spirit began to burn, turning into ashes. Spencer watched his opponent suffer, his soul heavy, and all the features of the tiger in him were already hidden. Sometime later, the battle was over and Chelsea woke up. Noticing the movements, the maid, still using her powers on the girl, asked her sister if she was awake, to which the girl muttered that she should help him. In response, the maid said that Spencer had already defeated Sylvester, but the girl replied that he was still in danger. Hearing this, the first looked at the second in surprise and thought that Chelsea sometimes says strange things, but she was never wrong. Meanwhile, Sylvester was still burning in the blue fire, while his killer stood before him. Spencer closed his eyes and sighed. His dry lips parted, relieved that the spirit had lost and that the battle was finally over. Suddenly, the spirit spoke. He said that these flames are Shinsu belts. And then, flashing his green eyes, he stared at the guy saying that this is a flame that does not go out without killing the enemy, and then exclaimed that Spencer is not worthy of such power. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened, staring at Sylvester. Suddenly, the spirit's green eyes flashed, and a dark blue fog appeared around him, and the spirit itself called the guy to see the real appearance of the great Sylvester. And then the evil spirit rose above the ground, and some red flashes began to burst out from the crack in his chest. And then, having increased in size, Sylvester revealed his true appearance. He grew horns, and protection appeared on his chest, and his arm grew longer. Spencer looked at the evil spirit in confusion, wondering if the evil spirit's power had increased. And then the spirit, taking hold of his horn, said that by this method he would spend all his resources. As it turned out, this horn was a sword with which the spirit was going to finish off the man. Attacking the former tiger, Sylvester said that although this move would exhaust all his resources, at least he would not leave Spencer alive. And then he quickly moved behind the man, who did not expect such an outcome. Without a second's hesitation and with a sharp swing of his hand, the evil spirit dealt a powerful blow to the man, causing a bright flash. However, to Sylvester's surprise, Spencer was able to dodge this attack. The spirit became seriously angry and began to strike the guy multiple times. However, the man almost successfully evaded these attacks, although he sometimes received minor injuries. The evil spirit was surprised to see that the man was able to dodge his attacks using his animal instincts, and then he extended his newly grown fiery hand towards Spencer. And after shouting for the man to try to dodge this attack, he attacked him with an explosion. Spencer didn't have time to dodge, and could only cover his face with his hands in an attempt to defend himself. The explosion sent the man flying several meters away from the evil spirit, shattering the ground. The stunned man, breathing heavily, thought that this was probably his limit, because his opponent was, after all, one of the most powerful evil spirits. Suddenly, some thorns emerged from the ground surrounding Spencer, saying that it was time for them to wrap things up. Sylvester made the spikes surround the boy tightly, occasionally piercing him, causing him to make a strangled sound. A little while later, the evil spirit thought with irritation that the limit of his capabilities had already been reached, and there was no more time. And then he said that Spencer was just a bastard, that he was able to somehow increase his strength despite his origin, and then added that he would help the former tiger disappear. And then, shouting that he would destroy the guy so that he would not become a burden to such great spirits as him, he rushed at the former tiger. And now the evil spirit's thorn had almost reached Spencer's face, and he could do nothing about it. But suddenly the maid thrust Spencer's sword into Sylvester's back, preventing him from striking the man. Enraged, the evil spirit turned to the girl, causing her to let go of the sword in fear, which remained in the spirit's back. The evil spirit wanted to get this sword, but it began to emit vapors of purple mist with red eyes, which grabbed the spirit, not letting go. Noticing this, Spencer told himself that this was his last chance, and he had to show all his strength. And then his beast nature began to appear again. And then he, breaking the ground, prepared to attack Sylvester. The evil spirit angrily exclaimed that the man would not be able to defeat him with such a cheap trick. Then he waved his hands and the purple mist dispersed, releasing him. And now the opponents were ready to face each other in a duel again. Using his blue fire, Spencer delivered a punch to Sylvester's stomach, causing him to be unable to dodge it and only make a dull sound. When the evil spirit looked at the former tiger, he said that he would try to defeat him with such a trick. The man then used blue lightning strike, causing the spirit to suffer in agony as blue light erupted from every possible orifice. This blue fire rose several meters, burning Sylvester. As it turned out, this column of blue fire in the shape of a bird rose so high that it could be seen from several kilometers away. Meanwhile, on the mountain, while the storm was raging and lightning was sparkling, a dragon sat, wrapping her in his body. Suddenly, this dragon landed on a small ledge on the mountain, and its body, turning into mist, began to transform into the body of a man. And then sometime later, a man with long white hair stood on the ledge, his feet pointing into the distance. Feeling something, he said that Sylvester was dead. Sometime later, a man on duty in some open area said that he was bored, to which another replied that everyone should be back soon, and therefore they needed to stand guard. The first man mockingly stated that the other was behaving like a loyal dog. Suddenly, they noticed a man running from the depths of the forest. One of the men noticed a Taoist from another squad running towards them, and then, noticing that he was alone, he wondered why he was alone. The running man, covered in blood, shouted that an evil spirit had appeared. One of the men on duty asked again about the spirit killing all his comrades, and then asked the shaking man to calm down and tell everything. Shaking with fear, the man grabbed his head and said that this evil spirit killed all his comrades at once, and he had to flee from there. One of the men who met the other at the base noted that he was not in his right mind. Turning to the leader of the squad with a tattoo on his forehead, he asked him what he thought, and then he noted that this story seemed like nonsense. Looking sternly at the shaking man, the squad leader noted that it was already such a time, but the other squads were not returning, and as a leader, he could not ignore this. And then he commanded that all the warriors should take up their weapons. As the men prepared, he said that they would enter Mount Yen while the rest would remain at the base. Suddenly, someone walked into the base holding a girl in his arms while another girl fussed over her. As expected, it was Spencer, Chelsea, and her classmate. One of the men recognized the boys as warriors from the Pingung detachment, and then asked if they too had suffered at the hands of that spirit. The maid asked how the men found out, to which he shouted that a Taoist from another squad had already told them about it. And then he said that this spirit killed everyone, although it was hard to believe. The girl replied that they need not worry, since this spirit had already been defeated. Hearing this, the panicked man raised his gaze, and then he shouted that this could not be, because the power of that evil spirit was the 3rd level or even higher, and therefore it would be impossible to defeat it even if they all attacked together. Hearing this, the men froze in surprise. The maid replied that all their troops had suffered, but still the spirit had been defeated. And then she added, saying that Chelsea had also suffered at the hands of that spirit. Then someone ordered that she be laid on a cloth on the ground, and then the same person ordered the doctors to provide first aid to the new arrivals. One of the doctors, looking at the girl and assessing her condition, said that it would not be possible to help her here, And then someone shouted for the girl to be carried to the central building. Without saying anything, Spencer glanced worriedly at Chelsea. Suddenly, the sacred beast, lying on the platform, asked whether he had killed Sylvester. As it turned out, the sacred beast asked the man about this mentally, and he, also mentally, turned to him and asked if he had let that evil spirit into this mountain. The sacred beast replied that the spirit was caught by people and locked here for several centuries because he could live here peacefully, and then he said that the spirit was supposed to bring him the liberation plaque. The liberation tablet is a tablet that makes a holy, powerful spirit obey, and if the spirit itself signs its name with its own blood, it will obey the owner of this thing. And then the beast said that because of Spencer, everything went wrong, in response to which he asked if he really wanted to kill him now, thinking that now it was clear why the spirit of the 4th level was here. The beast replied, laughing, that he had no need to do that, and then said that the former tiger, since he had killed Sylvester, should finish what he had not had time to do. Hearing this, Spencer was surprised and said that his strength level was at level 2, and by human standards, he was an ordinary private, and then asked how he could get what belonged to the elders. The sacred beast replied that for now everything was like that, but he would tell him the place where Spencer would raise the level of his essence, and he would definitely succeed, because he, being on the 2nd level, killed Sylvester. In response, the former tiger defiantly asked what would happen if he refused. Hearing such a question, the sacred beast asked if he was seriously asking him such a question. And then he said that if he revealed the secret of the man's essence, I wonder what would happen here. And then he asked what Spencer wanted more, to die here or to raise his level and help him. Spencer thought about how he had no choice in the first place, and he barely returned from the battle alive. And then he thought that he couldn't ignore the fact that he could rise to a higher level, and then he agreed to the sacred beast's proposal. Sometime later, night had already fallen, and the moon was high in the sky, and someone was standing in the gazebo and speaking, addressing the greedy, petty little people. As it turned out, it was Spencer. He said that he fought, putting his whole life on the line, and he was repaid with such a trifle, and then he added that it was as if he was used and thrown away like an unnecessary thing, and therefore there was no point in being here any longer. The man noted that he was able to leave calmly, and so he assumed that the maid, as she had promised, had not told anything about Sylvester, and then said that if they suddenly found out, they would immediately suspect him and expose him. Looking into the distance, the man said that he could not act rashly and hastily, and therefore he needed to think everything over slowly. Spencer noted that, after all, thanks to the victory over Sylvester, he received a lot of interesting things, and such specimens are worth a fortune. Squeezing his hand, he noted that some people had never even dreamed of such a thing. However, leaning on the railing, he wondered why his soul felt so empty. The man thought that perhaps he should have at least said hello to Chelsea. Looking at the sky with a smile, he said that even if he had done this, nothing would have changed. The girl would hardly have believed that he was Spencer, and if she had wanted to see in, she would have come to his mountain long ago. The man concluded that she now lives her own life. He thought with annoyance that they had spent too little time together for any clear memories to remain. And as expected, this meeting had been only a fleeting interweaving of their destinies. He stood for some time longer, leaning on the railing. Spencer turned his whole body, noticing someone unusual, looked at the new arrival and asked who he was. The long-haired boy apologized for disturbing them, and then said that he had come on the instructions of the Taoist from Ilwanmun. Wondering why he had come, Spencer asked if he could find out the boy's name and status. The guy replied that he was a Taoist and his name was Eugene. Hearing that the guy's name was Eugene, the man was surprised because that was the name of the main character of the novel he found himself in. He remembered that this guy was the youngest Taoist ever, and all the ropes led to him, and such a character was standing in front of him. Nervously, Spencer said he was just a bystander watching the events on the mountain. Tapping his chin with his fan, Eugene asked again, then said that it was a little strange. And then he asked if there was really a simpleton in the form of a magical beast in Ilwanmun. Hearing this, Spencer instantly knew he was in trouble. Suddenly, the man took out a multitude of seals, which he immediately launched at Eugene. Covering himself with a fan, the guy asked if these were really spiritual seals. Then he waved his fan, creating a hurricane of seals. And then this hurricane of seals headed towards Spencer. Holding a fan in his hand and looking at his opponent, Eugene said that this animal was surprising because it could use seals. Assuming that Spencer was going to kill all the Taoists, the boy looked at the former tiger, who was standing on a small piece of rock, and everything around was destroyed. Looking at the guy, Spencer noted that he was able to defend himself from his attack with one swing of his fan, which significantly exceeded the man's expectations. Awakening his animal essence, the former tiger thought irritably about why some monsters were appearing after Sylvester. Suddenly, Spencer, surrounded by his own blue fire, flew up into the air while his opponent was in shock at what was happening. The former tiger extended his hand to attack Eugene, to which he replied that it was very reckless to use fire against a Taoist who controlled the wind and that he would burn him in his own fire. Spencer, still hanging in the air, began to concentrate his blue fire from his palm. Eugene looked at his opponent in surprise as his eyes glowed red. Suddenly, a bright blue strip of fire spread across the entire mountain, burning everything in its path. The fire, as expected, reached Eugene, causing him to crouch down, protecting himself with his fan. And then he, waving his fan, stood up on his feet, dispersing the fire with his wind. Gritting his teeth with anger, he said that if he had not protected himself from this fire that consumes the wind, he would already be dead. As it turned out, Spencer turned into a falcon and quickly flew away from the mountain, rejoicing in his progress, and shouted that he was not yet crazy enough to fight such a Taoist. And then he added that he would certainly not fight him on human territory, but suddenly the former man, now a falcon, began coughing up blood. Wiping his beak with his wing, Spencer thought that it was because he had overdone it, and it was immediately noticeable. Thinking that he needed to leave this place as quickly as possible, he noticed that an area in the sky was glowing pink. Suddenly, the falcon was struck by lightning. Eugene, who had flown up on his sword, swung his bident, causing that very lightning, and shouted that this bastard had finally been caught. Looking menacingly at the falcon, he asked if he really thought he could escape from him. But then, flapping his wings, Spencer pulled out Sylvester's red ball from somewhere, which smashed the lightning into pieces. Noticing this, Eugene's eyes widened, wondering what just happened. As he rushed towards his opponent, he thought that it was amazing that his opponent could transform into different creatures. But what was even more amazing was that he had protection against his Neuhoran attack. Smiling greedily, the guy thought that Spencer had many more ways to protect himself from fire, and he would take them all for himself. He suddenly raised his hand, in which he held the bident, and lightning began to burst out of it. And many lightning bolts fell on Spencer while he tried to protect himself from them with the help of red balls. In a panic, the falcon thought that he would not be able to hold off these attacks forever, and then he thought that he would have to use it. Suddenly, the falcon's body glowed blue, and many falcons identical to Spencer flew away from the enemy. In response to this, Eugene's eyes lit up yellow, and he shouted that his latest trick was clones, but this cheap trick wouldn't work in front of his eyes. But it suddenly turned out that this cheap trick is not so simple. Looking at the falcons, the boy noted that his eyes identified each one as real, and then he wondered how a pathetic second-level animal could use such a level of power. Standing still as the birds flew away, he thought that if he warmed himself behind each clone, he might miss the real Spencer. Eugene froze for a second, wondering what to do. Suddenly, he raised his hands in which he held his fan and bident, and said that no matter what he had to get these abilities, and it didn't matter if several mountains suffered. Meanwhile, the real Spencer, in human form, was hiding in a tree, breathing heavily, watching the enemy. He wondered why the guy wasn't chasing the clones, and then suggested that it was because he had trouble telling which one was real. And then he hoped that Eugene wouldn't be able to sense his spiritual power, because there was no way he could know where the real Spencer was just by energy. The man thought that he had only one Nadena left, and if he was found, it would be the end for him. Suddenly something flashed purple in the sky, and then this something began to glow even brighter, illuminating everything around. Suddenly, lightning struck the ground, shattering it, and Spencer thought that it seemed like the Taoist wanted to destroy the clones along with the mountain. Meanwhile, on Ilwonmun, the servants and Taoists were doing their best to extinguish the blue fire. One of the men shouted for the others to quickly call all the other Taoists who had mastered the powers of water. Arriving at the place, the Taoists asked in bewilderment what was happening in the middle of the night. Then, waving their arms, they attacked the fire with jets of water. However, it seemed that their water could not cope with this fire. And then the Taoists suddenly jumped back away from this fire. One of the Taoists noted in bewilderment that this fire was capable of burning even water. Suddenly, Elder Magnus arrived and shouted why the men were just standing there while everything was burning. One of the men told the elder that this fire was unusual because it could not be extinguished with water. Magnus shouted at the man, asking him if he couldn't feel the energy coming from the fire, and then became outraged that the Ilwonmun Taoist couldn't even feel such basic things. And then, when the man was asked what they should do, he shouted for them to carry the Bonensol, and for them not to spare him and to use him to put out the fire. Elder Magnus thought that all these people were just a bunch of talentless fools who could not notice obvious things. Suddenly he noticed that a few kilometers further away, unnatural lightning was thundering. and suddenly the man, having turned into a nuisance, disappeared. Meanwhile, Eugene's lightning battered the mountain, tearing trees from the ground by their roots. The blow also hit Spencer, sending him flying to the side. Hitting the ground, the man pushed off and flew further, falling on his back. Lying on the ground on his back and closing his eyes in pain, the former tiger thought that this guy was crazy because he had knocked down several mountains by the roots. Suddenly, a huge boulder flew at the man, and that boulder landed right on Spencer's stomach as he tried to push it away with his hands. Gritting his teeth with tension, Spencer thought about how he couldn't use his powers or Eugene would find him, and so he had to hold on with just physical strength. And then he tensed up even more, thinking that none of this mattered to him. However, then a second boulder flew at the man. The former tiger's eyes widened as he wondered what kind of crap was going on here. But suddenly someone grabbed his collar with 2 fingers, and then that same someone pulled him back. A woman stood holding a boulder with one hand and pulling the man out from under it with the other. Looking at the savior, Spencer quietly asked who it was. But suddenly his savior hit him hard in the mouth with her hand. And then she raised one finger, pressing it to her lips and showing the man that he needed to be quiet. Meanwhile, that same boulder began to crumble into small pieces as it hit the ground. Rising above the destroyed area, Eugene wondered why he hadn't sensed his opponent's energy yet. Breathing heavily, the boy assumed that the beast had already managed to escape. But then he remembered that Spencer had used all the clones, and then he thought that this bastard was able to deceive all the Taoists of Ilwunmen. Arming himself again with his fan and bident, the boy said that the beast should continue to hide until its strength was exhausted, and if it found even a hair of it, then nothing would remain of it. Suddenly, Elder Magnus appeared next to the guy and asked the guy if he was the rebel who started all this. Looking at the man, the boy immediately recognized him as the Taoist Ilwunmen, who was also a Hwanson-level howl. And then, after introducing himself, Eugene bowed his head and folded his hands, greeting the elder. Hearing that the guy's name was Eugene, Magnus immediately remembered that he was the same one who, at a young age, had already managed to become a Taoist, ahead of many. And then, looking sternly at him, the elder said that the boy would still have to answer for everything he had done today. Eugene immediately tensed up when he heard this, and then he began to justify himself, saying that he did not want to cause a stir, but simply could not close his eyes to the fact that one animal, pretending to be a Taoist, was walking among his comrades, and besides, his magical abilities were good, and therefore, he had no choice. The man was surprised to hear that a magical animal had made its way up the mountain. Combing his white beard with his fingers, the elder said that it was unlikely that the boy was deceiving him, and then wondered if the beast had taken advantage of the moment when all the Taoists had left their posts due to the war with the magical beasts. But then the man asked Eugene if he didn't think he had crossed the border today, and then added that although these mountains were nameless, they belonged to Ilwunmen. A little confused, Eugene, trying to justify himself, said that everything was not so at all, because this beast was of extraordinary strength, and it was both physically and magically stronger than all that he had seen before. Then he wanted to ask for assistance, but came to his senses. And then the guy started to think about what would happen if he caught Spencer with the help of the elder. After thinking for a moment, Eugene realized that he would need the elder's permission to obtain all of Spencer's abilities. And besides, the chance of refusal was doubled. And then he thought that he couldn't watch his powers being taken away by someone else. Suddenly, Elder Magnus asked the boy if he was really trying to say that he was wrong. Holding his bident with a trembling hand, the boy once again sent a message that he could not allow anyone else to obtain these abilities. Crossing his arms in front of him, Eugene apologized, asking the man to forgive his rash act that led to nothing, and then he said that they would definitely catch that evil spirit, so there was no need to be angry. Looking sternly, the elder replied that this was exactly how it should be. Looking at the man from under his brows, Eugene sensed that this cunning old man wanted to assert himself at his expense, and therefore he would bend his neck for now. Flying away from the guy on his sword, the elder concluded that he had done so much, but was unable to catch the beast, and therefore they would still have to discuss his speech in the main hall. And besides, he wanted to hear how Eugene ended up in Ilwunmen. Agreeing with the man, Eugene thought that he would definitely return everything to him in full. Turning back to the ruined mountains, he thought that even though Spencer had managed to get away today, he would definitely find him and take everything he had. A few hours later, it had already arrived. Suddenly, someone's hand burst out of the ground, and Spencer emerged from underground. Suddenly, he took a sharp breath, exhaling dust. Rubbing his bruised back, he began to get indignant, saying that he had come across some kind of psycho, and then he turned around and said that he was in debt again, and then thanked him for being able to survive. Hillary replied that there was nothing wrong with that, As long as the man thought that if the woman had not appeared, the man would have definitely killed him. And then he remembered that the differences in strength between the elder and Eugene were too great. Suddenly, someone loudly called Spencer's name. As it turned out, it was some girl with cat ears on her head who, screaming, asked why he was constantly walking around beaten. And then she noted that if it weren't for them, he would have died already. The former tiger stared at the girl, trying to figure out who she was. Suddenly, he realized that it was a black panther. While the girl was shaking sand out of her ears, saying that the human body was uncomfortable, Hillary tried to calm her down. Still shocked, the boy asked if the Black Panther had really been a girl all this time. In response to this, the girl said that he was asking the obvious. Now Spencer was completely out of it, while the Black Panther complained that he had left again without saying anything. And then she said that it was all karma, and so he shouldn't go alone anymore. And then, leaning over, she asked if the guy understood everything. Spencer, blushing and stuttering, replied that he understood everything. Suddenly he noticed that same bracelet on her hand, and then he looked at the bracelet on his hand. And then, turning around abruptly, he asked Hillary if they could take off these love bracelets. The woman replied that, of course, they could. Hearing this, Spencer immediately approached the woman, ordering her to take them off right now. In response to this, Hillary said that there are 2 ways to remove this bracelet. The first is that someone must die, and then the bracelet will disappear on its own. And then she continued that the second way is to cut off your hand. And after throwing lightning, she said that Spencer could choose any of them. In response to this, the guy, without saying anything, stared at Hillary, who was throwing lightning bolts. And then he said that he thought about it and realized that this bracelet is quite fashionable. And then he said that he decided to wear this bracelet not out of desperation, but because he decided so himself. And then, looking at the woman who was still ready to attack, he asked her to calm down. A few hours later, it was already evening and Spencer was walking across the field. He thought that his body was slowly recovering, but his spiritual power had not yet been fully restored. Spencer assumed it was because he used that power. Then he thought that in order to restore the Yondan, he needed to rise to the 3rd level. And then he remembered the offer that the sacred beast had made to him. Arriving at Subonbong, Spencer thought that with great power comes great responsibility, so he needed to protect himself well first. Looking at the sunset, the boy thought that here in Subonbong, unlike other mountains, there is little spiritual energy, but there are many Taoists, and that Eugene, who was probably chasing him, would hardly think that he was hiding among people. That's why he decided to stop here. The Black Panther asked if it had taken them so long to get here, since there were better places. But here there were a lot of people and it was crowded. Spencer turned around and shouted that she wanted to follow him, and he wasn't going to leave, so she could leave if she wanted. Night fell. Spencer, the Black Panther, and Hillary stopped in a cave. Hillary and her owner slept next to each other. But, as it turned out, the woman was not sleeping, but was watching Spencer, who was also not sleeping. Coming out of the cave and reaching the cliff, the guy noticed that the clouds covered the moon, and its power did not have time to be fully absorbed. But later he added that it was still necessary to prepare in advance, while something was still shining green. Spencer took out one of the treasures, the power of Savojehyan, and then wondered if it was as strong as they said. Taking out the egg and golden lichen, he noted that this was the most precious thing he had, and therefore, if he swallowed it, he would probably gain power that surpassed the 3rd level. But suddenly, tearing off the egg, he said that for now his strength would be enough for him, and then he threw it into the treasure. Holding the treasure in his hands, Spencer noted that if something went wrong, it meant it didn't belong to him, since he had gotten it by accident anyway. But suddenly, the full moon came out. The boy raised his hand after the treasure flying into the air. A few seconds later, white smoke began to emerge from the treasure, and suddenly everything around was illuminated by white light. And then, after the lid of the treasure opened, 2 eggs flew out. With a triumphant cry, Spencer caught the treasure, saying that apparently people were not mistaken when they called it the most expensive thing. Then the guy took one of the eggs in his hand and threw it into his mouth. Then a faint blue glow enveloped his body, and Spencer placed his hand on his heart and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, which glowed orange, making a strangled sound. And then the body of the former tiger rose above the ground, and yellow smoke began to burst out of it, tearing apart his body. And then Spencer exploded in a yellow flash on that cliff. But, as it turned out, this explosion did not destroy his body. And the guy noted that he was able to achieve an increase in his spiritual strength. A few hours later, morning came, and in the cave, Spencer was going wild, destroying the floor with his red balls. When a small hole formed in his butt, the guy decided that was enough. And then he raised his hand with the necklace from which water began to pour out. This water poured into that very hole, and Spencer asked if they were cramped inside the necklace. The catfish that were previously inside the necklace responded that it wasn't dark at all, and then said that they hadn't seen Spencer for a long time. The guy told them that they needed to stay in this makeshift lake for now. Then, holding out 2 orange balls, he told the catfish to take 1 dobongwon each and take full possession of it. One of the catfish said that they couldn't take such a valuable thing because Spencer must have gone through a lot to get them. In response, the former tiger said that they would go through hellish pain and become Yeonhwa, and in order to walk side by side with him, they must become stronger. Hearing this, the catfish doubted that they could become stronger. But Spencer interrupted them, saying that if they were sincere, then even a fish could become a dragon. After a short silence, one of the catfish replied that they would gratefully accept Spencer's gift, and 2 balls rolled towards the fish. Afterwards, Spencer poured some dirt onto the floor of the cave and then began to take something out of his necklace. Suddenly, Dustin flew out of the necklace, happy that he was finally out. Afterwards, the root happily greeted Spencer, to which he responded by noting that Dustin was, as always, cheerful. The guy said that for now, Dustin would be staying here, and so he would have to keep an eye on these herbs. And then he also handed the living root to the dobongwon, to which it only grimaced, saying that he hated the smell of young ginseng. Spencer responded by simply saying that if he didn't want to, he wouldn't force him. He then continued by saying that all the other guys at Myunghwa's level had already eaten and were preparing to level up to Yeonghwa. Dustin's eyes widened upon hearing this, and then, grimacing, he ate the ball anyway. Spencer, without saying anything, just looked at him with a smile on his face. And then Spencer decided to take care of the rest, and overall everything was fine, but it turned out that there was a problem with Guwando's sword, which had marks from the previous battle on it. After examining the sword, the boy concluded that he could not use it until it was repaired, and he would also not be able to use the Kyumgunjit egg. Looking at the egg, Spencer noticed that he had already drunk the elixir, so the effect would probably not be the same. And then he remembered that if he grew this egg, he could get a Jumjangsa. But the problem was that he didn't know how to hatch the egg. While Spencer was wondering what to do, Sylvester's centipede was approaching him, and suddenly she ate the Kimganjite egg. Noticing this, the former tiger suddenly jumped to his feet and cursed the centipede. The boy shouted that this was the only egg he had until the centipede's eyes suddenly lit up. And suddenly she rushed towards her comrades, and then, making squeaking sounds, she tore all her relatives to pieces. Spencer was about to rush to stop the carnage, asking why they had suddenly started fighting, when someone suddenly said that it would be better for them to watch for now. As it turned out, it was Hillary, who then said that this centipede had been known since ancient times. Looking back at the woman, Spencer asked if the centipede had a name. The woman replied that her name was T, and that he wandered the earth and swallowed everything he saw. While the centipede's slaughter was still going on, Hillary continued by saying that T was consuming the powers of others and changing his appearance, becoming stronger. And now the battle was over. The blood of her comrades was running down the centipede's whiskers, and the woman finished speaking, saying that no one could appreciate the grant of T's power. Suddenly, a multitude of golden threads burst out from the centipede. Noticing this, Hillary asked in surprise if this insect had eaten the Gumjangjiju, to which Spencer replied that it had eaten the Gumjangjiti. While the centipede was forming a cocoon of golden threads around itself, the woman said that this insect changes depending on how it is raised, and therefore the guy should try to raise it. Thought he had initially considered this a failure, Spencer was pleased to hear this. Taking out the sword, Spencer asked if Hillary could fix it. After picking it up and examining it, the woman concluded that she could fix it, but she needed a few things. The boy readily went to the village to get the missing things. Suddenly, a black panther called out to him. Spencer looked back at her, giving her a questioning look, and then he looked at her and asked if she had just woken up. The former tiger said that he was going to the village on business, and then he asked the girl if she wanted to go with him. Running closer to the guy, the black panther said that he would do him a favor. Meanwhile, Hillary looked at the sword hanging in the air. Looking at him, she said that he dared to deceive others by hiding himself. Taking something out of her sleeve, she said that he could not deceive her. And then she shot a lot of balls, telling him to show himself. These balls transformed into lotus petals under the sword and began to release smoke. And suddenly the spirit Sylvester appeared from the sword. He shouted, asking how the woman dared to behave like that in front of him. Hillary immediately recognized Sylvester's spirit. And then she asked what happened to him because he was one of the best. And in the end, the evil spirit replied that such a pitiful creature as she did not dare to criticize him, and that she deserved severe punishment. And then he added that if the woman pretended that she didn't see him, then he would let her go. But suddenly, Hillary jumped forward and placed her fingers on the spirit's forehead. She squeezed Sylvester's forehead in her hand, and he asked if she really wanted to kill him. Hillary said that the owner of this sword is her mistress's future fiancé, and therefore she cannot allow anyone to interfere with them. And then she began to squeeze his head, causing him to dissolve, in response to which the spirit screamed that he would tell her about the Pajanmagek technique. Hillary stopped to ask if he meant the technique that was passed down from generation to generation, and then she asked if his life was really that cheap. As the woman continued to squeeze the spirit's head, he said that he would give her the Chanyanjibo as well, but she would not be able to obtain this technique without his help. But Hillary was not impressed, and she noted that even on the threshold of death he dared to lie, and then said that this technique was transmitted to the spirits themselves, but since Sylvester was defeated, it had already lost its value. And then she said there was no point in keeping the spirit alive, and then she pulled something white out of his head. While the woman's eyes glowed menacingly, she said that she would cut off a small part of the demon's soul and study it herself slowly, and put the other part to good use. Hearing this, Sylvester was surprised by Hillary's level. But before the spirit could say anything else, the woman got down to business amid the spirit's loud cries. Meanwhile, in the city, the Black Panther asked if Spencer wanted to buy something, and then she asked why they were walking around here. Spencer replied that the pavilions run by the big clans were very expensive, and the quality of the smelting there was poor, and that the small clans were doing even worse. The Black Panther sighed understandingly. Suddenly, she collided with the guy's back. Stopping in front of a shabby shack, Spencer said they had arrived. Rubbing his bruised nose, the Black Panther asked if she was imagining it, or if the building was about to collapse. While the guy was going inside, she asked if there were any people there at all. Entering the room, Spencer asked if the owner was there. Suddenly, someone quickly dropped under the counter, and then someone started whispering under the counter, asking why they were hiding from their guest. Then two girls emerged from behind the counter and greeted Spencer loudly. Looking at the girls, the Panther noticed that they were not animals, but not people either, and then she was surprised that they could live among people. Having put the skins on the counter, the guy said that he wanted to make Huan Jinbei out of them, to which the girls began to actively ask what he had put for them. One of them said that it was the first time she had seen something like this, and the other said that the guy was doing them such an honor. Spencer asked how much it would all cost. Suddenly, one of the girls replied that it would cost 500 precious stones, which made the silly girl look at the other in shock. The guy thought that a good Huan Jinbei should cost that much. Black Panther, addressing Spencer by another name, asked if he needed any pebbles, to which the guy asked if she really had that many. And then she slammed the table down, telling him not to be surprised. And in the end, there were only 3 pathetic stones lying on the counter. All 3 looked at this huge catch. Meanwhile, the former Panther boasted that she found them while looking for the guy. As a result, the girl was kicked out of the shop and she sat down against the wall, sulking. These girls turned out to be Catherine and Isabella, whose origins are written in deep history, although its influence is small, and in a few years they will be talked about on every corner. But for now, they are just little girls, just like Chelsea in the past. Spencer, meanwhile, placed a bag of valuable stones on the counter. The girls looked at the bag in surprise. Catherine said in surprise that he had actually given them to them, to which Isabella, covering her mouth, laughingly said that Spencer would not regret it. But then Believe said that he had a request. He also wanted to participate in the process. The girls looked at each other doubtfully. As he began to take the stones from the stand, Spencer said that if they didn't want it, then so be it. But there were plenty of people who would be happy to do so. Hearing this, Isabella shouted that they understood, and then asked him to promise that he would not tell about what he saw inside, to which the guy agreed. Suddenly, someone entered the shop. The girls happily noticed that it was a certain Hunter, and then they joyfully ran towards him, pointing to their first visitor. Hunter patted Catherine on the head while the other held his hand, then congratulated them. And then he said that since they were busy, he would go. And then he added that he didn't want to disturb the girls because he just wanted to look at them. The girls saw their friend off. Spencer asked who this Taoist was. Isabella said it was Hunter, the Taoist of Suvalman, and Catherine added that he had been a great help in getting them settled here. Hearing this, Spencer asked suspiciously, to which the girls replied that they were very grateful to him. Spencer thought it was very surprising that a Taoist would help non-human beings. Meanwhile, Hunter's face was not at all happy. Standing by the wall of the shop, the Panther was indignant, asking how much longer she had to stand there. Suddenly, she heard something. It turned out that they were children who were kicking a ball around. The boys happily kicked the ball around while the girl tried to keep up with them. Suddenly, the Panther appeared in front of the girl and the boys continued playing. Suddenly, one of the boys noticed the girl, And then finally everyone paid attention to her. The boys wondered who this girl was until she coughed sheepishly, and then the kids called her crazy, which made the former panther angry. And then she, screaming, drove the boys. And then she said that she just wanted to play with them, and it was a great honor. Suddenly she heard something again. Turning around, she noticed a girl with white hair passing by. Turning completely around, she looked at the Taoists walking away into the distance. Turning back, the girl noticed that a strange energy was emanating from that girl. Suddenly Spencer addressed the panther, calling her Kimberly, and then he threw some huge red stone into her hands and then said that it was a poyankule that should be given to Hillary. Kimberly asked what the guy would do, to which he replied that he still had things to do, so she needed to go herself. But then the former panther asked where he was going. Spencer turned around and asked again. The girl replied that last time he also left without saying anything, and now he was going to do the same again. In response to this, the guy said that this time he was not going anywhere, and then added that she also did not have to tell him if she was going somewhere. Delighted, Kimberly asked again, and then said that this was now their vow. Spencer replied that he already knew all of this, and therefore the girl could go, to which she told him to stop whining. Returning back to the shop where the ritual was already beginning, Isabella told the boy that when they began the fusion, he should not make a sound, and also that if he lost concentration even a little, then they could fail. And then she held out her hand with 2 balls of different colors and sizes. And then the girls, folding their hands, began to fuse while the skins lay on a special mat. Suddenly, a white fog appeared around them, and they began to chant a spell in an unknown language, and the animal skins glowed. And then they began to gradually dissolve into the air. A few seconds later, the skins completely evaporated, and the girls raised their hands up following the light. Looking at all this, Spencer noticed that it was unity and disappearance, which were inextricably linked with each other, like existence and non-existence. And then he thought that this was clearly different from ordinary fusion. Soon the light shone even brighter, and the boy thought that all this would have been impossible if they had not learned the secrets of heaven and earth. And this is not something that can be learned. This knowledge must be possessed. While something round was being formed from this light, the former tiger thought with doubt. Would these girls really be able to create this in this wretched place without special tools for fusion? And if they did, it meant they were very strong. Soon the light dissipated, and in its place there was some object hanging in the air. Making the object fly towards Spencer, Isabella said that they were done, so now he needed to give the thing a name. Taking the thing in his hand, the boy replied that since it was in the shape of a wheel, he would call it a koryun, and the girl said that this was a good name. Holding the koryun closer, Spencer thanked the girls and then said that they were incredibly strong, so next time he would turn to them again. Catherine said they were very grateful to hear that, and Isabella said they would do everything they could to help him. Meanwhile, Kimberly and Hillary returned to the cave, but the panther was still worried, and the woman called for her to stop when she also began to worry, looking at her. The girl said that it had been a long time since he left, to which the woman retorted that if he said he would come back, then so be it. When suddenly Kimberly noticed something. As it turned out, it was Spencer who was returning just in time. Jumping up from the rock on which she was sitting, the former panther went to joyfully greet the former tiger. Some time later, Spencer, holding his sword in his hands, which was apparently already repaired, looked at it. And then he turned to Hillary in surprise, asking if it was possible that when they combined the souls of the 3 demons, they were able to form a new weapon. Hillary replied that she didn't know for sure if it was because of the souls of the 3 demons or the souls that the sword had absorbed before. But after the souls merged, a new weapon appeared. A little worried, the guy thought that it turned out that Sylvester had been waiting for him on Kuwan Island all this time, and therefore, if not for Hillary, everything could have ended badly. Thinking about it, Spencer felt like his head was spinning just from thinking about it. And then he thought that there were still so many things in this world that were impossible to believe existed. And he also noted that he had almost reached the 2nd level. Swinging his repaired sword, he told himself that he needed to become even stronger and be even more careful. And then he said out loud that he should be glad that he received another powerful weapon. And then he remembered the centipede, and it obediently crawled out of his sleeve. Looking at her, the guy noted that she had become stronger, and she also became very attached to him, which was obvious from the fact that she got lost on his cheek. While putting his new sword in his necklace, Spencer said that he was going to Chongog and did not know how long the trip would take. Hearing this, Kimberly jumped up and shouted that he was selfish because she had waited for him for so long, and he was going somewhere again. In response, to the girl's surprise, the guy said that he just wanted to talk about this, and then said that he did not know what dangers awaited him this time, and also how long it would take. So he decided to invite Kimberly and Hillary to go with him. Hearing this proposal, the former panther blushed, and the woman covered her mouth with her hand. Blushing even more and looking away, Kimberly asked what had gotten into Spencer. But in response, he said that if she didn't want to, then let her say so, to which the girl replied that she very much agreed. Meanwhile, someone entered Catherine and Isabella's shop again. Noticing this, Isabella said that it looked like they had a new visitor again. And then the girls greeted the visitor in unison. But, as it turned out, this visitor was Hunter. Already walking down the street, Hunter told the girls that Cheonyodong was under the control of his Suwolman. And then he continued, saying that it was formerly the dwelling place of a Taoist named Cheonyo, and after his death it became known as Cheonyodong. But, as it turned out, this place was feared because of the secret that was hidden there by Chongyo himself, because of which bloodshed could begin, and therefore they put a ban on it. Hunter said that once every 100 years there comes a day when the ban is relaxed for 2 weeks, and that day is today. The girls guessed that he came to them because they were well acquainted with Huang Jin, and so that they could help him find the hidden secret in Cheonyodong. Hunter replied that he was not interested in the secret, but only wanted to fulfill the will of his late teacher. After all, his teacher was closer to him than anyone else. But he found himself locked in a Huang Jin and gave the order to escape. When he was already locked up, the teacher said that there was no time, and to believe that he left Cheonyodong, but then he would definitely return to take his weapons, which he would leave in this place. Hunter said he wanted to return the teacher's body to ease the pain of his loss. The guy said that he was very ashamed to ask the girls for help, but he came anyway. But the girls replied that it was not at all difficult for them to help him, because he had done so much for them. The guy thanked the girls for these words, but as it turned out, someone was already watching their conversation. Suddenly, 2 men came out of the alley and stood next to Hunter. After that, the guy said that these were his comrades who would go with them to protect them, so the girls didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, Spencer and his friends reached Cheonyoguk. Spencer was examining the trunk of some tree. Noticing this, Kimberly asked what he was looking for, to which the guy replied that he was looking for a tooth. The boy said he wasn't sure it was here because he'd only heard about it, but they said there was a tooth hidden in the tree that guarded treasure. And then he sighed and noticed it wasn't here either. Having heard what this tooth meant, the former panther became eager to look for it and told Spencer to get his arthropod friend as soon as possible. But suddenly Hillary said that this was not necessary, and, pointing to a tree covered with moss, said that they should look in this tree. As Spencer climbed the tree, he remembered that this had happened hundreds of years ago, and therefore by this time the tree should have turned into an old ruin. Having parted the leaves, the guy was finally able to find the tooth. Noticing it, he looked at it joyfully and exclaimed that he had found it. And then, under the surprised glances, he fell to the ground in a bow. Kimberly pressed her ears and asked what he was thinking of here, whether he had decided to atone for his sins. And then she shouted at him to stop, because he was scaring her, to which the guy, blushing, replied that the girl should shut up if she didn't know anything. Meanwhile, someone asked Hunter if he had to go there, to which he replied that he himself knew that it was not safe to send guides there alone. In response, the man said that the war would come to an end in 100 years, and therefore it was better not to go there now. Hunter responded by saying that the guides only live for 300 years, so how could they wait another few years? The man sighed and said that they had no choice then and wished them luck. Then the boy walked through the portal, shouting to his comrades that they were going to Cheonyodong. Catherine was about to express her doubts, but Isabella immediately stopped her, told her not to worry, and assured her that everything would be fine. And then they, holding hands, entered the portal together. After some time, the whole team found themselves in front of some huge rift. Looking at this crack, one of the men asked if this was the entrance to Cheonyodong, and then noticed that this cave was simply huge. Meanwhile, Hunter called the girls, who responded simultaneously. The guy told the girls not to let them down, and then the 2 girls went forward together. Doubting, one of the men asked the boy if these kids could really lift the ban, and then said that he was worried about the fact that their future depended on these little ones. In response to this, the guy only urged the man to watch silently. Looking at the entrance, the girls simultaneously said that this was incredible. And then one of them said that this was the first time she had seen such a powerful ban. And then they looked at each other, preparing to begin lifting the ban. Afterwards, they touched the invisible wall with their palms and began to recite the spell. And suddenly cracks appeared along this invisible wall, and soon, with a loud sound, this barrier completely split. The men noted with surprise that the ban was disappearing. One of them asked if these little ones were some kind of gods because it was incredible. Meanwhile, Spencer was finishing, obviously with difficulty, what a deep bow to the tooth. And suddenly, after the last 100th bow, the tooth began to glow with a bright light. And suddenly, instead of it, a black oval passage opened right in the trunk of the tree. Kimberly was surprised to see a door appear, and Spencer, sitting on the ground and sighing with fatigue, said that he had had to bow so much before. And then they all went into this passage together. Looking around, Kimberly noticed that there were a lot of glowing plants growing here, and then asked why they were here. Also looking around, Hillary noted that there were Huanjin everywhere here. As she walked further, she said that this Huanjin fills this place and blocks contact with the outside world. And the plants are here so that independent air circulation is possible. And then she noticed that someone tried very hard, although she does not know the reason for this. The girl turned around happily and exclaimed that there must definitely be some kind of treasure here. Suddenly, Spencer said that they had arrived. As it turned out, they came to a room where a huge wolf was lying on a table eating flowers, and in front of him was a small red box. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, a hyena-like monster screamed. But this monster didn't scream for long because Hunter's bald comrade cut him down with a sword. And then he, smiling, picked up a blue glowing sphere from the ground and laughed greedily. Another man also received blue spheres, and holding the severed head of a monster in his hands, said that this was indeed a mountain of spirits, because magical creatures were running towards them. And then he asked Hunter, who was watching the girls who continued to resolve the prohibitions, if he wanted to participate too, or if the Taoists didn't need such goodness. Meanwhile, the girls broke another taboo. Looking at this, Hunter noted that this time it took Catherine and Isabella longer, and they were also even more tired. Meanwhile, the men ran further and further ahead, while the girls sank to the ground, breathing heavily. Hunter thought that from now on the way would become much more difficult, while the men froze, shocked by the sight. Looking at the mountains, they said with surprise that it was amazing what was inside the mountain. And then they noticed a tree with white leaves. Coming closer, Hunter said that this was the same famous festive tree that grows only here in Cheongyodong, and the leaves of this tree contain very powerful. The guy picked out one white leaf and said that they use them in Suvola for energy restoration. And then he held out this leaf, inviting them to collect as many of these leaves as they could while they were there, in response to which the men cried out in flattery that it was an honor for them. And Hunter thought to himself that since they had already reached the ghostly tree, their goal was already close, and he would soon take possession of the treasure. Suddenly, Catherine and Isabella turned to the guy and he asked what was going on. The girls said that in this place the Huanjina intertwine with each other, forming a dense curtain, and thus the whole cave is like one large living creature. And then they continued by saying that they would have to take off the Huanjins without touching the others, and so it would take them several days to take them all off one by one. On hearing this, Hunter's comrade shouted that they had not agreed with him about this, namely that they would spend a whole week here, and then he asked him, still continuing to shout, whether he hadn't said that there would be no problems with the treasure. And besides, what about this treasure? Raising his weapon higher, Hunter said that the situation was a little different, and although he had hoped to delay this moment, he had no choice. And then he hit one of the girls, and suddenly blood spurted from the wound on Catherine's chest. Meanwhile, Spencer told Kimberly not to scream, because with her screams they could wake up the dead. Kimberly asked again what dead meant, which Hillary confirmed. And then Spencer told me that this place was the tomb of the she-wolf. And then, continuing, the guy said that this was the tomb of the very girl that the golden spirit loved so much. The panther asked if this was the same spirit he had met in Ilvona. Meanwhile, Spencer told that there lived a she-wolf named Olivia, who loved to wander among people in human form. And then one day this Olivia met a Taoist, and after some time they fell in love with each other, and the relationship only grew stronger, despite the fact that the golden spirit and all the wolf's fellow tribesmen were against it. But even those who were able to overcome racial restrictions had one obstacle that even Olivia and her Taoist were unable to overcome, namely, the different lengths of their lives. And although the girl often said that they were equal, magical creatures live for 1,000 years, and the lifespan of Taoists is 3 times shorter. Eventually, the Taoist's lifespan came to an end, and he left this world, and the she-wolf had no choice but to guard the grave of her beloved until the end of her days. The golden spirit did not want the girl to die, and therefore offered to prolong her life, but she refused. She said that she had already experienced the kind of love that happens once and for all, and therefore further life simply had no meaning. The wolf said that she had decided to return to her homeland and merge with nature, because she felt that she had finally realized the most important thing. And she said that she hoped that the golden spirit would also meet such a person someday. Soon after, Olivia died, and the last thing the golden spirit could do for her was to build a tomb for her peaceful eternal sleep. But this was a foolish act, for he had spent too much of his spiritual power to build the tomb, and because of this, he was captured by the Taoists of Ilwan. After hearing the whole story, Kimberly said that it was quite a story. Remembering Chelsea, Spencer thought that he, having risen only to the level of Engul or Enman, would be able to live for at least 2,500 years, while the limit of human life is 1,000 years. Thinking about it, he noted that they were so far away from each other. Approaching the red box, the guy said that it was the very purpose of his visit. Opening the box and letting the light out, he said that it contained what the golden spirit had left for Olivia. Taking out a shining blue ball from the box, Spencer said that it was a jade pectan. Hillary, hearing this, asked again, and Kimberly, smiling broadly, asked that it was probably something good. The woman answered her mistress that, with the help of its energy, this ball allows a person to get rid of suffering and reach the level of Engul, which greatly surprised the former panther. Starting to turn around, Spencer said that since the deed was done, they could leave, since there was no point in disturbing the sleep of the dead. Suddenly, the whole room shook with a roar. Suddenly, as if something was piercing the guy through and through, he began to disappear, although it seemed he himself did not feel it. Kimberly, with her hand outstretched, rushed towards the former tiger with a scream. Suddenly, Spencer finally noticed something strange when it had already reached his head, but then he disappeared with a bang. Meanwhile, Catherine, suffering from pain and shaking, fell to the ground. She was clutching her chest wound and Isabella asked to show it to her. And then she noticed that, fortunately, the sword had only hit the skin. Looking at Hunter, Isabella asked why he did that. Still holding the bloody weapon in his hands, he asked again. And then he said that it was all about this black blood. And then the guy waved his hand, and blood from the weapon splashed to the side. Drops of blood fell on the wall of the ban, and suddenly this blood began to destroy the prohibition, and cracks appeared on the invisible wall. And soon the invisible wall collapsed completely. With a terrifying expression on his face, Hunter said that demonic blood had the ability to break magical taboos, and that was the reason he brought the girls here. And then he continued, saying that even though they were half-breeds, the girls still had that same blood flowing through their bodies. Hearing this, Isabella realized that this was precisely why he treated them so well. Hunter confirmed her suspicions, saying that he was only playing a role in order to use them later, since it was not his status to care about some insignificant half-breeds. Throwing the weapon to the ground, he said that he could wash away every last drop of the girl's blood, but he wanted Isabella to do it herself and destroy the Huanjin. While Catherine's face was frozen in despair and Isabella's eyes were filled with tears of resentment, Hunter said that this was the minimum price for his kindness. Meanwhile, Kimberly watched as Spencer was reduced to a shining spot. Rushing to Hillary, she immediately bombarded her with questions about where the former tiger had disappeared to, and what if something bad happened and what they should do then. The woman, however, did not panic, but only came closer to the shining spot and raised her hand over it. And then she concluded that there was a strong presence of various energies around, which made it seem that under the influence of another Huangjin, the space where Spencer was transferred to another place. Surprised, Kimberly asked the woman again. Hillary ran her eyes over the walls of the cave and explained that the place was made using Huanjin, and all Huanjins are naturally connected to each other. And then looking into the eyes of her mistress, she said that, judging by these energy fluctuations, something had disturbed the energy field of one of the Huanjins located nearby, and therefore there was no reason to worry, because as a result, Spencer had only moved to another place. Overjoyed by this news, Kimberly fell to her knees on the ground, and then, shedding tears, she asked how they would find him now. In response, Hillary reminded her mistress that there was a love bracelet on her wrist, and then she suggested that the guy had moved somewhere to Cheonyadong, and therefore they needed to find him quickly, because there were many dangerous entities there. Meanwhile, Spencer moved somewhere, falling on the ground with his back. Lying on the ground, he concluded that he was definitely alive. Getting up from the ground, he wondered where he was then, and then, scratching his ear, he noted that someone was definitely talking about him. Getting up from the ground, the guy looked around and noticed that this was definitely not the cave he had been in earlier, and Hillary and the panther were nowhere to be seen. As he walked further into the forest, he noted that judging by the strong, uniform energy of the place, it seemed like he was on a ghost mountain, and then he wondered why there was Huanjin everywhere. Suddenly, he came across a tree with white leaves. Recognizing the tree as a ghost tree, the boy remembered that it only grows in Cheongyodong. Suddenly, he cried out in surprise that it turned out that he was in Cheonyadong, while something or someone was rising from the ground. While Spencer wondered if this energy could be coming from this ghost tree, something or someone kept climbing higher. Suddenly, some monster noticed that a man had appeared next to him. As the monster approached Spencer, he noted that this man would be better for restoring energy than some leaves. Noticing this monster, Spencer noted that this creature was about the 3rd level and that it was hidden by the energy of the tree, and therefore the tiger did not notice it right away. Suddenly revealing sharp spikes on its back and complex spider legs, the monster rushed at the enemy, and then he, approaching him, swung his paws, cutting the guy's body. But, as it turned out, Spencer dodged the attack, running behind the monster. Taking out his new sword from his necklace, he said that he just wanted to try out his updated Guan. Enraged that the guy didn't die and rushing to attack again, the monster shouted, asking how the guy dared to ignore him. Noting that he would start with a light strike, Spencer swung his sword, and suddenly a huge purple spike appeared, which pierced the monster's body, lifting it above the ground. Noticing this, the guy was surprised by such a result, because he put very little spiritual power into this blow. While the monster was exhausted from pain, the guy noted that this blow was incredibly strong. Meanwhile, the spike began to absorb the monster. Looking at this, Spencer assumed that the sword was just hungry. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Sylvester's spirit had appeared at his side. Looking around, he noticed that the spirits of his defeated opponents had appeared around him. Looking at his sword, Spencer guessed that due to the renewed Guhuan, the spirits he destroyed had taken form, and in this case, their true form is visible to him. Looking at the spirits, the guy noted a strong oppressive feeling that was pressing on his whole body. The guy thought that he didn't know what it was, but he definitely felt it. Looking again at the sword in his hands, he said that it seemed that his powers would not allow him to see more, and it was only clear that this energy belonged to the spirit of the Guimu, and since the essence of the Guimu did not appear before him, it meant that Spencer did not have the right to meet with it yet. Remembering that the previous owner of this sword was the spirit of Hugh, whose power, it seems, was not noticed by the guy, and if he had been less attentive, he too would have become one of these entities. Putting the sword back into the necklace, Spencer closed his eyes with a sigh and said that it turns out there are still so many different monsters in the world. Opening his eyes, the boy noticed that someone with many red eyes was staring at him. Spencer immediately reacted and drove away from this stranger, breaking himself with his hands. His eyes widened. He wondered in panic who it was. As it turned out, there was some kind of spirit standing in front of the guy, who had long gray hair, a white face, completely covered with red eyes. His fingers were red, as if in blood. This spirit, smiling, said that the spirit had no need to be careful with each other, because if the guy were a man, he would already be lying on the ground with his neck broken. And then he asked Spencer's name, to which he did not immediately react. And then he said his name was Eugene. Meanwhile, Isabel was coughing into her hand. As it turned out, she was spitting her own blood onto her own hands. Hunter noted that the girl could have simply used his sword. The girl shouted that this would never happen, to which the guy replied with a sigh that she could do as she wanted. And then Isabella smeared her blood across an invisible wall, groaning in pain. And suddenly the wall split again. Looking at this, the guy smiled triumphantly. The man who came closer said that this girl was strong, because she was able to resolve the Huanjin with the help of her blood. Turning to the man, Hunter asked if he was feeling better yet. In response, the man awkwardly apologized and said that he was simply worried that all their efforts would be in vain. As Hunter walked into the new passage, he ordered the men not to go too far and to remember why they were here, unless they wanted to die stupidly because of some creature. While Catherine was wrapping her sister's wrists, Isabella said that since she would have to use her blood again, it would be better to just bandage them for now. But then Catherine said that next time she would do it. The other girl looked at her sister in shock as she explained, saying that they didn't know how many more Huanjins would be on the way. And then, continuing, she said that because they don't know how much more blood they will have to use, they must do it in turns. Taking her sister's hands, Catherine exclaimed that if they did this, then they would both be able to get out of here alive. Suddenly, a bald man approached them and said that it was time for them to move on. Meanwhile, Spencer told the spirit that he had teleported here from Chongyogok. And then the spirit said that he didn't know what kind of people were there, but they were indiscriminately destroying the Huanjins one after another. Looking at the spirit, Spencer noticed that the Huanjin seemed to be parting in front of him, and he walked so easily as if he had just woken up. And the spirit, meanwhile, assumed that this was precisely why the guy was here, while the guy concluded that this spirit was definitely level 4. Suddenly, Spencer asked the spirit if he could ask him a question, to which he did not answer because he was staring somewhere at the ground. Jumping over some area on the ground, he finally asked what question the guy wanted to ask. Following the spirit's example, Spencer also jumped over and then asked why the spirit was in that place. The spirit replied that he was here because of the spirit parade. The guy asked again in surprise. The Spirit Parade is a blood festival where the Demon King is chosen. It is an endless bloody battle in which numerous magical entities try to tear each other apart. It is a bloody festival where a new Demon King is born after a brutal battle. Spencer was about to suggest something, but the Spirit finished for him, saying that the great Sylvester, the former Demon King, had passed away. Turning around, he said that he didn't know what kind of person attacked him, but as soon as the parade was over, all magical creatures would go looking for him to destroy him. Hearing this, Spencer felt as if everything inside him had turned over with fear. Meanwhile, the girls, already completely exhausted, continued on their way. Catherine said quietly that she could go no further, and then she fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Hunter stopped, looking at something. As it turned out, he looked around and realized that they had finally reached that very place. Looking around, he thought that the teacher must have left some kind of clue. Suddenly, he noticed a shining dandelion in the distance. Hunter remembered that his teacher used this herb as a medicine, and without thinking twice, he extended his hand to him. And then he grabbed it, causing it to fly apart into tiny flashes. And suddenly, everything around began to glow with vibrations of light. A second later, some kind of dark passage opened in front of the guy, behind which it turned out that there was a dead man sitting with a box on his knees. As expected, this almost skeleton turned out to be Hunter's teacher. Falling to his knees in front of the teacher, the boy cried out, saying that it turned out the teacher had been there all this time. Having said that he had fulfilled his last wish, the boy extended his hands towards the box. And then he suddenly snatched the box from the teacher's hands, causing his body to completely fall apart. And the guy said that he came here to take the treasure. The remains of the boy's teacher flew backwards at high speed, and Hunter, not worrying about them, stood up with the box in his hands laughing. And then he smiled triumphantly, noticing that the box was finally his. At the same time, Spencer was discussing how it was already known that Sylvester had died, since there were only a few Taoists there. While asking these questions, the boy asked the spirit if anything had already been known about the man who killed Sylvester. The spirit replied that nothing was known yet, but the Guisu who served Sylvester had already begun to move, so everything would become known soon. Hearing this, Spencer noted with some relief that no one yet knew that it was he who killed Sylvester. Suddenly, the spirit chuckled and asked about what had happened. Suddenly, he said that the people who caused Spencer to be here were right there, and he looked in a certain direction. As the spirit moved on with a clicking sound, the boy said that he could not see anything. Meanwhile, Hunter brought his teacher's treasures to his comrades, and then he said that he would keep the brush and the bottle, and the men could take the rest for themselves. In response to this, the men exclaimed joyfully and looked at the remaining treasures. Looking at the treasures, Hunter remembered that in his hands was the Churyong drink, which had incredible power against poisons, as well as the brush that his teacher always carried with him. And then he thought with a smile on his face that he had received everything he was looking for. Suddenly, that same spirit came out from behind the thickets. He said that these scoundrels were so desperate to get their way that they brought the Huangjin to such a deplorable state. Noticing him, Hunter's comrades immediately became wary and drew their weapons. Radiating a frightening energy, the spirit said that all this was just funny. This energy had a negative impact on men. Noticing this, Hunter, who was also trying to defend himself from her, called the spirit, calling him Mr. Howard. And then he instantly fell to his knees before the spirit. And then he, shouting, said that he had come to him and brought everything that he had asked for. Seeing this, the guy's friends were very surprised. And Spencer, who was also there, thought that this Taoist had been playing his own game all this time. Handing Howard the bottle, Hunter said it was a Churyong drink and would be incredibly beneficial to the spirit during the 100 Spirits Parade. Howard said that he didn't expect the guy to be able to get him. In response, Hunter only bowed even lower, saying that now the spirit should take care of him, as he promised. The men, however, still did not calm down and asked what the guy was doing. And then the bad guy suggested that all this time he had been in collusion with these spirits. Turning around, Hunter confirmed his theory, saying that he no longer had a reason to go to such a dangerous place if not for this, and he planned to use them as a human shield if necessary. Hearing this, the men naturally became very angry and promised that he would no longer be a Taoist after this. In response, the guy, smiling like a madman, said that they had no need to worry, since he no longer planned to be human. And then he stood up triumphantly and, like a madman, began to shout that he had had enough of leading the miserable life of a man and spending his few years in fear. And instead, he would become a spirit living for thousands of years. And then she fell to her knees again before the spirit and asked him, as they had agreed, to make him a spirit too. The spirit smiled evilly at this and asked if the guy really wanted this. And then he ordered that the boy's wish be fulfilled. and suddenly the red eyes on his head opened wide and shone, and then some gray-purple appendages began to appear from Hunter's body. After some time, half of the guy's face turned gray-violet, and he, laughing, said that he was transforming. And then his whole body was torn to pieces, and a huge spirit appeared before the others, who cried out that he was now a spirit and would live for thousands of years. But, as it turned out, all this was only in the guy's head, and he himself was drooling and shaking. Seeing this, Spencer noticed that it was all an illusion. Howard said that people are so limited in their dreams, and somehow they had the courage to belittle him like that. Passing by the kneeling boy, the spirit said that he could stay here and rot in his fantasies. And then he raised his hand, from which purple mist came out, and said that now he had to deal with the rest. And suddenly a purple fog appeared in front of Hunter's comrades, from which spiders crawled out. Seeing this, Spencer realized that it seemed like this spirit was even higher than the 4th level. Meanwhile, the men mercilessly chopped these spiders into pieces, but their numbers did not decrease. Suddenly, a spider grabbed the bald man by the back, and he immediately cried out for salvation. But no one helped him, and the men were bitten to death by spiders, spraying blood. Spencer immediately realized that they had no chance of salvation, but suddenly he noticed something. As it turned out, he noticed that the same spiders were approaching Catherine and Isabel, preparing to eat them too. Suddenly, one of them rushed at the girls, but he could not reach them, because the former tiger stopped him with his sword, which he inserted between his jaws. And then Spencer swung his sword, cutting the spiders into pieces. Turning around, he asked the girls if they were okay. Isabel, supporting her sister, looked at their savior in amazement, and then she burst into tears. Suddenly, the guy noticed wounds on Catherine's hands, but then Howard called out to him, asking what he was doing here. In response, the guy screamed that he knew them and that these girls were not human. The spirit replied that then it would be even more necessary to kill these traitors who serve people. Spencer frowned and said that they did not do this of their own free will, and besides, couldn't he see how they were mutilated? The spirit said that being used by people is a real shame, and therefore he cannot leave them alive. Meanwhile, Hunter was still in ecstasy, but suddenly his teacher's brush, which was still in his hand, began to glow, and then the guy began to sharply turn his head from side to side. But suddenly he stopped abruptly, and then the guy said, laughing, that it was already interesting what the spirit turned to. Suddenly, someone in Hunter's body, while his eyes were turning black, said that his student had found him after all. Looking at Hunter's body, Spencer noted that the energy had completely changed, although the body remained the same, but still created the feeling that it was a different creature. Tilting his head unnaturally, the guy said that they had a very interesting situation here. Looking at Hunter, Howard noted out loud that the dead man had taken the youth's body, and then he waved his hand, attacking the guy, and shouted that whoever took the body should be ashamed. And then a whole army of spiders headed towards the guy. But suddenly they all dispersed while Hunter stood there, emitting light from within, seemingly without even moving. Hunter's teacher replied that he could not help himself when he was given the opportunity to come back to life. Rising up from the ground and summoning a huge purple storm, Howard said that he didn't know what powers he had in life, but now he was only in the body of an ordinary Taoist, and therefore he wouldn't be able to deal with him, a spirit of the Yongmyan level. The man agreed with this, saying that even if it was so, he had an amazing opportunity to try it, so he would take the risk. And then he too rushed into the attack. The spirit, opening one of its red eyes, shouted that life and death are a natural part of nature, and then began to read the spell. Wrapping a thorny stem around the boy's leg, he told him that he would refuse to accept this truth. Shouting out that it was disgusting that he was resisting the laws of nature, the spirit summoned more and more stems that wrapped around the guy. But the man did not give up, and raising his glowing fingers, he said that spirits capable of enjoying life for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, would never understand this. And then he attacked the spirit with lightning. Meanwhile, Spencer stood in front of the girls, protecting them. Looking at the spirit and the Taoist, he thought that now there was a duel between two masters with incredible magical abilities. And then he wondered what they had to go through to reach such a level. Suddenly, a huge boulder flew at the girls. Noticing this, Spencer immediately rushed to protect them. And then, with a few swings of his sword, he cut the stone into small pieces. The girls looked at the guy in surprise. In response, he only shouted at them to stay as close to him as possible. Meanwhile, the duel between the spirit and the Taoist died down a little. Howard thought that this old fool could control powerful spells with just simple gestures, but he couldn't fly, which meant he hadn't yet reached the limit of his physical capabilities. Having assessed his opponent, the spirit smiled triumphantly, and then he began to read the spell again, causing his hand to turn white, further highlighting his red fingers. While casting the spell, the spirit thought that before he could destroy his body and release his true power, he needed to summon all his spiritual power and use a powerful spell to put an end to this. Suddenly, noticing this, Hunter's teacher understood everything. But then the spirit had already rushed into attack before the man had time to react. Waving his hand with the brush in it, causing a white trail to appear in the air, Hunter said that it seemed the spirit had discovered his weak spot, and therefore he must respond with dignity. And a second later, the blow of the blow and the Taoist met. The opponents did not give in to each other, and therefore they became more and more tense, trying to overcome each other. Suddenly there was a white flash. Spencer didn't have time to do anything because of this outburst, but only managed to cover his eyes with his hands. Opening his eyes again, the boy realized that he was now in some kind of white space, while the spirit and the Taoist were still fighting. Howard's hands were shaking with tension, and his teeth were clenched tightly. Teacher Hunter's hands were also shaking, and he said with a smile that for a moment he even thought that the spirit would cope. But then he hit him with a sparkling sphere of energy and said that it seemed that the spirit was already tired, and therefore he would now give him peace and quiet. Watching the fight, Spencer was surprised to think that Howard's Huangi, which covered them from all sides, had disappeared. And if things continued like this, then after the spirit hunter would pounce on them. Taking the sword in his hands, the boy thought that they had only one chance to survive this, and therefore they had to act. But then, frozen, Spencer remembered that his opponent was a monster capable of defeating a spirit of the Yongmyeon level. Remembering the girls who were shaking in fear behind him, he thought that this Taoist could turn him into a handful of ashes with one wave of his hand. But then he came to his senses and, biting his lip, asked himself whether he really was going to go to the next world here and now. And then, thinking that instead of dying, he would fight to the last, Spencer rushed into the attack. A second later, he swung his sword, aiming the blow at Hunter's body, and he only managed to notice it briefly. But still, the Taoist's level was high, and therefore he was able to stop this attack. And then, calling the guy a pathetic humanoid piece of trash, he threw Spencer back several meters. The exhausted boy fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The Taoist glared at the boy, still holding his shaking hand in the air, and said that he wanted to take a closer look at him. But then Howard stood up, which Hunter's teacher clearly did not expect. Saying that Spencer had done a good job, the spirit began to attack his opponent again. Screaming loudly at the soul in Hunter's body to die already, Howard conjured up spikes that pierced the guy right through, to which he cried out that he had only just gotten this body. But these cries did not stop the spirit, and he began to raise his body even higher on these spikes. In a panic, Hunter's teacher looked at his hand and said that he just needed to free it. Noticing this, Howard waved his red fingers and said with a grin on his face that nothing would work out for him. And then another spike appeared from behind, which amid deafening screams broke Hunter's arm. Taunting the man, the spirit shouted that nothing could save him, and then added that he was very sorry that he alone had to enjoy how he desperately tried to survive. And then for a while, Hunter hung helplessly on these thorns. And then he said in a resigned voice, while something black flowed from his eyes like tears, that for a whole 1,000 years he had gone through the hardships of numerous deaths in order to reach the level of Daesong. Having said this, he looked up with a sad smile and said, could he have foreseen such an insignificant end to his life? And then the spikes tore through Hunter's body, releasing fountains of blood. Following this, the white walls began to crumble into dust. Turning to Spencer, Howard said that this whole thing could have ended badly if it weren't for the guy. And then he praised the guy's work. As the debris flew, Spencer asked if he understood correctly that Hunter's body was his teacher, to which the spirit answered positively. And then the spirit said that he did not understand how one could stoop so low as to extend his own life by stealing the life of his own student. Only a madman possessed by a thirst for life was capable of such a thing. Afterwards, Spencer approached Hunter's body, which was already lying on the ground. Rummaging through his pockets, he discovered that there were 2 treasures there, a binding bracelet and a protective vase. While putting these treasures into the necklace, he, holding the bun in his hands, said that he did not know what was in this bottle, and therefore he needed to ask Hillary about it. Looking at the corpse, the guy thought that it is true what they say, that karma will find you. And then he thought about how this man used others for his own selfish purposes, trying to satisfy his own greed. But in the end, he met such a tragic end. Sighing and smiling, the guy asked, since everything was clear with this, then maybe this guy had something else. He started rummaging through the guy's clothes again and found something. As it turned out, he found the very brush that belonged to Hunter's teacher. Spencer looked at it and said that he didn't know where it could be used, but it was definitely an unusual item. Meanwhile, Howard sighed, and then he said that it seemed like he was no longer in danger. Approaching the boy and the girls, he said that although he could not have foreseen this, in the end everything turned out well. Seeing the spirit, Catherine and Isabel immediately hid behind the former tiger. The spirit chuckled and said that the girls shouldn't be so afraid, and then said, calling Spencer Eugene, that the boy had helped him and therefore he wouldn't kill them. And then he raised his hand. Some kind of carpet began to levitate above the ground, and the spirit said that since they were finished here, it was time to go back to take care of the parade of 100 spirits. And then he added that upon his return he intended to recommend Spencer to the demon king whom he served. Turning to the boys, he told them that that was why they should follow him. Surprised by this, Spencer thought that it seemed Howard wanted him to become a ghost warrior for the spirit of the Saipamunchak, which of course was a very tempting offer for any spirit. However, the boy declined, saying that he thanked the spirit for the offer, but he had only recently reached the level of Yonghwa, and so he did not think he had the skills to warrant such an honor. The spirit standing on the carpet replied that he knew that the boy's abilities were far beyond those of many others, and with such skills he should not worry about them not being enough. But Spencer still replied that he had a job to do with his comrades and that he couldn't. Looking sternly at his interlocutor, Howard said that when he gave an order, the guy just had to follow it. And then he ordered again, but more insistently, that the guys climb onto the carpet. And then they all flew together across the sky over the mountains. Meanwhile, silence reigned on the carpet. Spencer thought about the fact that the war with the Taoists was in full swing now, so there was a chance that he would simply become an expendable material that would be carried from place to place. And then he also thought about how he was only barely at Yonghwa's level, so it was unlikely that he would be able to contribute much, so why were they so obsessed? But then he remembered that he first met Howard when the spirits of the creatures he had destroyed came out, and in that case, Howard could have noticed Sylvester's spirit. In a panic, the guy thought that in this way the spirit knows that he killed Sylvester and is now luring him into his lair, and therefore he needs to get out of here urgently. But then, in fear, Spencer thought that maybe he wouldn't be able to beat Howard, because last time Chelsea was with him, and now everything is different. And besides, he is now responsible not only for himself but also for the twins. Looking at the spirit's back, the guy began to frantically think about how they could escape from him. Suddenly, Catherine mentally called out to Spencer, and then she noticed that it seemed like they were in a difficult situation right now, judging by the expression on his face. Turning to the girls, the guy also mentally agreed with this, and then said that right now they were heading to the base to the spirits of the Saipamunchak. In response, Catherine said that thanks to their special abilities, they are able to see things that are unknown to others, and therefore Isabel is sensitive to changes in energy flows, and she sees traces dissolved in them. And then she asked the guy if it was true that he was with the escorts. Afterwards, Catherine said that when they were trying to destroy the Huanjin, she felt a strong energy, and then she felt like she needed to find something, and then she felt like there was someone in the Huanjin. Spencer was very surprised to hear this, and then he thought it could only be Hillary and Kimberly. Closing his eyes, he mentally thanked them for being there and for looking for him. Suddenly, he was already telling the girls out loud to hold on to him. And then he suddenly, holding the girls in his arms, jumped off the flying carpet. Surprised, Howard turned around and asked what the guy was doing. But the guy didn't answer him, but only cut off the top of the mountain with a swing of his sword, which then fell to the ground like a stone, and he himself landed on a now flat surface. Lowering the girls to the surface, he told them to hold on to him, and then he turned to look at the spirit. Meanwhile, the spirit flew closer to the boys on its carpet, and then he grimaced and said angrily that it looked like the guy either wanted to die or had lost his mind. And then he asked again what the guy was doing. Spencer replied with a smile on his face that he had already said that he could not leave his comrades and go with him, and so he would just wait for them here. After a short silence, Howard said that although the guy was quite smart, he couldn't understand that he just needed to follow him if he valued his life. And then he threw 3 red things at him. Spencer was about to defend himself with his sword when suddenly a centipede crawled out of his sleeve, and then she spat out her golden threads. These threads, having met with the red things, distorted the trajectory of the flight. Because of this, those red things hit the rock instead of Spencer. The spirit looked at the centipede in surprise as the boy praised it while it sat on his shoulder. And then Spencer took out his Koryun and said that even if the spirit managed to wound him, he still would not get out alive. And then the round part of the skewer began to spin. Howard noticed with surprise that it was a Huanjin, which was now emitting a white mist from itself. Shouting that he had had enough of these tricks, the spirit spat out a whole horde of spiders. Saying that he would destroy the boys with his illusions, he spat out so many spiders that they formed a dome over the mountain. The spiders couldn't completely cover the mountain because they encountered some resistance. Noticing this, the spirit wondered if his illusions had not worked. And then he said that Spencer must have been able to repel them because he used the power of the treasures together with Yonghua's abilities. But Howard decided to check it out anyway and used his deep ghost gaze, and his eyes glowed red. But then he noticed two small figures. As it turned out, it was Catherine and Isabel. Grimacing with anger, the spirit said that these little ones dared to oppose him, and that they had to be killed immediately. Meanwhile, two red balls were flying towards the spirit through a thick curtain of fog. But Howard, albeit barely, managed to avoid this attack. He sighed and noticed that it was impossible to escape from such an attack unscathed. And then he noticed something suspicious about it. Suddenly he came to his senses and turned around, shouting that these balls belonged to Mr. Sylvester, while Spencer attacked the spirit with a sword. While the spirit was distracted, the boy delivered a slashing blow with his sword, and a huge deep wound appeared on the spirit's chest, and he noticed that he could no longer remain in the human body. Noticing that this attack was not enough, Spencer decided to end it all by cutting the spirit's throat, and so he went on the attack again. Suddenly, Howard's body began to emit a purple glow, which made the guy stunned. The glow became even brighter, illuminating everything around, and suddenly the spirit took on its true form of a centipede, and said that the guy was a fool who would now have to deal with his true form. Baring his fangs, the spirit said that even though the boy did indeed have abilities on the level of Yonghua, it didn't matter because he would still tear him to pieces. And having said this, his spirit, in the form of a huge centipede, rushed to attack. And this attack was successful because he was able to knock the guy off his feet. Howard crushed the ground, pinning Spencer to the ground with his sharp paws as the girls flew in all directions. But the spirit did not stop there, and the guy flew on. Meanwhile, Kimberly felt something as her bracelet began to vibrate. The surprised girl raised her hand to look at the bracelet. Noticing this, Hillary asked the owner if something had happened. Suddenly, the former panther turned sharply to the woman and said that the bracelet was giving off danger signals, just like the last time when Spencer was being chased by that Taoist. The girl said that the guy was in danger again, and then asked Hillary what they should do. The girl burst into tears from worry. Seeing this, the woman said that they needed to hurry then. And then she raised her hand, from which black lightning began to burst out, saying that she had now transferred them through the Huanjin. And then she asked the girl in which direction the bracelet pointed. Kimberly pointed in a certain direction and Hillary pointed her hand there, and a huge wave of lightning went there. And then, in that place, a huge passage opened in the form of a portal, like a black hole. The girl, still with tears in her eyes, stared at this in surprise. Lifting the girl by the scruff of the neck, Hillary said that they were in a hurry so they would have to travel like this. And then she rushed into the portal with the girl in her arms. And to Kimberly's screams, she quickly flew into the portal. Meanwhile, Howard was wrecking everything around him. While he tried to stab Spencer with his sharp paws, he defended himself with his sword from them. And the spirit shouted that it turns out that he really did see the spirit of Sylvester, and these balls that the guy used previously belonged to the master. Continuing to press, Howard shouted that Spencer had definitely had a hand in Sylvester's death, but someone like him certainly couldn't harm the master. And then, while the centipede was crawling out of Spencer's sleeve again, the spirit, screaming, asked the guy who had killed Sylvester then. And then, noticing the centipede, he quickly pushed it away with one of his paws. Saying that he would kill the guy quickly and painlessly if he told, he continued to try to stab him, and the centipede fell to the ground to the side. Looking at the spirit with a twinkle in his eye, Spencer said that he would tell the spirit whatever it wanted to know. And then he said that it happened exactly like that Sylvester lost his life at his hand. Slightly taken aback by this news, Howard loosened his grip slightly as blue fire began to spread across his paws. And then the fire spread throughout the spirit's body. And he, in turn, threw his head up screaming from unbearable pain. And Spencer put even more effort into attacking the spirit, so much so that he also screamed. But while he was screaming in pain, Howard wasted no time, and again one of his paws headed towards the guy. The guy didn't expect this at all, and therefore didn't defend himself in any way, and so the sharp paw hit him right in the side with a clicking sound. And then Howard, with a quick, sharp movement, sent the guy flying, pushing him away from himself. And then he cried out that this fire, which was still spreading throughout the spirit's body, was not going out. Howard noted that this fire is unusual, namely it gives spiritual protection that covers his shell. Rising from the ground, Spencer said that this fire could not be extinguished once it was lit. Gathering a dark fog around himself, he said that gradually this fire would destroy the entire body of the spirit. A second later, Spencer's entire body was enveloped in a dark fog, and he continued, saying that eventually Howard would turn to dust and disappear. And then, from this fog, entities that had been sitting in the sword all this time began to emerge. These entities stood obediently behind Spencer, ready to attack at any moment. And the guy said that the same thing would happen to the spirit as to Sylvester. And the guy thought to himself that if he let it go now, the next chance would never come. And then, shouting that it was necessary to attack, he gave the command to the entities with his sword, and they went on the attack. Without a second's delay, the dark entities attacked Howard in a crowd. But still, this was not something that could frighten the spirit. And therefore, he only swung his paws, cutting down the entities. And then he said that it was amazing that the guy was able to use abilities that only those who had passed the level of Manhwa could summon. But afterward, he stated that even if that were the case, Spencer was still too weak to show him his true power. Howard remarked that it was a good try, but still not enough strength to kill him before the fire destroyed his body. And with that, the spirit attacked the guy again. But Spencer was in no hurry to give up, and he successfully evaded the sharp paws of the spirit. However, Howard was not so simple, and he also directed his paws into the guy's eyes, which he did not expect. But still, the guy was able to erupt in such a way that these paws did not touch him, but on the contrary, only hit the ground. However, the spirit did not give in, and again tried to hit the enemy's eyes. Then, Spencer decided not to dodge them, but to cut them down with his sword. But it seemed that Howard was prepared for this too, because before he could come to his senses, another attack was flying towards him. And this attack was successful, because Spencer was unable to dodge it. And as a result, this attack hit both him and the ground several meters ahead, shining with a pink light. But, as it turned out, Spencer was not killed by this attack, because he managed to move away, although he moved away only a few centimeters. Meanwhile, Howard noticed that the leg was almost burned. At the same time, Spencer was thinking that this attack was insanely powerful, and he wasn't sure he could dodge it again. The opponent confirmed his thoughts, saying that the guy was lucky that time, but that would not happen again next time. As he prepared to attack again, the former tiger thought that Howard was not an opponent that he could waste time with and constantly dodge, since he was at the level of a Yongmyeon, and therefore he needed to put in all his strength. Thinking about how he had to push his body to the limit and release his claws and bare his fangs, the boy was so tense that tears started to flow from his eyes. Spencer pushed off the ground with his foot and thought that whether he died today or not. The hunt began now, and then the fight continued again. The former tiger quickly dashed as close as possible to the spirit while it tried to stop him by piercing him with its legs. Howard noticed that this little parasite was now moving in a completely different way, and therefore tactics needed to be changed. And the spirit decided that the best solution would be to destroy everything around him along with the enemy, and so he began to wave his legs furiously. Suddenly, he swung his legs sharply, causing a huge hole to appear on the ground. After this, the spirit calmed down a little and, peering into the curtain of dust, waited for Spencer to appear, if he was still alive. Suddenly, Howard was able to spot the guy's figure when the dust settled a little. With furious cries, the spirit began to attack the enemy. But suddenly his blow was met not by Spencer, but by the essence of Sylvester. Meanwhile, Spencer was approaching the enemy from the side. But the spirit did not lose his composure and quickly turned to the side. Shouting about how smart the guy was, he asked where he got such tricks from, and then attacked the enemy again, releasing red things from his mouth. One of those red things almost caught Spencer's eye. But still, the guy managed to dodge first one and then the other. And then Howard suddenly appeared in front of him, giving him no respite. And then the spirit quickly thrust its paw into Spencer's body. However, the guy was not simple and had aces up his sleeve, and therefore defended himself from this attack with the help of one of Sylvester's red balls. As he tried to defend himself from this attack, tension contorted the former tiger's face. Suddenly, a bright flash of light illuminated everything around. But the guy was not killed, as he used other treasures to defend himself. However, Howard's sharp paw still managed to wound the guy in the shoulder, and then the guy sank to the ground, his arms hanging limply at his sides and the shield falling like sand to the ground. The spirit said that he still managed to defend himself, but even with these useless artifacts, it is difficult to constantly call upon superpowers. Spencer stood there stunned, thinking only that he was no longer able to lift his sword. Thinking that this was really the end, the guy heard Howard shouting out of the corner of his ear that the border between levels couldn't be crossed so easily. And then, the spirit decided to deal the final blow. Meanwhile, Chelsea appeared before Spencer's eyes. However, he couldn't remember what her face was like, so he decided to pretend that he remembered what her face was like. But suddenly he heard a sound that was not what he expected and his eyes widened. As it turned out, Hannah appeared in front of him and blocked the spirit's attack by crossing two swords. And then she turned around and asked if Spencer was really going to give up his life. And then she shouted that she had never had such a weak-willed master. The guy looked at the ghost in surprise. The spirit also looked at the newly arrived opponent in surprise. Meanwhile, a wave of red lightning broke the Huanjin barrier, which also surprised Howard quite a bit. As it turned out, it was Hillary who arrived on the battlefield, followed by Kimberly. A battered Spencer stared at the girls, breathing heavily, but Hillary didn't look at him. She instantly turned her gaze to the spirit. He in turn also looked at the woman, and then the woman stared at the spirit, frightening him with just her appearance. And Howard was truly scared and involuntarily asked who she was. But Hannah was not going to remain unnoticed and again prepared to attack her master's offender, causing a multitude of rose petals to appear under her feet. Pointing her sword at the spirit, she sternly declared that she would have to kill the spirit for bringing her master to such a state. Having assessed the situation, Howard decided that he needed to get out of here immediately because he couldn't handle these women, and he began to quickly run away. But before his eyes, Hillary suddenly appeared, clearly not intending to give up her spirit. Trying to save himself, Howard shouted that the women had no need to kill him and asked to be allowed to leave. In response, Hillary said that Spencer would become her lord's husband in the future, and therefore, it was unforgivable what he allowed himself to do to him. And then, raising her hands, she brought down a multitude of red lightning bolts on the spirit. But Hannah did not lag behind and in an instant found herself behind the spirit. And then she also attacked Howard, finishing him off with a rain of enchanted blades, causing him to fall to the ground. With a weak smile on his face, Spencer noticed that these girls were truly intimidating. And then he began to fall to the ground, unconscious. But then Kimberly appeared, reaching out to catch the boy's hand. Yet she managed to stop the former tiger from falling to the ground. After some time, Spencer was still unconscious, but suddenly he moved his eyes without opening them. When he finally opened them, a blurry picture stood before his eyes, and many female voices were calling him. When the picture came into focus, he saw Hillary, Kimberly, Hannah, Catherine, and Isabel looming over him. Spencer's eyes widened at the sight, and then, under the girls' worried questions, he began to dodge them. Suddenly, Kimberly grabbed his chin while someone was asking him to say something, in response to which he tried to say something but couldn't. Suddenly, his eyes began to roll back again as the girls talked anxiously. Sometime later, Spencer woke up again and was even able to stand on his feet, and he told himself that he survived. He decided to leave the cave and sat down on a hill, looking at the sun, which was either setting or going down. After a short silence, the guy thought that he still couldn't believe that he was alive. He noted that, even though he had resorted to the help of artifacts, if the twins had not helped him, he would have already died in Howard's Huanjin. Then he noticed that if Govarl had not been distracted by his attack and had still hit the target, he too would already be dead. He then noted that if Hannah had not appeared in time, he would also be dead. He would have been dead too if Hillary hadn't found him. Spencer hung his head and realized that he had been dead so many times. Afterwards, he told himself that he had used his powers to the maximum and had summoned spirits and even used artifacts, but in the face of overwhelming force, he had proven useless. Biting his lip in frustration, he realized that in the end, he really hadn't been able to cross the boundary between levels. But then Hannah called out to him. Looking into the distance, the ghost remarked that it was beautiful here, to which Spencer agreed. Suddenly, she told the guy to tell her everything, to which he turned around in confusion. Hannah explained that she wanted Spencer to tell her everything he was thinking about, so he didn't have to keep it all to himself. The guy looked away sadly, and then, lowering his head, he told the ghost that when he rose to a new level and received those artifacts, he felt that he could do anything. But looking at the people he met all this time, he realized how insignificant he was. Smiling sadly, Spencer continued by saying that it was amazing that he had even lived to this point, and then he noted that he had become so vain. But now, he had come to know his true self. Looking down sadly, he said that he would no longer risk his life so recklessly and simply go to Mount Pexin. But suddenly Hannah hit him on the floor of the head with her fist, and then she yelled at him, asking if Spencer thought he was so special, and then she said he was right and that it was bragging. While an embarrassed Spencer held his head and timidly called out to her, she continued, saying that he was just one of the spirits at the level of Yonghua. But the ghost did not calm down, and Hannah shouted that his opponent was a creature 2 levels higher than him, and therefore it was not surprising that the former tiger could not stand against him. Stroking the guy on the head, she said in a calm voice that the fact that the guy was able to come out of the battle with such an opponent alive was already worthy of praise, because he did the impossible. Blushing, the boy turned to look at his ghost. Still looking at the guy's head, Hannah asked about the fact that, although he was going to Mount Pexin, he would take Ms. Chelsea with him. And then she added that all Spencer's thoughts lately were only about her. Spencer, blushing even more, shouted and asked what she was talking about. As she was leaving the guy, Hannah said that until that moment she had never allowed herself to mention it. She simply felt what her master felt. Hearing this, the guy, still embarrassed, turned away and mumbled that he didn't understand what she was talking about. In response, the woman only said that this is why relationships are an incredibly scary thing, because once you connect with a person, it is impossible to break this connection or refuse it. And then she said that the era of war that Spencer had spoken about would soon come, and he would need a lot of strength to protect Chelsea. Hearing this, the guy opened his eyes wide. But soon he calmed down and said that this was not all for Chelsea, but that he had received a human incarnation at the very beginning in order to become a Sinsu. Hannah meekly agreed with these words. As he walked away from the ghost, Spencer said seriously that he would not stop until he achieved his goal, and therefore Hannah could not complain, but simply had to follow him. Sometime later, Catherine and Isabel decided to leave the company, and Spencer decided to see them off. The girls explained that since they had been wanderers before, it was time for them to go their separate ways so as not to bother each other. The guy didn't answer anything, he just asked if they had a place they could go to. The girls replied that there was no specific place, but they were ready to go anywhere where there were no people. As they were leaving, the girls said that meeting the sponsor was special for them because he was so kind and didn't ask for anything in return, and that's why they won't forget him. As the girls left, Spencer thought about Chelsea again. Suddenly, he shouted to the girls to wait, and then he extended his hand towards them, holding out something. As it turned out, these were Dobonghuan balls. The girls immediately became worried that they were too valuable and how could they accept them. In response, Spencer said that this was all he could do for them, because in the end, there was no one to protect them except themselves. And then he continued, telling the girls to become stronger, since they live in a world where the weak are consumed by the strong, and they survived. The girls replied that they accepted the boy's gift. However, after that they said that they would definitely pay him back next time, and until that moment the guy should not expose himself to danger. Hearing this, Spencer agreed with a smile on his face. Later in the cave, Hillary threw Howard's remains on the floor, which scared Spencer quite a bit. And then she explained that the remains were of no value to her, but they could be useful to him. She then revealed that Howard's eye had unique powers, and his legs are covered with magical protection, so they can be used to make excellent weapons. Spencer thought with disgust that he knew very well what those legs were capable of, since they were the ones that had given him a good beating. And then, the woman took out a bottle and said that it was a drink that helps with poisoning. And then she said that she divided it in half between him and her mistress, but it should be enough for him. While the woman was saying something, something flew into her face. But she managed to react and caught it. As it turned out, it was a glowing sphere, which Hillary called Oshapekton. Spencer said it was as a way of thanking them for saving him. And then he said that he was going to engage in spiritual training that would allow him to advance to the level of Yongyul. In response, Hillary said that then it meant they wouldn't have to say goodbye for long. While the guy went into another room, the woman said that she would look after everything until he returned. The guy thanked the woman and pressed the button on the wall, and then the door closed. Spencer found himself alone in the darkness, holding a glowing sphere in his hands. He then said that if he swallowed it, he would be able to rise to the level of Yongyul, and then he began to inhale the slowly dissolving sphere through his nose, after which the guy, enveloped in a glow, rose above the ground. Meanwhile, somewhere in the village, someone said that he had heard rumors that he could be contacted to save others. The old man bowed his head and said that they say that the lifespan of a Taoist is 300 years, and then he asked to be told how to become a Taoist, or at least how to prolong his life. And then he handed the man a whole box of precious stones, saying that it was a token of gratitude. Turning around, the man said that he saw that the matter was urgent, and therefore he could leave it there and go, and later he would send someone for him. As he walked away through his yard, the man said that it was stupid that the old man thought he could become a Taoist. He noticed that the opportunity to prolong life seemed to have blinded the old man and driven him mad. But thanks to it, he could gain wealth. But suddenly, a girl in white appeared before him. When she took off her hat, it turned out to be Chelsea. The man sighed and assumed that the old man had sent her too, and was surprised at how beautiful she was. But then the girl pushed off the ground, and she attacked the man from above. Chelsea struck the ball in a glittering arc through the air, but, as it turned out, the man managed to dodge, and then began asking about who this girl was. The man, drooling, asked who had sent her, if it had been the shamans. Chelsea said that all this time she could not find him for one reason. The man did not belong to any of the strikes, and was simply a parasite among people who knew nothing about him. These words made the man quite angry, and then he decided to attack her, and many black shadows flew at the girl. But this only made Chelsea's blue eyes and white hair shine even brighter, and suddenly ice began to spread from it. This year almost reached the man while he was in shock, and a second later he found himself frozen in ice so that he couldn't move. Feeling the intense cold of this ice, he asked the girl if she was from the Pingong clan. And then he started talking about how he didn't do anything bad to the Pingong clan, so it was clearly a misunderstanding. Suddenly, to the man's surprise, Chelsea called him by name, calling him Sheldon. Ignoring this, the girl asked if the man remembered that 14 years ago he had killed Spencer on Mount Pexon. The man replied that he could never forget what happened 14 years ago. And then he continued, saying that it was then and because of this that he was expelled from the clan and he had to lead a miserable existence as a wanderer. Sheldon asked what Chelsea had to do with it. In response, Chelsea brandished her sword and said that the tiger he had killed then was her husband. The man asked again, and then said that the girl had apparently gone crazy. But then he noticed a raised sword, and then he shouted that the tiger had not died then. When the girl heard this, her hand trembled, and then she, surprised, asked again. Then, 14 years ago, it was as if Chelsea herself had died. She didn't care what happened to her next. Noticing the girl's condition, the old man said that if things continued like this, she would simply starve herself to death. Was she really going to die like that? Silently looking at the girl, the old man stood next to his student, who decided to call the girl by name. Then the old man asked her if she would like to become a Taoist herself, to which the girl did not answer at first. The old man then continued by saying that she was still too young to make such a difficult choice and had many years of life ahead of her. And then he noted that Chelsea had enough talent that by the time she reached the level of Dawson, her perception would also change. However, if she still didn't change her mind then, he would no longer dissuade her. As Chelsea listened to these speeches, she remembered Sheldon, who killed the tiger, and she realized that she could not resist him yet. But she had to do it so that her husband's soul could finally find peace. And so, following the old man, she found herself on Mount Kunlun. But still, wherever she was, she always remained half-blooded. Because of this, all those contemptuous glances thrown in her direction always haunted the girl, as in those days when her life consisted of wandering. But now she didn't care. She was already used to such things, and so she simply swung her sword. One of those days the sword slipped from her hands, and then he flew to the ground. Chelsea paused from her practice, breathing heavily. Looking at her hand, she noticed that it was covered in blood. But this did not stop the girl. She only squeezed the hand tighter, and then she raised the sword with her left hand. And then, like a madwoman, she began to swing the sword endlessly with her other hand. After some time, the old man who brought her to Kunlun Mountain died, and then Kunlun fell, and so the girl had to become a wanderer again. One day during her journey, the girl found herself in snowy mountains where a strong storm was raging. But then she stopped and threw her bags and clothes on the ground. And then, as if into oblivion, she took up the sword again. And then she swung her sword furiously, cutting through the air. From this blow, all the snow that was in front of her was sent flying in a huge wave. But for the girl who looked at the result with her blue eyes, this was not enough. And then she swung her sword again. But again she was dissatisfied with the strength and speed of her attack. And this continued for several dozen more blows. Suddenly, some dark silhouette appeared in front of her. As it turned out, it was Sheldon, standing behind Spencer's stick-stabbed corpse, just like that day. Then the man, smiling cheerfully, cut the body of the dead tiger with the seal. Seeing this, Chelsea became so angry that her eyes began to glow even more blue, and she began to strike many blows around herself, trying to get rid of her anger. Sometime later, Chelsea sank to the ground, holding herself up with her sword, and around her there was no snow, only bare stone cut by the sword. The girl quietly said that this was still not enough to kill a man, and therefore she needed to become even stronger. Suddenly, a man approached her and remarked that it seemed like someone here had reached a dead end. And then he said that even if she had talent and her inner energy was incredibly strong, it was too difficult to develop them alone. Smiling greedily, the man said that he was ready to help her, a child of special blood, obtain the power she dreams of. But then he said that the girl would have to give him something in return. And so she made a deal, the collateral for which was her own body. And the man she met turned out to be one of the members of the Pingong clan. And from then on she became a Pingong Taoist and managed to rise to the level of Dosan. And in her rise, she was greatly helped by her demonic blood that flowed through her veins. And from the very beginning she did not care about the people around her, because they all used her and her body. All Chelsea needed was enough power to kill Sheldon. And after killing the man, Spencer's soul would find peace. In the present tense, the girl was twitching from the information she had received, and after a pause, she said that if the man continued to talk nonsense, she would kill him. But then the man cried out and said that it was all the truth, and he had also been deceived. And then he said that one of the disguised shamans was with them then. And then Sheldon said that if the girl didn't believe him, she could see everything for herself using the chuchimpan that was hanging on his belt. Having said this, the man shouted that he had tried so desperately to get this item, but the girl could safely take it, and in exchange, let her do something with this ice. Chelsea said the cold had already penetrated his internal organs. She then told him that this ice had a special power, and its cold could freeze even his spiritual power. And then, as the ice crust covered the guy's entire body, Chelsea said he was already dead. Looking at the man, she asked if her husband was really still alive. And then, feeling sad, she asked why he hadn't tried to find her. But a second later, she collected her thoughts and said that she couldn't judge for sure yet. And then she decided to go to Mount Pexin to make sure of everything. 10 years later, some black-haired guy was climbing the mountain with quick, sharp jumps. Suddenly, his hand caught on some indentation on the slope, and then he turned his head looking for something. Suddenly, a few meters away from him, he noticed some kind of glowing flower that was growing right on the slope. With a sharp jump, the guy moved straight to the flower and noticed that it was a yonko. Grabbing the flower, he chuckled and remarked that it was quite a useful thing. Suddenly, a flash lit up at the top and shot sharply into the sky. A whole crowd of people had already gathered at the slope of that mountain. The guy, coming closer to the mountain, remembered that on this mountain there lived a Taoist named Tiger. And then, he asked the man what was going on here, to which the man asked if he didn't feel an energetic disturbance. And then the man told the boy to watch carefully so as not to miss anything, because this was the birth of a bison. Hearing this, the guy shouted and asked again, and then remembered that this Taoist had been on this mountain for no more than 10 years in total. Hearing this, the man said that he would answer him in simple words, the meaning of which would be understandable to a Taoist who had only recently entered this glorious path. And then he said that not everyone is given the opportunity to see the transition to another level with their own eyes. And then he told the guy not to waste his time on useless trifles and to concentrate, while someone in the crowd was indignant that he was still a brat and already at the level of a bison. And then the same man continued to speak to the boy and told him to allow this energy flow to leave a lasting imprint on his consciousness, because this moment would be an incredibly valuable experience. The guy thought with admiration about the one who was getting a new level, because he did it alone and without the support of the clan. And then the boy, clenching his fist tightly, thought that he too would train hard and someday become a bison too. Meanwhile, the entire mountain was engulfed in a blue glow. Noticing this, the crowd exploded with various questions, such as whether the Taoist might not have been able to overcome his inner demons and make the transition, to which another person asked how he dared to say such a thing at such a time. As it turned out, Hillary was there too, but she remained silent and only covered her face from the dust. Suddenly, the tiger finally appeared with 2 thin black horns on its head. Suddenly, he used his power, and 2 fiery blue wings appeared from his back, and Spencer thought that this power was better than he expected. He noted that he still felt the same powers, but now they were much more powerful than at the Yongyul level. The tiger then noted that he now had 9 new Nidans, and that his spiritual energy was moving in a powerful stream without stopping. Spencer compared the feeling to having a huge mountain inside his soul. Hannah, who suddenly appeared, said that this was amazing, especially if you take into account only the spirit energy emanating from the tiger, because it is almost impossible to distinguish it from that which is characteristic of the Yongmyeon level. And therefore there is no doubt that everything went well. And then the ghost asked about when these horns appeared, and Spencer immediately stared at them in panic. And then he touched them with his paws, asking when and where he got these horns. But then Hillary approached them and congratulated Spencer on moving to the Yongyul level. Spencer replied that it was all thanks to the woman, and then asked about the panther. The woman replied that her mistress would need a little more time. Hearing this, the tiger replied that he understood and then transformed himself into a human. And then, while getting dressed, he asked about the twins, Catherine and Isabel. Hannah replied that, from what she knew, they had arrived safely at their destination. And then, a little petulantly, she told him that his centipede had eaten Howard's leg. Suddenly, Hillary asked if they were leaving already. Spencer replied that he had one promise he needed to fulfill, and so it looked like the woman would have to stay and wait for the panther. The woman replied that there was nothing to be done, but knowing that the boy was now one of the powerful Yongyuls, she could not worry so much, and then she said that she would join them very soon and wish them luck. Spencer looked at Hillary with a smile but said nothing. Meanwhile, Chelsea reached the foot of Mount Pexin. She thought about how she tried to spin the compass but nothing happened. But that happens when the object is inside a Huanjin or a sealed area. Thinking about this, Chelsea immediately began to worry that maybe Spencer was now definitely dead. But then the girl shook her head, saying that if Spencer was dead, then why would the man still keep his wool? And then, as she walked on, she thought that she needed to go on, because only when she got there would she be able to find out the truth. She continued to climb the mountain for some time. Suddenly, as Chelsea walked past a tree, she noticed scratches from claws on it. And suddenly, this scratch immediately brought back memories of old times. When Spencer, in his tiger form, was scratching a tree, she asked him why he kept doing that. To which the tiger replied that if he left a mark in such a high place, those who were not fit to be his rivals would not be so cocky. The girl also remembered how she pulled his tail, and the beast desperately asked her not to do this. To which the girl exclaimed that she was tired. To which the tiger replied that it was because she was hanging around where she shouldn't. She also recalled how she cried in front of him because she was not stung when she was picking wild raspberries for her husband. And so, indulging in memories, the girl reached the cave in which Spencer lived. Looking at the cave, the girl said that she had finally reached the Chanhogan cave, where she and her husband lived, and she had returned after 14 long years. And then Chelsea noticed that nothing had changed here. Remembering her little self who came to this cave for the first time, she noticed that only she had changed. Here she sighed, thinking that it was time to stop hesitating. And then she resolutely went into the cave. Suddenly her leg trembled as she noticed that there was someone there. But then she realized that it definitely wasn't Spencer. Thinking about how impudent it was that someone had broken into a sacred place, Chelsea, her eyes burning with anger, told the man to get out. And then she herself walked towards the man, while ice and cold flashes burst from under her feet, and asked who dared to desecrate Chanhogan with their presence. The figure emerging from the cave asked if the girl would express such hostility no matter who she met. Still seething with anger, Chelsea replied that this was the home of Spencer, the owner of Mount Pexin, and therefore no outsider could enter. Hearing the tiger's name, the silhouette asked again. Suddenly, a girl came out from the darkness into the light and asked if the other one knew her master. Chelsea was surprised to notice that it was a girl, and then asked again. Another replied that Spencer had first put a sword into her hands and had also entrusted her with looking after the place. And then she added, saying that since the girl knew that this place was Chanhogan, it meant that she was personally acquainted with Spencer. But then she said she couldn't let Chelsea in because she didn't know who she really was. With a trembling voice after a short silence, Chelsea asked if Spencer was the girl's master, and then she asked how long he had been her master. The girl guarding the cave replied that Spencer had been her master for 10 years, but he was not here now, and so the girl should come later. Here she began to talk about the fact that if the other tried to enter against her will, then she would have to use force. But then she saw something she did not expect. As it turned out, Chelsea burst into tears just like she did as a child when she found out that Spencer was actually alive. Meanwhile, some Taoists were fighting with monsters, and a purple light flashed behind one of the monsters. The Taoist attacked the whole flock of monsters that were attacking him with his bident, and then suddenly lightning flashed across the entire area, striking the monsters. And the next second, all the monsters fell dead to the ground. One of the dark figures watching the Taoist said that it was amazing that the guy was able to destroy all these monsters, and then he asked with admiration if this was the very same Chilson weapon that was considered the best. And then he added that they also say that it is like an insatiable monster that devours the energy of its owner. While the Taoist, who turned out to be Eugene, was breathing heavily, the stranger mocked him for it. As it turned out, these silhouettes belonged to spirits, and the second of them said that he had been waiting for this for so long, and then said impatiently that he would finally be able to tear this bastard to pieces. And then this spirit rushed at the guy. But Eugene was not frightened by this, and so he merely waved his fan. And then a huge glowing hurricane arose between him and the spirit. But the spirit was able to break through this hurricane and attack the guy again. However, the guy was not so simple, and therefore was able to dodge this attack by jumping into the air. Suddenly, another spirit, appearing at the guy's side, noticed, continuing to mock him, that he was no longer as agile as before. As it turned out, it was a spirit that had blue skin and 4 arms, each of which held swords, and he easily floated in the air. And then this spirit, waving all 4 of its swords, began to chop Eugene into pieces. Here the spirit noticed that his blows were not as effective as he had assumed, and so he assumed that the guy had a protective artifact with him. And so he decided to strike an even stronger and faster fatal blow. The spirit struck with all 4 of his swords in a crossed motion, making it seem like Eugene would have been cut into pieces. Then he looked at his thin knife blade, on which there were drops of blood. But, as it turned out, Eugene was able to move somewhere else. As he struggled to his feet, blood flowed from the wounds on his chest. Finding the boy again, the blue spirit said that it must be very tiring to constantly dodge fatal blows, and then laughed, and then said that if the boy tried to stand against them with almost completely used up spiritual power, he would only make himself suffer even more. The second spirit, when they started attacking again, shouted at the guy to just let them kill him. Sighing, exhaling something yellow, Eugene quietly said that he would have to use it after all. And then he summoned the Sword of 1,000 Limits, and then he said that this sword is a sword created from the internal energy of the spirit. Looking menacingly at the spirits, he said that they certainly did not deserve to fall from such a noble weapon, and therefore they should know that he was doing them a great honor. And then he swung his sword, and the blow was so powerful that it cut off the tops of the nearby mountains. But this blow not only successfully cut through the mountains, but also hit the spirits, cutting them in half. And then this speech also suffered from this blow and began to collapse. Falling with the stones, the blue spirit said that this Taoist was just a monster. But then someone grabbed him by the neck. As it turned out, it was Eugene who told the spirit that it was not yet time to die. And then he said that although it was completely normal for monsters to kill each other, they had been persistently pursuing him for the past few years. And then he asked the spirit what the reason for this was. Hearing this, the spirit became very angry and shouted, asking if he really thought that he could leave without any consequences after killing the Demon King. Eugene asked again, uncomprehendingly. The spirit continued to shout and said that even though they had been defeated today, hordes of others would come for him. For everyone knew that the Demon King's killer was named Eugene. Smiling, he said that soon all the spirits from all over the continent would be looking for him, and he would pay for killing their king. But Eugene interrupted his speech by squeezing his hand, thereby turning his head into a spray of blood. The guy squeezed his hand tightly and began to shake with anger, and then asked the empty space about how he had killed the Demon King. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply and shouted into the sky, asking what kind of bastard was hanging around using his name. And then he declared that he would definitely find him and kill him with his own hands. As the sun was setting, lying in the cart on the hay, Spencer scratched his ear. While blowing dirt off his finger, he noticed that his ear was itching. And then he asked the cab driver how far they were to the fork. The old man replied that they still had a couple of hours to go, and so he could rest a little longer, while the little boy stared at Spencer. The guy lay down on the hay again and closed his eyes, thinking that he hadn't relaxed like this for a long time. Suddenly, Hannah asked him if her master didn't need to go to Pexin, which made him open his eyes and think that he would return there as soon as he finished this business. The ghost then asked if she could go with him, to which Spencer closed his eyes and smiled, and replied that of course she could. And then, as the cart slowly moved forward, he thought about how they would return to Pexin together. Sometime later, Spencer got off the cart and walked through the tall grass. Then he noticed something. As it turned out, somewhere in the distance one of the mountains began to glow with a blue light. Meanwhile, some Taoists were fighting with someone, and apparently it was not very successful. The wounded Taoist holding on to another said that even if things don't go according to plan, it will last for a long time. And then he said that the powers of the Martha cannot be classified, while the spirit stood before them. His face was wrinkled. He was dressed in a dark robe, and a long seal hung around his neck, like a scarf. As it turned out, the same white soulless subordinates were standing in front of this spirit, and the wounded Taoist said that he could not believe that the spirit's subordinates also had powers beyond classification. Spencer decided to check that mountain anyway, and now he was watching the battle. Looking at this, he thought that these guys must be brave to do this right in front of the gate, but most likely the reason was due to the weakened influence due to the war with the demons. Looking at the Taoists' clothes and noticing what sign was depicted on them, the guy remembered that that pattern was the symbol of the June Moon Gate, and therefore these must be foot soldiers from the June Moon Gate. After assessing this, Spencer thought that it was great, because if he saved them and entered the gate, then things would be much easier for him in the future. Then the spirit of Martha asked how they, ignorant and stupid idiots, dared to go against him. And then, holding out his finger, he ordered them to stop resisting and become his subordinates. And then the spirit's subordinates, whom he ordered to kill the Taoists and drag them here, rushed into battle. The Taoist in front turned around and told the other one to leave here with the others while he tried to hold off the enemies for as long as possible. The Taoist supporting the wounded man asked what he was talking about. As he prepared to attack, the man shouted that the elder had to deal with this, so the other one had to run away quickly and tell the others about it. And now the spirit's subordinates have almost reached the man with their long nails. But then something, breaking the ground, flew from above onto the subordinates. When the dust settled a little, a male silhouette with a sword became visible. As it turned out, it was Spencer, who destroyed several subordinate spirits with one attack. Turning to the spirit, he said that he was only an infantryman passing by. And then Spencer said that he couldn't pass by when he saw the Taoists encountering the Marthas, and so he wanted to help them. The man asked again in surprise. The spirit said that another nasty bastard had arrived who didn't know his place, and then he asked how creatures like them dared to touch his subordinates. As an army of subordinates approached Spencer, their master said that he had managed to destroy one by surprise. But now he would hardly be able to cope with so many dead men alone. In response, Spencer, smiling, asked if the spirit really thought he was alone. And then he raised his sword a little higher, and dark shadows began to burst out of it. And then a multitude of dark entities appeared next to the guy. This spectacle amazed everyone who could see it. After that, Spencer asked again if he really thought he was alone. In response, Marfa said that these ghosts would not be able to do anything anyway, and then ordered his army of subordinates to tear the guy to pieces. But the guy didn't move, didn't try to somehow prepare for this attack or avoid it, and his eyes only flashed a frightening red light. And then a horde of dark ghosts ran out in front of the guy. And these subordinates and ghosts came together in battle, and one enemy was still able to smash the ghost's hand into small pieces. But then the ghost's hand began to recover. And then this ghost grabbed the white subordinate by the head with his huge palm, and then he slammed it into the ground with all his might, breaking it. Another one, subordinated there by time, with the help of his long nails, flew up from above and destroyed the head of one of the ghosts. But this ghost also began to recover, wrapping its body around the fingers of its subordinate, and then it formed a huge mouth with sharp teeth. And then, closing his jaws, the ghost bit into the white subordinate. A little later, the army of spirit subordinates was already in the minority and losing to Spencer's ghosts. Noticing this, the spirit regretfully noted that his hundreds of years of work had been wasted. Spencer, however, said in an irritated tone that he thought this would be a great opportunity to add to his collection of ghosts. But it seemed that they were just soulless shells and nothing more. Having said that it looked like he would have to settle for just that, the boy commanded the ghost to seize the spirit, and they obediently obeyed. But the spirit was not yet ready to despair and shouted loudly. And then something quickly burst out of the spirit's back as he screamed that the guy was underestimating him. And then something cut Spencer's ghosts into small pieces, saying that he was the real demon for the ghosts here and that he would now show his true power. The spirit gained his true form, and he had more arms and his body grew larger. Flicking his many hands, the spirit ran quickly towards the guy, saying that he would arrange a welcoming ceremony for him. But suddenly a huge red eye shone behind Spencer, and then a huge hand flew out from behind the guy, intending to grab the spirit. Since the spirit did not expect this at all, the hand was able to easily grab it and carry it back. As he climbed up the huge arm, Spencer ordered her to stop. And then he said that these guys were really angry. And besides, if they are really hungry, they go completely crazy and don't even recognize him. Crouching down to be closer to the frightened spirit, Spencer said that there was a limit to his ability to contain them as well. So all they needed to do now was talk calmly. Hearing this, the spirit asked in panic what he wanted to talk about. Spencer asked how to make his subordinate, his red eyes flashing menacingly. Sometime later in Ilwonmun, a man walking down the corridor asked his employee if that guy had really pacified the creature, whose brains had already rotted, and that it was an infantryman. The man then continued by saying that this is how the clan's shortcomings differ, because if you only train in a warm, small room, you will be too incompetent in practice. Looking back, the man told the servant to bring this infantryman to Harongbong. Hearing this order, the servant asked about the fact that it looked like the man in this case wanted to lure this infantryman to his side. Smiling with all his teeth, the man said that if a tasty fish got into the net, then he couldn't just let it go. And then he told the servant to listen carefully to all the guy's wishes so that he couldn't easily brush off their demands. Sometime later, Spencer fell onto the bed, saying that he hadn't slept on such a soft bed in a long time. Hannah noted that everything was just beginning, to which the guy replied that it was, and then asked himself how he could get the liberation sign without raising questions. Then someone called the guy from behind the door and then apologized for disturbing him. When I opened the door, it turned out that there was a young guy standing behind it. Bowing, the guy said that his name was Peter, and he had come to express gratitude instead of his elder, to which Spencer replied that it was not worth it, because he, as a person who was walking the same path as him, should of course have helped. Peter looked up and said that the elder had some urgent business to attend to, so he sent him away. And then he continued by saying that if the boy Spencer needed anything while he was here, he should definitely let him know. Looking at the guy with his sharp eyes, a request was already born in the former tiger's head. Scratching his cheek, He said that he heard that there was a guardian protecting Mount Yongna, and then he asked if he could see him just once. The servant, hearing about this, suspected something and asked again. Spencer scratched his head awkwardly and said that it was just a public rumor, and if it couldn't be done, then nothing could be done. But Peter just laughed loudly and said that nothing of the sort was the case, and that this beast was the pride of their clan, so of course he could show it to him. Walking to some ledge, Peter said that since there were so many people wanting to see, there were circles for moving around everywhere, and one was right here. Hannah remarked that she didn't think it was so easy to meet the mountain's guardian, to which Spencer responded that it was like he was at some kind of fool's show, and then the servant folded his hands and said that he would activate the circle, and then added that the guy might feel a little dizzy. And then everything around was illuminated by a bright light. A second later, the men found themselves in a cave, hidden by a curtain of dust. And as expected, the golden beast was there. Pointing to the beast, Peter said that it was their guardian Glenn, who protected this place. Smiling, Glenn said that Spencer had finally arrived. And then he noticed that he had nevertheless risen to the level of Yongyul, to which the former tiger only sighed. And then Spencer said that he heard the whole story, and therefore the situation is a little... Looking at the guy, the beast asked again if he had really heard a story about him from this place. Spencer replied that it just happened, to which the beast showed its teeth. And then Glenn burst into tears, saying that now the former tiger should understand his feelings, because these scoundrels locked him in the mountain and turned him into a circus animal. While Peter was still telling something, the beast continued, saying that some people come to stroke him and stretch out their hands to him, and that he sometimes thinks about killing all those who come to look at him, and then letting these bastards kill him. And then he said that out of desperation he even asked for help from such a low-level being as Spencer, to which he only asked where he could find the liberation board. Without responding to this yet, Glenn wiped his tears with his paw. And then turning away from the guy, he said that he didn't know where to find the liberation board. Spencer was quite surprised by this. And then he asked if the beast was really suggesting that he search the entire Ilwoman clan, since his soul was already sinking into his heels at the very thought that he might be exposed. Looking at the former tiger again, the beast laughed and told him not to exaggerate, because those who guard Ilwoman are, at best, Hwansons. And then he added, saying that the spiritual strength that he now feels in Spencer is not a bit inferior to them, and perhaps it is even greater than that of the Hwasons. And then Glenn said that he knew where the liberation sign might be and would help the guy get to it. But then Spencer asked if the beast was asking too much of him for some Ochapektan. Then the beast asked if he let him go free, he would receive the eternal protection of Savarang. This statement struck Spencer to the depths of his soul. Spencer recalled that 4 noble families lived in groups in the southern lands, and 4 generations of these families hid in their possessions, not interfering with each other. Each family is a separate clan, each of which has its own characteristic features, and Savalrang is the most unique among them. They are considered the noblest blood among wolves, and if even one of the clan wears a silver circle, the entire clan follows the owner of that silver circle, taking any opponent of his as their own enemy. However, in the opposite case, if you turn out to be the one who caused harm to your own clan, then the entire clan will become your enemy. Remembering this, Spencer had an idea, and Glenn confirmed his guess, saying that he was indeed a member of Savalrang, one of the 4 clans in the south, and the blood of noble wolves flowed in his veins. Back in his room, Spencer lamented that the beast had said it would help him, but he couldn't even imagine such a thing. And then he explained that Glenn had given him only the poison of red wine, which is one of the 10 most potent poisons. And then he thought about what would happen when he got the liberation board using it. And then he remembered that the beast had told him that Spencer would have one more job to do. Glenn said that there was a special ban on his heart, and even if he broke free from the shackles of the liberation board, his heart would instantly break into pieces. That's why the guy needs to find an unlock stone that can be used to dispel this ban. Here, Hannah said that it would not be easy to find this stone, since this stone breaks all taboos, to which Spencer replied that he agreed, because this stone is not some ordinary boulder. And even though things were getting complicated, the guy said it was still worth it, because if he freed Glenn, he could receive a heavenly blessing. Having said this, Spencer thought that up until now he could only level up using his internal energy and spiritual power. But from the next level, Yongmyeon, the dimension was completely different. After all, it is like creating another life, and therefore, just because of some small mistake, he can succumb to the inner demon and become a warring tree beast. And heavenly longevity is a special technique of the Savalrang clan that allows this to be granted. Occasionally, you can see trees that look like animals, and these trees are the bodies of spirits that could not overcome the level of Yongmyeon and turned into trees. Hannah said that she was surprised that such a technique existed that could raise the level by reconciling the beast vessel with the power of prehistoric gods. Spencer announced that he would also receive Savarang's protection. When the guy told Peter about his request for the unlock stone, he asked again in surprise. And then, grimacing, the servant wondered if this guy really thought of the unlocking stone as some kind of trinket. And Spencer guessed the next thoughts. He understood that Peter thought that it was fashionable to give such a valuable thing to an infantryman, after absorbing which it would not be a pity to die. In general, the servant looked at Spencer as if he were an ignorant idiot. Smiling, Peter said that, unfortunately, there were no unlock stones left in their clan, and to tell the truth, this item is quite difficult to find. Sighing, the former tiger thought about what he asked just in case, but everything was exactly as he thought. But then Peter said that he still knew where he could find this stone. The guy continued by saying that he couldn't say for sure that anyone else would be able to find him, but maybe Spencer would get lucky, and that's why Peter wanted to accompany him there. As the men walked across the bridge to the town where there was a tall tower, the servant said that it was a place called Bukung, one of the towns of Volchunsong, and then he said that there was an auction house here that secretly bought and sold only Taoist items, to which Spencer said that he had no idea that there was something like that here. In response, Peter said that that's why it's called a secret market. And then the guy continued, saying that this building is a pavilion called Yuryongwan, and it is run by a sect called Cheonjamun. And inside this building there is an auction where they sell rare items that are hard to find. Entering the building, Peter explained to the former tiger that if there was a product that he liked, then either an equal exchange would take place, or it would be bought for precious stones. Suddenly the guard blocked the men's path with his sword, and then he said that this was not a place where outsiders could enter. But then Peter took out some kind of sign. Meanwhile, the trading was in full swing. Still, the men were able to enter, and the servant explained to Spencer that this was a Bir Yongwan, where only bison could enter. Suddenly, the person who was hosting this auction took out a core of the Thunder Earth Dragon's chi, which, if swallowed, could increase the level of spiritual power. The Taoists looked at this product with admiration, and then they all decided that they had to get it. And then shouts of bets began to spread throughout the hall. Hearing the last bid, Spencer thought that giving 2,000 for some core of internal energy was a lot, and he only had 3,000 with him. The presenter shouted loudly that a truly great treasure would now be presented, namely an amulet that was used in ancient times but is now considered lost. Hearing this, the Taoists were seriously alarmed, and then a small piece of the amulet appeared before their eyes, which the presenter called part of the art of Chukji. Seeing the goods, the Taoists looked at it in bewilderment because they expected something more, and then the angry shouts of the crowd followed, causing the presenter to cower in fear. The presenter tried to add that there is also symbolism that this is a remnant of a skill that has now disappeared, and perhaps buyers can find the key to the art of Chukji here. Peter said no one in their right mind would buy something like that, but then Spencer said he would buy it for 500 gems. The servant turned to look at the guy in shock, and then he raised the sign, placing his bet. Peter stood awkwardly in the middle of the room while the Taoists stared at him. The presenter took advantage of this offer and immediately sold the product. The servant gave the goods to the man, thinking that he might be a fool, and then Peter handed this piece of the amulet into Spencer's hands. The guy looked at this scrap quite happily, and then the host continued the auction, presenting the next lot. But then some cracks appeared in the air, and suddenly a huge skull appeared above the presenter's head. The skull landed heavily on the stage, causing the entire hall to shake. The Taoists looked at this with bewilderment, and some suggested that someone had decided to arrange such an unexpected performance for them. Then a figure appeared in a cloud of red smoke. As it turned out, there was a woman sitting on this skull who quietly laughed and said how good it was that they all gathered in a group. And then she added that it would be easier to kill everyone this way. But the men did not take this threat seriously. And then they said that all her actions and words were one continuous deceit. Suddenly, someone noticed that a giant animal bone, demonic energy, and this woman appeared in front of them. And so he recognized who it was. And then this man said that this was the ghostly demoness Yahello from the ghostly sect, to which the surprised exclamations of other men rained down in response. Hearing this name, Spencer remembered that this demoness was the one called a rare bitch. But it was strange that she showed up when the time had not yet come for the general appearance of the demonic world. Sticking out her tongue and licking her lips, the demoness said that the Taoists had welcomed her so warmly that her body was burning hot, and so she must heat up the atmosphere to the highest point. And then she snapped her fingers. And suddenly the whole building started shaking. Meanwhile, the subordinate was reciting some kind of spell, holding some kind of staff with both hands. Meanwhile, the other subordinates shouted, "Circle of sealing and destruction." And suddenly, the first subordinate pierced himself with that staff. And then some strange red mist started coming out of that staff. Soon this fog filled the entire room, and someone noticed that it seemed to be a blocking curtain. The woman cried out for the Taoists to enjoy this bloody festival with her. Here the Taoists, one after another, began to either choke or simply fall to the ground in pain. But Spencer didn't care, and he only said that not only had he not seen the unlocking stone he was looking for, but also, out of the blue, this problematic situation had arisen. Meanwhile, the Taoists felt even worse and blood began to flow from all their orifices, and they themselves began to beg for help. One of the Taoists held up better than the others, but his bleeding did not stop either. Even Spencer, who seemed to be unfazed by this curtain, also shed a tear of blood. Wiping away this tear, the former tiger thought that this was a demonic circle of destruction that could increase practical skills if Taoists were sacrificed. And then he noticed that it was as if some intangible energy was pressing on him. However, after thinking that if it was just the effect of the blocking curtain, it could be dealt with, the guy then tried on the golden effect of the fallen spirit, causing a glowing circle to appear in his eye. This skill is a secret skill that is able to see through the blocking veil, which he obtained from the eyes of one of his former opponents. Spencer thought that all he had to do was find the core that was spreading the veil, and then he was able to find this core, which was the very same suicide who was guarded by two other men. Telling Peter to release his spiritual energy and wrap it around his body, Spencer moved forward. The servant wanted to call the guy, but he had already left, leaving behind only a bright flash. The men guarding the core laughed at the Taoists who were in agony, saying that this was such improper behavior. But then Spencer burst in on them with swords in his hands. The guard quickly looked away, but then the guy said that they could go to rest. Meanwhile, some Taoist was indignant that these demons used such a cowardly method. And then he jumped up and rushed to attack the devil with a huge sword at the ready. The man shouted that if this bastard died, then the blocking curtain would disappear. The woman, not at all frightened, spoke about how scared she was. And then the man struck the huge skull with his large sword. But, as it turned out, the sword not only did not damage the skull, but also began to break. And then, in front of the surprised Taoist, the sword completely shattered into pieces. But the skull did not want to tolerate such treatment, and therefore immediately opened its mouth, preparing to eat the man alive. While the man, half in the skull's mouth, was making gurgling sounds, the demoness, stretching out her hand to him, said that he had jumped into the mouth with one leap. Could there be anything more romantic? And then, gently touching the man's face, she said, licking her lips, that in that case, as a special bonus, she would eat him first. But then the woman turned around, noticing something. The devil noted with surprise that the blocking curtain had already been destroyed, and then she took out some kind of scroll from her clothes. And then she unfolded it, and the patterns on it glowed with a bright light. And a second later, some small demons appeared in front of the scroll, exclaiming joyfully. Then she turned to the children and told them to stop fooling around and listen to her, and then she suggested that they try a new game. And then she said that they had to find the driver who destroyed the blocking curtain, and if they succeeded, she would give them a bunch of toys. Upon hearing the rules of the game, the demonic children immediately rushed off to search. As she watched them leave, the woman said that she was sure that there was no one here who was above the bison level. So where did the Taoist who was able to pass through the blocking curtain and break the core come from? Meanwhile, Spencer had already killed all of the demoness Nachalo's subordinates, who were guarding the core. And then the guy looked around, his red eyes flashing. Thinking about this man, the woman blushed and said that he was the one who gave her a new incentive. Meanwhile, other subordinates came to the aid of their comrades, and now they were perplexedly asking who this enemy of theirs was. Spencer continued to kill the men, causing them to ask why he was acting like nothing happened in this demonic circle. When they noticed the enemy approaching, the men became alarmed and prepared their weapons. But before they could prepare, Spencer ran forward, cutting them into tiny pieces. The already dead men fell to the ground, and Spencer said that there was no doubt that the worlds of demons and gods were completely opposite to each other, and therefore he could not move around as if nothing had happened in a place where so much demonic energy had accumulated. And then he went on to say that in his case, he had implanted anti-demon energy into his body. Then he remembered the ghost tree he had obtained in Cheonyodong, and although he knew that they purified spiritual energy, he couldn't imagine that thanks to this tree, demonic energy would not affect him in any way. And so it was the right decision when, just in case, he made a ghost sword out of this tree and implanted it into his body. Meanwhile, he looked at the core of the blocking curtain, and then the guy hit him several times. Afterwards, Spencer noted that he had already destroyed 2 demonic circles, and therefore he needed to quickly deal with the rest and escape from here. While choosing his next target, he suddenly noticed a glowing ball lying on the ground. Coming closer and picking it up, the guy noted that it was the same core that was being sold at auction. But suddenly, the seemingly dead old man said that it was his core. Spencer looked at him, startled, and thought that he was incredibly possessed, although perhaps the man had lost his mind due to demonic energy. Pretending that he did not know who the owner of this core was, the boy walked further and further away from the old man, hoping to find the owner, while the latter, dying, shouted after him that it was his thing. Suddenly, Spencer was engulfed in some kind of glow, and then he realized that he couldn't move. Suddenly, green sand burst out of the bottle hanging on his belt and flew somewhere to the side, while the guy wondered why it began to envelop him. As it turned out, the green sand protected its owner from an attack that he did not notice. As it turned out, someone had thrown arrows made of bones at the guy, which were now stuck in the sand. Looking in the direction the arrows came from, Spencer noticed the demonic children. As the green sand was returning to the bottle, Hannah said that these children were undead creatures called samchokvidong. And then she told that thousands of 99-day-old babies were collected and recreated in another body, namely the body of an undead. And since it contains thousands of lives, it is stronger than most other undead. In response, Spencer asked why babies were used, to which the ghost replied that the purer the vessel, the stronger and deeper the demonic energy could be contained, to which the guy regretfully noted that only because of this, thousands of babies were turned into undead. In response, Hannah said that although they looked like children outwardly, they were no longer people, and by calling on their treasures, they threatened the guy. Even though he was now constrained in his movements, they also threatened him. The boy sighed and said that using the martial art of sound, they bound his body and fired arrows at him. And then he noticed that this treasure had good efficiency for hunting opponents, so it must have been difficult to deal with. But things take a completely different turn because Spencer has a ghost sword. And then the next second, the shackles that bound the entire body of the former tiger broke. One demonic child looked at this with surprise, and then another child started making fun of another for this. Meanwhile, the third demonic child began to beat the drum, and suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning burst out of this drum, which immediately brought unpleasant memories to Spencer's head. However, this attack was unsuccessful because Spencer could cut it with his sword. And then, without thinking twice, he attacked his opponents. But they were able to dodge the man's attack by jumping high into the air. Hanging in the air, the children laughed joyfully. Spencer laughed in response as well, looking up. And then he called tea, and a centipede crawled out from under the guy's clothes. And then Spencer ordered her not to pierce but to grab these children, to which she squealed, obeying her master. And then the centipede spat out a multitude of its golden threads. And now this attack had already been successful, because now all 3 devils were tightly tied up, and then they fell to the floor like stones. Having praised Tai, who was caressing him, the boy told the children not to struggle because this was a golden thread that no sword could cut. Hearing this, the demonic child cried out capriciously and pulled out his eyes, glowing with anger. While petting the centipede, Spencer noted that it was hard to kill something that looked like a child, but at the same time, he couldn't fit them into a space bag. But then he remembered that he had a talisman somewhere that he had received from Marfa the other day, and then he took a long talisman out of his clothes. Tearing off a small piece for each, he collected it on the forehead of each of the demonic children. After that, literally a second later, they closed their eyes, as if they had fallen asleep. Suddenly, something red started to shine behind the guy. As it turned out, it was the demoness herself who appeared to him. She looked at the guy with a terrifying gaze and said that she had found him. Looking at the woman, Spencer thought that she was the embodiment of evil, neither dead nor alive. She was the one who stood at the opposite point of good, like a demonic creature. Suddenly, the guy cursed under his breath. And then, with his red eyes flashing, he thought that he just wanted to break the blocking curtain and get out of here. Looking at Spencer, the woman said that his outer skin was just an irregular shell, but she liked his appearance. And then she said that it was nice to meet you, and then she introduced herself, saying that her name was Holly, and she was the ghostly demoness Yahello. Then the guy thought that there was nothing good in exchanging pleasantries with her in vain, because she was known as a crazy bitch whose train of thought was impossible to predict. Holly said that, frankly, she was very surprised by Spencer, because this is a border where no one can even move from one place. But he moves as if nothing had happened. He was even able to find and destroy the eyes of the demonic circle, and therefore she became very curious about what kind of person he was. And then she continued, saying that, moreover, in such a short period of time, he managed to subjugate her children, and therefore she was delighted because he turned out to be an even more outstanding warrior. After these words, Spencer, as if scalded, rushed away from the woman, and then he quickly ran away from her, thinking that this woman's obsession goes beyond pathology. It is akin to a natural disaster, and therefore it is impossible to guess what, where, and when this woman will do. While the guy was thinking about the fact that he had to destroy the last eye, a huge skull appeared in front of him, and this one knocked the guy into the wall. Holly said, "Doesn't a guy know that it's not nice to ignore a woman greeting a guy?" And then she angrily said that he ignored her in such an ugly way. But then Spencer kicked the huge one away with his foot, and this one flew right behind the woman's back. Standing up and releasing his fiery wings, Spencer said that he didn't want to get involved with her, but it looked like he had no choice. And then, with his eyes burning with anger, he said that, as the woman wanted, he would fight with her. These words caused the woman's entire body to tremble, but as it turned out, it was not from fear, but from anticipation. And then the woman laughed out loud, saying that she didn't expect Spencer to be such a hot man. With a slight movement of her hand, she called her huge skull to her, saying that the guy should also be attentive to this girl. And then she cut off the ends of her red hair, and these strands ended up right in the mouth of a huge skull. And then this skull began to develop organs, limbs, and it began to stretch out with meat and skin. And then a huge buffalo appeared behind the woman. Holly looked up and said that now the two of them would have a hot game. Spencer accepted the challenge and blue flashes began to appear around his hand. And then he rose into the air, engulfed in blue flames. But suddenly the guy said that they would fight, but not today. And suddenly something blue appeared in the air in the middle of the hall, and then it exploded. Turning around to look at the object, Holly noticed that the last eye of the demonic circle had exploded. Meanwhile, the Taoists lay exhausted on the ground. But then the curtain began to dissipate. As he landed on the ground, Spencer said that if the woman wanted to play so much, then why not play with those people who had gathered? And then the Taoists began, with difficulty, to rise from the floor. Meanwhile, Holly just started laughing at this. But suddenly she looked serious. Spencer became wary when he saw this. But then the woman smiled tenderly and said that she had played well with one warrior today. And therefore, could she know his name? Spencer didn't answer her because he was wondering if he was crazy enough to share his name with her. But then someone called the guy by his fake name. As it turned out, it was Peter who noticed that the guy had destroyed the demonic circle. And then the Taoists, who had already risen, shouted that they were ready to enter the battle. Holly said Spencer's made-up name slowly, as if savoring it. And then she said there were too many obstacles that could get in the way of their intimate conversation. And suddenly there were cracks behind her, saying that they would have to part like this, but that it was okay and they would meet again. The woman and her buffalo entered the portal. Turning around, Holly said that she remembered the guy's name well. And then, disappearing into the portal, she said goodbye to the guy. Sometime later, the Taoists were arguing about the recent incident. Suddenly, the boy sitting at the head said that it seemed like they had a good center of attraction, and that was the moment when everyone suffered from the wars with the monsters. Suddenly, he asked who was in charge of the Die Biryongwan, to which one of the Taoists responded in panic. And then this Taoist said that during the investigation it turned out that there was someone inside who had conspired with the ghost sect, and now they are looking for this traitor. But the boy interrupted the man, asking what they said, that the demoness was stopped by an infantryman, to which the man replied that it was all true, and even rumors began to circulate that a new water dragon had appeared in the world of immortal Taoism. Listening to all this, the boy leaned on his cheek and then said that everyone was looking at that infantryman with great interest, and therefore everyone wanted to get him. But everyone understood perfectly well that swallowing such a one could earn you indigestion, and therefore it was necessary to use him to cope with the resulting hype. Suddenly, the very unlocking stone that Spencer was looking for appeared in front of him. The servant said that if the guy weren't here, the Cheonjaman sect would have suffered huge losses, so they prepared an unlock stone for him. Spencer said that it was such a thing, and then asked what its price was, to which the man said that they were giving away this stone for free. But after that, the servant said that it would be enough if the guy fulfilled one of their requests. When Spencer asked what the request was, the servant asked him to become one of the invited elders from the sect. And then the servant explained that there was no point in looking for any kind of supply here. It was just that in such a difficult time of war with demons, the criticism and doubts of other factions were unlikely to subside. But just one word spoken by a Taoist who with his own hands prevented the worst can put an end to all gossip. Spencer thought that if he agreed to be an invited elder, he would not be burdened with any obligations. But if he needs something, they will give it to him. After thinking about it, the guy agreed. saying that since they say that this sect has nothing to do with the demonic one. Meanwhile, on Ilwanman, the Taoist asked the servant again about the rascal becoming an invited elder of the Cheonjaman sect, to which Peter answered in the affirmative. And then the Taoist said that they made such an offer to someone who was a guest in their sect. And then, placing his brush on the stand, the man exclaimed about what a calculation this was, because in the blink of an eye, they turned their gaze to that infantryman, because all the sects would rush to accept him into their ranks. Then the Taoist asked if that infantryman had really repelled the attack of the devil woman all by himself. In response, Peter said that everything was exactly like that. He found and resolved all the cores in the blocking curtain, filled to the brim with demonic energy. And if it weren't for that infantryman, all the Taoists would have turned into a bloody mess. And then the servant said that not only he saw it, but also all the Taoists who were there. Approaching the window, the Taoist said that Spencer was not just a small fish, but a real shark, and therefore their sect really needed him. And then the man continued saying that since this situation had arisen, they had to act proactively. But then Peter asked doubtfully what would happen to the guy if he refused from the very end. The Taoist asked the guy if he really felt sorry for the guy, and then said that in the name of the sect, he must bring this bastard to him at all costs. Meanwhile, night had already fallen. Spencer said the preparations were complete. Holding something in his hand, he said that others asked why he was buying some useless pieces of paper, but this did not apply to him, who had missing parts. Until today, they were just scraps of paper, but when put together, they become a relic of ancient times. And then these pieces of paper began to whirl in the air around some shining ball. The boy thought that since this was the art of Chukchi, it would require a huge amount of spiritual power, and if it was lacking, it could be replenished with the help of the dragon core. Then the guy strained all his strength and it all lit up. Bright light penetrated through the windows of the room on all sides. But then the color of the light changed, and Spencer stood there, breathing heavily. But, as it turned out, a talisman appeared in front of him, and the guy noticed that with its help, he would be able to use the art of Chukchi. But suddenly, Peter appeared outside the door of his room. When the doors opened, the servant said that the High Elder was making his appearance and he would be received as an honored guest. Peter walked down the corridor with mixed feelings, and Spencer followed behind him. Soon Peter led the guy to the right door and stepped aside. As Spencer was about to enter, a servant called out to him, but then Peter looked away awkwardly and said nothing. Spencer just looked at the servant and said nothing. And then the guy walked out the door while Peter stood in front of her, his shoulders hunched. The elder smiled broadly and said that they had finally met face to face. And then he said that his name was Michael, and he was the one in charge of this sect. Spencer then briefly introduced himself, using a fictitious name. Afterwards, Michael, carrying a tray with 2 mugs, said that he had been incredibly busy lately, and that was why he hadn't been able to see the guy. And then he said that he had prepared a special tea for his guest. Putting the cup on the table, the Taoist said that it was tea made from medicinal herbs. Spencer picked up his cup and took a sip of tea, and then his body was enveloped in a light blue glow. While the Taoist was looking closely at the guy, he said that this tea cleanses the soul and body, and even calms his mind. Smiling, Michael said that he knew very well that the infantryman had stood up to that witch single-handedly, and therefore such Taoists gave hope for a bright future. Looking down and smiling, Spencer asked why he had been called here. Michael asked the boy to become a member of his Ilwanman sect. Hearing this, Spencer looked up at the man in surprise, and then the man continued, saying that if the guy needed something, he would be happy to provide it to him. Spencer thought this was an extraordinary proposal, but he still refused. In response, Michael only closed his eyes and asked again. And then, looking at me menacingly, he said that in that case nothing could be done. Suddenly the guy felt something, and suddenly his whole body turned green, and from this he bent over. Getting up from the table, the man said that the boy would do better to listen to the old man's words. And then, coming closer, he said that the guy had probably heard of the smoky cloud, one of the 10 strongest poisons, and then announced that he was not going to kill the guy. How could he commit such a reckless act? The Taoist then said that everyone was in an uproar because of the ghost sect's provocation, so they must definitely pay back in kind, which is why each faction was gathering capable people. And then Michael said that they had been training to gather, but they didn't have enough experience. Therefore, they are not able to fight against such an enemy, and therefore, Spencer needs to take part in the war against the demonic sect. Smiling through his pain, Spencer said that because he was a wandering foot soldier, his death would have no consequences for the cult. Leaning closer to the boy, the man said that his situation would change if he joined the sect. Looking menacingly at the man, the boy asked if this vaunted sect really preached the selfish use of poison. Michael laughed and said that everything looks different when you look down. While the boy was still writhing in pain, the man said he would ask him one last time, and then he asked again whether he would join Ilwunmun, or will he still prefer to die? And then the man said that the guy still had a bison level, but he would only feel a little regret from his death. Suddenly Spencer laughed. The man looked at him in surprise while the guy laughed. After a pause, he asked what was wrong with him. And then suddenly Michael's blood started coming out of his throat. And suddenly he folded over and a fountain of blood came out of his mouth. While the man was sinking to the ground, Spencer, on the contrary, was getting up. Holding the bottle in his hands, the guy said that it was poison and poison. And then, looking menacingly at the man, he said that the poison of red wine is not fatal, unless the sorcerer activates it. With teary eyes, Michael looked at the former tiger and asked where he got such poison and whether he had forgotten that he himself was poisoned. But then the guy said that for him, who had achieved an invincible body, this meant nothing. And suddenly all the poison concentrated in his finger and flowed out from there as liquid. Under the surprised gaze of the Taoist, this drop fell to the floor, and then he said that this couldn't be, because he himself had not reached that level. But in response, Spencer said that the man had only one way to survive. Tormented by pain, the man asked with difficulty what kind of method this was. In response, Spencer told him to give him the liberation tablet of Glen, the guardian of Mount Yon. The man was surprised to think that he was going to take the animal. Spencer continued by saying that if the guardian became his, he would destroy the poison of the red wine. Without listening to another option, the Taoist immediately agreed. The man, kneeling, said that they would see who would laugh last, and then he took out some item from his clothes. And suddenly a passage opened in the floor. A huge staircase leading down opened up before Spencer's eyes. The men began to descend while the Taoist was still shaking. Suddenly Hannah said that this passage had been in front of him all this time, and he had no idea. Spencer said with a sour face that, who would have thought that an elder would sit over a vault? Hannah said that she never imagined that the owner would have to use the poison that Glenn gave them like that, to which the guy replied that the beast probably already understood the elder's rotten nature. And then he thought that maybe he, like Glenn, was now walking into a trap, because people are still people. After some time, the men went down to the storage facility. Looking around, Spencer was surprised to notice how many artifacts there were. Suddenly, Hannah drew the owner's attention to something, and the guy looked at some small tower. When her master asked if it was a useful artifact, Hannah replied that it was a tower of 6 spirits, one of the 10th generation artifacts. Spencer was very surprised when he heard this, but then Michael called out to him, saying that their agreement was only about the liberation board. Thinking about how annoying this was, Spencer continued to follow the man, and then they finally reached the liberation table. The Taoist placed his palm on the barrier in front of the tablet and began to recite the spell, after which the barrier soon disappeared. Taking the scoreboard in his hands, Michael told the guy not to forget to remove the poison from his body when he received the scoreboard. Spencer sighed and said that those with a guilty conscience will always doubt others. And then he said that at the moment of breaking contact, the spiritual power will be eliminated. The Taoist did not respond to this at first, but he still agreed with his mouth and sent the scoreboard to Spencer. The scoreboard slowly flew towards the guy, and a second later, Spencer was already holding the scoreboard in his hands. And then the man told the infantryman to now remove the poison from his body. Holding the board in his hands, Spencer decided to ask again whether Glenn would now belong to him. When the man answered in the affirmative, Spencer commanded the poison of the red wine to make Michael's body cry out loud. Hearing this, the man was taken aback and pain shot through his body. Suddenly, tears of blood flowed from the eyes of the Taoist. And then he said that, believe me, he will lose all spiritual power and become a useless empty shell. In response, Spencer raised his hand and said that he felt fine. And then, with a glint in his eye, the former tiger said that his goal was to take Glenn completely, and he knew that another ban had been imposed on him. And then he said that if Glenn believed in this, he would have immediately run away, and then his heart would be torn apart by the prohibition, and his inner key core would turn into a simple stone. And then, pointing his finger at the man, he said that he also knew that this ban was Michael. Still red with bloody tears, the man said he knew nothing. But Spencer, leaving, said that it didn't matter. His fate was already predetermined, and the man was torn apart from the inside. Suddenly, as he was leaving, Spencer glanced at the turret again, and then he smiled happily. Meanwhile, Glenn was in his cave. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, noticing something. Suddenly, Spencer appeared in front of the beast. In his hands, the boy held the liberation board and the unlocking stone. Seeing this, Glenn said that this was the same damn liberation board. Suddenly, the release board and the unlock stone rose into the air and began to spin. And then there was a bright flash, and a second later the whole mountain shook. And then something from the depths tore it into pieces, completely destroying it. And suddenly a huge wolf flew out from under its ruins. The wolf, engulfed in an orange glow, took a deep breath. Looking up at the moon, Glenn said it had been 1,000 years. And then he said that this dead time spent here, a whole millennium, was finally over. And then, sending light throughout the area, Glenn shouted that he was finally free. Sitting on the beast's back and holding onto its fur, Spencer shouted, asking it what it was doing. Wasn't it enough for it to slip away, so now it decided to also inform everyone about it. Glenn turned around and replied that it didn't matter, because the moment the liberation board was destroyed, they should have felt it. Meanwhile, something rose from the ground into the sky. As it turned out, there were 3 people hanging in the air at some distance from the beast and the former tiger. One of them turned out to be the chief elder of Ilwunman, Marlin, who asked the beast how he was able to get out, since Michael was watching the liberation board. The second person turned out to be Magnus, the elder of Ilvunman, who said that Michael himself created the text that limited the Guardian and hid it in a place hidden from everyone. The third was another elder of Ilvunman, Greg, who drew the men's attention to the back of the beast. Looking at the back of the beast, the men noticed a man on it, causing one of them to say that it was obvious that Glenn could not have escaped and broken the ban on his own. And the reason for this incident was probably related to the guy sitting on his back. Magnus angrily said that this man was a traitor who took advantage of the confusion caused by the Cheongjaman incident. And then he shouted that if this leaked out, how would others look at them? But Greg said that they would capture Glenn again and kill the traitor and force the students to remain silent. Hearing this, Magnus shouted to Greg that one of the peaks, the symbol of the lunar month, was broken, and therefore this was different from the last time when the keeper ate half of the peak. But then Marlin told the men to calm down, because first it was better to deal with the problem that was right in front of their eyes. Looking at the men, Spencer noted that they were all Hwansong level, and then he asked the beast what they should do now. But Glenn didn't answer, he just frowned. And suddenly this whole body was illuminated by a bright light, and then the sacred beast rushed in the opposite direction from the men. The beast flew across the sky like a falling star. Still sitting on the beast's back, Spencer asked if he did it because he still had an ace up his sleeve. In response, Glenn said that nothing of the sort. He didn't even have any artifacts with him, and therefore he couldn't resist those men because he was only thinking about how to get out of here as quickly as possible. But then those same Taoists caught up with them. Suddenly Greg raised his fan from which flames emerged, and then this flame grew and flew straight at the beast and the guy. Noticing this, Glenn said that this was the most common fire technique, but it would not be able to penetrate his thunder energy. And then lightning flashed around the beast, driving away the fire. Magnus, noticing this, said that he would tear it apart with his rings, and then he threw his rings. But then a shield appeared in front of Spencer which tried to reflect the rings. The rings spun madly, emitting sparks, but suddenly they flew away anyway. Looking to the side, the guy thought that even if he lived and blocked this attack with a powerful spell, it was dangerous. But the enemy continued to attack endlessly, causing the flight to slow down and the consumption of spiritual power to increase. Spencer thought that at this rate some kind of gap would appear, and just at that second one appeared. Suddenly, a huge red sword entered this gap. The guy reacted to this quickly. Suddenly, he pulled out a red ball from somewhere, and then he swung his red sword, and the blow of the enemy's red sword landed on Spencer's sword. The guy, crossing 2 swords, held back the enemy's attack. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, and then he suddenly raised his hands, causing the huge sword to fly back. Marlin was surprised to see that the boy was able to repel his attack, and then he thought that the guy was just a bison, and therefore his pride was hurt. Spencer shouted to the beast that he would help him, but if things continued like this, his arms would soon fall off. In response, Glenn said that there was only a short distance left to the southern land, and they needed to hold out until they crossed the border. Hearing this, Spencer remembered that Gosan was the main territory of the 4th noble family, and then he said that he would try to hold off the men as best he could, and Glenn should focus on escaping. Meanwhile, 3 dows hung in the air in front of Spencer, ready to attack. Soon, all 3 began to mercilessly attack the beast and the former tiger. Marlin thought that he didn't like it, because for some reason they couldn't destroy some weakling of the bison level who didn't have any artifacts. Suddenly, someone noticed that they were already outside of Ilvunmun's territory, to which Magnus only made an irritated sound. Suddenly someone called him, and then he called Greg. As it turned out, it was Marlin who suggested that the men open the wings of the divine dragon Daru, which surprised them quite a bit. Opening his eyes, Marlin said that Gosan was not far away, and if they let the beast and the guy get away, the prestige of their sect would fall to the bottom, and therefore they needed to be killed to prevent the worst. Meanwhile, Spencer, breathing heavily, watched the surrendering Taoists, and he wondered why they suddenly stopped attacking. Suddenly, a flash appeared in the sky, and then it flared up even brighter. And suddenly, out of this flash, a huge dragon came out and headed straight for Spencer and Glenn. This sight surprised the guy so much that he opened his mouth wide. Meanwhile, the dragon opened its mouth, preparing to attack. Turning around, Glenn was surprised to see that it was the divine dragon Daru. Hearing this, Spencer turned around, and Hannah immediately said that this was one of the best fusion techniques. But the reproduction of the technique had many flaws, and even so, it was dangerous. Meanwhile, the dragon, opening its mouth, flew at the guy and the beast, hoping to devour them. And now the dragon has almost caught up with them. Spencer was surprised to note that he could feel this pressure of spiritual power, which was as great as the size of the dragon. And then he turned one of his swords back into a red ball. And then the second sword became a ball, and then they flew straight towards the dragon. But these balls did not hurt the enemy in any way, but only bounced off him. This surprised the former tiger. But the dragon kept moving all this time, and now its jaws were right above them. But then Glenn's eyes started to sparkle, and he decided to use the thunder meteor technique. And then he opened his mouth and growled, and lightning began to swirl around him. And then a huge bolt of lightning struck the dragon. From this blow, the dragon began to fall heavily to the ground. Holding himself from falling to the ground by the beast's fur, Spencer said that it was able to dodge such an attack, and afterward he noted that it was an amazing technique. But then Glenn said that he had somehow dodged it now, but next time it would be difficult to repeat it, because his spiritual strength was almost exhausted. And then, looking at how the dragon rose again, he said to the beast with regret that it looked like he would die like this, when the lands of Gosan were already right under his nose. But suddenly Spencer, standing up, said that he would try to block the dragon. Meanwhile, the dragon did not think about it, but flew again at his opponents. Meanwhile, Spencer squeezed something red in his hand, and suddenly a huge number of red balls appeared around him. Looking up, Glenn was amazed at the number of artifacts. However, the Taoists sitting inside the dragon were also quite surprised when they noticed this. Meanwhile, Spencer's eyes turned red and he screamed from the strain. And suddenly a blue fire of a dark phoenix burst out of it. And suddenly, seeing this flame, Magnus said that this was the same flame that last time burned the top of the main mountain. Meanwhile, this fire began to swirl around the red balls, and suddenly they turned blue. And now there were many blue balls hanging in the air around the guy. Seeing this, Greg exclaimed in surprise, "How could this guy, whose level was no higher than theirs, control so many artifacts at the same time?" And then Magnus noticed that Spencer didn't look like a normal person. But then Marlin shouted for the men to gather, and they, no matter what their opponent did, had to give him a worthy fight, because all tricks were useless against the divine dragon. And then he commanded the dragon to swallow Spencer and Glenn. Meanwhile, the guy commanded his balls to move forward, and suddenly a blue flash lit up. And then the flash flared up even brighter, tearing apart the dragon, and Spencer hung in its center. Magnus, who was being swept away by the guy's energy, said that he was crazy because all the artifacts would explode like that, and then added that this was incredible energy, to which Marlin replied that they should hold on. Meanwhile, Spencer strained with all his strength, commanding the fire to burn even more intensely, and tiger stripes appeared on his face. And the fire obediently obeyed and flared up even more, and now this flame could be seen for kilometers. The Taoists were blown away by such force, and then the fiery bird flew upward, burning everything in its path. Spencer passed out from the stress and began to fall to the ground while Hannah desperately tried to call him. And then she said that if the guy continued to fall, it would end badly for him, because she couldn't materialize now. But suddenly a huge paw reached out to the guy, and now the paw has almost reached the guy's body. But then this paw transformed into a human hand, and then this hand grabbed the guy by the wrist. The man picked the boy up and said he was truly amazing. Looking at the unconscious boy, he said that he lost consciousness due to the exhaustion of all his spiritual powers, and then added that he had worked hard, and then he called Spencer his benefactor. At the same time, someone was walking along the mountainside, and the wind was blowing at their back. As it turned out, it was Chelsea, her hair blowing in the wind. Suddenly, she remembered Spencer's sword. She thought that she had once seen that sword, and then she remembered the monster to whom that sword had previously belonged. And then she remembered the day she met Spencer for the first time in a long time, thinking about how close he had been back then. That day he was so close, but she didn't recognize him. But then she wondered why Spencer had pretended not to know her that day. And then she sighed heavily and thought that after all he hadn't changed at all. He remained the same as he had been then. And then she said out loud that when she was attacked or humiliated, he blocked and fought back and would do anything for her. Meanwhile, Spencer saw in his dream how he, as a small child, was shaking and walking across a meadow, with many arrows sticking out of his back. Suddenly, a girl comes out from behind a tree. Noticing her, the little tiger begins to growl. But the girl stops and holds out her hand to him. This makes the tiger cub a little scared and he steps back. Suddenly, Spencer opens his eyes. He sees someone's blurry face in front of him. As it turned out, it was Hannah, who noticed with a smile on her face that he had woken up. Lying on the ghost's lap, the boy asked where he was. Hannah replied that she was safe in the lands of Gosan, or to be precise, in the territory of Savalrang. Spencer closed his eyes and replied that he understood, and then said that he had foolishly thought that he had become stronger, but he had made the same mistake again. And then he said that nevertheless, lying in Hannah's arms was not so bad. The woman just smiled when she heard this, and then she said that before, the former tiger also always ran into her arms first, and every time she stroked his head at such moments, and he began to purr and his mood improved. Hearing this, Spencer blushed, and the woman continued, saying that besides that, he always rushed to go with her even to the bathroom, which made the guy choke. And then he quickly jumped up with his face still red and said that he needed to go out and get some air because it was hot here. In response, Hannah just covered her mouth with her sleeve and laughed. And after some time, they were standing on the street, and in the distance there was some city. In this city, people with ears on their heads happily went about their daily business. Little children played happily in the snow with wolf puppies. Seeing this, Spencer said that he heard that they lived together without interacting with the outside world. But he could not imagine that the environment here was so peaceful, to which Hannah replied that it felt like they were in another world that was radically different from the human one. But suddenly the ghost evaporated, leaving behind only purple smoke. The guy asked what was wrong with the woman, to which she replied that she was just a single spear, so there was no point in her showing her appearance. In response to this, the guy had even more questions, but then he was greeted by a small boy, also with cat ears on his head, and behind him stood two large men. And then he introduced himself saying that he was Austin, Glenn's father. After Austin said that, Spencer realized that that meant he was the head of the Savalrang clan. And then, sitting at the table with a cup of alcohol in his hands in an elevated mood, Austin said that his son had already told him everything, and then said that even the thought of using such a skill in such a situation was shocking. Could someone crazy have so many artifacts as precious as life itself? And they also exploded at the same time, and therefore all the blocking circles were demolished at once. While Spencer also drank from his cup, the man continued that the guy was probably the first hermit to do such a crazy thing, in response to which the guy asked where Glenn was. Glenn's father replied that his son had begun preparing for the next level because he had not had time to do so in Ilwynman. Wiping the alcohol from his lips with his sleeve, Spencer thought that, in the end, even spirit beasts don't live forever. Meanwhile, Austin was thinking that Spencer deserved praise, and then he thought about what he heard that the former tiger is now only 100 years old, but he does not see any self-confidence or conceit about what he has achieved. And he, on the contrary, is very collected and reasonable. Lifting a huge jug of wine and pouring it into a cup, the man said he had been told that Spencer was doing nothing in gratitude for saving his son. And then he offered him the best of the treasures he had. As it turned out, Austin was offering him his daughter, causing Spencer to spit out the wine he had just drunk. And then he blushed and waved his hands, saying that he really didn't need any of this. Glenn's father closed his eyes and thought that the boy was taking his words too seriously. But suddenly Spencer said that there was still something he wanted, and that was heavenly longevity. Hearing this, Austin fell silent. And then he said that he didn't know where the guy could have heard about this, but to enter the spiritual world meant to create another life. And therefore, if he couldn't achieve awakening in time, then there was a high probability that he would be consumed by his inner demon and die. And then he added, saying that he heard that the guy was approaching 100 years old, and for his 100 years, his level of strength was unrivaled. So why such a rush? The guy replied that he was grateful for such words, but then said that, as a man can see, he is only at the level of Yongyul, and therefore no matter how risky this undertaking was, he needed to try. Austin closed his eyes and sighed heavily in response. And then he said that, although this was a shameful moment in the history of his clan, there was no longer any point in hiding anything from the former tiger. In fact, to achieve heavenly longevity, two things were needed, and their location was currently unknown. And therefore, he could not fulfill the guy's request. This admission surprised Spencer, and he thought with regret about the artifacts he had blown up to make it happen. But then, opening his eyes, Austin said that there was one thing on Gosan territory, you just had to walk a little to get to it. In response to this, the guy asked, since he knows where it is, then why doesn't he take this thing? Austin explained by saying that the clans were so different from each other that they would immediately start fighting when they encountered each other. And for this reason, it was strictly forbidden to invade the border areas with other clans, so they could not go out to search. The man continued by saying that just as a brush and black ink are a pair, the wolf star brush and bloodwater are also two halves of a whole. If one is found, the other will also be found. In response, the guy said that then he would go on a search, because since he was not a member of one of the 4 clans, he was therefore freed from the obligation to follow this agreement. Austin said with surprise that that was true, but how could they dare send him there? Getting up from the table, Spencer asked his interlocutor to describe the appearance of the wolf star brush and bloody water, in response to which the man asked if he really wanted him to do this now. In response, the guy replied with a smile on his face that there was no need to hesitate, because if there was a light of hope at the end of the tunnel, then he had to go. Austin had nothing to say in response to this statement, and then, closing his eyes, he thought that this guy, without any hesitation, strives to become better, and then he agreed. Then he said that the guy could be easily recognized because the bloody water looked like a small bottle with a bird in it that had blood poured into it. And then he added, saying that this blood will never dry up and will flow continuously. And the shape of the wolf star's hand is no different from the shape of a normal hand, but he will also be able to recognize it immediately, because he will immediately feel the red energy emanating from it. Suddenly, hearing the description of the brush, Spencer remembered something, and suddenly he began to take a brush out of his necklace. Taking out this brush, he took it in his hands and asked the clan leader if this was the same brush. Seeing this brush, Austin's eyes widened in surprise. As it turned out, it was the very same brush of the wolf star. Sometime later, Spencer was walking through the snow when he suddenly felt a sharp twist in his body, causing him to bend over. And then suddenly he threw up. Hannah asked if her master was okay, to which he replied, wiping his lips with his hand, that he felt a little better now. And then the ghost said that she didn't expect that the brush obtained in Cheonyodong would turn out to be the same brush of the wolf star. The guy agreed with her, and then said that although because of this brush he had to suffer all day. And then he remembered how, after his brush turned out to be the one, Austin began to get drunk on wine again and began to get Spencer drunk, saying that no one could even imagine that the hermit would have a relic, and therefore this is fate, going beyond all written and written laws, the most heavenly will. And then he shouted that everything was leading to the hermit and his daughter linking their destinies. Thinking back, Spencer thought about how he hated having an extra headache, and then he told himself that it was time for him to get in shape, when suddenly he heard footsteps from behind. As it turned out, it was some girl, and she also had ears on her head. Turning around, Spencer was surprised to see that it was a woman. And then this woman greeted the guy and introduced herself, saying that she was Goldie, and then she said that she would accompany the guy this time. The guy didn't chase her away, and now they walked through the snow at some distance from each other. Meanwhile, Spencer looked at her without turning his head. And then he remembered what Austin had told him, that since he so stubbornly refused to be engaged to his daughter, there was nothing he could do about it. But since he had volunteered to go in search of the bloody water, he would send someone to help him. And then he asked him not to refuse at least this. Remembering this, Spencer thought angrily that this cunning old man had now decided to assign his daughter to him. Spencer coughed awkwardly and asked Goldie if she, too, knew the exact location of this relic. In response, the girl said that she was simply following the orders of the clan leader, and he himself should deal with the search. And then she turned away abruptly, and the guy thought that these words seemed to send a chill through him. And then Hannah said that this attitude was well-deserved since he had turned off the conversation about marriage. She had no choice but to be cold. But then Spencer turned to the girl and said that, nevertheless, the answer that the relic was somewhere in Gosan was too spatial. In response to this, Goldie asked if he really thought they were irresponsible, and then she apologized for this, and then said that he thought they were irresponsible, and that is why he took the marriage proposal as a crude joke. And then she concluded that he refused the offer, which is why the guy recoiled from her. And then Goldie bombarded him with demands, saying that although he was a hermit of the Yongle level, she didn't think that he would refuse her, and maybe he did so because he knew her level. And if so, then it really isn't easy to accept a girl who is a level stronger than himself. And then she sighed and said that having such a beautiful wife was also somewhat burdensome, and therefore she should show understanding. Beaten by these statements, Spencer remained silent. And then he turned around angrily, thinking that at this rate, she would suck all the blood out of him. And then he thought decisively that if he firmly decided and searched all the lands of Gomon, then within one day he would definitely be able to find the relic. As they walked, Goldie said that one thing that should be noted was that her intentions had not been mentioned in the conversation, and he had refused before she knew about it. The girl then continued, saying that she was, of course, grateful for saving her brother, but marriage was a different matter, in response to which the guy simply agreed to everything. Suddenly, Goldie asked if it was possible that Spencer preferred men. Turning around, the guy replied that nothing of the sort. And then, pointing to the village, he said that they should stop there first, and perhaps they could get at least some information about the bloody water. Meanwhile, the air above some city was filled with smoke. As it turned out, the city was burning, and several men in black robes came out of it. Suddenly, someone approached the passage, which was guarded by two men. The man asked if Ms. Holly was still there. The men panicked and replied that the ceremony was over, but she had not yet come out, so they did not dare approach her. The man replied that he understood, and then said that the men were free, and he himself went on. And so he entered the dark room. A woman was sitting on a mountain of corpses, and a man called out to her. And then he said that those bastards would come soon. But Holly seemed to pay no attention to the man. And then she said it was strange because she had already eaten so much, but she still couldn't get rid of this thirst. Touching her chest, she said that she felt some irritation and something inside was getting bigger and bigger. And then she cried out that she didn't know what she should do and it was driving her crazy. The man watched this silently. Suddenly, she said that it all started then, and remembered Spencer, and began repeating his fictitious name. And then she said that she had to meet him. The man wondered who had instilled these unnecessary emotions in her. Meanwhile, Goldie said that she is not a very talkative girl, and hopes that the guy will not ignore this point. A tired Spencer told the girl to keep talking. While they were sitting across from each other in the room, Goldie asked if this was all a trick, to which the guy asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. And then she said that she didn't know what the reasons were, but he had definitely heard that there was only one single room here. Spencer replied that the subjects of Savalrang were supposed to deal with the housing issue in the first place, so this must be her trick. The girl blushed and cried out that there was a clear distinction between a woman and a man, and so why should she do that? Sighing, the guy said that he could leave if she was uncomfortable, because he couldn't kick the girl out of the room. Suddenly, Goldie asked him what he meant by the fact that since she was a girl, she was uncomfortable being in the same room with him. And the guy tried to object. But then the girl suddenly stood up and said that she didn't say that she was uncomfortable and didn't demand that he leave. And then, turning around, she said that she could not allow herself to do that. And then, heading towards the door, she said that then she would come out. But then her hand, holding the door handle, froze, and the girl looked at the puzzled guy. And then, blushing a little again, she said proudly that she thought it was impolite to behave like that, because the Taoist was the benefactor of their clan. So it would be more correct to serve without causing any inconvenience. And then she headed somewhere in the room. And then she took the bed linen and mattress. Then she carefully spread it out on the floor. And after that, she said that she would go take a bath. If Spencer needed anything, he should call her. And then she walked out, slamming the doors. After that, Spencer exhaled, wondering how he could adjust to her mood. Suddenly, Hannah called him. And then she materialized, looking irritated. And then she said that she usually tries not to get physical in front of others, but she thinks that this time she should make an exception. Falling to the floor, Spencer asked why the woman was acting like that. She then said that at first she thought Goldie was just heartbroken because he had refused marriage. But after all the observations, she came to the conclusion that this was not the case. In response, Spencer asked what she meant, and then the ghost, screaming, pointed at the blanket. Spencer asked again in confusion. In response, Hannah, screaming, said that Goldie said that she would serve the guy in this room. Stepping onto the bed, the ghost noted that the girl had prepared only one bed. And then, after she herself had gotten into bed, she shouted that the girl wasn't going to serve him under the covers. Spencer watched this, confused, wondering why she had gotten into bed herself. And then Spencer, with a stony face, asked the woman if she was really suggesting that the three of them sleep in this bed. In response, Hannah shouted that she, as his servant, could not calmly watch the suspicious actions of some girl. But halfway through this tirade, the guy was already walking out the door. After some time, Hannah and Spencer were standing on some ledge, and the guy noticed that it was quite quiet there. The ghost agreed with him, and then said that perhaps the village was such a quiet place originally, or something happened. The guy didn't respond to this, and then he noted that traces of the battle were visible here and there, and the smell of blood still lingered. And what a beautiful picture arose before him after he entered the residential area. Suddenly, some people ran up to them asking who the woman and the boy were, and whether they hadn't been warned that they shouldn't wander around here so recklessly. But then, one of the men noticed that there was a woman there whom he had not seen there before. Suddenly, a huge, muscular old man with a long beard appeared behind the men and said that he was bored, and therefore an ode to this unexpected meeting. But Spencer noted that the big guy didn't look human. Suddenly, the old man looked at the men and asked why they were hanging around, and then said that they didn't need the boy. And the men, understanding the hint, immediately rushed at the guy. But Spencer didn't try to dodge, but just stood motionless with a solemn face. And suddenly the guy disappeared, and the weapons pierced only air. While the men were looking for the enemy in bewilderment, he appeared behind their backs, right in front of the old man. This surprised the big guy quite a bit. Taking a closer look at the old man, Spencer said that, as he thought, he was of mixed blood. And where could such a freak have come from? But before the guy could finish speaking, the big guy rushed at him with an attack. But the guy, without hurrying, only bent his middle finger. And then he used that finger, telling them to use words instead of fists, and snapped the weapon, causing the old man to fly back. And the tip, in the form of an axe, flew off and stuck into a tree. The men stood on the ground with empty hands. Suddenly he shouted that the guy was not so simple. But then the old man's body began to transform, and he said that the boy had asked for it. Suddenly the big guy grew huge teeth. Scales appeared on his body, horns appeared on his head, and now he began to look even more terrible. Spencer said again that they needed to talk, not fight. But the big guy didn't listen to him, but only became even more angry and prepared to attack. But then the guy cut the air with his hand, pressing the old man's head to the ground, saying why he was asking for trouble. The men standing nearby watched the battle in shock. Meanwhile, the big guy, already defeated, lay on the ground, not moving. The men exclaimed that their commander had been defeated so easily, and they also asked how the boy had defeated him with one blow. But then Spencer, turning to the men, said that they had committed so many murders with this freak that now they reeked of blood. Hearing this, the men recoiled in fear. And the guy said that if he killed them and sent their souls to the next world, it would be too much of a luxury. And then a huge paw came out of the guy's sword while he was talking about how they would become ghosts and would forever lose the ability to return back. In response to this, the men only cried out pitifully, and their eyes filled with tears. Meanwhile, Goldie was taking a bath, and then she called Rachel, and suddenly another girl appeared behind the girl, who obligingly sat down on one knee, and then the princess asked what she thought of her. Rachel replied that she was the one with many virtues hidden within her. Goldie replied that that was not what she was asking, and then asked what she thought of her appearance. Looking at the girl with a stony face, the other one replied that she was beautiful. Hearing this, the princess turned to the girl and said that even she thought so. And then she sadly asked why then the hermit showed no interest in her. Rachel replied that she had heard that he put a lot of effort into cultivating morality, and if he was striving for perfection, it was only logical that he kept away from women. Goldie replied that she knew, because he had already managed to achieve Yongyul at the age of 100. But then she said that she was not at all satisfied with such a conclusion, because who would compensate her for her broken heart? And then she suddenly jumped to her feet, screaming that she simply had no words, because she was so beautiful, absolutely perfect, and he dared to reject her, although he was stuck at the level of Yongyul. Turning back to the girl, she asked if she also thought it was absurd, to which Rachel replied that the girl was right and the benefactor had made a huge mistake. In response, Goldie said that she didn't think it was a mistake, but rather caution. But suddenly she heard something. Suddenly she said that, judging by the energy, the hermit had returned, and ordered Rachel to hide. Smiling proudly, the princess said that it seemed the hermit was thinking about dropping in, to which Rachel hesitantly agreed. Listening to the conversations behind the door and sitting in the bathroom, the girl thought that he would come in now. But 15 minutes passed and no one came in, and Goldie thought that he was a little late. Was he really preparing a bouquet for her? 30 minutes passed, but no one came in. An hour later, no one came in either. And then Rachel said that she said the guy wasn't going to come. In response, Goldie ordered the girl to shut up and splashed water to the side. As she left the bathroom, the girl thought that this simply couldn't be. Suddenly, she had clothes on, and she was thinking that she was offended by being ignored to such an extent. Suddenly, tears appeared in her eyes, and she thought resentfully about how dare he do this to her. As she opened the door, she thought that she would make him pay for humiliating her. And suddenly, a huge, terrible face appeared before her, causing the girl to scream. And then she asked what this abomination was doing here. To which, sitting next to the tied-up old man, Spencer noticed that the girl had finally come out. And then, standing up, the guy said that this was a ghost goblin, and such exhibits are usually the work of a demonic sect, which either connects the criminal with a spirit animal or pours the blood of a spirit animal into the body. In response, Goldie remarked that it was amazing. But suddenly, looking at Hannah with a demand, she asked why the guy was dragging a ghost around with him. Hannah merely bowed respectfully in response, and the guy replied that the ghost was his guardian since ancient times. In response, the girl asked again with disdain, and then said that she could not even imagine that he had such preferences. And then she said that the reason he rejected the marriage proposal is because you enjoy having fun with a ghost. Suddenly, the guy got very angry, and a lot of blue balls appeared around him. Goldie remained silent in response, but Rachel suddenly appeared behind her. And then the princess asked the guy if he was sure he could handle her. While his eyes were shining with anger, he replied that of course he was sure. But suddenly Hannah called him, and Goldie noted that the spiritual force pressing from all sides disappeared in an instant. The ghost told the guy that she was to blame. Looking at her, Spencer asked what she had done wrong. Hannah, lowering her head, said that the very existence of a soul bitten by a tiger was incomprehensible to look at, and therefore it was not surprising that the girl reacted in such a way. Hearing this, Goldie thought that the hermit was actually a criminal. Spencer told Hannah that it was not like that at all. The ghost tried to say something, when suddenly the princess asked if he was being too cocky in front of her, and then she asked if he, who had only reached the level of Yongyul, could really resist her. Spencer looked at the girl with his red eyes flashing and told her that he would destroy at least one town, but it would not be enough to bury the good name of her clan forever. But then Hannah called his name again. The guy sighed, closed his eyes, and ordered the balls to return back, and they immediately gathered in his hand. And after that, he calmly said that he knew what kind of life the girl lived, being the princess of Savalrang, and therefore he would tolerate rudeness towards himself. And then he angrily said that if she showed disrespect to his keeper, then she should prepare for the consequences. In response to this, Rachel screamed at how impudent this was. But the guy didn't say anything else and moved on. Hannah bowed respectfully again, and then she quickly ran after him. Sighing, Rachel said that the guy could easily be called crazy, but his self-confidence was truly impressive. Looking at the guy, the girl agreed with the other. Suddenly, Rachel did not believe the words of the hostess and asked again, saying that this was really so, since he had barely reached the level of Yongyul, although this spiritual power was amazing. Turning around, Goldie asked if the girl hadn't noticed his artifacts, to which she replied that she had noticed that even the princess didn't have such artifacts. In response, the princess said that even she was unable to carry such a huge number of artifacts, and the artifacts that were floating around him were not one whole. Each of them was an original entity transformed into a sphere. Suddenly, Rachel shouted that this couldn't be. It was impossible to have such a huge number of artifacts. But then Goldie said that, to begin with, this hermit single-handedly freed her older brother from the prison of those Taoists, which in itself is something unimaginable. And then she thought with a smile that whoever would become her partner should have at least that level. Sometime later, Spencer was walking through the snowy mountains. He thought that on the day Hannah became his tiger-bitten soul, he already knew that something like this would happen one day. A ghost is a creature that denies death and lives in eternal torment. In addition, it attracts people and drags them into the tiger's mouth, and therefore, the soul bitten by a tiger, even being a living creature, will always be viewed only in a negative light. Suddenly, Hannah asked the guy where he was going, but the guy didn't answer, but only turned to face her. The ghost said that she was not at all hurt by the princess's words. In response to this, the guy said that, on the contrary, he was angry. And then he said that he was a very calculating person, so he was trying to find a way to get rid of Savalrang's pursuit after he killed their princess with his own hands. And suddenly, at a loss, he said that if he could have saved her 100 years ago. But the guy didn't finish, and Hannah only extended her hand to his, which was shaking. Taking his hand, the ghost said that in that case she would have died long ago, even if she had remained alive. And then she asked the guy if he regretted it. In response, he asked what she was talking about, to which she responded by asking if he regretted making her his tiger-bitten soul. Spencer confidently replied that he had no regrets. And then Hannah, closing her eyes and smiling, answered that this was the only thing that was important to her. But then the guy asked if she regretted it. Snuggling up to the guy's chest, the woman replied that she was grateful to him. And then she said that this way she could be close to him. Meanwhile, Chelsea walked through the snowy forest with a compass in her hands. Looking up, she asked where Spencer was going so quickly. Suddenly, she abruptly turned her gaze. With her blue eyes shining, the girl asked menacingly who it was here. In response, she heard someone say that there was no need to be so vigilant, since she was just passing by. Chelsea replied that the woman should go on her way. As they stepped into the light, The woman asked if all such meetings were not fateful, and so instead of being rude, why didn't they share a light conversation since, as it seemed to her, they were going the same way? In response, the girl asked why on earth she should do this. Holly asked if this was how the Gosan Taoists behaved, and then laughingly noted that the girl was a terrible rude woman. In response, Chelsea said that she was not a Taoist of Gosan, to which Holly asked why then she was heading towards Gosan. In response, the girl said that she was not obliged to be accountable in her actions, to which the woman noted that she was too harsh. Chelsea wondered who this strange woman was, and then thought that she needed to quickly catch up with her dear husband. But then Holly said that she was going to Gosan to find a man. Hearing this, the girl opened her eyes wide, and then the woman added that she would also drop in to see her subordinates who lived there. After a moment of silence, Chelsea noticed that the woman seemed to be very homesick for that man. The woman asked again in surprise. In response, Chelsea said that when she talks about him, the feeling can be seen in her facial expression, in her eyes, and in the way she speaks. And then she said that if she was wrong, she apologizes. Hearing this, Holly seemed to realize something. She realized that this feeling was longing for someone. Suddenly, she asked if she could talk to the girl a little longer, and then she added that the breakup was unintentional, so she didn't know what emotions she was experiencing. Hearing this, Chelsea thought about how the same thing had happened to her. She only realized her feelings after she lost him, and then the girl agreed, and they went on together. Meanwhile, Spencer suddenly ripped the blanket off someone. Under this blanket, as it turned out, was that very goblin. Looking at him with his red eyes, the guy asked him if he was awake, causing the goblin's eyes to pop out of his head in fear. And then Spencer said that if he answered all his questions, his death would be easy. In response, the monster began to mumble something uncertainly. Then, saying that he could die then, the guy squeezed the monster's neck. But then Hannah said that there was nothing good in his being angry for no reason. And then he let go of the goblin and drew some kind of spell in the air. Suddenly, pictures appeared in his head, in one of which he saw a monk. Suddenly, someone in black robes approached this monk. And then the guy saw a huge cauldron, from which something red was flowing out of a small hole. And in front of him stood some kind of monster, and part of it was the body of a woman. Suddenly, Spencer's eyes widened. Standing in front of the monster, he wondered if what he just saw was really that. And then he looked behind him, noticing something. As it turned out, Rachel was hiding behind him, and she flinched when the guy called her and said that he had a question for her. Coming out of her hiding place, the girl, awkwardly coughing, asked him what the question was, and he replied that there was a key to the location of the bloody water. Rachel suggested that the guy wake up Goldie and discuss it with her, but suddenly the whole room was again filled with a suffocating spiritual force, causing the girl to scream. Suddenly, she began to be pressed to the floor, and she noted with surprise that it was suppression, and therefore she wondered if they were on the same level, then where did he get such strength from? Spencer held out his hand, saying that his words were not a request, and then commanded her to speak. And suddenly, the girl's hands pressed against her body, and she said in a strangled voice that she herself didn't really know anything, but she had some suspicions. And then she said that she thought Hansen was the most likely place. Spencer asked again, and Hannah said that this place was the center of Gosan. The ghost said that this used to be an untouchable land because it was the border between the 4 clans. But humans entered the gap and a village appeared there. And now it is one of the few places where clans and humans naturally coexist. After that, the guy lowered his hand, and the girl fell heavily to the ground. Sweating and breathing heavily, she said that she had heard that he wanted to obtain heavenly longevity, and therefore he should not behave like that with the princess. Spencer, without showing any emotion, asked again, and then asked, how about this then? And then he said that the princess of the Savalrang clan, whom he was helping with the search for a family heirloom, insulted and humiliated a dear friend of his. And then he asked, I wonder what would happen if this reached the ears of Austin, the head of the clan. Rachel tried to answer, but she couldn't say anything useful. Suddenly, Goldie herself appeared and said that then she should apologize. Suddenly, Rachel's eyes widened, wondering if it was Goldie herself who said she would ask for forgiveness. And then she thought that she would ask for forgiveness with her enormous pride. And then the princess said that she had been rude to Savalrang's benefactor and his friend. And in the end, she had done something she shouldn't have done as the daughter of the clan chief. And then she bowed and said that perhaps it looked like a mere formality now. But if the guy so wished, she would be ready to make a formal apology when they returned back. And therefore she asked him to change his anger to mercy. Listening to this, Rachel's mouth opened wide in surprise. Suddenly, Spencer ordered Hannah to come. And when she appeared behind his back, he said that the girl should apologize not only to him. Bowing, Goldie said that she apologized again, to which Hannah also bowed and said that nothing terrible had happened, while Rachel was shaking in shock. And then the guy held up 2 fingers saying he wanted 2 of them. And then he explained that since the girl had insulted him and his friend, she would have to give them her 2 treasures. Turning around to look at the guy, Rachel thought angrily that the guy was also a brazen robber. But Goldie agreed with this, and the guy just turned around in response. And then he smiled triumphantly, thinking that in such situations it is necessary to grab a longer piece, because life is an eternal battle. Meanwhile, Chelsea and Holly began to say goodbye to each other, Chelsea saying that she hoped the other would find that person. And then she walked away into the distance. While the woman was watching the girl leave, a man appeared from the forest and asked her if she was really going to take her life. But in response, Holly asked why he didn't tell her anything, because he knew what kind of feelings she was experiencing. Did he really think that people like her, born just a vessel, could not necessarily understand emotions? The man replied that they were occultists seeking to become demons, and that such feelings were only an obstacle on the way to their goal. And then he said, calling her princess, that he was only doing what would be good for her. Turning around, Holly said they would leave it, and then she asked him what he was hoping for. And then she said that they would now go where they were heading. Meanwhile, Spencer and the girls were walking towards the cliff, and Rachel asked where the guy was going since it didn't look like the road to Hanson, to which he replied that he needed to check something. Suddenly, he stepped onto the edge of the cliff. Goldie noticed that behind this rock there are the possessions of one of the 4 clans, Gunbiho. In response to which Spencer asked about the relationship of this clan with Savalrang, the girl answered that they cannot be called bad. The guy, looking down, thought that this was the place that the memories of that freak pointed to, but he could not even imagine that he would end up on the territory of the Gunbiho clan. And then he activated the Golden Fallen Spirit effect, and suddenly something dark appeared in the fog. As it turned out, there was that same cauldron with red liquid that was flowing out of the white cauldron down there, and several more cauldrons on the sides with green liquid. Goldie asked the guy if he saw anything there. Turning around, he said that there were occultists down there, although their traces were erased by the blocking curtain and other barriers. But there were 8 Bison-level masters and 2 Hwanson-level masters. And then he said that it would be better if the girl saw it with her own eyes. Hearing this, Rachel screamed about how those bastards dared to deploy their activities on the territory of Gosan. Meanwhile, Goldie thought about how Spencer had only reached the Yongyol level, but he was able to penetrate the curtain set by the Hwansung level master with his gaze. And then she said out loud that she didn't know what the followers of the demonic sect were planning, but the territory of the Gunbiho clan lay down there, and so they had no reason or justification to interfere. But then Spencer said that there was bloody water down there in the hands of those bastards. And then, to the girl's surprise, he noted that they were using her to create ghostly puppets that were wreaking havoc in Gosan. After that, the girl asked the guy if he was sure about this. He smiled and replied, asking if he hadn't said he came here to check something. And then, turning around, she said that since he was neither a friend nor an enemy of the Gunbiho clan, he would therefore go there alone. And then he jumped down. As Rachel got closer to the edge, she said he was just crazy. And then she shouted that no matter how strong he thought he was, there were 2 Hwanson-level masters in that place. And if the hermit made any mistake, the problem would become global. Coming closer to the edge, Goldie agreed with the girl, and then said that this was why she was in a difficult situation. And then, looking at the girl, she said that therefore she would follow him. And then she ordered her to watch the slightest movements around and kill anyone who tried to escape. And then she jumped down, following the guy. As she fell down, she wondered if it was worth taking a look at the hermit's abilities once. After some time, she almost caught up with the guy. Suddenly, his body was engulfed in a blue glow. And a second later, the guy disappeared from sight, leaving behind a barely noticeable blue glow. This caused the girl's eyes to widen, and she was surprised to notice that it was a divine power of movement. And then she wondered where he got such a power that could only be acquired by reaching Yonggop. And then she assumed that the guy was hiding his true level. Meanwhile, a bald man in a red cloak was pulling the hair of a girl whose body was inextricably linked with the body of a monster. Suddenly, Spencer appeared in front of the man. The man was surprised to notice that it was a Taoist, and then he asked him how he got there. But suddenly the boy threw his sword to the man. Confused about what was happening, the man suddenly caught him. Suddenly, looking intently at the man, the boy said, "First," and suddenly something purple burst out of the sword, which obscured the man's vision. And then something swallowed the man. Then a figure began to emerge from the fog and asked what the noise was. As it turned out, it was a man with a long white beard, many horns on one side of his head, purple skin, and in armor and a black cloak. He said that he also said that you can't make noise here. Seeing the guy, He asked how he got here because there were no problems with the barrier, and then he noticed a keeper next to him, and then he said that he didn't know that the place had already been revealed. Meanwhile, dark ghosts emerged from the sword. Noticing this strange man, he noted that he was of the Hwanson level. Suddenly, he quietly said that nothing could be done, and then he suddenly took off and disappeared from sight. And then, screaming that Spencer had seen something he shouldn't have seen, the man attacked him from above. And then he struck a blow that caused deep cracks to appear in the ground. A second later, when the dust cleared, it turned out that there was no one else in that place except the man. He said he should have thrown the boy to be eaten by their ghostly puppets, but all that came out was a bloody mess. But then Spencer plunged his knife into the man's back, causing him to ask how that was possible. Spencer replied that it was a stupid question, because everything had turned out that way because he had relied too much on his high level when entering the battle. As the ghosts slowly approached the man, the boy continued, saying that when your life depends on the outcome of the battle, you should use artifacts from the very beginning, and this was just a result of his arrogance. And then he said, "Second," and the ghosts began to tear the man to pieces. Suddenly, a red ball flew out of this purple curtain. Seeing this, the boy remembered that if you reach the level of Yongmyeon Hwansong, you can breathe new life into the core of internal energy, but this is the first time he sees this in real life. Then he called T, and the centipede crawled out from under the ground. Then she chased after the core, and soon she successfully caught this core with her thin whiskers. Suddenly, some other individuals emerged from behind the fog, wondering what had happened, and whether some puppet had rebelled again. These people noticed with surprise that a Taoist was standing in front of them. Spencer counted the people who came to him and noted that he would now have 9 ghosts in his collection. And then he went towards these people with his ghosts behind his back. And a second later, he and his ghosts rushed at the people. The men noticed with insolent smiles that this guy seemed to want to die to the point of madness. But then the guy quickly broke through the crowd. And then he landed with his back to them. Noticing this, the men thought that there was a gap in his defense and decided to attack. But then one of them was pierced by something thin and sharp. Still alive, he turned around in shock and saw one of Spencer's shadows there. Meanwhile, the guy's shadows were tearing the men apart one after another. Standing and looking at this, Spencer, throwing the sword over his shoulder, said that this sword is very insatiable. Suddenly, something reached out to him from behind. But the guy managed to react and turned sharply, defending himself from the attack. And then he drove back. Looking out from behind the sword, he thought that it had finally shown itself. A huge lion was walking next to someone in a dark cloak, and this someone asked how it happened that one guy defeated them all. Looking at the speaker, Spencer thought that he was a mid-level Hwansung, and perhaps he had almost reached the peak. Lifting his cloak with one hand, the monster said that the only copy of the Supreme Core would be completed very soon. And then an incorrectly bent, insanely ugly hand appeared from the cloak. The blue-skinned monster raised this hand, on which some red blisters were showing off. Suddenly, Hannah warned the owner that this hand was an implantable shield. And then she said that once a body part is transplanted, it cannot remain in perfect shape forever, but the destructive power is retained by the artifact. And then the enemy called his lion, ordering him to tear the stupid invaders apart. And the lion obediently rushed at them. Swinging his paw, the lion easily cut through the bodies of the ghosts. Then he roared loudly, causing the ghosts to begin to disintegrate. The monster said that his lion's claws and teeth could tear even steel, so some insignificant ghost would definitely be torn apart. And then he himself rushed into the attack, shouting that he himself would throw him to be fed, as the last sacrifice to the possessor of the highest poison. Suddenly the guy said, "Chokji." Meanwhile, the monster waved his ugly hand. But the blow did not hit anyone, because the guy instantly appeared behind the enemy. And then he struck his opponent's back with his sword. The blow cut the monster's cloak, and purple smoke came out of the wound. But suddenly, the monster's spine emerged from there, and he grinned. And then the monster struck unexpectedly with that spine. From this blow, the guy moved back again, breaking himself with his sword and cutting the ground. Suddenly, the monster tore off his cloak and said that his attack could not penetrate his beautiful armor. And then he asked if the guy really thought that only one shield was implanted in his body. And then he noticed that the guy surprised him by using the technique of moving in space. And then he said that he thought that Spencer had always been in an advantageous position thanks to this technique so far, but it only worked on low-level opponents, and therefore these tricks were no problem for him. Wiping his face with his hand, Spencer thought that he had launched an overly confident attack, and said out loud that confidence was pouring out of every crack in his opponent. Spreading his arms and bones out to the side, the monster said that this protective plate imported into his body blocked everything like an impregnable fortress. and therefore his sword was just a toothpick to him. But Spencer only grinned in response. And then he said that he had just arrived to check something, and then some huge structure appeared in the air. And then the guy said that he wanted to test the power of the Tower of Six Spirits, and the monster looked up in surprise. Drenched in sweat, he asked where he got such a thing. And then he called to his lion and ordered him to return back as quickly as possible. And then, grabbing the sword again, Spencer said that this would not do, and he was unable to use the sword properly because he was busy summoning the tower. And so the sword became completely enraged, and suddenly a huge ghost appeared above the lion. And then he quickly bit into the lion. As he ran away, the monster shouted that the lion should quickly dodge the attack. But then he noticed that even with his speed, the lion could not do this. And then he wondered how the ghost managed to chase him at all. And then he screamed and cursed. And then he released more bones out and shouted that if it was impossible to avoid, then he would meet the blow head on. And then he shouted to the tower to come closer. And the tower obediently descended on the monster while he tried to hold it with his hands and bones. After a while, the monster realized that he would be able to hold this tower. Meanwhile, the tower sank even lower. And then she flattened the monster completely. And then there was silence. And then the tower began to ripple. And then she moved into Spencer's hand, shrinking. Looking at the pool of blood, in which now lay only the spine and arm, the guy noted that it had turned into a flattened pancake. And then he noticed that his arm and spine were intact. And then he realized that his attack had only affected the target and nothing else. And then he looked away. And then, looking into the fog, he told someone to come out, since she had already seen everything. As Goldie emerged from the fog, she noticed that he had noticed her watching, to which the boy replied that he couldn't have known that. And then he said that she was hiding like some kind of rat, which made the girl cough awkwardly and blush. And then he told her that they needed to check what these freaks were doing here, since they were already here. Looking at the guy, Goldie thought that Spencer, as if nothing had happened, entered into a confrontation with those who had a higher level. And then she noted that he, moreover, used a relic of the 10th era. She, of course, suspected that the guy had some kind of trump card hidden away. But she couldn't expect something like this. And then she thought that this guy was becoming more and more interesting. The highest poison, the nature of which is a curse and evil witchcraft. All kinds of poisonous animals are placed in a closed space and forced to devour each other. And the last one to survive devours all kinds of poison and is born as a sorcerer with the most powerful poison. Meanwhile, Goldie and Spencer reached the very same cauldron from which the red liquid was flowing. Looking at what was happening in the cauldron, the guy thought that he had not thought that the poison of madness was being created here, where people were the guinea pigs. And then he asked the girl about that blood flowing down. That same blood from the bottle with bloody water. The girl replied that it was, although it was only a fragment and not a real artifact. And then she said that she could not even imagine that blood water would be used in such a way. And then she said that with the help of bloody water all this time ghostly puppets were created, and also the poison of madness. And then she noted, looking at the girl in the cauldron, that she did not understand what the demonic sect had planned. Suddenly, this girl noticed people standing above. Suddenly, she quietly asked them to kill her, slowly moving her dry lips. This request made them shudder, and then they looked into her light violet eyes as she continued to ask. Looking at the girl who kept begging for death, the guy thought that usually in such situations, people go crazy, as the brain is destroyed by the poison. Suddenly, he turned to Goldie, asking if there was no way to help her, if there was still a drop of humanity left in her, to which the girl replied that, unfortunately, she had never heard of such a case. Meanwhile, the girl in the cauldron said that her family and her friends died. Or rather, she absorbed them, because she had no choice. She could only watch as her hands tore them apart one by one. Crying tears of blood, she said that she no longer wanted to live as such a creature, and life had lost its meaning for her, and she had to live only because she did not have the opportunity to die. Only death could relieve her of this pain. Spencer listened to this, looking at her with unblinking eyes, and then he was silent for a moment, his lips pressed tightly together, and then his blue fire appeared on his hand, and he said that her request would be fulfilled. And then he sent this fire into the cauldron like a blue bird. A light lit up in the girl's eyes when she noticed her, and then she gratefully accepted the bird, embracing it. And then everything in the cauldron was engulfed in blue flames. Looking at this, Spencer thought angrily of occultists and ghostly sects. Suddenly, tigers with wings approached them, and on one of them stood a man who asked who had allowed himself to disturb the peace in the territory of Gunbiho. Looking at the new arrivals, the boy noted the swift wings and strong bodies of the tigers. And then he thought it was strange that they showed up only after everything was already over. Suddenly, Goldie passed away, saying that she was Austin's third child from Savalrang, and then gave birth to a man, which was not understandable since they did not try to penetrate their territory. The man asked the girl who was next to her. Waving her hand towards Spencer, the girl replied that he was the benefactor of their clan. And then the man introduced himself by saying that his name was Fred from Gunbiho. And then he said that he would not ask any more questions about entering their territory, but they should tell them from beginning to end what happened here. And then the tigers began to descend to the ground, and Fred said that the winged guards would take them to the heavenly abode. After some time, the tigers flew up to Mount Kumgang, the peak of Birobong, and then they lowered the boys to the ground, and the man, pointing to the arch, said that this was the entrance to the heavenly abode. And then he asked them to get the spiritual board that they had recently received, and Spencer got out some kind of metal circle. And then Fred said that it was not only the key to enter the heavenly abode, but also protected against many prohibitions. And then he, telling the guys to follow him, passed through some kind of portal. This sight surprised the guy. Touching the engraving, he thought that it created an individual space. Thinking that this was different from changing the space with the help of an amulet, he ran his hand over the engraving, and from this movement, light waves spread out. And the guy thought that he didn't even think that he would have a chance to see this with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Goldie immediately entered the passage, asking the guy why he was hesitating so much, whether this was the first time he had seen such a passage into another space, which made the guy blush. As she walked through the door, Rachel smirked and called the guy a redneck, which made him blush even more. And then he himself passed through, and suddenly everything around started to ripple. And then they found themselves in another dimension, and Goldie said that she was here for the first time too. There were noble animals here that could not be seen even in the famous Yongsan. The energy of heaven and earth could be felt to the fullest extent. The man, leading the visitors to the gazebo, said that he would go to the elder, and then added that if they had any questions, they could ask the guide. Suddenly, the man released his white wings, and then he flew off somewhere, and Spencer looked at the little girl standing in front of him. She looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, the guy asked her if he looked strange, which made the girl shudder. And then she looked away and, blushing, apologized for her tactlessness, and then said that guests very rarely come here. And then she asked if the guy was a tiger. This surprised the guy, and he asked the girl how she found out about this. The girl happily replied that she had a very good sense of smell, and then said that the guy smelled like a tiger. And then the girl asked about the reason for their visit, to which the guy replied that they were chasing a group of occultists, and as a result, ended up here. And then the girl continued asking questions. After a while, Goldie remarked, saying that she didn't know hermits were so talkative. And then she asked why the guy answered questions so obediently. And the guy shuddered at this question. And then he glared at the girl, and she just smiled brightly. Suddenly, the boy released his powers, causing their clothes and hair to flutter. Suddenly, he used his ability. But as it turned out, he couldn't see anything strange, even using the fallen spirit effect. Suddenly, Rachel asked what this hermit was doing, but the guy didn't answer her, but only ordered the girl to show her true nature. Looking at him with her big eyes, the girl asked in confusion what he meant. Since the girl did not confess, Spencer decided to use his third eye, namely the technique of destroying illusionary witchcraft. And suddenly, the world around them crumbled into pieces, and they found themselves hanging in space. Goldie asked in shock if it was all an illusion as Rachel rushed towards her, screaming in fear. The girl crossed her arms and happily noted that this was amazing. And then, suddenly becoming serious, she said that Spencer, who was only a Yongyol level, was able to destroy such an illusion, which meant that his spiritual level was already far beyond Yongmyeon. And then she clapped her hands. And suddenly they all found themselves in the middle of green mountains, and the girl said that he was rude to the guests. And then, changing her form, she apologized for the late greeting. And then, placing her hand on her chest, she introduced herself, saying that she was the commander of the heavenly abode, and her name was Emily. Meanwhile, in the city of Hansen, one of the men whispered to the other to look away. Suddenly, the second man turned deeply red and opened his mouth wide. And then he exclaimed, saying that the girl was a goddess, and at the table, at the same time sat Chelsea. Suddenly, the man asked his friend if maybe he should start a conversation with her, to which his friend replied that he couldn't see that she was a Taoist master. Would she deign to honor them with her attention? And the girl, meanwhile, didn't react to this in any way. Looking at the compass in her hand, she noticed that the needle on it had stopped. And then she hoped that it was not broken. And then she twirled something in it. After checking that her husband's fur was in place, she realized that he was most likely in another space now. And then, closing her eyes, she told herself that everything was fine and there was no need to rush. Suddenly, some guy approached her, saying that he had never even hoped to meet such a beauty, and then introduced himself, giving his name and what sect he was from. The girl glanced at the guy, and he noted that she seemed to be on the path of ascetic training. And then he offered her to go with him, but then he quickly said that the girl should not misunderstand him, because in such a terrible time, when a demonic sect is raging everywhere, it is good to have someone who supports you. But Chelsea just continued to drink her tea calmly without answering him. Noticing this, people behind the guy's back began to whisper, and someone laughed, saying that the guy was humiliated in front of everyone. Hearing these conversations, the guy tensed his chewing muscles, clenching his jaws tightly. Suddenly, he smiled brightly again and said that the girl seemed not to have heard. And then he took out from under his cloak a hand on which iron bones were somehow worn, and made a rough strip in the table, and then said that if she ignored a man who politely started a conversation with her, then she was insulting him. And then, looking at her menacingly, he said that he had no choice but to turn into a beast. Suddenly, someone grabbed the guy by the collar, and suddenly, he was pulled back. And then some Taoist in a white hat threw this guy straight into the wall. And then she said that she, the white ghost, was still here. While the boy was still lying unconscious, the Taoist sat down at the table next to the girl. Taking off his hat, he said that if she decided to visit Hansen, she should go to a place under Pingong's control. And then he said with a smile that she stood out too much from the crowd. And that was precisely why he had told her so many times to be careful. And then he said that maybe she didn't know, but he, her senior comrade, had not yet said anything to the mentor and students. And then, closing his eyes, he said that he had secretly dealt with the body of that gentleman and destroyed all traces of her. And then, looking at Chelsea, the guy said that she had finally taken her revenge. And then he told her to stop and go back to Pingong. But then, to the guy's surprise, the girl refused. And then she said she needed to check something else. The surprised guy asked what exactly she needed to check. The girl replied that this was something she had to verify with her own eyes, and until she did so, she could not return. Suddenly, the guy realized that she had changed. Before, she was just a white ghost who lived for revenge. And the guy wondered what caused such changes. In response, the guy just sighed. As he put on his hat, he said that his heart sank when he learned that she had gone to Mount Back after killing that gentleman, for her life was based only on revenge. And then he said that he didn't know what the changes that had happened to her would lead to. But then, smiling, he said that everything was not so bad. And then, as he left, he said that he was giving her only 4 days. The girl looked after him in surprise. Meanwhile, Emily was getting closer and closer to Spencer. The guy asked that, even though they were outsiders, this was not how the Gunbiho clan greeted guests. The woman replied that she only wanted to know what brought them there, and she knew that a demonic sect was plotting something on their territory. But afterward, she said that the 4 clans had no right to interfere in each other's affairs until they were able to sort things out themselves. Goldie greeted the woman and then told her she was right. And then she said that for them, the wishes of the benefactor come first. Emily replied that she expected something like that. And then, looking at the guy, she said that, having become a benefactor, he wanted to take possession of heavenly longevity. But in search of lost artifacts, they came across occultists and raised a stir. Spencer noted that she had a frightening power of deduction. But afterward, the woman said that Savalrang was only providing support, and their benefactor, not bound by an oath, was wandering here and there in search of artifacts. And then she said that that baby was very lucky. Hearing this, the guy realized that she was talking about Austin, and then he wondered what her age was then. Smiling, Emily said that they would not impose any restrictions as long as they searched for the bloody water. Goldie asked what she meant, to which the woman replied that they were free to move around Gunbiho. But Spencer found this suspicious, since she had recently used hypnosis. Thinking about how they had to deal with the occultist to find the blood water, he wondered what benefit there was for her. And then he laughed out loud, realizing something. Suddenly, looking at the girl, he said, "The 5th ghostly king of the depths of the demons." And then the guy, with a smile on his face, asked if the woman was familiar with this name. And then he again ordered her to throw off her disguise using her 3rd eye. Suddenly, the woman's body began to glow menacingly, and her eyes began to shine with a bright light. And then this world also shattered into small pieces, and Emily rose up, engulfed in red light. Seeing this, Goldie exclaimed in shock. But suddenly some transparent walls appeared around her and Rachel, which seemed to protect them. The princess desperately knocked on these walls, shouting something. Meanwhile, the boy and the woman rose higher, and he folded his arms, protecting himself from the gusts. While the woman's eyes glowed menacingly, she asked the guy how knowledgeable he was, calling him a bastard. The guy just smiled in response. There are 5 main powers in Gosan, and the possessions of the four noble families are located in the north, south, east, and west. And there is a power that unites them. The owner of this power is called a mask, since there is no specific name. But since the permanent attribute is a mask carved from wood, the name has become established naturally. And their leader, the Lord of the Immortal Lands, reached the highest level Huangman. It is known that the four noble families took an oath of peaceful coexistence, but in reality this is a humiliating pact, concluded unilaterally in the face of the overwhelming power of the Huangman. Everyone immediately knelt before the mask, but everyone was looking for an opportunity to break this oath someday, and Gunbiho also sharpened his sword to develop a power that could withstand the power of the Huangman. And the basis was precisely the ghostly demon king of the deep sea. Suddenly, Emily ordered the guy to tell her again. He was so aware of all this. In response, the PVRN hesitantly said that he knew everything, while threatening gusts of wind hit him in the face. But the woman did not believe him. And angry, she asked how she knew about all this, and to whom she had already managed to blab about it. And then she said that the guy had better answer without hesitation, because if he was replaced even for a second, then there would be no wet spot left of him. Suddenly he raised his hand, on which a gold bracelet was flaunting, and then he asked if she was really threatening him now. In response, the woman asked what this bracelet was supposed to mean to her now. The guy replied that it would be easy to kill him, but in that case his friend would definitely come to Mask and then tell him something. Then, Spencer quoted his comrade's future words, saying, "In order to break the long-standing oath, Gunbiho has formed an alliance with the Demon King of the Deep Sea, and is going to use the demon sect's sorcery." Hearing this, the woman was stunned and asked again. And then the guy said that he, of course, knows that they didn't mess with the demonic, but what will Maska think of them when he finds out that they didn't pay any attention to the murder of countless human masters? Hearing this, Emily screamed angrily, asking the guy if he, the bastard, really dared to threaten her, the commander of the heavenly abode of Gunbiho. In response, the guy, flashing his eye, replied that he was only starting to threaten now. This statement surprised the woman. And then the guy made a face and said that first the woman needed to dispel this damn illusion because he thought she was going to explode from her anger soon. And he also didn't think he could keep his mouth shut because he was so shocked by the commander's threatening actions towards him. And then he said that if she wanted him to keep quiet, she should give him some treasure, and a very heavy one at that. And then he theatrically spread his arms and said that if she didn't want to, then nothing could be done. And in the morning, they would all set off together to survey the vastness of the underworld. Suddenly, the woman began to shake slightly and began to say something, completely confused. Clenching her fist, which was shaking, she thought that she had to endure this. She could do this. Biting her lip, she thought that her long-awaited cherished wish would soon come true, and then fell silent. And then tears started flowing from her eyes, and she thought that this was the first time in her 3,000-year life that she had encountered such humiliation. And then she said in a shaking voice that the barrier would be removed. After some time, the girl looked after Spencer, who was walking away somewhere into the distance. The old man appeared and asked her if she was okay. Emily replied that even if not, there was nothing she could do. Now it was necessary to give the guy what he wanted. The old man asked how the guy even found out about this because only a few people know about it. And what if he takes the treasure and gives them away? The woman said that if he turned out to be such a person, their prestige would sooner or later collapse. They could no longer feel safe. And then she said that she could not let their efforts go to waste, and then she ordered the elders to be called. Meanwhile, Spencer reached the guest house. Hannah pulled the guy by the cheek. The guy asked what she was doing, to which the woman replied that her master's cheeks were so lovely, and she wouldn't fall asleep unless she pinched them. And then she angrily, but smiling, asked if he knew that he had just escaped the fate of ending up in hell. And then she asked how he could remain so calm after such madness. But then Spencer said that the problem had already been resolved, to which Hannah replied that she still wouldn't forgive him so easily and would pull at his cheeks until she calmed down. Suddenly, they fell to the floor, and suddenly, it turned out that the ghost was sitting on top of the guy. With a smile on his face, the guy asked if the woman was really going to attack him. Blushing, Hannah began to justify herself and jumped to her feet. Suddenly, Spencer used the movement technique. And then, he mentally told the woman that he would go for a walk for now, and that she should calm down for now. And then he said that if she attacked him again next time, he would put up with it, which made Hannah blush deeply. And then she screamed the guy's name loudly, shaking the entire house. Meanwhile, the guy was walking along some mountain. He thought that, without a doubt, as Hannah had said, he had done a stupid thing, threatening an entire family. And then, smiling, the guy noted that, although it happened unexpectedly, but as long as he knew the secret of their long-standing desire, they would have no choice but to offer what he wanted. Suddenly, Spencer met Goldie in front. Noticing her, he thought about why he had met her now. And then the girl called the guy. And then she said that she didn't understand something, and then asked if he was really going to be at odds with Gunbiho. The boy replied that nothing of the sort was the case, and then he asked what benefit it would give him, a lonely hermit, to become an enemy of one of the 4 noble families. In response to this, Goldie asked why he then showed such rudeness towards the commander of the heavenly abode. Spencer closed his eyes and noted with a smile that perhaps that was how it looked from the outside. And then he asked the girl if they were in a relationship to discuss this. This statement struck the girl, and then she screamed, saying that, as he said, they were not close enough to chat with each other, but now they were working together to achieve the same goal. And besides, he was a benefactor, and she was the daughter of the clan leader, and therefore it was her duty to help him. Asking why the girl was so angry, he awkwardly said that she was right, but his actions did not cause her any harm, and then asked her to stop. But the girl did not calm down, and, shouting, said that he was irritated with her from the last time. If she brought him her apologies, then he should accept them. And then she asked if he was really so petty that he would remember this small mistake until the end of his days. Hearing this, Spencer, amazed, asked again. But then Goldie asked him if he thought he could gain any benefit from the marriage gossip, to which the guy asked why that was said, and then asked how much longer she was going to pester him with talk of a marriage proposal. Shaking with anger, the princess asked again. In response, Spencer asked if she were in his place, would she be able to marry a stranger, and should his opinion not be taken into account in this matter? And then they began to exchange insults. When the guy heard her call him a dog, he snorted and confidently said that she was the dog. Suddenly, Goldie's eyes lit up with a bright yellow light and a bright flash came on. As it turned out, it was she who turned into a wolf and waved her paw. Suddenly, this blow broke off a part of the mountain, causing the tiger sitting on the mountain nearby to shudder. Meanwhile, a dark hole formed in the mountain. Suddenly, 2 red lights appeared in it. A tiger's paw stepped onto the ground, and Spencer asked if that was all the girl could do. And then he angrily replied that he would now show her what it was like to disturb a tiger. And then he suddenly took off. Attacking the she-wolf, he shouted that it was too late to regret his actions. But suddenly he bumped his head into her paw, which stopped him. While the tiger struggled helplessly to free himself, Goldie asked him what he was going to show her. And then she irritably waved her paw, hitting the tiger in the face, shouting that he did not dare to interfere in such a matter when he himself was weak. Suddenly, Emily flew up to the tigers and asked what all the commotion was about. One of the tigers replied that when they arrived here, the people from Savalrang were already fighting with each other, and so they took up an observation position. Emily asked again about the fight, surprised. And then, looking at the so-called fight, she noticed that it looked more like a one-sided beating. Suddenly, she noticed something, causing her eyes to widen. Meanwhile, Spencer was still fighting and blood was flowing from his nose. But Goldie hit him in the face again, and then one of the tigers asked if maybe they should intervene. But then the old man, the whites of whose eyes were black, replied that they should leave them alone and let them sort it out for now. Emily, however, did not comment on this in any way. Sometime later, lying in some cave, Spencer thought with annoyance that these worthless people from the Gunbiho clan put him in prison just because of some petty quarrel, and there is not a single living place on him. Suddenly, a purple mist began to shine around him, and then a dark silhouette appeared in front of the door. It turned out it was Hannah, and she was clearly very annoyed. Seeing her, Spencer coughed awkwardly and looked away. Suddenly, folding her arms across her chest, the woman said ironically, saying that he had done an excellent job. And then she shouted that only 2 hours had passed, and he had already managed to get into a fight with a girl, and anyone would laugh at him for it now. And then she asked him if he understood where he was. In response, the tiger hesitantly asked if she couldn't see what was wrong with his face, to which the ghost replied that she could see everything perfectly well, and then said that she really liked it, because everything was swollen up to the size of a pancake. In response, the tiger hesitantly said that comparing him to a pancake was going too far. But then Hannah interrupted him, shouting that even owners get angry if their dog comes back beaten. Spencer looked away, offended, thinking that the woman had gone too far by interrupting him and forcing him to remain silent. Suddenly, the woman sighed, calming down, and then she touched his paw and calmly asked him when he would grow up, and then told him to look at his wounds, and then noted that, fortunately, the princess showed leniency. Spencer replied that growing up is hard. Hearing this, an irritated Hannah stood up, causing the tiger to flinch, and then the woman shouted that the princess should have hit him harder. Meanwhile, Rachel asked how it was possible to beat up Savalrang's benefactor, and then she asked if the girl was satisfied. pressing her paws to her face and blushing. Goldie, still in wolf form, remarked that hitting was too strange an expression, and then told her to be more careful with her words. Sighing, Rachel asked the girl if she had won. The princess smiled and replied that of course she had won, and then said that she was curious whether he was hiding his level or not, but it turned out that he was not. All her doubts disappeared after the first hit. And then she said that it was a little bitter that such a lucky hand had to beat Yongyol, but it was okay. Dryly saying that this was commendable, Rachel asked the princess how she had suffered then. Pouting, Goldie said that it was because Spencer hit her with his deadly horn, to which the girl asked her if it hurt a lot, to which the princess replied that it did. Suddenly she noticed that she remembered her father's words, and then said that he said that the founder of Gunbiho also had horns. Hearing this, Rachel asked, "So what?" and then pointed out that the hermit was not a member of the Gunbiho clan and he didn't have wings, and although they were also tigers, the Gunbiho bloodline was special, and such an idiot couldn't have any connection with them. Goldie asked the girl if this was true, to which she cried out that of course it was, and then told her to remember all the things he had done. And then she angrily noted that Spencer was truly crazy, because he spoke out against the commander of the heavenly abode and almost dragged them into their showdown. And then she went on, with capillaries bursting in her eyes, to say that there was no doubt that this guy's brain had melted when he moved to the next level, and that was the only way to explain his actions. Meanwhile, a meeting of the elders of the Gunbiho clan was taking place, and they cried out that Spencer should die alone. They cannot turn a blind eye to his actions, because he is well aware of their great cause, and then they said that they must get rid of him, even though he is a benefactor of another clan. But suddenly one of the elders noticed that Spencer was the same tiger as they were, and they could try to lure him to their side. But then the old man, whose whites were black, replied that he was only a tiger and that he had no wings on his back, and therefore this tiger crawling on the ground was completely different from them. But suddenly the first one noticed that the horns on his head were the same as those of his ancestor. The ancestor of Gunbiho had 2 horns and 2 pairs of wings, and having risen to the level of a divine beast, he became a legend. But then someone answered that how could this offender be compared to the ancestor? To which the elder replied that with the passage of time and the change of generations, the blood connection had thinned and the horns had disappeared, leaving only 2 wings, and then he asked if they themselves had not once abandoned, looking for a tiger with horns. But then someone replied that there was no guarantee that by accepting him into their clan, they would get descendants who had horns. Emily meanwhile silently listened to all this, and then she thought about how the Gunbiho, who had lost their horns and 1 pair of wings, were a clan that was gradually declining. But at this time, before the big events, a horned tiger appeared. And then she wondered if this was not a joke of fate, and therefore what decision they needed to make. Meanwhile, the disputes about the tiger that shook the entire clan did not stop. Sometime later in the city of Hansen, some official was quickly running to meet someone. Suddenly he fell on his knees in front of Holly and greeted her, calling her princess, and then said that it was a great honor for him to see her. The man walking behind the woman whispered that he was the king who ruled Hansen, and also a loyal servant of the ghostly demonic sect. Extending her hand to the man, the woman said that this was commendable, and then she said that she expects such devotion from the man in the future. As Holly and the man walked on, the king shook with ecstasy that the princess had spoken to him. Meanwhile, the man told the woman that it was a great job. For a believer, the word of the princess is the best blessing. But then she said that she had enough of it, and then asked him about the matter. The man replied that everything was going smoothly, to which Holly asked how much more time would be needed. The man replied that it would take about 2 more weeks, and Holly stopped and asked again. And then she said that through 108 sufferings they would gradually establish a connection with the destroyer. And then she looked at the pillars on which hung the bodies of monsters that used to be people, and said what a beautiful view it was. Meanwhile, Spencer looked in the mirror and noted that all the wounds had healed in 1 day. And then, looking at himself in the mirror with a smile, he noticed that the body of the divine beast was indeed different. Suddenly, he noticed that the door was shaking, and after the door opened, a female silhouette appeared in the passage. As it turned out, it was Emily. Seeing her, Spencer remarked that it looked like they had made a decision. Taking something out of her sleeve, the woman replied that condemning a problem is a discussion, and in the end, she did come. And then some objects floated in the air, and Emily said that there were precious treasures and draft elixirs that the guy mentioned, and then she said that this was their answer. Seeing this, the guy smiled and his eyes sparkled. Noticing this, the woman looked at the former tiger and her eyes darkened. And then she handed him some kind of ball and said that this was her personal answer. As it turned out, this ball was a red eye. and the woman said that this birthstone was engraved with the inscription, Divine Heavenly Horns, created by the founder. This is a unique skill of gunbiho that was passed down only to the commander of the heavenly abode. Looking at Emily, Spencer said that he didn't really understand, and then asked why she would give it to him, who wasn't a member of the gunbiho clan. In response, the woman asked about what he seemed to say about being a mediator, and then she asked if the guy could come back here after completing his mission. This proposal surprised the guy, because this clan had specially created a closed space in order to avoid contact with outsiders. And then he replied that as soon as he had a free minute, he would definitely do so. Hearing this, Emily let out a quiet breath. And then she said that the gates would always be open for the guy, and when they met again, their further relationship would become known, and a light would shine around the guy. A light also shone around the woman's finger, and she said that whether this relationship would be good or bad, it was all up to fate. And then this light filled the whole room, and suddenly the guy found himself in front of an arch. Looking at it, he noted that this was the entrance to the heavenly abode. Suddenly, Rachel called out to him, saying that he had finally come out. Noticing the girl and her owner, he noted that they seemed to have been released first. Goldie, when the guy looked at her, blushed and quickly returned the look. Noticing this, Spencer wondered what kind of appearance this was, since it was she who had been beating him just recently. But apparently she had a conscience. Suddenly Hannah called him, and the guy coughed awkwardly and said that, as the girl had said, they still had a long way to go, and therefore it would be better for them to pretend that there had been no fight. Hearing this, the princess looked at him in surprise and asked again, to which he asked if she really didn't want to. In response, the girl said that she would follow the will of her benefactor. And then Spencer said that since everything was resolved, they would go in search of the bloody water. In response, Goldie asked where they were going. The guy answered that they were going to Hansen. And then the boy thought that, according to the record he read from the Deep Demon Lord, the goal of the ghost sect was to open the barrier, and that place was Hansen. Spencer thought that he didn't know when it would happen, but the barrier would be broken, and chaos would soon ensue due to the war between the Mask, the Demon Sect, and the 4 noble clans. And therefore, he still has a chance to find bloody water before the barrier is destroyed. Meanwhile, Holly, sitting on the throne, asked her subordinate again that all the 6s guarding that place simply died. The highest poison was completely burned, and then she asked who did it. The gray-skinned man replied that it was a boy who looked to be around 20 years old and was in a relationship with Savalrang and was surrounded by an aura of blue flames. The surprised woman latched onto the word combination blue flame. The man continued by saying that it was reported that members of the Gunbiho clan arrived at the scene and took them away. Hearing this, Holly thought that this guy was the one she so passionately wanted to find. Shaking with anticipation, the white-skinned man said that if Savalrang was there, then there was no doubt that they were looking for the blood water that was in their hands. And because one of the supreme poison vessels had been destroyed, there was a problem opening the gate. Licking her lips, the woman told him to continue using the remaining 107 vessels, but then the man said that it was about the safety of the sect leader's right hand. Looking at the man, the woman said that if that was all it was, then she didn't care, because in any case, it was a body that was incapable of either dying or living normally, so what difference did it make? The men persisted, saying that the ritual might fail then, but Holly, leaving, only said that she was not going to repeat it twice. As she left the room, she said that she needed to cool down her hot body, so the man had to do everything himself. Walking at night, she asked Spencer whether he really thought that she had forgotten him, and therefore decided to remind her of himself and why he kindled such a fire in her heart. Smiling tenderly, she said that she so wanted to feel the gift of his blue flame. She so longed to squeeze his insides in her hands and taste his blood. Blushing, she wondered how delicious his blood would taste. Suddenly, she noticed someone's silhouette in the distance. As it turned out, it was Chelsea who immediately noticed Holly. Holly said it was such a meeting. She never thought they would run into each other here. And then the princess asked if the girl had found the one. Chelsea closed her eyes and replied that it was quite hard since he didn't leave any traces, but she managed to find a clue again, so everything was fine. Holly replied that she was happy for the girl, and the girl asked what about her. In response, the woman only smiled. Seeing this, Chelsea assumed that everything had worked out very well. Looking at the city at night, the princess said that nothing of the sort happened because they still had not met. And then, looking dreamily at the sky, she said that she thought that after some time he himself would come to her, and therefore she was simply in impatient anticipation. Holding the compass in her hand, Chelsea replied that the woman made her jealous. But then Holly said she was curious to know what kind of person he was that made the girl go on such a long journey. Chelsea looked down sadly, somewhat embarrassed. And then she started telling and said that at the beginning he tried in every way to distance himself from her, ignored her, and was cold. But everywhere you could feel the warmth coming from his heart, he was the only one who stood up for her. And then she said that with hot red eyes, surrounded by blue flames, he rushed to protect her from a strong opponent armed with a huge sword. This description surprised the woman. Suddenly she asked the girl to say his name. As it turned out, the girl's man had the same name as the woman's man. Hearing this, Holly smiled terribly. Meanwhile, Spencer walked through the forest and looked around. Realizing that there was no one around, he thought with a smile that it was time to check the artifacts he had received from Gunbiho. Taking them out, he noted that there was an incense burner, an elixir, and some other things. His attention was drawn to a green stone with a snake on it, and Hannah explained that it was the so-called stone imprinted with a long worm's mark, a medicine that strengthens muscles and bones, helps with cultivation, and then she said that she never thought that he would get such a valuable thing. Upon hearing the name, Spencer remembered that this stone was originally given to the main character, Eugene, and then he also took out the unlocking stone, thinking that he should check this stone. And then these two stones began to glow with a blue light. Suddenly, the green stone turned completely dark, and then it turned green again and began to emit a slight glow, which made the guy think that, as expected, there was a barrier on it. And then he thought that if he had marked it into his body without knowing it, then his inner core would have been destroyed, and he himself would have become half-beast. Thinking about it, he realized what kind of answer Gunbiho had given him, but suddenly he realized that there was something else that was bothering him, and that was the answer, in the form of an eye, from Emily. After taking it out, he sighed and said that this was a unique skill of Gunbiho, passed on only to the commander of the heavenly abode, and therefore he did not know what to do. Suddenly he thought that he should first check what kind of skill it was, and suddenly some words burst out of his eye. Since this skill involves using horns, the guy decided to get them. And then he began to write the letters that appeared from his eye. Suddenly, a shining ball, like a small sun, appeared between his horns. This ball began to increase sharply, which surprised the guy. His eyes widened at the sight. And then suddenly this ball flew towards the mountain at great speed. There was a loud crash that made Rachel sit up abruptly, not yet fully awake. But then she lay back down again. Spencer fell to the ground in surprise. In shock, he said that he had just read the text. Meanwhile, a huge hole was shining in the mountain nearby. After some time, someone stopped an approaching cart at the outer fortress wall of Hansen. The white man, who was Holly's main assistant, said that they had come a long and hard way to come here. And then he greeted the guy, calling him Murphy. Murphy noted that even though the fall was long and difficult, they were connected by a common cause that they both enjoyed. And then, waving his hand towards the cart, he said that this was the last supreme poison they had created. But suddenly he said with a serious face that he heard that one of the locations was lost, and then asked if this would somehow affect the ceremony. The man assured him that there would be no deviations from the plan. Murphy said that was as it should be, because the fate of the Twilight Serpents was at stake. Suddenly the boy's scales appeared, and he, releasing his long thin tongue, said that if something went wrong, their occultists would become the first prey of their clan. In response to this, the man said that he therefore had a request, and then he asked that he kill one person. And then he said that this man was the one who destroyed the location of the supreme poison and almost prevented the implementation of their plan. And then he continued, saying that he was with the daughter of the head of the Savalrang clan, and therefore the guy would easily recognize him. Murphy asked again about Savalrang. And then he asked the man that since a noble clan was involved in this matter, he proposed to solve the problem by pitting the two clans against each other. The man tried to justify himself, but then the guy said that since that person was aware of their plans, he could not be left alive. Meanwhile, Spencer was looking somewhere. As it turned out, the guys had finally reached the city, and Goldie asked if the bloody water was really in such a place. Spencer replied that although he didn't know the exact location, he was absolutely sure she was there. And then he suggested that they split up and search. And after that, he was already calmly walking around the city. Somewhere a man was calling out to customers, selling some kind of wool. Some men were having lunch after work, laughing loudly. Noticing all this, the guy thought about how peaceful it was, and therefore he couldn't believe that the shadow of a demonic sect had fallen here. Suddenly, Hannah called him. I start to turn around, he told her that he knows. As it turned out, there was some guy standing behind him. Spencer asked him why he had been stalking him recently. The boy awkwardly replied that a worthless person like him had caused inconvenience to the young master. And then he asked to be understood correctly, and then he said that he saw a Taoist for the first time in Hansen, so he tried to earn at least a penny. In his mind, the guy fixed on the word for the first time. Suddenly he realized something and said that he really did have a wider base of informants than anyone else, and then he apologized for not recognizing him without a mask. The guy nervously asked what he was talking about. Using his ability, the boy mentally noted that the boy had erased traces of his energy with a sealing spell, and therefore his ability was useless. And then he thought about how as soon as he entered Hansen, he ran into the Mask Master here. And then it turns out that they have already noticed the actions of the demonic sect, and, apparently, are showing vigilance towards outsiders, which means that the great war between the Mask, the demonic sect, and the noble clans is already close. And then he clarified his words, saying that he said that he didn't need to hide that the guy was the Mask Master, and then he revealed that he was here to find the blood water stolen from Savalrang by the demonic sect, and Hansen was currently their secret hideout, so it could be said that they were facing the same enemy. And then he thought with a smile that now he would pretend that they were on the same side, and then slowly persuade him to his side, and then slowly look for escape routes so that when the brawl began, he could take the bloody water and go far away. But the guy looked at Spencer silently, and then he smiled, exhaled, and said that he had to accept his defeat. And then he introduced himself, saying that his name was Charles. Spencer responded by introducing himself, saying that he was the benefactor of the Savalrang clan, and his name was Tom. Charles asked again, waving his stick, and then he asked if it was because of him that the gates of the sun and the moon were opened, and suddenly waves of strong spiritual energy poured out of him. Noticing him, Spencer cursed in his mind, still smiling, and then thought that this was not what he expected. Meanwhile, someone's boot quickly touched the ledge on the roof of the house. It turned out to be Goldie, and suddenly Rachel asked where she was going. The girl replied that the energy of the blood water was felt most strongly there, and then said that the energy felt here in Hansan was the strongest among the traces of blood water scattered across the lands of Gosan. Until now, they had not been able to enter this place because of the oath they had taken, but now everything is different. Rachel noticed that the hermit was right after all, although he was not able to sense energy as the princess could. And then she said that even though he does everything in his own way and behaves extremely disgustingly, she cannot help but acknowledge his abilities. But then the princess, touching the roof with her toe, said that she was not yet completely sure of this. Suddenly stopping, Rachel asked if this wasn't Hansen's palace. Suddenly, Goldie's eyes sparkled with a bright light, and then she could see many seals, and in the center there was something that glowed red. Seeing this, the girl noted that barriers were placed throughout the entire area, but at the same time she was left with a feeling of great discomfort. Suddenly, someone sitting on the roof said that he had heard that Savalrang's offspring had visited Hansen, but he could not have imagined that it would be her. Surprised, Goldie turned to look at the speaker. Murphy greeted her, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Meanwhile, the white-skinned man ran off somewhere, asking about Holly, and his subordinates said that she suddenly gave the order to immediately begin preparations for the ritual. Hearing this, and running into the room where everything was shining with pink light, he thought about what kind of spontaneous order this was, and even though it was given directly by Mrs. Holly, wasn't she acting too spontaneously? Meanwhile, he ran up to the woman, and then he told her that he was now looking for a victim who could replace the destroyed Supreme Poison, and therefore she needed to wait a little longer. Turning around with wild eyes, she shouted that she had already found her. Meanwhile, Chelsea hung in front of her, exhausted, chained to one of the pillars. Meanwhile, Charles stood menacingly in front of Spencer. Spencer thought he was well informed, but then he thought that it was Glenn who destroyed the gates of the sun and moon, not him, and so he felt unfairly accused. And then he asked the guy if this was really how Maskey treated him. Charles replied that there was no clear definition yet as to how exactly he should be treated, but he knew what had happened in the Cheonjamun sect, and so he was being closely watched, and he also knew that he had become who he was by pursuing the demonic sect. And then he added that he wanted the guy's behavior to be as quiet as possible. Spencer asked the guy why he was saying that, knowing that a demonic cult was going on here, to which he replied that he was well aware of everything. The irritated former tiger asked if he was just watching while right now, at this very moment, these freaks continued to sacrifice hundreds of ordinary people. Charles replied that it was an inevitable sacrifice for the common good, and that the time had not yet come for intervention, but it was unlikely that such a hermit could understand this. Hearing this, he mentally asked again, and his eyes widened. And then he remembered the woman who was in the cauldron then, and then he frowned and said that it was all nonsense. Charles responded by telling the boy not to judge the situation just by what he saw before his eyes, because their enemy was not just a demonic sect, but all of this was being done in order to protect the lands of Gosan and maintain peace. Hearing this, Spencer asked the guy why they had put shackles on the necks of the four noble families. Mosca replied that this was all nonsense, and this measure was taken for the peaceful coexistence of divine animals and people. And then he continued, saying that if no one conflicts, then everything will be fine. But then the former tiger interrupted him, asking if they had ever said that they wanted this, and then he said that this was just a selfish manifestation of justice on the part of Mask. Hearing this, the guy gritted his teeth in irritation, but then Spencer thought that he could not blame him, because if he had not become a divine beast, he would not have understood anything either. And then he said that all they do is suppress everyone with their power, having independently proclaimed this peace. And then he asked what the master of the mask could possibly know, that he was only a doll that unquestioningly followed his leader. Hearing this, Charles became even more angry and shouted, asking how he dared to insult the chief. But suddenly a hurricane appeared not far from them. Suddenly, Rachel landed on the roof next to them and called out to Spencer, and then she told him to head towards the royal palace. The boys turned around in surprise, and then Spencer used the movement technique. This surprised Charles. Suddenly he found himself next to the girl and extended his hand to her, and then he said that they needed to hurry, and then he ordered her to grab onto him. And then they evaporated. Charles watched this silently, and then cried out that he needed to follow him. Meanwhile, enveloped in a yellow and green glow, Goldie and Murphy hung in the air, destroying everything around them. The girl asked the guy if Chimus had made an alliance with a demonic sect. The guy replied that they were just providing each other with a little support. Biting her lip, she asked why this happened. In response, Murphy asked if it wasn't obvious that all this was done to turn the oath into nothing. Hearing this, the girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. Suddenly, the guy's eyes turned black and scales started to appear, and he said that absorbing everything that comes his way is just a bonus. And then he, flashing his scythe, said that he did not want to create a conflict with Savalrang, but he could no longer stand aside. And so Goldie had better surrender into his hands. And then he attacked her with a scythe and chains. The girl cried out, asking if he really thought Mask would just leave it that way. The guy replied that Savalrang could not understand them, huddled and bent over in the allocated territory. Pouncing on the girl, he shouted that all this was to prevent the destruction of his clan, and the tip of the scythe met the girl's hand. Goldie shouted that it all looked like his clan was being destroyed by his own hands. Murphy said there are still flare-ups between members of his clan, because they are being driven into the backwaters of Gosan. And then he angrily said that his clan had been self-destructing for thousands of years, and all because of this oath. He shouted that they would break this treaty and take back their freedom. And then suddenly there was a flash that pushed them apart. The girl landed on the ground, breaking herself with her feet. And then she told Murphy to come to his senses, because his opponent is the best fighter in the lands of the immortals. And how can he, who was called the wisest, do this? And then he said that that's why he had prepared something special for the confrontation. And then he asked her if she too wasn't eager to see his face distorted. And then he asked the girl what she thought about joining them. She waved her hand and apologized. And then, as lightning flashed in her hands, she said that she was not going to self-destruct with them. And then she pounced on the guy, shooting bright flashes at him. With a swing of his scythe, Murphy cut through the lightning bolt, saying that it was such a shame. And then he waved his tail, which had a spike at the end. To avoid this attack, Goldie jumped high into the air. At this point, the guy chuckled. And then he said that he had planned to simply grab the girls, but she had left him no choice. And then, flashing his green eyes, he said that that was why she had to die. And suddenly, 2 red circles appeared under the girl, who was still hanging in the air. And suddenly some people came out of them and they attacked the girl. She decided to block these attacks by putting her hands in front of her and calling down lightning. In her defense, she told Murphy that it didn't matter that he was only her life, and then asked him how he was going to deal with her entire clan, who always avenged the death of their own kind. The guy replied that this was all he was waiting for, and then he asked her a question about what she thought would happen if the angry members of the Savalrang clan rushed to Hassan. And then he answered his own question by saying that great chaos would begin, with Savalrang, Chimusa, the demonic sect, and Mask all in the center. And then, with a crazy look, he declared that it would be good if this madness never ended. Meanwhile, someone attacked the girl from behind when she didn't expect it. And suddenly the weapon seriously injured the girl, cutting her back. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared behind her, and laughing asked what Savalrang's meat tasted like. And then she closed her jaws. But suddenly it turned out that Spencer arrived and, putting his sword into her mouth, he said that he was also interested in what snake meat tasted like. Murphy's henchman, noticing the human master in the air, asked him in surprise if he was from the mask. And then one of them screamed that they should attack the stranger. And then more snakes appeared from the red circles in the air, ready to pounce on the guy. But suddenly Spencer ordered his ghost to eat all these snakes. And suddenly everything was filled with a dark fog. This fog began to throw back the bewildered opponents. Murphy watched in silence as the ghosts of the former tiger tore apart his charges, all of whom were screaming horribly. His eyes turned black and glowed green, scales appeared on his face, and he noted that this was such a creepy and unusual energy. And then he swung his scythe, shouting at the boy that he would not be fooled by such cheap tricks and dirty tricks. Suddenly, a bright flash from his scythe cut through the dark fog. Murphy thought that if this man were from Mask, he would not use such dark energy. Meanwhile, Spencer, holding Goldie in his arms, sank to the ground while Murphy wondered who he was. When Rachel noticed that they had landed on the ground, she immediately rushed towards her mistress. The guy put her down on the ground and Rachel immediately knelt down in front of her, asking her if she was okay, to which she replied that she shouldn't worry. And then, breathing heavily, Goldie turned to Spencer. The guy said, Murphy, who had grown a huge snake tail again, that he had no idea that one of the noble families, the Chimus, had made an alliance with a demonic sect. Murphy, taking out a shining thorn from his palm, said that this guy was the one who destroyed the location of the supreme poison and prevented the ritual from being performed. And suddenly both his hands turned into scythes, and he said that he, in addition, had also harmed his comrades, and therefore he would cut him into pieces and swallow him with relish. Noticing this, Spencer thought that this was a Yongle, and therefore his limit, and the fight would not be easy. Meanwhile, Holly mercilessly slammed Chelsea's body, asking her what she had been doing with her lover up until now. She waved her hand again, causing blood to splatter, and asked how the girl dared to take what belonged to her. And then she stopped, looking at the girl's body, breathing heavily. Suddenly, Chelsea muttered something quietly, and then Holly heard her say that the girl was the Mountain Master's wife, and her eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Chelsea raised her head confidently and said just as confidently that 14 years ago, she had been married to Spencer of Mountback, and that everyone in that place had recognized her as his wife. The woman smiled and said in response that the girl had recently started repeating the same thing over and over again. And then she tensed her palm, preparing to torment the girl again, and then said that she could pull the truth out of her as much as she wanted. But suddenly the man who was running up to her told the woman that there had been an invasion. She turned around angrily and shouted at him to simply kill these intruders. But then the subordinate began to speak uncertainly, and suddenly he said that this named guest was the one who destroyed the location of the supreme poison. Hearing this, Holly laughed loudly, and then she shouted, saying that he came to her himself. Chelsea looked up, surprised to think that her husband was actually there. But suddenly Holly stuck 2 fingers in her mouth, and then she told the girl that she no longer needed to say anything, and that she would find out everything from her darling herself, and that she would be here watching how she would become completely hers, and then die. Meanwhile, Charles climbed onto the roof and looked at the battlefield. Suddenly noticing the Chimus clan, he wondered what they were doing in Hansen, if they were also involved in this matter. And depending on the circumstances, one of the 4 noble families may be destroyed. Meanwhile, Spencer, holding his sword tightly, attacked. But Murphy did not lag behind him and also persistently attacked. Suddenly their blows converged. The guy tried to hold back the other guy's blow, and suddenly Spencer threw the other one to the ground. But then Murphy pulled on the chain, shouting that he was caught, and suddenly a scythe flew out from under the ground and aimed at the former tiger. Spencer placed the sword in front of him, saying that he just needed to get rid of this toothpick. But suddenly the scythe hit the sword, bounced off, and flew on. And suddenly this chain began to surround the guy. Pulling on the chain, Murphy cried out that he had fallen into his trap and that these chains had turned into a prison. Spencer looked in surprise at the chains wrapped around his sword. Murphy said that resistance was futile, and the more he wiggled, the more the squeeze would be on him. But then he said he would be merciful, and then his tail appeared again. And then this spike on the tail flew straight at the guy. Spencer's eyes flashed red and he noted that this was too hackneyed a move. Murphy was surprised to hear this. And suddenly a blue fire lit up around Spencer. This fire may be that very spike on the tail. He also burned the chains that surrounded him. Murphy cried out, saying that his body had become stronger when he reached Yongmyeon. And then he noticed in panic that his artifact had been burned in an instant. And then, looking at the guy, he thought that he had never heard that such a flame existed anywhere. Murphy clenched his jaw and asked the boy angrily if he had mastered the art of fire control. Spencer, in response, asked him how he could get such a gift, and whether he really felt the bitterness of resentment because he was born with a weakness for fire. And then he said that it was because he was still too weak on his own. And then, while Murphy was biting his lip, he said that they, the Amugi, could only hunt by squeezing their opponent in a vice, but who knew that he would use the artifact in the same way? And then he angrily asked him if he had forgotten how to hunt while he lived in Ni Swarm Gosan. And then he said that they only think that they are locked up and trying to escape, but in reality they are nothing more than prey of natural selection. Suddenly a tower appeared in the sky. Murphy looked at her, surprised, and then he said, laughing, that he really was weak. And then he looked somewhere to the side. And then, turning to Goldie, the guy said that, as she said, he had become a fool over the past 2,000 years. And then he said, while the girl was looking at him, that maybe he was acting like that because he didn't have much time left, but he always had a dream. In that dream, he was leisurely floating along an endless river, just like in the days when he was still a spiritual being. As the tower approached, he said that he simply wanted to show that landscape and that freedom to his descendants. And then he apologized to Goldie. And suddenly, his face was already covered by the base of the tower. And then she hit the ground, breaking it. And suddenly there was silence, and dust was in the air. And then the tower lit up with blue light. Meanwhile, the girl stood up on her feet, and there was an abyss below. And as it turned out, the tower had punched through a seemingly bottomless pit, and Spencer jumped into it. Suddenly, he landed sharply, using the technique of movement. And then he slowly rose to his feet, his red eyes shining. And then, looking into the red passage, she said that now he was sure where he needed to go. And then, his body was engulfed in blue light, and the guy thought that it was unknown what awaited him ahead, so it was better to draw out more spiritual power and round his body with it. And sometime later, he suddenly opened his eyes. And then he walked straight towards what was emitting the red glow. As he walked forward, he thought that he didn't feel any demonic energy. But the further he went, the more noticeable the smell of blood became. And then he wondered what these people were planning here. And soon he reached the very pillars to which the bodies were chained. Looking at these views in surprise, the guy could not believe that these were all higher poisons. Looking at one of the bodies, Spencer thought that it was hard to even imagine how many innocent people had been sacrificed. And then he sighed heavily. And then, collecting his thoughts, he told himself that the most important thing was this bottle of bloody water, and it needed to be found first. But suddenly he smelled something. Having smelled this smell, he involuntarily asked what it was. Suddenly his hands began to shake, because he could not confuse this smell of blood with anything else. And then he suddenly realized that this smell of blood belonged to a white-blooded creature, namely Chelsea. From this realization, his eyes opened wide. And then he shouted angrily, asking where this smell was coming from, and then he ran forward. Running quickly between the pillars and looking around, he still couldn't believe it. But still, he had no doubt that what he felt was real. He had no doubt that it was Chelsea, because there was only one white-blooded one in the world. Suddenly, he shouted out the girl's name loudly. Using his spiritual powers to strengthen himself, he called out to the girl once more, shaking everything around him. Since no one responded, he began running between the pillars again, shouting the girl's name. Besides her name, he also asked her where she was and asked her to answer. But it was all useless, and so Spencer did not calm down. Suddenly, he turned around, and then he noticed her, Chelsea, chained to a post. Noticing the girl, Spencer immediately rushed towards her. Suddenly, he gently touched her face, and then, in a panic, he noticed that the girl was still breathing, although she seemed unconscious. Suddenly, he looked at her chained hands and frowned, and then he broke those chains into small pieces with just one movement of his hand. As a result, Chelsea began to fall to the ground, but Spencer managed to catch her. Relaxing a little, he thought again about how the girl ended up here, but suddenly he angrily wondered who and what had done this to her. Meanwhile, Chelsea slowly opened her eyes. Noticing this, Spencer, looking desperate, called her again, asking her if she had come to her senses. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his clothes, and then she said, looking into her eyes, that they had finally met face to face. Looking at him innocently, she said that after they left Mountback and parted in this way, there was not a single day that she did not think of him, her dear husband. When the boy heard this, his eyes widened, and then the girl suddenly clung to his chest, asking him how he could have pretended not to recognize her, considering that she had wandered around the world so much to find him. Spencer repeated in his mind that she had wandered the world to find him, and suddenly he remembered the little girl who was calling for her dear husband, but her face was not visible. But suddenly her face became clearly visible, with her sweet smile on it, and in her hands she was holding that very hairpin. His expression softened, and he thought that only her appearance had changed, but she remained the same as she had been when they first met. And then, putting his hand on her head, he closed his eyes and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. But suddenly Chelsea's expression darkened, And suddenly she said harshly that she understood everything. It turned out to be Holly, who had transformed into Chelsea. But now her red eyes were visible, and she said that she was so hoping for a backlash. And then she suddenly hit the guy in the chest, while her hair changed color from white to red. The blow caused the boy's blood to flow out of his throat, and Holly cried out that he had never given her such a tender look. And then she asked him how he dared to amuse himself with another woman when he had stirred her heart. But suddenly she smiled and said that although she was upset, she was okay with it, because now she would be able to get him this way. Noticing this, Spencer, shaking and shocked, asked her if it was really her. Pushing her hand further and further into his chest, causing him to make a strangled sound and blood to flow from the wound, the woman, sighing languidly, asked how a man could be so hot. And then she asked him if he felt her hand inside him. Suddenly Holly exclaimed that they were going to become one now, and suddenly demonic energy began to penetrate his body. Noticing this, Spencer thought that he couldn't allow this. But then his hand fell limply, and he, with a hole in his chest, slowly began to descend to the ground. Looking down at the guy, Holly noticed that he had already lost consciousness. And then she said that, to her surprise, he turned out to be such a weakling. And then she, licking her lips with her long tongue, said that now he would not be able to leave her. Raising him above her again, she began to ask him what she should do first. Maybe kindly offer him some tea, or maybe go for a boat ride, or indulge in sensual pleasures, while the real Chelsea was tied to the post with all her cheeks. She looked at this spectacle, sobbing, while there was a spell on her lips that did not allow her to make a sound. Meanwhile, the city was quiet and calm and dawn was breaking. And suddenly some cracks appeared in the sky. And suddenly, some personalities appeared from these cracks. An old man in a tight cloak, holding a bottle of bloody water in his hands, said that from now on, the 8 sacrifices would become the point of contact with the end of the world. And then the other members of the sect began to chant some kind of spell, and suddenly bloody water began to rise from the bottle, and then it gushed forth like a fountain. And suddenly, where the water ended, even more cracks appeared. Noticing this, the old man raised his hands and reverently noted that this was it. And then he proudly shouted that this was destructive demonic energy, and this energy had meanwhile created a rift in the sky. Rachel noticed that there was a huge hole in the sky and then asked what was going on there. Looking at it, Goldie replied that she had no idea either. Suddenly, everything around shook, and then something flew out of the ground, breaking it, leaving behind a bright trail. As it turned out, it was Holly, next to whom was an oval sphere in which Spencer was unconscious. And then the woman screamed that she was in 7th heaven. Of course, Goldie noticed this. Suddenly, an old man flew to the demoness and said that the preparations were complete. Turning to the man, the woman sent the sphere towards him with a soft smile, saying that this guy and her was very important to her, and therefore he should not take his eyes off him until the ritual was over. And then she looked up, commanding something to come to her. And suddenly the very pillars to which the bodies were attached began to be enveloped in a red fog. And suddenly, one of the people opened his eyes. And then they all screamed loudly, making sounds that were no longer human, and some kind of white energy began to emerge from them. This white energy headed straight into the sky, towards the demonic energy. Meanwhile, ordinary people looked in panic at what appeared in the sky. Suddenly, one of the men shouted that the end of the world had happened, because the heavens had split in two, and some people turned towards him. Throwing off his skin, he shouted that the world, mired in sin, would finally be completely wiped off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Charles, standing on the roof of one of the houses, also watched what was happening. He thought about it. The demonic sect had been planning to open the gate all this time, but why were they doing it in such a hurry? And then he pressed his lips tightly together, and he quickly pushed off from the roof and flew into the sky. And then he spoke into his hand, saying, "There is no need to depend on life. Life is indestructibly composed of 2 parts, birth and death." Putting this hand to his face, he said, "Life is dawn, and at the same time twilight," and suddenly his hand glowed with a purple light. And a second later, a mask appeared on Charles's face. And then he finished by saying, "Life is a path to death. You could say that life is death." And then he took hold of his staff and it glowed orange. And then he struck them and shouted that he, as the supreme master of the mask, orders everyone to gather here. Suddenly everything was filled with bright light. And from this light, even more people in masks began to emerge. And suddenly Charles shouted to them that from now on they were allowed to kill. Noticing the masked crowd, one of the demonic sect noted without surprise that they had finally shown up. And then he commanded the others to also go outside, and suddenly cracks began to appear in the sky again. And then the man shouted that the festival of blood and death was beginning. while even more members of the demonic sect came out of the portals. Suddenly, the captain simultaneously commanded their subordinates to destroy every last enemy. And then the two armies met in battle. The masks cast spells, and one of them summoned a huge ball of fire that he directed at the cultist. Another mask swung a sword, cutting the enemy into pieces. But the members of the demonic sect did not lag behind their opponents, and they also attacked them diligently, and then one of them attacked the mask, destroying his shield. Tearing the mask to pieces, he cried out that it inspired him greatly. But suddenly some kind of stick hit him in the forehead. As it turned out, it was Charles, who with a quick movement smashed his opponent's head. The demonic sect members shouted that no one would be able to pass through their barrier while the boy watched them. Charles thought that each of them was a creature whose body had been defiled by merging with demonic energy, and even if they were able to suppress them, the losses on their side would be enormous. Looking at Holly, he thought that she was absorbing more and more destructive demonic energy. And then, waving his stick, he told himself that he had no time to think. He needed to strike at their leader as quickly as possible. Then he suddenly rushed forward, hitting several cultists at once. One of the cultists turned to the guy and shouted to the others to block his path as quickly as possible and not let him get to the princess. Meanwhile, the guy moved forward like a bright flash, but then he collided with someone, and suddenly green energy began to shine. The blow sent blood rushing down Charles's throat, and he coughed as he flew back. The one who struck the blow said that no one else would come even a millimeter closer to that place while a crowd of his relatives gathered behind him. The other masks were surprised to see that they were members of the Chimus clan, and then they wondered why they were there. The main one of Chimus asked the guy if he was the supreme master of the mask, and if he was alone here, and then he said that unfortunately, they would have to be content with what they had, and the rest could be killed one by one. Charles, calling him a bastard, asked him how he dared to break the agreement. The man asked whether he was asking how he dared to break the agreement that was concluded at their discretion. And then, frowning, he said that it was time to terminate this agreement. And then he shouted that they, the Chimus clan, would take advantage of the situation to destroy the mask and gain freedom. Meanwhile, the sword inside Spencer's body was slowly but surely clearing his body of demonic energy. And then, when there was nothing left inside, it shone even brighter. And then Spencer slowly opened his eyes. There was still a gaping hole in his chest, but he thought to himself that he was finally conscious, and it was all thanks to the ghost sword. And then he started calling Hannah, but there was no answer, and the guy noted that he still felt her connection with his heart, and that his mind was just clouded, which meant everything would be fine. Spencer gritted his teeth and thought about how he had screwed up and how stupid he was. He shouldn't have reacted that way to Chelsea's appearance. And then he wondered how the demoness Nachalo knew about Chelsea, since only the two of them knew about it. But suddenly he remembered the smell of blood, and realized that the smell did not come from the fake imitating the original. And that meant that the real Chelsea was really here, and the guy's eyes widened at the thought. Then he thought that he had to find her, and then he looked to the side at the man guarding him, assessing the situation. He suddenly noticed with surprise that Mask was fighting the demonic sect and the Chimus clan, and he suddenly wondered if the gate had been opened after all. And then he turned his gaze, and in the sky he saw Holly, who was still absorbing the demonic energy and the energy that came from below from the exhausted people. And suddenly he noticed a bottle of bloody water. And then Spencer thought about how he had walked and wandered all this time to find her, and now she was here, right in front of him. Taking the unlocking stone out of his necklace, the guy thought that no one was paying attention to him now, which meant that this was his chance. And suddenly the sphere in which he had been all this time began to crack and break into small pieces. And then the guy used the technique of moving in space. And suddenly he found himself right in front of the bottle of bloody water, and he was already reaching out to grab it. But he still managed to grab it, spilling some bloody water. But then someone finally noticed him and shouted loudly. And then someone shouted to the others to stand up for the princess and not let this bastard get close to her. Meanwhile, Holly was distracted from her work by hearing about Spencer. But in response, the guy, holding a bottle in his hand, asked where. And then he shouted angrily, asking the woman where she had put Chelsea. Holly didn't answer but just looked at the guy. And then, emerging from the cloud of demonic energy, she asked him why he was yelling at her. But suddenly she was pulled back. The woman tried to say something to the guy, but the next second she screamed in pain. As it turned out, then the demonic energy began to bring her pain and suddenly shone even brighter. One of the sect members noticed that without the blood water, the gate began to suck in the princess's blood. But Spencer didn't care what was happening to the woman. He just asked again where she had put Chelsea and what had happened to her. Holly, bent over and shaking in pain, pressed her hand to her shoulder, saying that the guy was going too far. And then she made a confused face and said that she was the one who was in front of him now, and then asked him if he didn't see her suffering, pretending to be Chelsea again, calling him her husband. Hearing this, Spencer angrily asked her, not believing her at all, who else her husband was. Meanwhile, the energy from the exhausted, disfigured people continued to flow upward. But suddenly the place exploded with a bright flash, and fragments of earth flew into the sky. The members of the demonic sect asked in surprise how it happened that all the vessels of supreme poison were destroyed in one moment, and what happened down there. Suddenly there, in the depths, some kind of white cold whirlwind began to spin, and suddenly people noticed that there was a girl standing there with long white hair, which was now shining with a bright light, and her piercing eyes shone with a bright blue light. Sometime before this, Chelsea was still chained to the pole, while the ceiling above her head occasionally collapsed. She suddenly thought with despair that she had barely managed to meet Spencer. Suddenly, tears started streaming down her face, and she thought that all this was because of her. If it weren't for her, then nothing like this would have happened to her husband. She coldly remarked that it was all her fault. She thought that this was all because she had been born with a curse from the beginning, and suddenly the places around her hands froze. Suddenly, the girl's eyes began to glow with an unkind blue light as she thought that her very existence was a curse. Suddenly, when her shackles and the pole were already completely frozen, they finally broke from lack of movement. Standing on her feet, Chelsea began to think that she cursed everyone who had mocked and neglected her. She cursed every living thing, down to the leaves and grass. She even cursed the sky that did not allow even a fleeting hope. Suddenly, her hair stood up, shining. And then she suddenly, looking up, said that she was also cursing herself. A second before destruction, Mask, the demonic sect, and Chimusa were all fighting. But suddenly they were distracted by something and looked away. Suddenly, one of the Chimus clan caught a sweet scent, and then he noticed that it was coming from a girl who was standing in the middle of a snowstorm. And suddenly the members of the Chimus clan rushed towards her, pushing each other away. The members of the demonic sect suddenly asked indignantly what they were doing instead of confronting Mask. Had they all gone crazy? Covering his nose, Spencer noted that the scent of blood had become more intense, and that the aroma was so delicious that even he had trouble containing himself. Meanwhile, the crowd practically pounced on the girl. Spencer noticed this too, and he thought, what else? And so he rushed to try to stop it, as they had already pounced on the girl. But then a bright flash of light appeared. The flash was so bright that even the guy had to cover his face with his hands. And then the faces of the members of the demonic sect acquired a grimace of strong surprise. The members of the mask were also very surprised. As it turned out, all of Chelsea's attackers were now trapped in ice. Noticing this, Spencer was surprised to see that they were frozen in ice in the blink of an eye. This was definitely a fast-moving flame that chilled even the soul. Looking at the girl, he realized with surprise that it was an all-consuming snow-white icy flame. Meanwhile, Chelsea, her cold blue eyes shining, raised her gaze to the sky. Spencer noticed this too and was very surprised. But a second later, the girl had already jumped up and was flying upward. Suddenly, she began to glow with some kind of purple light and screamed loudly, a piercing cry. Seeing this, Spencer was surprised to note that this was the same power of the blood of the white-blooded demon. But if she continued to use her power in this way, she would forever lose her human essence. Thinking that he must definitely prevent this, the guy rushed forward. Then he used the dark phoenix blue fire, and suddenly a bright blue flame shone behind him. A second later, Spencer and Chelsea's forces collided in the sky, and immediately there was a bright flash. Coming closer, the guy extended his hands to the girl who was clearly not herself and only grinned angrily. Spencer held out his hand and yelled at the girl to stop. The girl's face was dark, only her eyes stood out like two bright lights, and her teeth were tightly clenched, and the guy shouted at her to come to her senses. But, as you can see, these phrases didn't help the guy much, and then he continued to scream, calling for her to look at him, in response to which he received only another inhuman scream. And then, while the ritual to open the gate was still going on behind him, Spencer shouted that the girl had to come to her senses before her own power consumed her. The guy shouted that the more strength she expended, the faster it would absorb her. But suddenly the noise became so loud that only some echoes of his further words could be heard. And suddenly Chelsea screamed loudly, making an inhuman sound. The guy started to be thrown back, and he only managed to cover himself with his hands. Spencer gritted his teeth and resisted this attack with all his might. But suddenly Chelsea, without wasting a second, began waving her arms, and the sharp claws on them caused wounds, and the guy could only continue to defend himself with his hands. Various blows rained down on the guy's body from all sides, but Spencer did not fight back, but only called out to the girl once more. Suddenly, he cut the air with his hand in an attempt to stop the girl, and then called her again, begging her to calm down, but Chelsea was only preparing to hit again. Suddenly, surrounded by cold white energy, she just flew into the air. All this was going on with the other participants of the earlier battle, and Charles wondered what kind of situation this was, and who this woman was, who had destroyed almost the entire Chimus clan with one blow, and why the hermit was not doing anything. Suddenly, one of the guy's subordinates called him, asking what they should do next. Continuing to watch the bright flashes in the sky, Charles, after a slight pause, replied that they would maintain an observation position for now. Meanwhile, Chelsea struck again at Spencer. Gritting his teeth, the guy noticed that the girl continued to drill him with an all-consuming snow-white icy flame, and therefore the cold spread throughout his entire body. And the more persistently he tries to stop her, the more furious she becomes. With a desperate face, the guy began to ask himself questions about what he should do, because even now Chelsea continues to absorb the curse. What should he do in this situation? What should he do to save her? Meanwhile, Chelsea delivered another blow, completely covering the guy in white light. After this blow, Spencer froze, and his body and clothes were covered in pieces of ice, and he himself emanated cold. As the boy sighed, thick steam came out of his mouth and his eyes glowed red. And then he thought about whether it was really impossible to reverse the process that was happening to the girl. Was he really too late at the moment when the curse began to spread? Chelsea had two huge glowing spiritual blades in her hands. Looking at her, the guy thought about whether all he had left to do was kill the girl and with his own hands. Biting his lip, the guy lowered his head and thought that everything was so, because otherwise she would live a miserable existence, becoming a disaster in this world, and therefore he must kill her with his own hands. But even in his thoughts, he could not utter the word kill. Suddenly, to the boy's surprise, a drop of water landed on his cheek. Looking up, he saw tears streaming from angry blue eyes on a dark face. When the guy saw this, his eyes widened and he wondered if she was really suffering. Frozen, looking at this picture, he immediately realized that Chelsea was still darting from side to side. Suddenly, he sighed loudly and said in disappointment what an idiot he was, and then straightened up. Spreading his arms out to reveal the hole in his chest, he said that all he had wanted to do all this time was hug the girl. But instead of falling into her husband's arms, Chelsea plunged the sword into him, and ironically, into that very hole. Tears were streaming from her eyes, but suddenly she noticed something in front of her glowing orange. And now in front of her was not a guy, but a huge tiger with long black horns on its head. Suddenly, this tiger grabbed the girl with both paws and dragged her towards him. Pulling Chelsea closer to him and closing his eyes, he told her that everything was okay now and she didn't have to torture herself anymore. This surprised the girl, so her eyes widened. And then he turned to her, calling her his Chelsea. And immediately before her eyes a picture appeared where she was little, also in his arms. And then the girl's eyes became normal. Her face brightened, but she was still in shock. Suddenly, she carefully raised her shaking hand, and then she clutched her husband's fur tightly, and sobbed so that rivers of tears ran down her cheeks without ceasing, and she herself called for Spencer. Suddenly, the orange light began to shine again, which meant that the tiger had turned back into a human, and now Spencer, raising his hand, wiped the tears from the girl's cheek with one finger. And then he said tenderly that she had grown so big, but the habit of crying out loud had not gone away. And then Chelsea pressed herself even closer to him, crying even louder as snowflakes flew from her hair. Holly watched all this. Everything around her was dark, and only her eyes were shining. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, telling Chelsea not to dare touch him, because he belonged only to her. And suddenly, a huge purple column of light stretched from the ground to the sky, and the woman screamed in pain. And a second later, a huge black ball formed around her, which began to absorb the members of her sect so that they would be close. The man, who was also being absorbed by the ball, tried to urge the princess to remain calm. But then he, too, turned into a bright flash and turned into nothing more than splashes of blood. Black lightning continued to strike the ball, which now had a reddish tint. While Spencer held the girl close to him, he also looked at what was happening to Holly and thought that he was somehow worried. Even though the bloody water was saved for him and Chelsea, I moved the girl away from me. He started talking about how they should first get out of here. But then he noticed something. As it turned out, the girl lost consciousness from all those events and an excess of feelings. Suddenly, the guy was called out by Goldie, who flew closer to him and Rachel, standing on something from the red tree. And then the girl shouted at the guy, asking if he was okay. Looking at it, Spencer was surprised to notice that what the girls were standing on was a movement board. And then he shouted back to them that they were just in time, and it was time for them to get out of here while the lightning was still in the ball. Meanwhile, Holly, inside the ball, lowered her head and pressed her hand to my chest, thinking only about how much pain she was in, how excruciatingly painful. Suddenly, through the ball, she was able to notice that her beloved was leaving her. A pained expression came over her face, and she asked where he had gone, leaving her to her fate. She extended her hand and called to him, saying that she was here, and then begged him not to leave her here alone. Meanwhile, Goldie silently watched Spencer as they flew further and further away from the scene. As Spencer continued to sit by Chelsea's body, she asked him if he knew the white-blooded girl. In response, the guy, without taking his eyes off Chelsea, said that although their meeting was short, she was a very dear person to him. And then he gently touched her face. Rachel, watching these, thought only that this girl was a white-blooded demon destroying everything in her path. And then she remembered that if the princess had not stopped and held her back, she would have been swallowed up along with the Chimus clan. Looking at the hermit, she thought that even now she could barely suppress her thirst, carried away by the fragrant smell, because right in front of her was an excellent medicine, better than which you could not find in the whole world. And the hermit called her a dear person. But suddenly she screamed, asking what it was, which made Spencer tear himself away from the girl and look back. As it turned out, something black was flying behind their movement board and quickly catching up with them. Suddenly, this black energy collided with the board, and black lightning flashed around. But then a bright green sphere flew out of this disaster. Having fallen to the ground, she bounced off it, moving a little further. And then after a while, she stopped, while the stones continued to fall from above. Suddenly, this light began to crumble, as if it were made of sand. As it turned out, in that sphere there was a piece of tabla. Spencer was holding Chelsea close to him, and he asked if everything was okay. In response, Goldie, who had already gotten to her feet, replied that they were fine, and Rachel, still sitting on the table, asked what was going on here. Suddenly the boys noticed something black flying towards them. As it turned out, it was some kind of woman. Her entire skin was black, but she had no clothes on. Her hair, also black, was fluttering up, and her eyes were shining with a pink light. Her face was pale, and she looked at the boys in front of her with emotion. A few minutes before this, Holly, being in the ball, while he was tearing apart the remains of her clothes, thought that this was no good anymore, because she was here on the verge of life and death, and he just took her and abandoned her. And after she asked him if he knew how desperate she was, her eyes were closed, and the woman thought that then they must die together, because in any case this body can neither live nor die. With her dry lips parted, she continued to think that if she had been given such a body at birth, and if it was destined to disappear in this way, then at least she had to do something in the end. The woman's eyes widened as she thought that if, with her last breath, she had the opportunity to touch his hand, and even if it was the last time, she would be satisfied. And such a small greed would be forgivable. Trying to get out of the ball, Holly scratched at it with her hands, screaming that it was in her way. The woman screamed that she would swallow anyone who stood in her way of her husband without choking. And suddenly, something black burst out of her mouth, which was also engulfed in a blue glow. Meanwhile, Charles continued to watch what was happening. Suddenly, his subordinate flew up to him and asked that now that the Chimusa had been destroyed, didn't they have a chance to deal with the occultists? So why was he just watching? Charles responded by asking if he hadn't noticed the vibration of destructive demonic energy, and then said that this place was like a powder keg filled to the brim with gunpowder, and if he rushed and stumbled, the occultists would scatter and Hansen would become a land of death. And then he thought about what he should do. Thinking about what he needed to report, the guy noticed changes in the ball. Suddenly cracks appeared on top of the ball, and then they spread out across the entire area of the sphere. And suddenly it cracked, shattering into small pieces. The occultists looked up in awe, saying that it was a demonic destroyer maiden. Holly appeared in place of the ball. Her skin turned black, and red patterns appeared. At this sight, the hand of the mask member began to shake, and suddenly he said uncertainly and quietly that they must run and as quickly as possible. Suddenly the woman turned sharply towards them, and then, raising her hand, she sent a huge beam of black energy in their direction. This gave the boys a frightened expression on their faces, but they were unable to even attempt to avoid it. Meanwhile, this beam of energy was destroying everything in its path. Charles watched this silently, not a single thought coming into his mind about it. Suddenly he thought in fear that they were unable to do anything, since a creature had been born that should not exist in the human world. Holly raised her hand and looked at it silently, apparently not expecting such strength. And then she looked at the mask members again, preparing to kill them too. This look made people involuntarily shudder and step back. Noticing this, Charles shouted at them not to retreat, because they remembered that life is the road of death. And then the guy urged them to remember the teachings of the ruler and fight to the very end. But suddenly the woman looked somewhere to the side, distracted from the people. There, far away in the sky, something was flying. Holly couldn't take her eyes off it, and then she suddenly rushed after it, leaving behind black lightning. The members of the mask did not expect such an outcome at all, and simply froze in surprise in defensive poses. Back to the present, when Holly had already flown to Spencer and the others, they were already standing on the ground. Rachel asked if that was the demoness there, to which Goldie only told her not to be reckless in saying such a thing. Looking up, the guy thought with fear on his face that this was very dangerous. Suddenly, rushing forward, he asked the princess to give him some of her spiritual power. The girl asked him in surprise whether he was really going to fight this creature, and then she said that it was certain death. But then the guy released his horns, between which a huge glowing ball appeared, and shouted that he was right now saving them. Hearing this, the girl couldn't find what to answer, and then cursed. And then, almost touching his back, the girl shouted that if he died, she would curse him for the rest of her days. And then shining white energy came out of her hand. And then the guy plunged the woman into the fire. But suddenly, with just one wave of her hand, Holly was able to disperse this fire. And there was no trace left of him. And Goldie, meanwhile, sank to the ground from fatigue. Spencer, noticing that there was not a single injury on the woman, assumed that there was not a single living particle on her body. And then he thought that there was only one option left. And suddenly a tower appeared above the woman's head. Holly just leaned her whole body against the bottom of the tower. Sweating profusely, Spencer replied that the fusion of his and Goldie's powers had caused the tower to grow even larger. And he then thought that with the help of the Six Spirits Tower, he could buy himself some time. Meanwhile, the woman's eyes flashed unkindly, and suddenly she scratched the tower with her nails. And then suddenly black energy came out of her hands and began to destroy the tower. And the next second, the tower effortlessly fell apart into small pieces. Spencer did not expect at all that the tower would not detain the woman for so long, and that it would be destroyed. Meanwhile, Holly landed on the ground in a dark flash while the tower fragments were still falling to the ground. And suddenly she struck the guy, but then Goldie appeared, shouting about why the guy stood rooted to the spot, and rushed towards him with her hand outstretched. Pushing the guy away, she told him to make sure he survives, and then with a quick movement of her hand, Holly cut off the princess's head. While lightning raged around, the girl's body fell to the ground. Not believing his eyes, Spencer called the girl's name. Suddenly, he remembered that she could still survive, because she had such a high level, and therefore, if her head remained intact, then everything would be fixable. But then Holly stepped on the girl's head, crushing it and sending her blonde hair flying. Seeing this, Spencer just froze, sitting on the ground with his hand outstretched. But suddenly Rachel screamed desperately, and her eyes lit up madly as tears flowed from them. Screaming that she would finish her off, the girl rushed at the woman. A second later, she had already turned into a wolf and was flying towards Holly while she was just standing there. Spencer suddenly shouted at the girl not to give in to her emotions. Holly just looked at the girl emotionlessly. And then, with a quick movement of her hand, she broke the wolf's body into small pieces. Suddenly, Rachel's severed paw appeared in front of the guy. Meanwhile, the woman came closer to him, without taking her eyes off him. Suddenly, the guy's face darkened and his eyes glowed with an evil red light as he spoke about how there was no need to kill them. And suddenly, a huge amount of energy, previously unseen, burst out of him. This energy amazed the woman. As it turned out, it was a special level-up technique. And now Spencer was at the level of Yongmyeon, and he, with his red eyes flashing, looked angrily at the woman. A few weeks before, Hillary revealed that she had found information about Sylvester's technique, which had been passed down through generations from a piece of his soul, namely a demonic spell that could instantly summon the next level of power. Hearing this, the boy remembered how the spirit suddenly became a level stronger at one moment, and how he almost said goodbye to life because of this. Holding out the eye to the boy, the woman said that since he had already reached the level of Yongyul, he could now master this technique, and all the information about it was placed in the all-seeing eye. Spencer gratefully accepted the eye. But then Hillary said that, however, since this is a strong spell that unnaturally increases the level, the core of the power can be destroyed, and in the worst-case scenario, he can lose all the acquired skills and slide to a lower level. Hearing this, the guy asked if there was such a condition. The woman replied that he was committing a forced level increase, and therefore the presence of such restrictions was quite natural, to which the guy replied that then such a technique was absolutely useless. And then he asked who would use it if because of it you could end up on a lower level. Meanwhile, Spencer recalled that Hillary told him that he, fortunately, had about 6 power cores, but then she told him to use this power only when his life was at stake. Then the guy, using the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix, rushed to attack the woman. And suddenly he used a tiger strike, which caused a huge column of flame to appear, which raised Holly's body several meters. But the guy wasn't going to stop there, and then he conjured up fire spheres. And then these spheres all flew straight towards the woman, attacking her. But suddenly Holly, with a scream, was able to escape from this flame, dispersing it. And then, one by one, black lightning bolts began to strike the ground, and each one was getting closer to the guy, until finally one of them hit Spencer right on target. The boy took the attack with a strangled sound. But before the attacking Holly could hit him with her claws, he managed to dodge by jumping. The woman landed on all fours on the ground. The guy stood unsteadily on the ground, steam rising from him. Suddenly, lowering his head, he thought that even at the level of Yongmyeon, he was still powerless against this creature. But suddenly he remembered Goldie's order, and therefore he raised his eyes shining with anger and said that she was not the one who should have died like this, and therefore he would kill the woman at any cost. And then he decided to use all the cores he had. And suddenly all of his cores began to glow brightly, signaling a level increase. Suddenly the guy's body began to glow with a different energy again, and now his level was Yongup. Holly stood and looked at the boy as shards of earth and rocks flew around. And then, in a black flash, she took off, and she flew towards the guy, attacking him. But suddenly the guy stretched out his hand, and a long flash of light flashed in front of the woman. As it turned out, it was an invisible shield that Holly was now leaning against. Watching the woman struggle, Spencer thought that with such strength he could defeat her. And then, moving closer to her while the blue fire was shining in his hands, he said that he thought he could kill and tear her to pieces. And then he struck quickly. And now large, deep red wounds appeared on the woman's body. Continuing to strike, Spencer, screaming, asked her why she killed them. But the woman could not give an answer, as the guy continued to hit and hit. Suddenly he stopped, driving Holly's body into the ground up to her waist. Meanwhile, more and more wounds appeared on her body. But suddenly, smiling madly, she rushed forward. And then she hit with her black energy, and some black spheres appeared around this beam. But Spencer was able to dodge the blow. But suddenly, 2 cores in his body cracked, and then they split apart completely. The guy replied with surprise that the kernels had split so quickly, and now he had 7 left. Meanwhile, surrounded by black lightning and balls, Holly stood on the ground, and suddenly the woman, her red eyes flashing, laughed madly. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the woman's severed limbs began to grow back into her body. And then he realized something. And suddenly he, having gathered himself again, prepared to attack the woman, and a blue fire appeared in his hand. And then he swung his arm and struck out, sweeping away everything in its path, telling himself that he had to start hitting even harder than before. And suddenly everything around him was illuminated by blue flames. Like a huge blue bird, this flame passed across the entire territory, illuminating it. Meanwhile, Spencer found himself behind the woman, telling himself that he had to be faster. And then he struck the woman with both hands, illuminating everything with bright flashes. But Holly dodged this attack with a bright lightning bolt and found herself behind the guy. Turning around in panic as Holly held out her hand to the guy, still smiling, he wondered if she could possibly react to Chukchi's technique. And a second later, the women rushed past the guy and wanted to pierce him through and through, but he used the technique of movement. And then they kept bumping into each other, Spencer using the movement technique, and Holly kept catching up with him and attacking. Meanwhile, another core in the guy's chest cracked and broke into small pieces. Continuing as if nothing had happened, Spencer thought in panic that the women, even with a mutilated and mangled body, continued to follow him as if nothing had happened. And besides, her movements are becoming faster and faster each time. At this rate, using the Chukchi technique will become useless. At the same time, one of the woman's attacks passed along the ground, cutting it. As it turned out, she passed very close to Chelsea's body, who was still unconscious. Noticing this, without worrying about anything else, Spencer turned around and called the girl's name. Holly noticed this, and then she looked where the guy was looking, at Chelsea, who was not far from the furrow of her attack. Suddenly, her face twisted into a grimace of anger and she bared her teeth. Suddenly, the woman tensed up and summoned even more balls, which shook the ground, raising dust. Noticing this, the guy cursed. And then he thought that if he didn't block this attack, Chelsea would be hit. And so he would have to try to draw out the spiritual power from all the remaining chi cores to jump to the next level. And suddenly, everything around was illuminated by a blue flame. A fiery phoenix bird appeared in the sky, against the background of which Holly no longer looked so weighty. And suddenly, the guy and the woman collided, causing the ground to crack and begin to crumble. And suddenly, a huge bird flew into the sky, a pillar of fire, which was also noticed by the members of the mask. Charles replied that it was a wave of such enormous spiritual power that he could not even imagine that the hermit was capable of resisting that monster. The members of the demonic sect also did not ignore this attack, and one of them asked what was going on and what they should do now, to which the other said that if they tried to interfere, they would simply die, and therefore they had to wait for the princess, and then the end would come for the bastards from Mask. After some time, everything around was destroyed, but here and there flashes of fire were still visible. Not having time to go out, only Spencer and Chelsea remained unharmed. And then all the cores of internal QI energy split apart in an instant. Returning back to his Yongyul level, Spencer, shaking from tension and fatigue, sank to the ground, bracing himself on it with his hands. Breathing heavily, he thought that this was probably his limit, and he had destroyed 4 cores at once, and therefore he was still unable to use divine power. But after such a powerful attack, that monster would no longer be able to do anything. But suddenly, from the depths of the hole that the guy had made, a column of black energy rose into the air, and Holly crawled out of the pit, engulfed in blue flame and without one arm, and went straight towards the guy. Suddenly, without taking her eyes off him, she extended her hand towards him. Suddenly, the woman extended the indicated finger, and a black ball slowly began to appear from it, causing the guy to involuntarily scream and move back. But suddenly, the woman's hand abruptly deviated from its course, and now it was pointing somewhere to the side. Turning around, Spencer realized that the real target of this attack was Chelsea, who was still unconscious and lying on the ground. Meanwhile, the black ball kept growing and becoming more and more dangerous, and was almost ready to break loose. Watching this and gritting his teeth, Spencer commanded and forced his body to start moving again. Meanwhile, the ball grew even larger, but then the guy's horns began to glow with a blue light, and then he finally managed to move his body and rushed at the girl, causing her to miss with her attack. And he succeeded, because this deadly beam flew very close to the girl's body, but still touched it. Spencer pinned Holly to the ground, holding her wrist with one hand and preparing to punch her with the other. He suddenly asked her angrily who she was trying to kill, and then he declared that until she destroyed him, not a single hair would fall from Chelsea's head. And then he only grabbed and squeezed her wrist even tighter. Suddenly, he took out some red pot that was sealed with seals, and then said that although he could not kill her until the very end, this thing would definitely cope with it, because the eternal poisonous flame was sealed inside it. And then with a sharp movement of his hand, he broke the pot. Suddenly, red fire burst out of him, and Spencer said that now they would die together. And then the flames began to grow. A second later, this fire suddenly flared up strongly, rising high into the air. And Spencer thought only about the fact that, no matter how sorry he was, the girl should live, even without him. He thought about how he hadn't wanted to leave her at all, and he hadn't. He just had to send her away because someone else's arms were safer than his own. But despite this, he never forgot about her, and how his heart rejoiced when he saw her already matured form as the Taoist Pingong. He believed that he was quite satisfied with this arrangement, right up until the moment when he found himself on the threshold of death. It was then that he realized that the place Chelsea occupied in his heart was not so small. So Spencer went to look for her, and following her trail, he went to the ruins of Konryun, and then went to Pingan to meet her there. He didn't have any long-term plans, he just wanted to say at least hello to the girl, and even if their reunion was marked by such bloody events. But he is grateful to her for the fact that she has remained the same as she was 14 years ago, and therefore he must save her, even at the cost of his own life. But returning to reality, Spencer's eyes widened in surprise. As it turned out, the poisonous flame could not reach him, because the guy was protected by his blue fire of the Dark Phoenix. Meanwhile, Holly was in agony because the poisonous fire could just reach her, which is why she screamed. This fire burned her, gradually, bringing a huge amount of pain and suffering. Looking at her, he noted that it was a terrible sight, and then he wondered if this was such a terrible poison. And then he thought that with its help, this monster would definitely be defeated. But suddenly, the woman who had been floating in the air landed on her feet. Spencer responded with surprise and fear that she was still able to move, although she was in such a state. But suddenly, as she came closer, Holly lost her balance and fell to the ground. And then she decided that since she couldn't walk, she would crawl, and thus she got closer to the guy. Suddenly, she extended her hand towards him, which was engulfed in fire. Closing his eyes, the boy desperately thought that it seemed like this was how it all ended. But suddenly, she only gently touched the tips of his fingers with hers, and remarked out loud that she had finally touched him. Looking tenderly at the guy with pink eyes on her already open human face, she said that he was the first one to touch her hand. Spencer, of course, did not expect this at all, and therefore opened his eyes in surprise. He suddenly assumed she was talking about the moment he had pushed her to the ground, holding her wrist tightly. As the fire slowly consumed her body, Holly said, smiling, that now there would be no bitter residue left on her soul, even if such a death was destined for her. But suddenly, appearing in a column of bright light, someone said that this was unacceptable, and then some kind of glowing circle appeared around the woman's neck. And then suddenly she was lifted into the air with a man hanging above her. The man asked Holly if, after everything she had done, she still dared to expect an easy death. And then he himself answered, saying that such a thing would never happen. Looking up, Spencer was relieved to see that he had finally appeared. As it turned out, the new arrival was the Lord of the Mask, who administers justice on the eternal earth, the celestial Harris. Looking down, Harris noticed that this time the occultists had done something truly strange, and there was all sorts of things mixed in there. Holly, meanwhile, was screaming angrily, telling the man to take the thing away, and he in turn said that it was a rare thing that was neither alive nor dead. Raising a few fingers in her direction, the man said that death was life for her, and therefore he would make her live forever. And then suddenly a light flickered around the woman. In response, Holly pleadingly said that she didn't want to, and then asked that they instead kill her. And then she suddenly desperately called out to Spencer, calling him her husband. But a second later she simply disappeared, sparkling with a bright flash. And now, only Spencer and the Celestial are left here. Looking up, the boy thought uncertainly about how easily and quickly it all ended. But suddenly he remembered those who had died, and clenching his shaking hand into a fist, he thought that this celestial being should have appeared earlier. Moving closer to the boy, Harris asked him if he was calm now, calling him an animal pretending to be human. In response, the guy simply told the man that he was late. The man asked again. And then, noticing the tone in which he said it, he noted that he had the feeling that he was blaming him for something. Looking at the celestial being, Spencer responded by saying that many lives had been taken, and his people were among the dead. The man remained silent in response. And then, scratching his beard with his hand, he said that he watched his steps, and he was so afraid of stirring up this world. And then he noted that he had already seen something similar a couple of times. He had already seen a level destroyer with abilities that went against the laws of ranks. The scale of the bloody wind raised by the guy was not so small, so he thought it would be better to pull out these roots, however. Thanks to the fact that he blocked the monster's path, his followers are now safe. The Celestial stated that he had released Spencer, but he had several conditions. The man said that he didn't know how the boy ended up with the eternal poisonous flame that had been sealed in Konryun a long time ago, and so the first condition was that the boy had to find it and seal it back. Secondly, he no longer dares to set foot on the lands of Gosan. The Celestial hesitated a little, speaking about the third. But the third condition is that he must pierce his woman with a sword. Hearing this, Spencer naturally became angry, but Harris brushed him off, saying there was no need to do that right now. The man waved his hand and said that when the time came, the boy would understand the meaning of his words. And then he shot a bright flash into his head that went right through him. And the guy, losing consciousness, began to fall to the ground. And he fell near Chelsea. A second later, while the Celestial was still hanging in the air, Charles suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He noticed that the man had finally arrived. Harris asked the boy how things were going on the battlefield. Charles replied that now they, together with the other arriving Masters of the Mask, were clearing out the remaining occultists, and therefore they would soon be finished with once and for all. The man said that he could not even imagine that they would open the gates of destruction. And moreover, it could not even occur to him that representatives of the four clans would be drawn into this matter, and therefore, just a little more, and they would have to face an irreversible situation. And then he noticed that his followers were holding firm. Charles replied that it was not like that at all. And then he looked at Spencer, who was unconscious, and asked the man what he would do with him. Harris replied that the guy had made a great contribution to the matter, and that he also had the job to do, so it was worth just watching him at first. While the poisonous flames around him were still blazing, the man told the boy that they still had some unresolved issues to deal with, and so they should take care of them. At the same time, someone with glowing eyes was quickly running somewhere. Suddenly, the mask members shouted for everyone to prepare for defense, and they themselves stood in stances. But suddenly a whole crowd of mask masters flew back wounded, splashing their blood. Meanwhile, the unknown person quickly landed, and behind his back were two wings. He slowly rose to his feet as blood and body parts rained down around him. Suddenly, someone standing on the mountain of winged tiger corpses exclaimed that the ghostly sea-deep demon king was indeed on a completely different level, and had managed to reach all the way here, breaking through such a tight encirclement. The unknown person called to the one who stood on the mountain of corpses, and then he asked him where his younger sister was. The one who stood, but the grief of corpses, wore a red mask, which always smiled. And then he asked again, and then exclaimed, remembering something. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and Emily appeared from the portal, bound in chains. Noticing the woman, the man's face changed and took on an excited expression. Another one, wearing a mask, shouted that it was a little annoying, but the venerable Harris said not to kill her. And the man himself knows that he never does it just like that. However, he could not even imagine that there would be such a big catch, because the Ghost King himself came into his hands. Emily, noticing the man, asked where he was from and then immediately ordered him to leave. The man replied that he had lost his entire clan and that the only thing he had left had been taken, and then he asked her where she suggested he go. Mask, laughing and grabbing the huge red swords, shouted that such masculinity was worthy of the ghostly king of the deep sea. And suddenly, at that very place, an explosion was heard. Meanwhile, Spencer was somewhere where everything was hidden by fog. Suddenly, it turned out that it was Goldie in front of him. Noticing her, the guy closed his eyes and laughed. The girl asked him why he was laughing. The guy replied that although she was an annoying, irritating, and stubborn girl, he was still glad to meet her. Goldie asked the guy if he remembered the words she said to him at the end. Spencer replied that he remembered, and this was followed by another question from the girl about why he then, like a moth, rushed into the very heat. Spencer asked her if she would really focus on something like that even here. Goldie didn't respond to this. This silence forced the guy to answer, and he, looking down, said that he had no idea why he did it, but if he hadn't done it, he would have broken down. After a short silence, the girl said that, knowing the character of her benefactor, she wanted to give him a final parting word. And then she noted that she knew that he had done this because of her. Dissolving. The girl said that the guy was great, but now he needs to get the weight off his chest and stop blaming himself for what happened. Suddenly, Spencer woke up and in front of him lay Chelsea, who was also awake. The girl asked him if he had finally woken up. The guy hesitantly answered that it was, unable to take his eyes off the girl, and then he asked her how long he had slept. While walking the guy out of the house, Chelsea said that there was someone who was still waiting for him, and if he wanted to immediately remove the burden from his heart, then first of all he should see him, and she would wait for him. Turning around, Spencer said that this time he would definitely come back. Chelsea just smiled at this and said, okay. After some time, he walked among the quiet houses. As he walked, he thought that 3 days had already passed, which felt like a sudden peace after the hardships he had experienced on the edge of life and death. For some reason, this seemed somehow unreal to the guy, and so he assumed that maybe he hadn't woken up yet. And that last dream, if it was not his fantasy, was very strange. Meanwhile, Spencer reached the forest, where someone was already waiting for him. As it turned out, it was Austin, who turned to the guy and said that he had finally arrived. Touching the tree, the man said that their clan, after cremating the body, buries the ashes under a tree called the red wax tree, which will then absorb the ashes, grow, and begin to bear fruit in the future. These fruits are very sweet and aromatic, and if you make wine from them, you won't find a better alcohol in the whole wide world. This very tree they stood in front of had absorbed Goldie's ashes and would bear fruit this spring. Hearing this, Spencer did not answer, but only closed his eyes. Suddenly, Austin noticed that he had behaved inappropriately and turned to the guy, to which he replied that no, not at all. And then the man asked the boy if he could now hear how his daughter died. Sometime later, they were already sitting at the table in some hall where Spencer told the whole story. Looking down, Austin said that in the end, that was the price he had to pay for the bottle of bloody water. Spencer didn't say anything in response, but just stood up and put that very same bottle on the table, and then he walked towards the exit. The man responded by telling him that if Spencer needed heavenly longevity, he could always turn to them. And then he told him not to blame himself for the death of his daughter, because as a member of Savalrang, she had to protect their benefactor. Spencer didn't respond to this and walked out of the room, slamming the door. Austin, on his own, began drinking alcohol and tears streamed down his cheeks. Sometime later, someone told someone that this was a stone cave used for training, and since this was the benefactor's request, he brought him here. But other than this cave chamber, there were many other places where he could spend time comfortably. Spencer replied that he was completely satisfied with this particular cave, to which the man replied that let it be as he wanted, but he could call him at any time if he needed anything. And then the guy walked into the cave and Hannah appeared next to him. The guy picked up his necklace, which glowed green, and suddenly 2 fish and a living root flew out from there. Spencer told them that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Dustin greeted the owner happily, and the fish also greeted him. The guy noticed that the fish had offspring during the time they had not seen each other. And then Spencer said that he was going to start training to rise to the level of Yongmyun. and since there were several unconnected spaces in this stone cave, they should train separately. And then he said that he would give them a divine pill, and therefore they should also put an effort into training, to which the fish responded affirmatively. Dustin also happily agreed. And then Spencer called Hannah and asked her to give him a minute. And then he suddenly asked her when it started, and the woman asked again. In response, Spencer told her not to pretend that she didn't know anything, and then asked how much time she had left. The ghost, not expecting this, asked how he knew. The guy answered that they were one with him, and therefore he could not have not known about it. Looking down, Hannah explained that it started when the gate of destruction opened, causing her connection with him to be broken. And then, to the guy's surprise, she announced that there were no more than 10 years left. Spencer's lips pressed together nervously, thinking that there were only 10 years left. That was such a short time. And then he suddenly took out some kind of metal incense burner. Noticing this, the ghost asked the guy what it was. Spencer replied that he had received this thing from the commander of the heavenly abode of Gunbiho. And there are many treasures that imprison the soul, but few that protect and preserve the soul like this. Hearing this, the woman, realizing something, asked him if this was really why he had provoked the commander of the heavenly abode. Spencer replied that he knew there would be a peaceful day someday, but it happened sooner than he expected. Holding out his hand with the incense burner, he told Hannah that she only needed to stay in it for a few years, and then he added that for her, it would be like a short dream. To which the ghost quickly objected, saying that she did not want to do this. It was nothing more than a delay. And then she said that she saw nothing wrong with setting out on the path of reincarnation in this way. And who knows? Maybe in the next life she could meet him again. Hannah closed her eyes and continued, saying that the very fact of her existence and her soul being linked to Spencer was against the providence of nature, and so it was time to let go of their greed and make a prudent decision. But that guy said that it was not like that at all, because it was different from the time when he was helpless and incapable of anything, just watching her die, and therefore he would certainly find a way to help her. And if he contradicted the providence of nature, then he would personally destroy all the laws of nature that stood in his way. Therefore, she must follow the master's orders and enter the relic. Suddenly, Hannah's eyes glowed purple. But suddenly she calmed down and said that when they met again, she would definitely slap him. With a smile, the guy replied that she could do this as much as her heart desired. And suddenly, like a purple smoke, Hannah disappeared inside the treasure. Suddenly, someone came up to him from behind and asked if he had finished his conversation. Turning around, the guy noticed that it was Chelsea. They had already sat down at the table, which Chelsea had managed to set while the guy was away, and now she was anxiously awaiting a reaction. Spencer blushed a little, thinking that now that they were alone, facing each other, it was somehow a little awkward. Suddenly, Chelsea volunteered to pour him a drink and picked up the pitcher. The guy did not refuse the offer and extended his hand, which held a cup, and the girl poured wine into it. Spencer was about to take a sip when the girl started saying something. She said with a smile that she definitely wanted to do this for him. And then she said that she was too young when she mistakenly thought that her husband had closed his eyes forever. Clutching her clothes, she said that she had always only received something, but never given anything in return. And therefore this became for her first a regret, then an obsession, and then even a resentment towards herself. But, smiling, the girl said that now this resentment had disappeared, and now she could really breathe a sigh of relief, because she had managed to meet Spencer again. The guy looked at the girl without looking away, understanding what she was talking about, and he realized that she had seen his fake corpse that day and still thought he was dead. Chelsea asked him about it, however, why he did it on Mount Yongne. The guy, not understanding, asked what she meant. Chelsea responded by asking him why he saved her from that thing, but pretended not to know her. And then she indignantly said that she was very upset when she found out about it. Surprised, Spencer replied that he had not known that she still thought him dead. And looking at the fine craftsman she had grown into, he thought she was firmly on her way. And the meeting with him was only a fleeting moment. Chelsea said that for her, that fleeting moment meant everything. In response, the guy asked the girl how much longer she had left to live. The girl said that the lifespan of a bison-level Taoist was 500 years. So, if nothing unexpected happened, that was about how long she would live. In response to this, Spencer noted that since the girl had also entered the Taoist path, she knew the difference between a human and a spiritual animal. And then he said that he stayed here to rise to the level of Yongmyeon, which in human terms is equal to Hwansong. And if he overcomes this milestone, his life expectancy will be 2,000 years. Spencer noted that their lifespans were an insurmountable wall for them, to which the girl tried to object, saying that then she would also start training hard. But in response, he told her to think about how long he would stay at the Yongmyeon level, to which Chelsea replied that she would be glad if he allowed her at least that. Spencer then said that, unlike humans, spiritual animals, rising higher, risk their lives, and therefore one mistake could deprive him of everything. Chelsea asked him why he was in such a hurry then. Spencer replied that he had one thing he absolutely had to do, and then he said that the path he had taken long before meeting her was very thorny, and if she followed him, she would have to face it. Looking down, she replied that while he was away, time was simply killing her. She continued to live only for the sake of revenge, like this dead man, and only when she was near him did she begin to breathe again. And then she said with a smile that she would never let him out of her hands again, and now that she had become a worthy master, she could follow him along any path. And then, to the guy's surprise, she said that even hell would seem like heaven next to him. And then he remembered Hannah telling him that relationships were incredibly scary things, because once you commit to someone, it was impossible to break that connection. Spencer placed the cup on the table and noticed that the alcohol tasted sweet today. And then he asked her to pour him some more, which the girl did not refuse. Sometime later, it was morning outside and the sun was shining brightly. Spencer woke up practically in Chelsea's arms. Propping his cheek on his hand, he watched the sleeping girl. Suddenly, something made him stop and stand up. Coming out of the cave, he asked the man who was standing on the street what brought him there. As it turned out, it was Charles who said he needed to pass something on to him. Spencer asked again, tears in his eyes from yawning. Suddenly, Charles threw something at him, which Spencer managed to catch. Opening his palm, he saw some kind of dark stone on it. The guy explained that this was a fossilized remnant of an eternal poisonous tribe, with the help of which he would be able to determine the location of the creature. When I asked again, Spencer said that it felt like he was talking about some kind of living organism. Charles said that this was not an ordinary poisonous flame, and since spiritual energy had a will, it would be more correct to regard it as a living being. Hearing this, Spencer thought that it looked like he had a more difficult task ahead of him than he had previously thought. Suddenly, Charles said that the guy should now tidy himself up and follow him, in response to which he asked if there was really anything else besides this. In response to this, the guy asked him why he had come here personally, and then he said that a decision had been made to grant his request, and therefore, he needed to follow it. After some time, they found themselves in a place where various monsters were chained, and Spencer asked where they were. Charles replied that they were where all the abominations that trouble the world were chained. Here are gathered like spiritual beasts that indiscriminately destroy nature. There are also Taoists here who kill at will. Meanwhile, the guy moved deeper. Suddenly, he announced that they were there, and Emily was hanging from chains. Coming closer, he said that although the situation was strange, they still had to tell me again. The women replied that they wondered why she was the only one left alive, and it turned out that it was him. And then he said that he came to ask why she showed him such kindness. Emily asked if he really spared her life just for that reason. Spencer replied that he didn't understand what she meant because the reason she wasn't killed was because Harris was being lenient towards her, and wasn't there just to ask a question. Emily began her story by saying that in ancient times her ancestors had 2 pairs of wings and a pair of horns. However, instead of 2 pairs, there was 1 pair of wings, and the strong horns disappeared. Spencer thought that he had never seen a tiger with horns. Emily continued by saying that this is why she gave him the birthstone that said, "Divine Celestial Horns," because he was the only one she had ever seen with horns. In response, the guy asked about it, but she also deigned to give him a stone that imprinted the trace of a long worm that would tear him apart from the inside. Emily replied that she couldn't ignore the elders, which is why R decided to give both, and she intended to pay for her sins when he returned. But now that there is no one left, there is no point. Suddenly, the guy turned around. Saying that she was indeed lucky, Charles picked up the board, which began to glow in his hands, and suddenly the chains began to break, and the woman fell to the ground. Spencer, his eyes flashing red, said that their oath was now null and void since everyone had been killed, so she was now free to roam the world. And then he turned around and started walking away. But suddenly Emily called him, and suddenly she remembered what she had said about guilt and responsibility. And then she explained that they included her marrying him and planting a new seed. Hearing this, the guys instantly blushed. The woman continued by saying that she was not giving up on the idea, as there were also many other secret arts and hidden relics of her ancestors. Therefore, he can take her, and all this will serve as her dowry, and in return, he must give her seed. Hearing this, Charles turned away, blushing. Some time later, Spencer was sitting in his cave, and in front of him stood Chelsea and Emily, and the girl said that the woman kept saying strange things, that this is what they were going to do with some seed, to which the guy replied that it was all nonsense. Emily said she realized it was shameless to covet a position that was already taken, and then she offered him to take her as a concubine, which embarrassed Chelsea. And then she asked if it was not natural for a strong male to have many females, to which the girl cried out that this was unthinkable for humans. And then they started arguing, which gave the guy a headache. Meanwhile, somewhere it was already night. While someone was sitting inside the magic circle, the woman asked if everything would be okay, to which she received an affirmative answer. It turned out it was Kimberly, and she said that a lot of time had passed, so Spencer was probably already preparing for the rise. Hillary said that if the circle of the sun and thought is activated, the girl will only fall asleep for a few years, but she needs to spend a whole millennium in the dream world. The girl replied that this brat was showing incredible growth, and therefore he was already preparing to reach the level of Yongmyeon, and therefore she couldn't lag behind him, because he wouldn't wait for her. Hillary resigned herself, and so, closing her eyes, told the girl to take on her original appearance. Kimberly obediently assumed her panther form, but suddenly the woman told her to take on her original form, and the panther began to babble in confusion. But the woman said that she had already seen everything, so there was nothing to hide. And then she turned to the fennec fox, asking if the woman would tell Spencer about this. Hillary replied that it would do her no good, and then she announced that she was starting. And then she began to chant, and the circle began to glow. And then, opening her eyes, she said that she would wait for her mistress. Kimberly responded by telling the woman not to worry, and suddenly the entire mountain was engulfed in a glow. Sometime later, Chelsea stood in the middle of the field. Emily, who was standing behind, said that this could be the last time they saw each other. So was it okay to let them go like that without even looking at each other for the last time? Chelsea replied that she didn't want to see his face anymore, and she wanted to believe in the best, not carry that burden. Turning around, the girl asked what the woman was doing here. Wasn't she following her husband? Emily replied that she was fulfilling his request and looking after his wife for him, and therefore she will be by her side until the ritual of heavenly longevity is completed. With a smile, the girl replied that then she felt under even more reliable protection. Emily said that Spencer knows that there are 2 women waiting for him, so he will be back as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the peak of Saville, Spencer climbed higher and higher up the mountain. When he arrived at the top, he was noticed by members of the Savalrang clan. Austin came out to the guy, saying that they were just about finished preparing. And then he said that no matter what, there are no guarantees that everything will go well. After all, rising to the level of Yongmyeon is a completely different matter. And so the man asked if the guy wanted to say anything just in case. With a smile, Spencer replied that everything was fine, and so they could begin. Austin drew some kind of symbol in the sky, which was the beginning of the ritual, and suddenly energy began to burst out of the wolf. But, as it turned out, this was the case with all wolves, and suddenly the magic circle lit up. Spencer closed his eyes and told himself that he had to remain completely focused and calm, and he should recreate the feeling of those levels that he saw then. And suddenly lightning struck at the peak. Sometime later, Chelsea was walking somewhere. Suddenly, she was noticed by the members of Savalrang who were guarding the peak. The girl asked them if there were any problems. The guards replied that they were guarding this place. So what problems could there be, and then let her through. The girl began to climb the peak. One of the guards noted that 30 years had already passed, and another noted that the girl came up here every day, and such a sincere heart cannot be found in the whole wide world. Suddenly the girl reached the fog. Passing through it, she reached Spencer, who was curled up and hanging in the air, surrounded by energy. She looked at him with a sad expression on her face. Emily was there too, leaning against a red pole. Some time later, the girl left Savile Peak. Afterwards, she passed by some snowy area, but suddenly there was a flash of light behind Chelsea. Turning around, she noticed that it happened at Savile Peak. Seeing the flash, she assumed that her husband was preparing for a breakthrough, and suddenly she jumped up, and thinking that she would finally see him, she ran back to the peak. Suddenly, Emily flew up to her side, calling her to take her hand. Without thinking twice, Chelsea grabbed the woman's hand, and together they flew to the peak of Savile. After some time, they reached the top, and the woman put the girl on her feet. Spencer stood in front of them. There was a very strong energy around him. Suddenly, he turned around to look at the new arrivals, and suddenly he asked Chelsea why she had lost so much weight. In response to this question, the girl said nothing, but her eyes filled with tears. And then she ran to the guy and rushed to hug him. Meanwhile, at the Pingong branch, one of the servants informed the manager that a master from the main palace had arrived. Hearing this, the man looked at the speaker in surprise. And then he immediately went to the room where the master was waiting for him. And the master was indeed waiting for him there, reading some papers. The man bowed and greeted the leader. Putting the papers on the table, the master said that they had finally managed to find the creature that had been a thorn in their side. Turning around, he asked, "But where is this girl from the white-blooded ones?" The man hung his head low and replied that they had followed his trail together, but that bastard had managed to slip away and hide. And as the leader himself knew, he had become the common enemy of all the Taoist clans and was now on the run. But suddenly the man fell sharply to the floor, breaking it. The leader pressed his foot on his chest, causing him to cough up blood, and then he asked him if he was really unable to tell him anything else. And then he noted with irritation that 20 whole years had already passed, which had been wasted because of some hermit. But since the man got along well with the white-blooded woman, he was allowed to stay in Pingan. And afterward, the evil master asked him if it was really so difficult for him to cope with the only job entrusted to him. The men tried to object, saying that the elder had instructed the head to take care of the white-blooded one, and if she found out that he was going to drink from her alone, it would end badly. But the master interrupted him, asking him what she would do to him. This question struck the man, and the master only said irritably that if the white-blooded one were left without arms or legs, everything would be fine as long as life was still glimmering in her body. But for the oldest one, the white-blooded one was just an unripe medicine. And until the elder takes her into her hands, this bitch will remain just a toy with which he can play to his heart's content. Having said this, he smiled nastily. As he left the man, he said that he was sick and tired of waiting, and so he would go there himself. Licking his lips, he thought that he would soon get to her. Meanwhile, Spencer and his women were walking along the road, and then someone noticed them. These someones joyfully waved their hands in greeting to Spencer. The guy looked at them in surprise. As it turned out, these were the same ones who were now in the guise of people. Their names were Mason and Emma, and the woman noticed that the guy was able to reach the level of Yongmyeon, and the man congratulated him. Dustin was also in human form, and he also congratulated the guy, saying that he knew he would return safely. Spencer responded by saying that, judging by their appearance, they had already reached the level of Yongel. Mason said it was all because of the guy, and Dustin exclaimed that they were now ready to be his strength wherever he went. The guy replied that he was grateful to them for such words, but for some time he would not need anything like that, because it was time to return home, which surprised his interlocutors. Spencer confirmed their suspicions, saying that they were returning to Buck Mountain. A few hours later, night fell. Suddenly, Spencer, walking through the forest, noticed Austin sitting on a rock and told him that he had become isolated from everyone else. Austin noticed that he could feel the power that indicated that he had reached the level of Yongmyeon. Sitting down on the rock, Spencer said that he was still far from the head of the great clan, and then he asked him why he came to such a place that clearly did not look comfortable, to which the man replied that today was a beautiful day for Julia to admire the moon. And then the head of the clan took the jug in his hands and said that he wanted to pour the boy a drink. Pouring wine into a cup, he said, to the boy's surprise, that this wine was 30 years old, and its color was beautiful, but its taste was also excellent. Hearing this, Spencer remembered the very fruits that grew on the tree that absorbed Goldie's ashes. Remembering the man's words that there was no better wine in the world than that made from these fruits, he looked at the full cup, and then he emptied her. Austin closed his eyes and asked the guy if he was really leaving now. After placing his cup on the table, Spencer responded by saying that he needed to leave, as he also had an agreement with Harris that he could not break. And then, with a smile on his face, he asked if he was not a hermit who wandered around the world, led by clouds and wind. The clan leader slowly shook his head, repeating his words. The guy said that the ways of fate are inscrutable, and therefore perhaps they will meet again. The man, agreeing with this, offered to pour him another drink. Several hours later, something flashed across the sky like a bright flash. Suddenly, someone sitting on this transport exclaimed that this was to be expected from a flying carriage. As it turned out, it was Dustin, who then turned around and asked about how, at this rate, they would reach Mount back in no time. Mason remembered that they left the mountain because of the pigs on Mount Udong, and afterward he said that he never thought it would take so long to get home. Spencer closed his eyes and agreed with the man's words, saying that it had taken them 40 years. And then he asked Charles why he went with them, and everyone sitting turned to look at the guy. Blushing and coughing awkwardly, Charles replied that this was the leader's order, and then he asked if they really thought he followed them because he wanted to. An irritated Spencer said that he seemed to have nothing better to do than to spy on such an insignificant hermit as he. Smiling, the boy responded by telling him not to act as if he didn't know about people like them. And then he was about to start praising the depth of his leader's thoughts. But Spencer interrupted him, telling everyone else to ignore him and act as if he wasn't there at all. Suddenly, an enraged Emily, leaning against a post next to him, told Charles that although he had followed them, He should not be seen by her, because one day she might lose her temper and kill him. Looking at the woman, the guy laughed awkwardly. Looking at Emily, Spencer wondered why she was tagging along too. Suddenly, the woman asked him what this place, Mountback, was. Looking up, the boy replied with a smile on his face, saying that this mountain wasn't anything special like the famous Yong Mountain, but it was very quiet, so it was an ideal place to be in silence and put your thoughts in order. Chelsea immediately added, saying that this was the place where she met him, her husband. Emily didn't answer, but just frowned a little, and then said that she was looking forward to the moment when she would get to see this place. Charles looked at Spencer, and then he wondered what they were talking about. And then he remembered how he told the Celestial that he understood that he was not going to let the hermit go so easily, but why put him under surveillance? And then he asked him why he was so interested in him. Harris replied that when you are at that level, the boundaries of existence are blurred, and it is still unclear whether it is because his mind is not able to withstand such a huge force, or it is an instinct that is buried deep inside. He can become the wisest master, staining his hands with blood and punishing everyone he meets. Or he can achieve enlightenment by accumulating virtues, thereby becoming a sage who brings peace and tranquility. The Celestial said that the boy never ceased to amaze him, even though he was a spiritual beast on the outside. But on the inside, he was much more human than anyone else. Charles had assumed that their levels were close, but the man immediately asked him if that was possible, since he was just one of the many spirit beasts, and therefore it is necessary to keep an eye on it even more zealously, not to follow it, but to keep an eye on it. Charles, looking at Spencer, remembered that the Celestial had said that he had chosen him for this mission because he was able to objectively assess the situation. Meanwhile, the magic carriage was racing across the sky. Sometime later, the company had already arrived somewhere, and they got out of the transport. And before their eyes, a city appeared. And then Emily asked the guy if the back mountains weren't supposed to be a peaceful place. Dustin, not understanding anything, asked what it was because he was absolutely sure that they had arrived at Buck Mountain. Chelsea speculated that something might have happened in such a long period of time. And then she looked back at Spencer. Spencer thought that despite the fact that he had visited his territory, it was inhabited by someone, and someone was trying to provoke him with this. Suddenly his eyes lit up with rage and a desire to find out who this daredevil was. Emily noted that the energy of Mount Beck was amazing, and it was surprising that such a mountain had not become more famous before now. Turning to the guy, she noticed that anyone would want a place like this, and it was very fortunate that the owner left the territory. Hearing the woman's words, he remembered that 40 years ago, he had absorbed the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix that had absorbed the mountain's powers, and so the real appearance of the mountain now appeared before him. Suddenly, he noticed a flag that said White Sea, and then he thought that it was not surprising that a new sect had appeared in 40 years, but something else was bothering him, and it was Eve. It was she who he had entrusted with looking after Mountback so that it would have a reason to live on. And at that time, in that very place, there was a very ordinary mountain. Moving forward, Spencer told the company that they first needed to find out who owned the White Sea. Meanwhile, some beast was whipping the man, forcing him to move faster. Another beast also brandished a whip, shouting that they must work if they did not want to be eaten. Mason was surprised to see that they were spirit beasts, and it seemed that instead of a sect, their mountain had been taken over by their kind. Emma covered her mouth and noticed that there were people from the village of Back, and on top of that, they were being cruelly exploited. This sight angered Spencer. Suddenly, one of the spirit beasts noticed their company and ordered them to go to work if they did not want to die. Suddenly, Spencer used his ability and moved straight towards the beast. And then, stretching out his hand, he bound it with his own powers. And then he ordered him to answer. And then he said that this mountain was guarded by a girl named Eva. And then, with a menacing look, he asked where she was now. Shaking and sweating, the beast replied that he was one of the last to arrive here, and therefore knew nothing, since he only controlled the slaves. Suddenly the guy, not hearing the answer, sent him down, breaking the tower. People looked back at this menacingly, and they wondered what was going on. Suddenly someone hit the drum. As it turned out, it was one of the beasts who later cried out that a sudden invasion was taking place, and therefore an urgent gathering of all the spiritual beasts of the White Sea was now taking place. And after some time, a whole crowd of armed animals stood in front of Spencer and his company. One of them noted irritably that there were few enemies. Spencer told his company not to interfere. He would handle this alone. Coming closer to the crowd of animals, he asked again where Ava, who was guarding this mountain, was now. One of the animals noted that it was the first time he had seen such a crazy person, and then he asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about, attacking the territory of the White Sea. And then he shouted to the other beasts to seize the rest, so that they would fill the ranks of slaves. Spencer quietly said that they should have answered. After all, now he himself will go in search of her. The animals cried out in irritation, preparing to attack. But Spencer wasn't going to back down, and his eyes flashed red. Meanwhile, someone was sitting in the cave, and suddenly he noticed that a hot energy appeared that was impossible to forget, which meant that he had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the guy was destroying a crowd of animals. There were bodies of animals lying on either side of him, but he continued to move forward. The other animals shook at this sight, and suddenly one of them noted that they could not cope with such a monster. But before he could run, Spencer pierced him with several spikes. But this did not kill the beast. It only made a strangled sound. Meanwhile, the guy deftly moved closer to him, avoiding the thorns. And then, with a single line of blows, he cut off the beast's limbs. As the unknown man in the dark cloak walked out, a bloody rain was born on him, and he said that these helpless nobodies could not even cope with the role of guards. Suddenly, the animals noticed this and made way for him. Noticing him, Spencer assumed that it was the master of the White Sea, and then he said that he should definitely know the answer to his question, and then asked his question again. The stranger, instead of answering, said that Spencer had not changed at all, and therefore he was able to recognize him quickly. Not understanding what he was talking about, the guy noted that he didn't know who he was. Suddenly, the stranger said that everything would soon become clear to him, and then asked if it was true that he was looking for that girl with the old sword. Suddenly, some dark thorns began to tear his cloak, and he said that he didn't even know what to say. The stranger, drawing his sword, said that because of Spencer, his grandfather Udan and his father died. And then he asked what he thought he, who had lost his entire clan, did to that bitch. Hearing this, Spencer asked him if he was from Mount Wudong. Suddenly, many small hands emerged from the cloak with disgusting sounds, and Uranus cried out that he was the only descendant of Mount Wudong. Dustin winced and asked what all this was. Emily realized that it was Uranus who implanted many artifacts into his body. She noticed that she felt an obsession in him that had already grown into madness, and in the meantime, he attacked the guy. But his blow only hit the ground, breaking it. As he raised his sword, he noticed that Spencer was as fast as he had ever been. Looking at the guy hanging in the air, he said that all these past years he lived, cherishing thoughts of death, even gave up his body. Looking down, Spencer noted that there was no doubt that at this rate the Buck Mountains would be leveled. And then he said that in such a difficult situation it is necessary to move to another space. And then he began to use his powers. Uranus asked him in surprise if he had already reached the level of Yongmyeon. Spencer, who suddenly appeared behind him, asked him if he was surprised. And then he struck the monster, but it managed to jump back. However, the guy still managed to cut off one of the monster's artifacts. Squeezing it in his hand, turning it into a spray of blood, he said that he thought he had burned all those pigs up to there. But, as it turned out, one managed to escape. Although he didn't care, he still didn't hear the answer to his question, and so he asked again where Ava was. Uranus told the guy not to get his nose in the air because he had only cut off one artifact, and he still had many. And then he said that the devil he was looking for was still alive, and since she was connected to Spencer, he couldn't give her an easy death. And then he shouted that she was hidden somewhere on the mountain and the flood should try to find her. After a short silence and a flash of his eyes, he said that if he continued to evade the answer, he would personally loosen his tongue. And suddenly he began to dissolve into space, and a second later, he disappeared from sight altogether. Uranus immediately realized that it was an illusion. But suddenly Spencer was discovered by the monster's artifacts, which caused him to turn around. Spencer didn't expect this at all, and then the artifacts on the monster's body attacked the guy with fire. And Uranus said that among his countless artifacts there is one that can dispel the illusion, and therefore he cannot be fooled by such tricks. And Spencer, who created this entire illusory world, falls by his hand. And suddenly a violet light hit the guy. But Uranus did not stop there and attacked Spencer with a sword, shouting that not a wet spot would remain of him. And suddenly the monster was able to pierce the guy's body, causing him to be carried back. The monster grinned and said that he would not stop until he sucked all of the boy's blood. But suddenly it turned out that Spencer was completely unharmed and was even able to destroy the monster's sword with one hand, and noticed what a wretched thing it was. And then he asked him, his eyes sparkling, whether he didn't know how fashionable the transplanted artifact was and what level it was. And then he tore off the monster's arm that formed the sword and exclaimed that he was still a Yongmyeon after all, and Uranus flew down. Having fallen and clutching the resulting wound on his shoulder, the monster asked the guy what kind of power this was. And then he exclaimed in panic that he was the one who calmly dealt with those who were of the Yongmyeon level, but none of his opponents had such strength. The monster, squealing, asked him who he was, while the guy calmly approached the beast, putting his hands behind his back. Meanwhile, Spencer's company stood outside the tornado in which the battle was taking place. Chelsea looked at the tornado with a sad expression on her face. Suddenly, Emily told her that if Mr. Spencer was fighting, there was nothing to worry about. Looking at the woman, the girl replied that although her husband had reached the level of Yongmyeon, she herself could clearly see how many artifacts his opponent had. The woman responded that if an ordinary warrior of the Yongmyeon level had entered the battle, it would have played a certain role. However, with Spencer, it would not have any significant weight. Suddenly, as she spoke, she herself realized something. Namely, if he remembered the previous battle, then even she, who was at a higher level, would not be able to defeat him. Emily thought that Spencer was a real monster. Meanwhile, another artifact flew to Earth. As it turned out, there were even more artifacts lying on the ground. And Spencer said that at this rate, he would tear out all of the beast's artifacts. In front of the guy sat a hunched-over Uranus covered in blood, and the guy noted that this sight made him feel despondent, and yet he had only torn out all of his artifacts by the roots. Spencer noted how foolish it was to rely entirely on artifacts instead of building up one's own strength. And then he decided to ask the almost amazed monster again. And then the guy asked again where Eve was now, and Uranus opened his previously closed eye. Meanwhile, the slaves gathered in a large crowd and asked Chelsea if she was Master Spencer's companion. Turning around, the girl asked them how they understood this. Suddenly, the people cried out that they had not been mistaken after all, and as Eva had said, Mr. Spencer had really come to save them. Hearing this, Chelsea asked if they knew a girl named Eva, and then she asked them where she was now. One of the women in the crowd told them that Eva had sacrificed her body for them, and said that they must believe until the very end that Mr. Spencer would come to their aid, and therefore they must rescue her from the clutches of that monster. Meanwhile, Spencer noticed something that surprised him greatly. As it turned out, Eve had been attached to Uranus's body all this time, and now that he had opened his cloak, it could be seen. And the beast said that he had placed the girl in his body, next to an artifact that would grind her flesh into powder. And then Uranus said that, even though he would die without being able to avenge the death of his clan with his own hands, this bitch would go to hell with him. And then he said with a smile that it was interesting. Would a guy be able to feel what it was like to lose a loved one? And then the artifact inside the body of Uranus and Eve glowed green. But suddenly, a bright white flash shone next to him. Turning around, the beast noticed with surprise that time seemed to have stopped. Spencer said that a little more, and he would have been too late. But he forced him to use this power in vain. As it turned out, he used the very technique that increased the level. And then he used the technique of freezing spiritual power, standby mode. Uranus, shocked, asked if he was able to freeze his spiritual power. And then he asked how he managed to do it at all, since only those at the top can use such a technique. Instead of answering, Spencer only flew closer to his opponent, causing him to flinch in fear. Stretching out his hands to the girl, he said that at that time, they too had shed a lot of blood. Suddenly, the girl began to separate from the monster's body and flew towards the guy, while he was talking about how his people also received indelible wounds, and he lost days that he would never get back. Taking the unconscious girl in his arms, he said that all this happened because of what they, the bastards, did. But he would never allow such a thing to happen again. The guy, his red eye flashing angrily, said that if he wanted to die, then he should go to the next world in proud solitude. And suddenly, in the chest of Uranus, shining with a bright light, something appeared that began to destroy him. This something grew so much that nothing remained of the enemy. And in the end, he said that he could not leave so senselessly. And then this other universe collapsed and its fragments fell. Spencer slowly sank to the ground. He sighed, thinking that it was just a simple imitation of Harris's magic trick, and his spiritual energy was already at zero. And besides, he almost lost his power core. Looking at the girl in his arms, he noted that it was thanks to this that he had managed to save her. Suddenly, the crowd of people shouted, greeting Mr. Spencer and rejoicing that he had saved Eva. As she approached the guy, Chelsea noticed that he had saved the girl, to which the guy asked what was going on here. Meanwhile, the animals noticed that they could no longer sense the energies of Mr. Uranus, and therefore he seemed to be dead. Suddenly, the guy turned around to look at them. This caused the animals to shudder in fear and retreat. One of the animals said that, in that case, they would not stand aside either. And suddenly, they all fell to the ground together, bowing their heads before Spencer. In response to this, Spencer only grimaced and asked what it was. Meanwhile, the animals all together begged for the guy to take them under his wing. Suddenly, someone from the side shouted loudly, asking if this request wasn't complete nonsense. As it turned out, These were disgruntled people who were unhappy that the animals were asking for protection after everything they had done. The beasts cried out in response that they too had done this only to survive, because if they had not listened to that bastard, their clans and families would have been killed. And now they had nowhere to go, and therefore they could not abandon them to their fate. However, this did not seem to convince the people, and they shouted that it seemed like they had become completely insolent, since they were lying to Mr. Spencer, to which the animals replied that it was all true. And then a verbal altercation began, which left Spencer shaking with irritation. And suddenly, unable to restrain himself, he shouted for them all to leave his house. Several years had passed since Spencer had returned to Mountbeck, and he had finally decided to take under his wing the spirit beast that served Uranus. The main reason for this was Chelsea's words that there were many rooms left, and they could not just stand and watch as all these buildings turned into ruins. Eva, who guarded Mountbeck instead of Spencer, woke up a couple of days later. The guy had no idea that the mountain would become spiritual, and so he entrusted the young girl to look after this place, which is why she had so many difficulties. And so he gave her all the words of power he had. And since Eva is a very smart child, she will very quickly rise to the level of a bison. Among the villagers of Bayek, there were those who recklessly invaded his domain to become his followers. Like Eva, not only do the spiritual beasts get on his nerves, but people do the same. He couldn't come up with a more absurd situation, but his only student, Eva, sincerely asked for a favor, and therefore there's nothing to be done and he'll have to provide it. Due to the interactions between humans and spirit animals, Mountbeck has become a very noisy place. Both humans and spirit beasts are too different, so even though they got along, quarrels still became quite common. In short, Spencer's eardrums were suffering every second, and the family of his comrades who had been following him relentlessly once again took their place in the lake, and the cores created by them, having moved to a higher level, rank second in effectiveness after the cores of power, and will be extremely useful to those who have just entered the path of the Taoist. Dustin also began to grow medicinal plants, although he has not yet managed to cover the entire territory available for this. But those seeds that are already in the ground, having absorbed his energy, will grow like mushrooms after rain. Spencer stood on the mountain and looked ahead. Suddenly he sighed, and then Chelsea came up to him and asked him what he was thinking about. The guy replied that he remembered how one day a child came into his life, and then he laughingly noted that now he has a huge burden because of her, to which the girl replied that this is retribution for the fact that he once abandoned her. The boy and the girl looked at each other with a smile, and then they kissed. Suddenly the guy noticed how quiet and calm it was, so much so that he wanted time to stop. Chelsea asked him about it, but he was going to leave soon, to which the guy replied that there was no other way, and besides, he managed to restore order on the mountain. Chelsea asked him if he was going to say anything to Emily before he left, and Spencer asked her, confused, what she was talking about. Turning around, the girl said irritably that all men are the same, and then said that she had actually been waiting for a guy all this time, and he should have at least thought a little about her feelings. This statement surprised the guy. With her head down, the girl said that although she was not delighted with this arrangement, someone who had lost everything and was wandering in the darkness without a single ray of light was no different from a dead person. And then she said that she didn't mind, and let Spencer be the light that illuminates Emily's path. Meanwhile, the mask members were stabbing someone with their spears. Suddenly, one of them raised his huge red sword. As it turns out, the victim was Emily's brother, who now said, "Sorry, sis." And then, with one blow, he was turned into mincemeat. Suddenly, Emily, who had been sleeping until now, opened her eyes wide, which were filled with tears. She sat up, breathing heavily. Sitting in the darkness of the night, Emily called out to her brother. Meanwhile, Spencer walked through the forest, telling himself that he didn't think that Chelsea and Emily would get along so well that she would ask him herself. But he had to say that in his heart there was only Chelsea, and thus put an end to all this, because he also had such a concept as loyalty. Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him and looked up at it. As it turned out, it was Emily who was standing in the gazebo, and the guy was asking her why she wasn't sleeping. Hearing the guy's voice, the woman turned around and looked at him. And then she screamed angrily and hit so hard that the earth cracked into small pieces. However, this blow still did not touch the guy, and he shook with fear. Meanwhile, Emily irritably asked him that not only had he been tormenting her until now, but he also dared to say that he was going to go somewhere again. Spencer quietly tried to urge the woman to calm down. The woman asked him if she looked like someone who could calm down now, she who until today had waited only for him. And then she jumped on the guy, pressing his shoulders into the ground, shouting that she had lost her only relative, and therefore was there anything she couldn't do? Looking at Spencer with angry eyes, She said that until today she could have taken him by force at any moment, but nevertheless she held back, and he dares to say such words to her? And then she continued saying that it was even good that it turned out this way, because here no one would stop her, and she would be able to make Mount back her home. Spencer's eyes widened in fear, and he thought that the woman had gone crazy, and that such a look could not be seen on a person in their right mind and memory. And then he wondered if he would really be raped today. And then he nervously said that on the day of his return, he would give her an answer that would fully satisfy her desires. Emily asked him again. Having let go of the guy and calmed down, she got off him and said that then she would wait for him a little longer. In response to which Spencer said that he would also like to ask her for a favor. Rubbing his bruised wrists, he said that she knew he had some work to do, but he was afraid to leave Mount back. Emily responded by saying that he shouldn't worry because she would protect the place. But if he came back and didn't give her what she wanted, things would be bad. In response, Spencer only said that this was his home, and then he flew away on his flying chariot. Chelsea watched as she flew further and further away. Ava asked her why she didn't go with him. Chelsea replied that she would be of no use. She wanted to be with him, but not be a burden to him. And then she folded her hands together and prayed. Standing on the flying carriage, Spencer said he still has goosebumps and has no idea how things will play out next. Suddenly, Charles flew up to him on a small cloud and asked where they were heading. Looking at the guy, Spencer replied that they would head east to start. The guy asked again, turning his head back to the front. Spencer explained that he had one little thing to clear up, but he would keep his word. And then the two of them rushed forward. A few hours later, the boys had already arrived somewhere, and Charles asked the other one again whether he really wanted him to check if the Choyang treasure was in such a deserted area in the middle of the mountains. Spencer replied that he wouldn't say there was no one there, because it was still Jormungandr's back. Hearing this, Charles asked again in surprise. Jormungandr is a fiend of the shell, one of the most vile creatures, a legendary ferocious beast that only a few thousand Taoists gathered together could defeat. Spencer told the guy that it is better to surprise everyone with your own eyes, and therefore you need to use the technique of penetrating eye. Charles followed the advice of another and used the ability, and, as it turned out, there really was somewhere ahead, the corpse of that very monster. But suddenly he noticed that a little further from the corpse there was a group of Taoists. Spencer cursed and asked what the Taoists had forgotten here, and then he asked if they would cause them any extra trouble. Meanwhile, one of the Taoists said that even though they had come closer, nothing was clear, and he still could not believe that those mountains were growths on the monster's back. Another Taoist said that he had no need to lie to them, and although the creature was dead, its body did not rot, and therefore the Taoists erected mountains on this site. As it turned out, it was Henry, the elder of the Tayson sect, and he said that they were now moving towards the tail, and that was where the only exit into the body was. And then, looking around, he noticed that he saw new faces here. And then he noted that he said that this information was confidential. But suddenly Nancy from the Henson sect responded, pointing to the white-haired girl, that she could be trusted and would definitely be useful, because she was a master at breaking barriers. The elder of the Huayangkodi clan asked if it wasn't dangerous to go on such an expedition with such a small group. The elder of the Huangsan sect, Matthew, responded by asking whether the treasure was worth taking such a risk. And then he said that if all the sects knew that there was a treasure here, it would be bad for them. Mickey from the Cheonsan sect replied that he was not interested in the treasure. He was only here to find the remains of his ancestors. Henry responded by saying that if they united, then they would definitely be able to accomplish what they had planned. And then, with a cheeky smile on his face, he said that they would be able to get a lot more things from inside the monster because it had absorbed many thousands of Taoists. Therefore, they should go to the monster's body and fill their pockets with treasures. And then he snapped his fingers, and suddenly something opened behind him, and the team of Taoists entered the huge passage. Suddenly, Spencer and Charles appeared out of nowhere, and the former noticed that they couldn't see the entrance because there was some kind of illusion spell cast there. Charles noticed that those Taoists also wanted to get the Choyang treasure like Spencer, to which he asked if he really thought they would just accept them into the team, and then he said that they would first sit on their tail. Charles responded by saying that in that case, in the event of a conflict, he would remain neutral, since in his eyes both sides were blinded by treasures. Spencer asked the guy if he wasn't interested in them at all. Walking forward, the boy replied that the basic teaching of the mask said that one should not care about things that do not belong to oneself, and he himself was only carrying out the leader's order by following him. Looking after the guy, he once again thought about whether it was he who was blinded by the treasures. And then he thought that the guy's thoughts were quite adequate, but they are completely out of place in this world, where it is natural for those blinded by greed to follow the path of the Taoist and commit massacre. Meanwhile, the team of Taoists moved on and met monsters on their way. Matthew noticed that they were being given a warm welcome even though they had only just walked in, and Cody noticed that there were a lot more of them than he had expected. Suddenly, Nancy stepped forward and said that she would sort it all out. And then, with one wave of her hand, she raised some kind of glowing disc into the air. And then suddenly a huge beam of energy flew out of this disc. This beam disperses monsters, and other Taoists noticed that it was a mirror breath. Henry suggested that the others take care of the remaining monsters that managed to escape Nancy's attacks. And then all the Taoists entered the battle. After some time, Spencer and Charles came to this place, and the former remarked that he was breathless from this view, and the latter noted that those Taoists had to spend a lot of energy, even if they had already reached the Hwanson level. Suddenly, Spencer laughed and said that it was good that they decided to go the beaten path. Suddenly, T, whom he called, slipped out of his sleeve, and then he told her that she could eat everything she saw in front of her. And the centipede happily began to chew the corpses of the monsters, while the guy thought that it was much more pleasant to walk along a clean road. And then he wondered how the Taoists knew about the location of the Choyang treasure, even if they knew about the existence of Jormungand. After all, he himself only heard about it in passing from Hillary, who shook the information out of Sylvester. Meanwhile, the Taoists advanced forward, encountering monsters that at least did not possess intelligence. Henry said they needed to move forward before the smell of blood drew more of the creatures. After some time, they reached some purple river, and one of the Taoists said that it looked like the bile of a monster. Matthew and Cody decided to go forward, and suddenly energy surrounded their bodies and they took off. Cody said that now their efforts will pay off in full, but suddenly he hung in the air as he flew forward. And then they started to fall because for some reason they couldn't use their spiritual powers. And a second later they fell into purple bile. Cody emerged from the liquid that was eating away at his skin and begged for help. Henry decided to help the men and launched some kind of disc at them. But this disc also fell with liquid. The man was surprised to notice that his flying disc had fallen. Meanwhile, the Taoists were slowly dying, to which others noticed that the two Hwansons had met such an insignificant death. Suddenly, a white-haired girl named Gloria said that it was a high-level barrier, and everyone turned to look at her. Gloria continued, explaining that it was a barrier that turned any magic into nothing, freezing spiritual power, and so no one had any choice but to fall. Henry asked her if she knew how to resolve it. The girl replied that it was impossible, because they didn't know where the core of the fat barrier was, and based on its power, it could be said that it was installed by a Taoist of the Tison level. The man asked the girl how they could cross this river of bile, and then said that, judging by the way she spoke, she had some kind of secret method. The girl replied that there was a way out of the current situation, and not a secret method. But suddenly she turned around and said that she felt uncomfortable continuing the conversation while someone was eavesdropping. And then, looking into the dark passage, she asked if it was time for them to reveal themselves, and suddenly whispers were heard from the passage. The Taoists watched all this silently, and then Henry shouted, asking how else they were going to hide there. And then Spencer and Charles finally began to emerge from the darkness. And then, coming out into the light, Spencer awkwardly greeted everyone. Suddenly, all the Taoists took defensive stances, ready to attack at any second, and the guy tried to calm them down. And then he said, with a smile on his face, that they had seen them on the way here. But it seemed to them that they were busy with this extremely serious conversation, and therefore did not interfere. But this excuse did not seem convincing to the Taoists, so they did not stop looking tensely at the new arrivals. And then Henry ordered them to reveal their identities, and if they refused, they would kill them. Spencer reluctantly agreed, and then reached into his necklace trying to find something there. And then he took out a sign and introduced himself, saying that he was an invited elder of the Cheonjaman sect, and his name was Eugene. And then the guy turned around and winked at Charles, letting him know that he had everything under control, to which the other only thought once again that he was using Eugene's name again. Mickey responded by saying that he had heard that this faction was searching for various artifacts and treasures, but he never expected that the hunters would even show up here. Henry thought that if this man was the invited elder of Cheonjamun, then he was definitely aiming for the treasure of Choyang. And then he wondered how these scoundrels found out about this place. And in the worst-case scenario, they will not be able to avoid a collision. Meanwhile, Spencer introduced his comrade, saying that he was a Taoist from Mask, one who dwells in the vast expanses of heaven. After this, the Taoists calmed down and said that they should have introduced themselves from the very beginning. and there was no need to stir up such a misunderstanding. And since Master Mask was here, they could calm down, and Charles awkwardly said that it was nice to meet you. Spencer, hearing these words, thought only that they calmed down only because they knew that the Masters of the Mask did not care about the treasures and how their faces changed. And then he asked about what he heard about how they couldn't cross the river of bile because of a barrier that froze spiritual energy. And in the meantime, something was scurrying around in his sleeve. And suddenly a centipede named Tai flew out of his sleeve and flew straight to the river. And suddenly she dived straight in. Turning around, the Taoists hesitantly said that they were scared, while T disappeared into the river. Spencer shouted, asking why she climbed there. But suddenly the centipede emerged from the river so sharply that the guy again became frightened and recoiled. And then she began to happily splash around in the bile. Noticing this, Spencer said that she could develop there as much as her heart desired if she liked it. Gloria noticed that it was the centipede Ti, and she had heard that everything that has unusual energy goes into her food. Hearing this, Nancy said that as far as she knew, these creatures had not been seen for many years, and the girl only noted that apparently this centipede did not care about bile. And then she noticed that the task had become easier, and she reached into her sleeve to get something. And suddenly the centipede was covered with some kind of shell. Gloria explained to the others that it was the shell of a sea beast, which was as hard as adamant and could therefore withstand bile. And then, the company climbed onto this shell, and they swam to the other shore, admiring the situation they had found themselves in. Henry told Spencer that this was to be expected from the elder of the Kaonjaman sect. He was bound to have some tricks up his sleeve, to which the boy replied that he had gotten hold of this centipede completely by accident. Gloria, without saying anything, watched the guy. After some time, the company reached the other bank and climbed off the shell. With a wave of her hand, the girl shrank the shell to take it, and the other Taoists noted that they could now continue on their way. As the Taoists moved on, Spencer stopped to pick up tea and told her that it was time for her to finish her bile treatments. But the centipede continued to wander around the river, not paying any attention to its owner. The guy asked her with a smile whether she really liked this puddle of bile so much. And then he thought that she would probably have to leave it here and move on. And besides, the more bile Tai absorbed, the better. But suddenly, the previously frolicking centipede froze, and suddenly her eyes lit up with a bright light. And then she began to move her tail, curling up. Then she curled up into a ball and flew up above the surface of the river, emitting a bright light. Seeing this, Spencer realized that a metamorphosis was taking place. The larvae hatch 3 times, and instinctively they make cocoons in which they molt or transform. And when centipedes shed their shells for the last time, something special happens. It is in them that the mind is born and the second form arises. Looking at the cocoon, the guy noted that he wanted her to become stronger, but then asked with annoyance why the metamorphosis was happening right now. And then he thought about the fact that he couldn't move the centipede into his bag while it was absorbing the aura. But if he just stood there and waited, it was unknown how long this metamorphosis would take. And then he wondered what he should do. Suddenly, Charles came up to him and asked why he was so late, since everyone else had already gone ahead. Turning back to Tai, the guy thought that since she was now in the middle of the river, she would be safe. And then he turned around and went forward to catch up with the others, leaving T to transform. Meanwhile, the Taoists reached the corpse forest, which was engulfed in a green glow. Henry said that the fact that this forest was in front of them was not a bad sign, because the smell of death meant that they were slowly approaching the head of this creature. But suddenly he asked where Eugene had gone, and thought that perhaps he was plotting something behind their backs. But suddenly Spencer and Charles caught up with them, and the former noticed that he seemed to be late, to which the man replied that he was already worried. Suddenly, Gloria took out some kind of incense burner and said that it was time for them to start acting separately. And then she explained that this incense burner would only be able to protect the two of them, her and Nancy, and therefore they would move forward together. And then, embraced by light, the girls entered the dark forest. Henry told Mickey that it was time for them to follow the couple, and the man suggested that they get artifacts that could protect against death energy. And then they walked forward, Henry turning around and telling Spencer and Charles that they would be waiting for them on the other side. Spencer sighed in irritation and asked how they could abandon a man who had no artifacts, and where was their gratitude for the service rendered. And then, turning to Charles, he said that it was time for them to enter the forest too, to which the guy asked him if he was really ready to enter there without protection, to which the other replied that he should not worry, because he had a ghostly sword inside him. Hearing this, Master Mask thought that even a spirit beast could do something like this, and then he mentally noted that, observing his behavior, he increasingly felt like he was a slippery person. And then he put out his hand and suddenly a staff began to emerge from it. and then he struck the ground with his staff. Watching this, Spencer thought that although it looked like an ordinary stick, in his hands it was an extremely interesting thing. And then he noticed that he could feel the power that blocked the demonic energy, and therefore it was clearly an artifact. And finally, the boys also entered the forest. Meanwhile, Nancy asked Gloria why she decided that they needed to be separated from the group. The girl replied that it was all because of an unexpected guest, to which the woman decided to clarify whether she meant the traveler mask. In response, Gloria revealed that she had only given the information to Elder Henry so that he would become their human shield until they reached the Choyang treasure. But they had gotten there too easily. Therefore, if those who were supposed to die are still alive, then at least they should make them spend as much energy as possible. But suddenly, monsters appeared in front of them, with a mouth covering their entire faces, in response to which the woman screamed, stepping back. Gloria told the woman not to be afraid, because these monsters don't notice them, to which Nancy fearfully asked what she saw. The girl replied that she did not know how the corpse forest was formed, but she knew one thing for sure, that there were a lot of souls swallowed by Jormungand during his life, which he did not have time to digest, and, having gathered together, they turned into demonic creatures. And in the meantime, Henry and Mickey also met these dogs. Mickey, noticing the monsters, said that he did not have any artifacts that destroy demons, to which Henry noted that he did not either. And so the men decided to run as quickly as possible. Spencer and Charles also couldn't avoid meeting these monsters. Charles said that he thought that only by breaking through these evil spirits would they be able to cross the corpse forest, and then added that he was a little worried about the Taoists who had gone ahead. Taking something out of his necklace, Spencer replied that they should look out for themselves first, not for those who abandoned them to their fate. And then he took out his sword, and then he hit the ground with it. The guy thought that spirits should be fought with the help of spirits, and then he began to call upon them. Charles looked back at the guy in surprise. When the spirits came out of the sword, the former tiger ordered them to completely destroy the enemies. And the spirits rushed straight at the monsters, tearing them apart and killing them. Smiling, Spencer thought that he could not even imagine that the Sword of Justice was capable of not only absorbing spirits, but also destroying the corpse forest. And if the sword absorbed all the energy accumulated here, it would become even stronger. And then he called someone named Kevin. And then the same spirit, already grown up, which he took from Holly, appeared in front of the guy. For a moment, Spencer stared silently at the spirit, who stood with his eyes closed. And then he told him to wake up, in response to which Kevin bit the guy on the hand. Waving his hand, the guy tried to push the boy away from himself and shouted curses. After some time, Kevin finally let go of the guy's hand and then growled at him. Rubbing his bruised arm, Spencer noticed that the boy was quite the scoundrel. Suddenly, he took up his sword, asking if he really needed to resort to such measures. The spirit watched the guy with an evil look. Suddenly, Spencer asked the boy if he wanted to get the Sword of Justice for himself, if he liked this thing. Noticing this sword, Kevin's eyes froze brightly. And then he nodded his head vigorously. Spencer allowed the spirit to take the sword, and then he said that in that case he would let him play with it until everything here was eaten, and then he would have to return it. Kevin happily grabbed me, hugging me close and laughing loudly. Spencer, watching this, thought that this sword suited him perfectly, and then he remembered that the subordinate that he suddenly had when the three ladders merged into one during his attempt to break the ban imposed on them when they were undead. And the person that appeared had rebellious tendencies. Meanwhile, Kevin, laughing loudly, rushed into battle. Afterwards, Spencer told Charles that they could continue on their way. The Master of the Mask thought that all this completely contradicted his teachings. But for Spencer, there was no boundary between the holy and the monstrous. Or in other words, good and evil were not different. And then, looking at the guy, the other wondered who was first after all. Meanwhile, Nancy, Gloria, and Henry got to the monster's brain, which had something stuck into it. The out-of-breath man asked if that was really Choyang's treasure up there, and then he noticed that it was not a sword, but only a scabbard for it. Gloria said that this was undoubtedly Choyang's treasure, and then she noticed that a barrier had been set up there. The man said that he had long ago realized that the girl was well informed about this place, although he was sure that it was he who had spread information about the treasure and its location. Turning around, the girl asked if it was really that important now, since the most important thing at the moment was who would end up with the treasure that was right in front of their noses. Meanwhile, Spencer and Charles had also reached the others, and the former noticed that it seemed like everyone had successfully crossed the forest. But then Charles asked where the Taoist from the Cheongsan sect was. Henry replied that he had been captured in the forest, but that he knew nothing more, and therefore there was no need to ask him any more questions. In response to this, Spencer only sighed, spreading his hands, and Charles said nothing. Sometime later, Henry went straight to the scabbard, which saw the others calling for him not to get close to the barrier. But then the man turned around and told them not to worry, because he had a special stone. Nancy noticed that it was an unlocking stone, and then she noted that even the Great Sex couldn't get it that easily. Thinking that whoever took the treasure would be the winner, and therefore he could not come without an ace up his sleeve, the man began to use the stone. The stone sparkled as it hit the barrier. Then a flash of light illuminated the barrier and it began to crumble into pieces. And then the man greedily reached out his hands to the scabbard, thinking that they were finally his. But suddenly some red circles began to glow above him. As it turned out, another barrier had been erected over the treasure, causing the Taoists to become alarmed. Charles glanced behind him and noted that the escape route was also blocked. Suddenly, some tentacles with spikes on the ends crawled out of the red circles and rushed straight at Henry. However, the man managed to dodge, and they pierced the brain, and he shouted that he was sure that he had removed the barrier. But suddenly the man was crushed by some huge paw. Nancy called out to the elder in fear. Meanwhile, monsters with huge eyes instead of faces began to emerge from the red circles, and the Taoists noticed in panic that this creature was able to kill a Hwanson-level master so easily. But the monsters did not waste time and attacked the violators. Nancy tried to protect herself with her mirror, releasing a beam of energy from it. And this beam hit straight into the monster that was flying towards her. But the monster was not killed, and only a small amount of steam appeared around it. Nancy recoiled in panic, shouting that these creatures didn't care about anything. And suddenly this monster squeezed her mirror with its huge paw, continuing to move towards her. But suddenly Gloria appeared in front of the woman and held out that very shell in front of them. And then she shouted for the woman not to lose her head, because she still wanted to live. And then, turning around, she said that she should get ready. But it seemed that Nancy was not listening to her at all, and she only said in a panic that they should not have come here, and they should leave here before they were all killed. But suddenly a tentacle wrapped itself around her shin, and then the monster suddenly pulled the woman towards himself while she screamed loudly, to which the girl turned her gaze. In a panic, Nancy screamed for Mr. Howard to save her. But the next second the monster squeezed his hand, crushing the girl like a blood balloon. But suddenly Gloria sharply turned her gaze to something. As it turned out, her attention was now captured by Spencer, who was cutting down monsters with his red swords. Charles also did not lag behind and beat the monsters with his staff. And then he shouted at the guy that they needed to throw these creatures out of here, and if they continued to push them back, they would all die. Spencer responded by asking, how could one expect anything else from an eternal barrier? In response, Master Mask asked him what he was proposing then, while the guy was driving back. The former tiger, his red eyes flashing, said that he had come up with something, and so the guy needed a little more support. And suddenly he jumped up from his place, and he quickly ran straight towards the monsters. Noticing this, Charles asked him if he was really going to jump into the very center of the barrier, if he had gone crazy. Taking something out of his necklace, the guy replied that he just had an idea. And then he waved his hand, and many unlocking stones flew in different directions. One of them flew straight into the monster's huge eye. Upon meeting him, the stone began to sparkle, breaking his eye. The same thing happened with the other monsters as the guy moved further and further. Charles watched this, amazed by the number of unlock stones. Meanwhile, Spencer reached the Choyan treasure. Charles gripped his staff tighter, and at the same time the guy grabbed and raised his hand with the treasure. Noticing this, Gloria cursed quietly. Holding the treasure in his hands, Spencer said that he heard from Hillary that in Cheongyodong, Howard managed to survive by throwing his spirit out of his body. But he could never have expected to meet him here. And then the guy said that, although he was not happy to meet, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Turning to Howard, Govovd in Gloria's body said that the guy still managed to hear his name, despite the madness that was going on. Smiling, the guy said that at first it seemed strange to him that someone other than him had come here, but then he noticed that he had all the necessary artifacts in his arsenal. He thought it would take hundreds of years for the spirit to return to the body, but he imprisoned his spirit in the body of this girl. And then he asked whether the spirit had chosen too casual an appearance for himself, and then he said that he could not get used to it. Suddenly, some kind of ball flashed in the girl's hand, and Howard said that the guy had already forgotten by whose mercy he had to stoop to such a low level. And suddenly Peepus appeared next to the girl, and the spirit said that now that those monsters were not next to the guy, he would kill him and return the Choyan treasure. And then he shouted that he would show them the power of one of the 7 artifacts of the 5th classical Pipa. And then he began to play the instrument, and suddenly sharp waves of energy flew out of it towards the guy. These waves crashed into the monster's brain, cutting it open. Worried, Charles called the hermit. And Howard, in Gloria's body, said with glee that the second the guy's hearing caught the first notes, he was already dead, because no one is able to be faster than the speed of sound. But suddenly Spencer appeared behind the spirit. But Howard still managed to come to his senses and struck again. But it turned out that the guy didn't care, and he asked if that was all the fifth classic Peepa could do, or if he couldn't see everything properly because he was deprived of his original body. Howard was about to run away from the guy, but Spencer rushed forward, asking the spirit where he was going. And then he plunged his palm into Gloria's chest, and then he raised his hand, also lifting the girl, while the spirit screamed in pain. Howard thought that he should get out, but he was unable to even move. Looking at the guy, he wondered who he was, because he was definitely at a low level of Manhwa before, and only 50 years had passed, so what had happened in such a short time? Spencer said that the situation had changed dramatically now, and then he noticed that it was the same place where he had pierced him with his claws back then. Flashing his red, angry eyes, the guy noted that he should have killed him back then, and now he would repay him in full. Suddenly, Howard grabbed the guy by the arm and shouted for him to stop, because this girl, Gloria, is a jade petal from the dragon clan of the eastern edge of the sea. Hearing this, Spencer asked again, to which the spirit said that if he killed her, he would incur the wrath of the Sea Lord Harvey. The Eastern Sea Dragon clan are those who rule the Eastern Sea, and one of the 3 Sea Kings is Sea Lord Harvey. Spencer frowned and said that the damn bastard was wriggling like an eel in a frying pan until the very end. Howard, hearing this, cried out, while his eyes were wide open with fear, that no one would wish to become an enemy of the Sea Lord. But suddenly the scabbard, Choyang's treasure, touched his forehead. The spirit asked the boy what he was planning, and the boy replied that the name of this sheath was the one that holds in a vice. And then he asked if he didn't know about the magical power that the Choyang treasure had. And then he asked if the spirit really thought that he had come here without finding out anything. And then he said that he had behaved cowardly and meanly, but now everything would end. And suddenly the scabbard began to pull Howard's spirit out of Gloria's body, causing him to scream loudly. The girl's body fell into the guy's hands, and the sword absorbed the spirit, and he said that now it was finished forever with that annoying bastard. Charles asked the boy if he had dealt with the spirit, and then said that the hermit always found himself in the center of events wherever he went. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, which said that a new soul had unexpectedly entered and someone had finally taken the scabbard into their hands. Spencer was surprised to notice that the scabbard was talking. Suddenly, a light appeared from the sheath, and then some kind of cloud came out of them. And then suddenly this cloud materialized into the head of an old man without a body. Suddenly this head took a deep breath, and then he laughed heartily. Laughing loudly, the old man shouted that, as expected, the air outside was fine. And then he noted that he had already spent so much time in that damn sheath. Spencer suddenly muttered, asking if this was Sylvester's subordinate. Suddenly the old man's head became furious and he shouted, asking who the guy called his subordinate. And then he angrily said that he should never be compared to Sylvester and he would not repeat it again. Hearing this, Spencer thought that if this old man was hostile to the spirit, then it was obvious who he was. And then he asked the head whether the old man had been defeated by Sylvester, to which he responded by asking what he was talking about. The guy explained, saying that since he was sealed in a sheath, it meant that he was beaten. Otherwise, why would he still be sitting there? In response to this, the old man opened his eyes and said that the guy's manner of speech had made him angry. And then he asked if he had served Sylvester. Exhaling, Spencer replied with a smile on his face that nothing of the sort had happened, since the spirit had already been killed by him for 50 years. Hearing this, the old man asked again in surprise. The guy confirmed his words and then asked who the old man was, and then he noted that Sylvester's level had dropped to Yongyul. But the head, it seemed, did not listen to him, because the next second it laughed loudly, screaming that in the end he did this to him, and in the end he himself died at the hands of others, and yet he fell apart, that he would return and completely destroy it. And since the guy knows that he has sunk to Yongyul, then he is not lying. Spencer thought that it turned out that Sylvester was in this position because of this old man, which meant that he was a great master in life. Meanwhile, the ground suddenly shook, causing small stones to fly up. Charles and Spencer couldn't help but notice something like this. Spencer noted that the shaking was very strange, and Charles asked if the Jormungandr could have awakened again. But then the old man's head said that he had completely forgotten to tell something, and it was time for the boys to run. And then he explained that Sylvester had set a trap in case he was released. And before he could tell what it was, something suddenly landed right in front of the men, and the next second, several silhouettes suddenly became visible. Turning around, the old man said that this trap was precisely those Walking Dead, and even his body was among them. The cursed creature and his physical shell turned into its puppet, and in front of the men stood human figures, and their eyes were blindfolded. And the old man noted that he had the level of Yongop during his lifetime. The next second, Charles and Spencer ran away, asking the old man along the way if he couldn't have told them about it from the very beginning. The old man replied, flying after them, that after so much time he was free again, and therefore had completely forgotten everything. And Charles asked if they could somehow use the Choyan treasure. Spencer shouted back that this treasure was not so easy to use. Several conditions had to be met for it to be used. Hearing this, Charles asked what it meant that they had entered the most dangerous place to get something they could not use, to which the other replied that he should spend his energy running and not talking. And in the meantime, a hand suddenly reached out to them, and someone filled out a request for help. As it turned out, it was Mickey in the clutches of monsters. The master of the mask immediately took notice of him. Before Spencer could finish saying that they had to leave him if they wanted to be saved, Charles had already rushed towards the man. In response to this, the guy exclaimed irritably that it was a complete headache. And then he thought in a panic that if the master died, Harris would never leave him alone. And this holy man didn't particularly like him anyway. Suddenly, he swore loudly, and then he decided to put Gloria's body in his necklace. Meanwhile, the master of the mask began to free the man from the monster's captivity. After destroying it, he asked if Mickey was okay, to which he expressed his gratitude, and they wanted to hurry away. But suddenly, dead people appeared not so far away. But suddenly something blue shone in front of the men. As it turned out, it was Spencer with his many blue balls. And then he shouted out that he was incredibly sorry to waste his magic spheres like that. And then he sent them to attack. Everything was illuminated by the light of the doves. This light was so bright that it could even penetrate the monster's skin. Mickey noted with surprise that this was a huge power. But suddenly something bounced off the ground next to him. As it turned out, it was Spencer, who then shouted for them to start running again, as he was just trying to buy them some time. At the same time, several of the dead still died a second time from this attack. But suddenly a purple flash appeared behind them. As it turned out, it was the body of that very old man. While the three masters were running, Mickey asked Spencer how long he was going to run for and if it wouldn't be better for them to team up and fight, to which the guy replied that it would be better for him to keep quiet if he didn't know how things were. Still flying behind them, the old man noticed that his body was as hard as diamond, and the celestial defense technique he possessed was also unique at the time, in response to which Spencer asked him not to escalate the situation. Suddenly, Mickey asked the old man's head if he was the great Sean, to which Sean asked who the guy was. The boy replied that he was his follower, Mickey from the Cheonsan sect, and then he greeted his great teacher. While the boy was telling that he had come to find his remains, the men reached the corpse forest. Suddenly, Spencer noticed something, and suddenly he jerked sharply to the side. He landed hard, shattering the ground. The others followed his example, and Charles asked the boy if he really intended to fight. The guy replied that one way or another because they can't run away all the time, and besides, there are now 4 Hwansons here. The men asked again, not understanding who the 4th one was. Meanwhile, one of the dead men was flying forward quickly. As it turned out, he was flying towards the former tiger. But suddenly, before he caught up with the guy, a bright flash flew towards him. Spencer said he said there were 4 of them here. As it turned out, the 4th was Kevin, who pierced the dead man with a sword. Meanwhile, several plowing trees landed, breaking the earth. These were the rest of the dead. Noticing them, Spencer said that each of them would take on one opponent, to which Mickey asked what they would do with the 5th one. Rushing forward, attacking, the boy replied that someone would be unlucky and would have to fight 2 at once. The dead, besides Sean's body, also immediately rushed into battle, and the next second they were already engaged in battle. Sean's body stood motionless and watched. Mickey also began the fight, attacking the enemy with multiple arrows of light. Charles was also keeping up with the others, and suddenly he used his staff to push the dead man back. Watching this, Sean's body remained silent. Meanwhile, another dead man got stuck in something. As it turned out, these were ghosts from the Sword of Justice, and while the ghosts were holding him down, Kevin rushed at him with a sword. He jumped and hit the dead man on the head, killing him. Suddenly, to Sean's surprise, another dead body slid across the ground not far from him. After this, the dead man, having only one arm, was slowly able to get to his feet. But Spencer did not stop there, and rushed at him with 2 red swords, saying that he had had enough and it was time for him to retire. But suddenly, before the guy could hit, a flash passed between them, and this flash cut through the earth in a large arc. Noticing this, Spencer turned his head in surprise, and then he looked behind him. And as it turned out, there stood Sean's body with a scythe in his hands. The guy thought that it seemed like he was that loser. Suddenly, Sean's head flew out from behind the guy, and he said that this was his signature distraction maneuver. And although he did not possess any supernatural power, he still wooed the spirit. Meanwhile, Mickey continued to attack the dead man with his arrows of light. Along the way, he wondered why the enemy's body was so strong. But suddenly, the dead man was able to get closer to the guy, and he found himself almost right in front of his face. But suddenly, to Mickey's surprise, a huge purple paw lifted the dead man up. Suddenly, the guy looked away, and it turned out that Kevin was there, holding a sword in his hands which was surrounded by a purple cloud. Suddenly, a red ball fell out of this cloud right into the boy's palm while he was licking his lips. Meanwhile, the man thanked him hesitantly while Kevin smiled. Suddenly, he began to inhale the purple energy of the ball with his nose. And then he squeezed his hand and broke the ball. And suddenly, his eyes lit up with a bright red light. And then he spread his arms out to the sides and his entire body was enveloped in a purple glow. Mickey wondered if he understood human speech, but he clearly wasn't normal. Meanwhile, a turquoise glow began to shine from the boy's side. As it turned out, it came from the scythe. Sean's body continued to attack Spencer as he tried to block the blow by crossing two swords. But suddenly a pillar of light rose up, from which the guy raised his hands up. And the next second, it turned out that the swords were broken in half. And the guy asked in a panic if it was even possible to defeat someone like that. Meanwhile, the dead man rushed forward to attack. But suddenly Kevin started approaching them from the side, while a purple wave of energy was flowing from his sword. Noticing this, Spencer turned his head and called the demon's name. At the same time, the boy threw himself on Sean's body from above. But before the boy could strike, the dead man struck, sending the boy flying backwards. The boy flew backwards, breaking the ground. Suddenly, Spencer moved closer to him and he reached out his hand to catch him. And then, the guy was still able to stop his subordinate's flight, having traveled a few more meters. And then he began to slowly lay him on the ground, taking the sword. Looking at the boy's unconscious face, the guy noted that this rascal had come to his aid after all. Putting him on the ground, Spencer said that instead of sending him to the bottomless bag, it would be better to leave him here, where the energy of death was hovering, and he would soon be healed, and therefore he needed to lie here quietly. Meanwhile, Sean's body wasn't about to just watch this, and he crawled up behind him and swung his scythe again. And a blow fell upon the guy, who understood the pillar of light. But, as it turned out, Spencer managed to react and block the scythe with his sword, noting that it seemed that a dead man could not cut the sword of justice. And then suddenly a bright flash shone, from which the dead man's hand was thrown upward. Spencer, it turned out, had used a leveling technique. Horns appeared on his head, and his body was now engulfed in the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix, and he said that they had no hurry, and so they would fight until one of them tore the other apart. The boy thought that the duration of the demonic destruction technique was 15 minutes, and if he exceeded that limit, the core of his internal energy would be destroyed. So he has to figure this out before time runs out. Meanwhile, Tai was still in her makeshift cocoon. But suddenly some changes began to happen, and the centipede opened her shining eyes. Sean's body and Spencer's, engulfed in flames and energy, stood opposite each other. But the next second they tore themselves from their places, breaking the ground and rushed to attack. The dead man struck again with his scythe, but the boy again blocked it with the sword of justice. And then they continued to hit each other. Spencer gritted his teeth and thought that even though he was blocking his blows with his place of justice, he couldn't shake the feeling for a second that his flesh was about to be cut open, and therefore the first thing he needed to do was to deprive him of his weapon. Suddenly, the tip of the scythe hit one of the rings that hung on the back of the sword, and suddenly the guy, swinging his sword, was able to snatch the coma from the dead man's hands. In response to this action, the dead man became angry and clenched his teeth even tighter, and then he rushed into the attack with his fists. But suddenly, Spencer calmly said, "Appear, Ghost General." And suddenly the dead man's blow was stopped by a huge hand. And following the hand, the entire ghost of Sylvester appeared. The next second, Sylvester's ghost summoned a huge wave of energy that threw the man back. The blow sent the dead man's feet skidding across the ground, breaking it for several meters before stopping. Standing to the right of the ghost, Spencer calmly said that this was another power he gained as he leveled up, namely the ability to summon the greatest spirits that slumbered deep within the Sword of Justice. As the dead man slowly rose to his feet, the boy continued, saying that since the ghost itself had no form, it was easy to suppress. But the situation was a little different now. Looking at Sean's body, whose clothes were torn to shreds on his chest, the guy asked him if it hurt. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking that he owned artifacts, but in front of him was an incredibly strong walking dead man who had reached the level of Yongop, and therefore, if he made one careless move, he would immediately die. Suddenly, the dead man stretched his hand forward, and suddenly, the braid that lay in front of the guy began to shake and shine a little. And then she began to dissolve into space, and the next second she was already in the hand of Sean's body. This surprised the guy, and he turned around sharply, noting that the artifact was not simply summoned, but flew to its owner at the speed of light. Meanwhile, the dead man grabbed his scythe with both hands, and then he began to spin it, breaking the ground under his feet. Noticing this, Spencer thought that this damn old man told him that his body was unable to use any techniques, but this was pure fraud. Meanwhile, Sean's spirit watched the fight with interest, noting that it turned out that his body was capable of fighting in this way. Meanwhile, the dead man and the boy continued to strike, causing bright flashes to shine. Sean said that he still couldn't believe that a Yongmyeon-level spirit beast was standing firm against him. Hearing this, Mickey, who was standing nearby, asked again. And then he asked him if he really wanted to say that Master Eugene was not a human, in response to which the old man asked him if he really didn't know. And wasn't it clear at first glance that he was a spiritual beast? And that wasn't his name. Meanwhile, bright flashes from the scythe's blows and purple flashes from the sword of justice's blows were visible in the air. As Sean's body swung the scythe, Spencer's ghost was about to pounce on him from the side. But the dead man managed to react and turned around to block the blow, holding a scythe in each hand. Meanwhile, Spencer was not idle either, and he approached the old man from behind, preparing to strike. And although the dead man managed to turn around, the guy still managed to hit, and a bright flash arose that threw the dead man back. Sean's body skidded several meters across the ground, breaking it, before coming to a stop. Spencer thought that the dead man had sped up, but at the same time his blows had become stronger. And then he jumped and flew at Sean's body with a sword in his hands, shouting that he could cut him up as much as his heart desired. But the dead man managed to react again and, waving his hand, he was able to deflect the sword from its intended course, causing it to hit the ground. And then he prepared to strike back with his scythe. But suddenly a shining ball appeared between Spencer's horns, and suddenly the guy launched an attack with fire spheres, which hit the enemy straight. It was this attack that struck the dead man's hand, which was raised to strike, causing it to freeze in the air. And the next second, Sylvester's ghost struck that hand, cutting it off. The severed hand that was flying to the ground released the scythe from its grip. Spencer watched this with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the eyes under the dead man's bandage opened slightly, and then he suddenly raised his remaining hand up. And suddenly the scythe that was in his hand and that was lying on the ground lit up. And suddenly they united into one scythe, which had two blades. Spencer responded with surprise, but the dead man did not waste time and struck with his new scythe. And since no one expected this blow, no one could dodge it. And suddenly, somewhere in the monster's back, an explosion of energy thundered, destroying it. The head of Sylvester's ghost flew off his body, dissolving into thin air. And blood gushed from Spencer's chest like a fountain. His blood also started to flow from his throat. Suddenly, Mickey called out to the boy, and Sean noted with regret that he had fought so well, and then let his guard down in the end. Meanwhile, Sean's body raised its hand to deliver the final blow to the guy. And now the tip of the scythe almost reached the guy's head. But suddenly something surrounded him, pushing him away. The dead man stared at this in surprise. Suddenly this cocoon lit up. A bright flash erupted. Sean noted that something seemed to be protecting the spirit beast as Mickey shielded himself from the light with his hand. Suddenly he shouted that it was without a doubt a centipede summoned by the master, and then he asked what this explosion meant. And suddenly, a human figure appeared in the dust, with a mustache and spikes on its limbs. As it turns out, it was Tai who took the form of armor to protect her master. The guy thought that the centipede, which had become his armor, was healing and preventing the mortal wound from spreading, which would have caused instant death if it had been a human body. Spencer thought he could feel T's heart now, and he can also feel her readiness to protect him with her whole body. But the dead man did not decide to retreat and again attacked the guy with his scythe. But Spencer, due to his wound, could not even move or take a step. But suddenly, to his surprise, the hand began to move on its own without his control, and the hand began to move straight towards the enemy's scythe. And suddenly a bright flash illuminated everything around. As it turned out, Spencer, in his centipede armor, was able to grab the scythe. This action left Sean's body frozen in midair, holding the coma in his hands. Meanwhile, another dead man was pinned to the ground. It turned out to be Charles, who, out of breath, said that he had to fiddle with the dead man longer than he thought. Breathing heavily, he thought about how the purpose of mastering the art of heavenly energy was to try to minimize killing. And the same goes for choosing the staff as an integral artifact rather than a sharp weapon. But still, Fighting with subordinate creatures has its drawbacks because they will continue to attack even if they are deprived of one of their limbs. And so the guy wondered if it was time for him to change too. While the land around was destroyed, the guy came to his senses and asked how things were going for others there. After some time, Charles reached Mickey and Sean, and as he landed, he said that it was wonderful that Mickey had managed to survive, and then he asked if they had seen Infantryman Thomas. Turning around, Mickey noticed that the master of the mask had arrived, and then he became somewhat embarrassed. And then he said that the guy should see everything with his own eyes, and in the meantime, the dead man was carried back. Mickey noted that this was the first time he had seen anything like this, and in the meantime, Spencer, in armor, was approaching Sean's body, who was leaning on his scythe, as he could no longer stand up straight. Charles noticed that the guy was wearing armor, and then he noted that the guy didn't have such an artifact. Suddenly, Shauna said that this was living armor that protects and heals its master. Hearing this, Mickey asked again. Shona explained that this is one of the creative techniques, which is expressed in the fact that the worm turns with all its heart to the host and sincerely follows him like a living armor, which can be said to be the best among all the defensive techniques in the world. Mickey responded that he had met countless Taoists along the way who used worms or insects, but had never seen anything like this, to which the old man replied that it was an artificially created barrier that could subjugate the will of the owner. And then he continued, saying that it is difficult for parasites to control their instincts without killing the host. And there have been many cases where a parasite grown in this way has devoured its host, so it is quite difficult to see something like this. And then he told the guy to look carefully, because before his eyes unfolded a picture that he would hardly ever see again in his life. While stopping the dead man's attacks, Spencer thought about Tai transforming, adapting to the endless attacks and blocking them. Truly, a living armor. But then the guy noticed that such a terrifyingly powerful weapon could not even slightly scratch the armor of the centipede. And then he thought that what was happening was beyond his expectations. And then Spencer punched Sean's body in the face. And with this blow, the guy could slam the dead man's face into the ground, breaking it. And then he suddenly swung his leg, and suddenly he kicked the dead man's body, causing it to fly backwards. And then Spencer stretched out his hand, and golden threads flowed from his fingers, heading straight towards the dead man. The dead man, who had tried to get to his feet, now found himself pierced through and through by these threads, which practically destroyed his body. This spectacle amazed all those watching, causing their mouths to open wide. After such an attack, the dead man died a second time, and Spencer began to collect his threads back. Mickey screamed that he couldn't believe his eyes that it was possible that a Taoist of the close level had been defeated so easily, and Sean said in frustration what they had done to his body. And then he said that he was hoping that it would just get beat up a little, but in the end it just ended up being torn to shreds. Charles was silent, but he was thinking that this could be called an unconditional victory. Although no, even more than just unconditional. Looking at the guy, he thought that Spencer must have had another growth spurt during the fight. Meanwhile, a group of people walked along the path. Suddenly, some creature without a face, having only a mouth on it and fins instead of ears, said that she felt that they were undoubtedly near the target. Suddenly, a man with horns on his forehead, many circles instead of eyebrows and sharp teeth, shouted, asking if everyone had heard, and then said again that somewhere here was the princess they were looking for. And then he ordered his subordinates to disperse across the territory and find the princess, and they must find her at all costs. His subordinates obeyed him and rushed forward. The man gave the order again, but then his subordinates noticed something. As it turned out, the body of the Jormungandr monster began to shake for some reason, and suddenly a large blue explosion thundered, causing the subordinates who were closest to it to make muffled sounds. The others, of course, did not leave this unnoticed, and the man ordered them all to be on guard in case of an attack by an enemy squad. Meanwhile, several silhouettes began to emerge from the formed passage, and one of them shouted to another, asking how they could use their flame so thoughtlessly since they almost got baked. As it turned out, it was Spencer, Charles, and Mickey, and the former tiger told the master of the mask that there was nothing he could do because Tai did not want to return to his former appearance, and since they had no way to cross the river of bile, they had to punch a hole. Suddenly, the trio finally noticed that there was a group of people standing in front of them. Mickey, looking at them, noted that, judging by their appearance, they were inhabitants of the deep sea. Spencer asked again, to which the guy replied that, as far as he knew, sea creatures rarely come ashore. And then the former tiger asked why they had made such a long journey to the foot of these mountains. And then, noticing that everyone was looking at him, he asked why everyone was staring at him. Charles replied, looking at the situation, that he could assume that there was some misunderstanding, And then he said that you need to know the limit when you do something, because the blue flame is not just some ordinary fire. Suddenly, the woman who said they had arrived where the princess was pointed at Spencer, and then she said that the one who is dressed in armor is emitting the energy of the princess. Hearing this, the group commander turned around abruptly. Meanwhile, the three continued to talk. Suddenly, the commander frowned sharply, and then he commanded all the warriors to raise their weapons, and then he shouted that their target was a warrior in armor, and then he commanded them to grab the one dressed in black armor. Hearing this, Spencer became a little stunned, and Charles asked him if he really had a conflict with the inhabitants of the deep sea, to which the guy replied that he did not remember crossing their path. And Master Maskey only noted with annoyance that they had just gotten out of one bloody meat grinder and immediately ran into another. And then the guy asked the other guy what the guy's plan was. Spencer scratched his head thoughtfully, and then, going forward, he said that he would deal with them himself. And then he used the movement technique. Noticing this, the commander opened his eyes wide in surprise. Confirming the man's suspicions, Spencer said it was the Chukchi technique, while punching him in the chin. And then he said that he had just escaped the clutches of death a few minutes ago, so he was now terribly exhausted. Holding the man by the neck, he asked him if he hugged, how angry he was now because someone had gotten in his way. Flashing his red eyes, he said that they were the first to show their fangs, and he was so lazy that he would just kill them all now. But suddenly a female voice rang out in the guy's ears, saying that they had come for her, and then she asked to be let out. Hearing this, Spencer finally remembered that he had Lord Harvey's daughter in his arms. And then the necklace hanging on his belt suddenly rose a little. And then Gloria flew out of it. Noticing her, the subordinates shouted loudly. Gloria asked the guy if he could change his anger to mercy and let her servant go. After a short silence, Spencer replied that she should do as she wanted. The guy let go of the man, causing him to move away from him, coughing, while the girl thanked him. Turning to her subordinates, she said that in front of them was her mixer, and therefore any display of disrespect towards it was tantamount to insulting her. And then she ordered them to lower their weapons. Turning back, she apologized to Spencer again, to which he said that he saved her by accident, and therefore there was no need to thank him. Placing her hand on her chest, Gloria replied that he was wrong, because she, even though her spirit was sealed, knew what situation had arisen, and therefore, if it were not for his intervention, the spirit would have completely absorbed her soul, and therefore he deserved gratitude. And then she, saying that it was not in her nature to thank him only in words, invited him to the dragon's palace, since she did not have anything with her now with which to thank him. Hearing this, Spencer thought it sounded pretty good, but as a spiritual beast, he should still avoid such places, because he still remembers what happened to him in Ilwunmun. And then he apologized and said that he had some urgent business, so he could not follow her to the dragon palace. And then he turned around and walked away from the girl, while she tried to persuade him, and he continued to refuse. Summoning a flying chariot, he said that he had no more business here. Suddenly, Gloria called out to him and ran towards him, and then she handed him a token, telling him to at least accept this. Noticing what the girl was giving him, he was surprised to suggest what it was. The girl said that if in the future he came to the Sea Kingdom, then he would be warmly welcomed there. And then she noted that she hoped that today was not their last meeting. Spencer responded vaguely and said goodbye again. And then he quickly flew away from this place. The commander, looking at the princess, noted that she was upset. Suddenly, Gloria swore quietly, clenching her teeth. And then, looking angrily, she said that if she had taken possession of the Choyang treasure, she would definitely have been able to become the next ruler of the Sea Kingdom. But nevertheless, she at least created another opportunity, so now all that remains is to hope that he will come to the kingdom. And then she turned to her subordinates and, shouting, asked them why they had taken so long to look. Meanwhile, Charles asked Spencer where they were flying to now. While T was getting off the guy's body, and he noted that the wound was completely healed, he replied that he was going to search for the Comran archipelago. Mickey asked again. And then he said that there are a lot of rumors about him, but does he really exist? Suddenly, Sean flew up and noticed how narrow the guy's outlook was. Because nothing is absolute, everything can happen in the world. To which the guy asked him if he had really been there. The old man replied that he had not been there, but had heard of that place, and then, looking at Spencer, he said that he was looking for Turtle Mountain. The guy turned around and said he was right. Turtle Mountain is the home of the divine Turtle Lancer, whose body is so huge that people, who mistook the shell for an island, began to live on it. And Sean noted that finding the archipelago was quite a challenge, to which the guy confidently replied that he should try. And then he corrected himself, confidently saying that he would find him. And then, turning to Mickey, he asked him what his plans were. Mickey replied that he had originally come to take the remains of the great mentor, but they had been eaten by his centipede, and he could not take the mentor's spirit because there was no suitable vessel. Turning back, Spencer replied that the guy should slowly think about what decision to make. Suddenly, Sean asked Mickey what if he was happy with everything, to which the guy asked him if he wasn't going to return to his abode. The old man smiled and replied that even if he returned now, creating a new body would take a long time. And after all, he was free after so much time. And for now, he didn't want to be stuck on the mountain again. He also thinks he'll have a good time if he follows this guy. And then he told Mickey that it would be more beneficial for him if he also followed Spencer than to train alone on the mountain. This surprised the guy. And then he involuntarily looked at Spencer. And then he turned and looked at Charles. Charles sat there, muttering in a detached manner about whether he needed to learn a new skill to get over the wall, or whether it was just his stubbornness that wouldn't accept any change. Meanwhile, the cart rushed forward, and Mickey agreed with the mentor, and Spencer at the same time held a censer in his hand. He thought that this incense burner could keep Hannah for 100 years, but the search might take a long time, and he might not be able to find Turtle Mountain at all, and then Hannah will disappear. Closing his eyes, he thought that everything was fine, because he had a sheath where the soul could remain for an unlimited amount of time. But he didn't like this arrangement because what's the point of having a soul without a body? So Spencer thought that he had to find something that could shape her body without breaking the connection. Therefore, he must definitely reach the Comran archipelago. Sometime later, Charles asked Spencer how much longer he intended to fly over the sea surface. Mickey, with dark circles under his eyes, agreed, saying that they hadn't eaten anything real for days, and even though they were Taoists, they had their limits. Flying closer to the guy, Sean noted that he was also annoyed. And then he asked him if he himself wasn't also at the limit of his strength, while Spencer was using the golden effect of the fallen spirit. Suddenly he paused and turned to look at the men. Before his eyes appeared exhausted and sad men. The guy was at a loss for words, and thought that he too was already so tired that he was unable to use the golden effect of the fallen spirit. Turning back, he said that he would now find a place where they could catch their breath, which made the men happy. While he was about to find the island, he suddenly noticed something. As it turned out, there was some kind of spiritual energy ahead, but he could not determine what it was, which meant it was something with enormous spiritual power. And then the bewildered cries of the men accelerated again. Flying closer, they found themselves over some island. Suddenly, Charles noticed that there was a barter above the island. This barrier, among other things, completely surrounded the entire island. Turning to Spencer, he noted that this was the territory of the deep sea dwellers, so it would take a long time to be connected to them somehow. But suddenly he shouted that the former tiger's eyes were glowing like a madman. And then Spencer said that he was going to cross the barrier without destroying it, so it would shake a little. They landed on the ground for a while, and Charles and Mickey immediately got off the transport and their stomachs turned inside out. And Spencer said that this was a pretty secluded place, which was perfect for setting up camp. Turning to the men, he told them to get themselves in order while he surveyed the situation. And since there were barriers everywhere here, they had to be careful. Shouting that he would be back soon, he jumped sharply and rushed forward, pushing off from the mountains. Sean said that they had just arrived and he had already rushed off, and what was the rush? No one was chasing them. Meanwhile, Spencer was quickly rushing forward among the trees. He thought that as soon as he penetrated the barrier, he immediately saw huge accumulations of spiritual power. And this was not even a spiritual mountain, but just a small island. Suddenly he noticed someone out of the corner of his eye, and then he quickly hid in a tree. As it turned out, there was a boy standing in front, with wings growing from his back that looked like butterfly wings. Suddenly, a girl ran out of the forest, on whose back there were also wings. She called the boy by name, shouting Max. Seeing the boy, she asked him if he had come here again. The out-of-breath girl stopped in front of the boy and said that she had told him so many times that he shouldn't go to the sea, and then asked what would happen to him if they heard about it. The boy asked his sister if they really couldn't escape from here. In response, the girl, screaming, answered that of course they couldn't. And then she asked him about whether he really didn't remember what happened to Jason's family, how they ended up in the West during their escape, and after the search they were subjected to cruel punishment. And then she asked about what, even if they escaped, what would they do with the Taoists on land? And then she shouted at the boy not to think about running away again, which only made him lower his head sadly. After a short silence, the girl took his hand and calmly said that this place was the safest for them, and at all costs they must live at least one day longer. And then she asked the boy about the fact that he hadn't eaten today. And then she said that she had brought him what they were handing out for lunch today, to which the boy replied that he didn't want it because it was her portion. Spencer, watching them, thought that they looked like spiritual larvae, like Tai, but he had no idea who they really were. Suddenly, a centipede crawled out of his sleeve, and she quickly rushed forward. Noticing her, the boys threw the food on the ground and threw themselves on the ground, screaming. You carefully grabbed the bun that was lying on the ground, and then she ate it contentedly, while the children tried to be as quiet as possible. Suddenly, Spencer hit T on the head, asking her what she was doing there. You walked back dejectedly, and the guy said that he had told her to keep a low profile, and then he noted that when the conversation turned to food, her obsession was simply frightening. The children looked at the stranger in surprise, and Spencer was quick to apologize for taking their food. Sometime later, the three of them were sitting in a clearing, and while they were eating, the children told them that they were taking seedlings from other trees and growing sacred trees. Hearing this, the boy now understood why the island was surrounded by such a powerful spiritual force, but theoretically, creating a sacred tree artificially was simply impossible. Meanwhile, Max asked the guy how he ended up here, and then explained that until now, no one had ever appeared here from the outside, to which Spencer replied that he was just passing by and decided to drop in here to take a break. The boy said that he had heard that there were many wonderful things on land, and that he had also been told that there were huge mountains floating in the sky, and their peaks were high enough to reach the moon. In response to this, Spencer, boastfully rubbing his nose, said that the boy meant Mount Zuoshan, which he had certainly seen, although this was a lie. And then the guy said that he was going to stay here for a few days, so they could ask him any questions, and he would answer them all. And in return, they had to keep his stay on the island a secret. Sometime later, the children gathered and decided to return, saying that they would return here tomorrow. Spencer didn't say anything after them. Returning to Charles, Mickey and Sean, who were getting ready for the night, he told them about the sacred trees, to which Mickey said he couldn't believe it, and then asked how such a small island could have sacred trees growing on it. Taking a break from his work, Charles said that this story about hybrids, the so-called hybrid butterflies that were enslaved by the inhabitants of the deep sea, was also extremely suspicious. Mickey agreed with Master Mask, asked if the grain butterflies were not higher spiritual insects, and then he said that it was simply absurd that they were on such an island. Spencer replied that, be that as it may, everything here was created artificially, and therefore it was necessary to collect as much information as possible through these children. Mickey asked the guy about it, but can they trust them? Because they are enslaved by the inhabitants of the deep sea. To which he replied that the only thing he is sure of is that they are hostile to the clan. And then he took out the very same pass that Gloria had given him. And he said that he would use it in case of an unforeseen situation. And then he laughed loudly and shouted that, in the future, if he came into the clan's sight, he could simply say that he had lost his way while looking for the princess, and they would not be able to do anything. The next day he returned to the same place, and after some time the brother and sister came, and then they all sat down together again in the vacant lot. On the way back, Max told his sister that he thought that not all Taoists were bad, and his sister agreed, saying that it seemed like that guy really was a good person. And then the boy announced that he had decided to become a Taoist. The girl asked again, to which the boy replied that his uncle had said that there was a lot of spiritual power here, with the help of which one could achieve enlightenment. And if he becomes a Taoist, he will be able to fly freely in the sky and take everyone away from here. The girl simply remained silent in response. And then with a smile she said that the boy would definitely save them then. But suddenly something hit the ground in front of them. As it turned out, they were discovered by some of the inhabitants of the deep sea. The next day, Spencer was still waiting for the guys, telling himself that he was already running out of things to talk about. And then he thought that, although they had already become quite close, the guys were not saying anything about the main thing that was hidden on this island, either out of caution or because of hostility towards the Taoists. Spencer scratched his cheek and noticed that the boys were running late today. The guy waited in that very place until nightfall, but no one came. After this, Spencer decided that if no one went for him, he would do it himself. Meanwhile, the members of the Sea Dragon clan were having fun, celebrating their last day on this island, and that they would all receive treasures for their hard work. Suddenly, while someone was pouring alcohol, another noticed someone unknown. As it turned out, it was Spencer, and the clan members immediately pointed their guns at him, asking how he got in here if the island was protected by a barrier. Suddenly, Spencer took out a pass and now asked if it made him look like a stranger. The clan members exclaimed in surprise that it was a pass from the royal family. Suddenly, someone came out of the crowd and told everyone to lower their guns and leave. As it turned out, it was another member of the clan, on whose skin there were many corals growing. Leading the guy somewhere, the old man said that he was supposed to arrive tomorrow, so his appearance caught everyone by surprise. And then he apologized for the tactlessness of his subordinates. Turning around, he asked with a smile on his face, noting that apparently, since the guy had come unaccompanied, it meant he had decided to check everything himself. And then he said that the items were valuable and safe. After some time, he asked Spencer to see for himself and led him to the sacred trees, into which, as it turned out, bodies had been implanted. The old man said that the use of hybrids, the so-called grain butterflies, had indeed proven to be very effective, since they were used for feeding. Every single seedling became a sacred tree, and Spencer's hair stood on end from such a sight. The old man continued, asking the boy if it wasn't wonderful that he now had 1,000 full-fledged sacred trees in his hands. After a short silence, Spencer asked where the other hybrids were. The old man asked again if he really meant those scum, and then he waved his hand, showing the way. As he walked along the road, he said that he had locked the remaining hybrids in one place, and that they were mostly babies that had not yet matured. He said that they needed to wait a little longer until they could also be used up. And suddenly a tree appeared before the guy's eyes, in which were the bodies of Max and his sister. At this sight, the guy's eyes lit up with an evil fire and widened. Meanwhile, somewhere underwater, someone greeted the guests, and then said that it was truly encouraging when the three main sea clans unite in a single impulse. To this greeting, Dorothy, the first successor of the Gain clan, responded, saying that they gratefully accepted the sacred tree given to them as a sign of harmony. And then she noted that she had come to represent her clan by the will of her father, and then she asked to tell them about their future plans. And next to the girl stood Jimmy, the first successor of the Dogyon clan. Chad, the first successor of the Sea Dragon clan, replied that they should get down to business right away. And then he said that tomorrow they would send each clan 100 sacred trees. Dorothy, hearing this, asked again incredulously. Jimmy said that even if they were allies, he didn't understand their intentions in sending such a valuable gift without any conditions in return. And that's why doubts crept into his mind. Chad replied that he understood these concerns, and therefore, before they went together to conquer other countries, he needed to dispel such doubts. And then he asked if he would accept that they had managed to enslave the grain butterfly. Jimmy, hearing this, said that it was interesting. Dorothy asked what it was, in response to which the guy explained that it was a higher spiritual insect, which after death returns its body to nature and turns an ordinary tree into a spiritual one. But suddenly he noticed that he still couldn't understand something. They were talking about a higher spiritual insect that died immediately after being caught. So where could 200 trees come from? Smiling, Chad said that was usually the case, but it was a different matter when it came to a deformed butterfly. And then he said that it was a complete accident, and his father discovered a deformed grain butterfly. By catching her and copulating with her, over time they managed to create hybrids, with the help of which the trees were grown. And then he announced that their clan owned about 1,000 of these trees. And then he said that their plan is to use them to arm sea captains with artifacts and create an impenetrable ship that can break any barriers. So, they need to prepare for war without any delay. Meanwhile, the old man told Spencer that he didn't know how much time it would take to grow the sacred tree and whether it would be possible to do it at all. But it was a good experiment. Meanwhile, the guy looked at the broken shackles that lay on the ground. Suddenly, he remembered something. He remembered Max's sister asking him to take her younger brother away from here. After a short silence, he asked if it was really just him. The girl replied that it would be difficult to take the two of them away from here. And then, handing him the blue stone, she said that she was not asking for free. Looking at the stone, Spencer asked her why she was asking him about this because, as they said, there were many bad Taoists on land. And besides, if the boy left this place, he would most likely die. The girl lowered her head and replied that she understood that, but he could not stay here any longer. The guy looked at her questioningly, and then she asked again. He said that at least her brother should gain freedom. Spencer thought about it and realized that even if he set course for land now, the journey would take at least several months. And besides, he doesn't have time for such nonsense. But suddenly he bit his lip, and then he took the stone with a sharp movement and said that one stone would not be enough. Throwing a rock, Spencer said that he knew little about this place, and if she told him everything she knew, he would take her little brother. Hearing this, the girl smiled happily, and her eyes filled with tears. Looking at the girl hugging her brother and tied with wood fibers, he remembered how joyfully she thanked him. Suddenly he swore quietly and muttered that he even took the stone from her. The old man, not understanding, asked him what he was talking about, in response to which Spencer only turned around and walked back, saying, "Nothing special, just not a pleasant sight." But suddenly something made him stop, and he looked over his shoulder at the boys. As it turned out, he heard a faint heartbeat, and then he rushed back to the tree. As he got closer, he made sure that the boy was still alive. And then he started tearing out the fibers of the wood. A member of the Sea Dragon clan asked him in a panic what he was doing. Sometime later, the guy managed to get the boy out, and he noticed with relief that his arms and legs were also intact. He had not been harmed. Looking at the girl, he thought that she was protecting her brother with her whole body. The old man suddenly shouted, asking the boy if he knew how long it had taken them, how it was possible to tear this tree to pieces, to which the boy told him to shut up. When the old man asked again, Spencer, his eyes flashing angrily, repeated. This surprised the interlocutor, and he opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, Spencer dropped to his knees in front of the tree. Looking at the girl's serene face, he said that he had saved her younger brother, and therefore she could put her worries aside and sleep peacefully. And then he said that he would fulfill his request right now, and suddenly the bottomless bag glowed green. The clan members still didn't understand what was happening as the light grew brighter. Suddenly the ground began to crack and break. As it turned out, Spencer had torn out all the trees by the roots to fulfill his promise. Many trees, engulfed in a green glow, rose into the air, and then a bright flash exploded in that place. And the next second, where the trees had been before, there was nothing. A confused clan member asked where his trees were, and then, getting angry, he asked who the guy was, whether he was the damned Taoist sent by the Eastern Kingdom. He continued to yell, saying that he couldn't just leave after everything he had done. But suddenly Spencer grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. With an evil glint in his eyes, he said that they too laughed when they were happy and cried when they experienced more. They were no different from them, so how could they do something like that? The old man grunted and replied that he did not know what he was talking about, because to them they were like cattle. And then he noted that people also grew food and ate animals. But this only made the guy even more angry. However, the old man continued, shouting that if someone is small or weak, then sooner or later he will be eaten. They were simply following the immutable truth. In response to this, Spencer asked why such bastards always said the same thing, and then he said that today they would be finished. He will return his words to him. The one who is small and weak will be eaten. The old man tried to say that if he killed him, he himself would not survive. But this did not stop the guy, and he began to burn his interlocutor alive. Within seconds, he had completely burned out, leaving nothing of himself behind, and Spencer said that such freaks should be wiped off the face of the earth. And then he suddenly looked behind him with an angry gaze. As it turned out, there was a crowd of clan members standing there, and the guy, taking out his sword, said that they were no exception. He swung his sword and summoned the ghosts. This spectacle amazed and frightened the opponents, and Spencer ordered them to disappear. And then he jumped up and rushed into the attack. These ghosts started killing. One of the clan members screamed, pitifully begging for mercy. But the answer he got was that Spencer cut his body in half. He frowned and said that the grain moth hybrids just wanted to live too. Meanwhile, someone approached this purple hurricane. As it turned out, it was Charles and Mickey who said that they came because they heard a noise, and then he asked what was going on here. Spencer noticed them and asked if they had really arrived. In response to this, Mickey, shouting, asked how he could speak so carefree after all this chaos, who had been saying all day that it was not worth conflicting with the clan of the Sea Dragon. Charles asked if he really arranged all this because of the sacred trees. But suddenly Charles quickly caught what was thrown to him. Looking at what was in his hand, he asked why the guy gave him the bottomless bag. Tying a red thread around the sheath of the Choyang treasure, Spencer replied that he had placed sacred trees and children of the grain butterfly hybrids within it. And then he told the men to take him to Mount Back, and then Dustin would deal with the rest. In response to this, Charles asked in surprise if he had really taken this step because of the hybrid children. Sighing in irritation, the guy replied that he was simply fulfilling a request and nothing more. Putting his hand with the sword to his side, he declared that he would stay here as bait. And during this time, they should try to leave the territory of the Sea Dragon clan. The Master of the Mask noted that this was too dangerous. In response, the former tiger said that he had made a mess here, and therefore it was up to him to clean it up. And besides, guests from the Sea Dragon clan would soon arrive, and therefore they needed to leave quickly. Mickey said they would do as the guy wanted. Suddenly, Charles called Spencer, and then he told him to take care of himself. The guy smiled and replied that it was something new. And then he said that he himself knew that he was not one of those who could be easily killed. Then Charles and Mickey got on the flying carriage and flew away. Suddenly, bubbles began to appear on the surface of the reservoir. And a second later, members of the Sea Dragon clan flew out from there with a sharp jump. Spencer then ordered Kevin to go outside. And while the clan members were hanging in the air, Kevin slowly materialized in the space next to the guy. Suddenly, The clan members shouted angrily, asking the guy if he was the one who had pierced the island by breaking the barrier. Spencer answered, "Why are they asking if it is already clear?" And then he declared that he is an intruder. And then, flashing his angry red eyes, he said that they were sea monsters that he would now finish off. Meanwhile, Rick, the second successor of the Sea Dragon clan, who looked like a little boy, was watching all this. Suddenly, he asked menacingly, "What does all this mean? And why is the island destroyed? Has an ancient dragon really come here?" One of his subordinates replied that this was the work of a Taoist, to which Rick asked again in surprise. And then he fell silent for a moment, his yellow eyes flashing. And then he slowly ordered them to open the heavens. Hearing this order, the subordinate asked again whether they really had to do this because of one single enemy. And besides, he was already being pursued. Rick shouted irritably, asking him if he really had holes instead of eyes. Otherwise, how can he say such things after the picture he saw here? With a wave of his hand, the boy ordered all the captains of the Sea Beast clan to be summoned and shouted that the intruder must under no circumstances penetrate the boundaries of this sea. Meanwhile, Spencer and Kevin fought fiercely against the crowd of clan members. Suddenly, Kevin, holding the sword of justice in his hands, summoned the ghosts. And from the sword flew the ghost of Sylvester, who with a quick movement struck several opponents at once. Suddenly, a dragon appeared from the side, opened its mouth, and attacked the ghost, shouting that he would not get away with this. But suddenly Kevin quickly jerked to the side, and then, with a quick movement of his sword, he struck the dragon's jaw. As a result, the top of the dragon's head was cut off and fell to the ground. And then a purple dark mist began to engulf this head. This spectacle greatly surprised and frightened the other opponents. Suddenly, Spencer appeared at their side, his hands engulfed in blue fire, and he said that they shouldn't have been distracted. And then he flashed his red eyes menacingly, preparing to use his blue dark phoenix fire. Then he waved his hand, and a wave of fire immediately attacked the opponents, burning them, causing them to scream loudly in pain. After a while, Spencer stood in the middle of steam coming from the ground and evaporated liquid. Suddenly, looking drowned, he thought that several days had already passed, and then he wondered what day it was, the 13th or the 14th. And then he noted that even if he was not exerting himself to the fullest, his spiritual strength reserve was still either exhausted or late. Looking at Kevin, he noted that he was also exhausted and worn out, and so they needed to get out as quickly as possible, but at every stop they were attacked. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Kevin. This unknown person said that he heard that his captains had disappeared without a trace, and that a treacherous artifact was to blame. His yellow eyes flashing, he said that he would finish him off first. And then he struck the boy. The blow sent him flying backwards. But suddenly the stranger looked at Kevin in surprise. As it turned out, the boy was able to block his attack with the sword of justice. Suddenly, an irritated boy looked out from behind the sword. And then he quickly got into a stance, preparing to attack his opponent. But suddenly something stopped him. As it turned out, the boy lost his balance and Spencer managed to catch him. Grabbing him by the shoulder, he said that he had enough and took the sword. The guy looked at him with a smile and said that he could rest for now and that he would figure it out himself. Kevin looked at Spencer, who said he was doing well, and then he exhaled. And then the boy disappeared into the sword of justice like dark smoke. Meanwhile, Earl, the third successor of the Sea Dragon clan, asked what kind of crazy bastard he was, who decided to single-handedly do something like this in the very center of the Sea Dragon clan's domain. But now, having seen him in person, he realized everything. He realized that Spencer was the craziest of all the madmen in the world. The men stood a short distance away from each other, while Earl had an entire army behind him. Suddenly, Spencer quietly repeated his words, and then he frowned and said that he wasn't even close to those bastards who sacrificed grain butterfly hybrids alive. Earl scratched his chin and asked if he, who had taken what was rightfully theirs, now dared to talk nonsense. And then he said that they had created them and raised them, so why shouldn't they have the right to do with them as they wish? And besides, they, the Taoists, do things even worse than them. And if he asks how he knows, it's because they themselves boast about their exploits everywhere. And then he said that they could never compare with the Taoists in meanness and treachery. These words struck Spencer. Meanwhile, Earl clenched his fist, asking whether the Taoists were allowed to commit atrocities, but they were not. This was the most striking example of human greed. And then he noted that, judging by his actions, he was not going to return the trees in a good way. And then he attacked the guy with his fists, shouting that then he should just kill him, and then shake all the information out of his soul. And suddenly there was a bright flash, and this impact created a strong wave. But suddenly it turned out that Spencer also hit with his fist, causing his opponent's hand to shake. Looking at him angrily, He asked if everyone was doing it, then they could do it too. And then he said that it was all just nonsense. And then suddenly a huge dark purple cloud appeared. Suddenly, Earl's subordinates began to talk anxiously, noting that their commander had disappeared and that there were even more enemies. At the same time, Earl was having a hard time taking on the pressure of this cloud. Spencer continued, saying that even if they use such excuses and arguments, their sins will not go away, and they will all still end up as food for the sword of justice. And then he quickly swung his sword, cutting through his opponent's chest, which he clearly did not expect. Meanwhile, the flying carriage quickly flew forward. Looking back, Charles noted that since they weren't being pursued by the Sea Dragon clan, it seemed like Spencer had managed to draw attention to himself. Mickey asked the boy if he thought Spencer would be able to successfully fight his way through the ranks of the Sea Dragon clan, to which he responded by asking what he meant. Mickey said he would speak to him bluntly, and then asked if he was sorry, right? Charles replied that he had abandoned a man who had decided to act as bait, putting his life on the line. But suddenly Mickey said that although they don't have it as hard as Spencer, they work hard too. And then he asked if they didn't deserve at least one sacred tree for that. Charles didn't know what to say to this. And then he said that, firstly, all the trees were created by families of hybrids that were sacrificed, so the sacred trees belong neither to them nor to Spencer, but to the grain butterfly hybrid that managed to survive. Mickey tried to object, but Charles just turned away from him and said that they shouldn't speak frankly, and therefore they should stop. Hearing this, the guy opened his eyes wide, and then he sighed sadly. Looking at Charles's back, he thought that at times like these he looked like a copy of Spencer. They looked like people who couldn't be penetrated by anything. Meanwhile, one of the members of the Sea Dragon clan fell into the water, causing a splash. As it turned out, he was already dead, and the dark forces of the sword got to him. And suddenly they swallowed him up completely while Spencer was standing on the water. Suddenly he turned his head, and then he suddenly took off and rushed off somewhere. Meanwhile, bubbles appeared in the place where he had stood before, and suddenly Earl swam out of there. And then he grabbed his hand, most of which was already gone, and made a hissing sound, clenching his teeth. And then he thought about how he barely survived, and only because he fell like a stone to the bottom. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Suddenly someone called him, calling him brother, and behind him were clan members and dragons. As it turned out, it was Rick, who, flying up to his brother, said that he hurried as much as he could because he realized that the enemy was not so simple. Earl, in response, apologized and said that he tried to catch him. But in the end, it turned out the opposite. Rick replied that everything was fine and that he needed to focus on rebuilding his body now. Earl responded by asking if they didn't need to follow him now, to which Rick replied that he had already ordered the heavens to be opened, and therefore he would not be able to get out of this sea. Earl asked again uncertainly, beginning to understand something. Rick confirmed his suspicions, saying that a call for help had already been sent to his older brother, and therefore he would be here soon. Suddenly, Chad clutched the message in his hand. His face looked extremely displeased and irritated. Meanwhile, Spencer was rushing forward like a bright flash. Suddenly, Sean, who was sitting in the Choyang treasure, said that although the guy decided to play the role of bait, but if you think about it, death from a crazy run suits him perfectly. Looking at the scabbard, Spencer noticed that the man had been as mute as a fish for some time, but now he suddenly decided to speak. And then he asked him if the man knew about the atrocities that were happening to the hybrids. Sean replied that he knew, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. And of course, this act was not what should be done. But at the same time, it was an evil that was done in order to survive in the era of the strongest. However, the guy turned out to be too obsessed with this matter, and therefore it seems that he had already encountered something similar. Meanwhile, an image of Chelsea, who was also a living victim, popped into Spencer's head. After a short silence, he asked if there was a way to escape the persecution of the inhabitants of the deep sea. When the old man asked again, the boy responded by asking if he hadn't spoken to him because he knew of some way, to which Sean replied that he had made a good point. And then he told him to head east. Spencer asked again. Sean explained that there was a place called the Eastern Kingdom that had gathered under its auspices many Taoist sects of the righteous path. And since the borders of the kingdom extended to the sea, they were at odds with the inhabitants of the deep sea. And the old man continued, saying that even if he just happened to be near the Eastern Kingdom, there would be such a noise as if he had disturbed the peace of a beehive. But suddenly, a huge monster appeared under the guy, opening its mouth, hoping to swallow him. The monster's jaws closed and the guy found himself inside. But suddenly the monster opened his eyes wide. And suddenly the entire top of his head was burned by blue fire. And now dragons and clan members appeared in front of the guy. Spencer confidently stated that he would try to force his way to the east. Meanwhile, a cry was heard on Mountback, asking what kind of idiot he was. As it turned out, it was an irritated Emily, who, screaming, said that all he did was wander around the world in search of death. It was only a short time since he sailed away, and now he decided to make two girls widows. Charles and Mickey, who had already reached the mountain, listened humbly to her screams, while Mickey thought that she was a very fierce woman. Pointing to Charles, she asked him what he was doing, how he could leave her husband to deal with the problem alone. Stubbornly looking away, Master Mask replied that, as she herself knew, Spencer was so stubborn, and the situation had developed in such a way, what else could he do? But these words did not change the woman's anger to Mercy, and she said even more irritably that he was of no use, and she should be with him. Suddenly, Chelsea came out to them and told her to stop, and then she said that since her husband did this, it means he has some thoughts on this matter. Emily looked at the girl, and then Chelsea turned to Eva and told her that, as Charles had said, she needed to move the hybrids and the sacred trees to Mountback. And then she turned to the Master of the Mask himself. The guy responded hesitantly, and Chelsea told him that she knew, of course, that they must be tired after such a long journey. But as soon as all the business here was settled, he should return back as soon as possible. Charles replied hesitantly that he would do so. As they walked down the street, Mickey noted that it looked like they would be rushing back like crazy. Looking around, he replied that he was very surprised that on Mountback, which was unknown to anyone, he felt a much stronger spiritual energy than on most other spiritual mountains. But it's not only this that amazes him, because he's heard about something similar. But for the first time he sees with his own eyes that people and spiritual beings live side by side. And there are also characters who have reached unprecedented heights. Take at least that girl with the Daesong level. And then he asked Charles about who that girl with white hair was. And then he noticed that her level was clearly lower than theirs. But no one was able to contradict her, not even the Master of the Mask. Without turning his head, Charles replied that she was Spencer's wife, the mistress of Buck Mountain. And then he, having looked at the guy, noted that this was not all, and then asked if he had heard about what happened in Gosan. Mickey, realizing that he was talking about a three-way war, replied that it was a great confrontation, and therefore he could not know about it. And then he asked if this wasn't the war that would be talked about even centuries later, and if, in the end, it wasn't Mask who won that war. Charles responded that while the attackers knew Musk couldn't contain everyone, that wasn't all. Chelsea was the one who froze and destroyed Chimusu, one of the noble clans, in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Mickey asked in surprise how the bison could do something like this, and then he noted that he did not believe it. Charles thought that it was Spencer who had prevented the terrible catastrophe, and then, looking up melancholically, he said that he could not help but be afraid of her. Looking at the guy, the Taoist thought about why he was speaking in such a dejected voice about being afraid of that girl. After a while, Charles cleared his throat awkwardly, and then he said that they say that sometimes, once every few thousand years, a person is born who has overcome his level of strength, and this girl is exactly like that. She is a half-breed who inherited the blood of the white-blooded. She is the girl who is praised as the mother of Mountback. Meanwhile, Spencer is engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, he was finally able to break free from the ring of enemies, while a trail of body parts trailed behind him. Suddenly, a dragon swam out of the water in front of him. This dragon opened its mouth and quickly moved towards the guy, trying to eat him. But Spencer only pulled his hand back and summoned his blue dark phoenix fire. And then he hit the dragon's head with this fire, causing it to shatter into pieces. The clan members watched this in surprise, but soon the fire reached them too, and they screamed desperately in pain. Spencer stood, slightly bent over, and all around there burned an endless, unquenchable fire, burning everything it could. Suddenly, a glow began to emerge from the end of the Choyang treasure's sheath. Spencer looked at it, covered in sweat, and then he rushed forward, while behind him lay the dead body of the dragon and the fire burned. Sean noted that as they approached the Eastern Kingdom, the pursuit intensified. Spencer noticed that there were only islands visible ahead, which meant they still had to move further. And the old man said that they had already entered the battlefield between the Eastern Kingdom and the Sea Dragon clan, but he never thought that they would be so persistent. Sean was encouraging the guy, urging him to hold on a little longer, when suddenly red threads flew out from under the water. Suddenly they began to wrap around the guy's body, and then they jerked him down sharply. This caused the guy's body to sink into the water. As it turned out, it was the clan members who were pulling these red strings. Spencer gritted his teeth and wondered when they had managed to do this. And then he thought about how he needed to get out of this trap as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would be dragged to the bottom. But suddenly he felt something that made him even more dumbfounded. As it turned out, some kind of sphere began to form around him. It was an energy-blocking spell that made the boy's body not obey him. Suddenly, a huge shell began to rise from the depths, threatening to trap the guy inside itself. And the next second, the guy's body found itself locked in a huge shell. The clan members were overjoyed that they had finally managed to capture this bastard, who would now be unable to escape as long as he was locked in the divine shell. But suddenly, their commander ordered them to put up barriers to finally seal him in the shell. This order shocked the subordinates. The commander said that, although it was a pity to waste energy, it would have to be done, when suddenly light began to shine through the sink. And then an explosion went off inside, blowing her apart. This explosion also reached the clan members, causing them to scream. As it turned out, this explosion rose as a huge column several kilometers into the air. Spencer, clad in tea armor, stood as the water droplets that had risen into the air from the explosion began to fall down. Standing under this impromptu rain, the boy sighed and steam came out of his mouth. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of huge dragons appeared in front of him. Sean noted with surprise the incredible scale of the place. It was just incredible, because for him alone the heavens were opened. And Sean asked the guy if he had any thoughts because it would be like breaking through. Suddenly Earl shouted, telling his brothers that this was the same bastard who had stolen their trees and done this to his hand. And then, still screaming, he noticed that his strength must be running out, since the black demon filled with death energy that he used had disappeared. And therefore, this was his end. Meanwhile, Chad was thinking about how the number of captains who had fallen at the guy's hands had already exceeded 3 digits. And then he wondered if he really had the same level as him, because no matter how much he looked, he couldn't believe it. Spencer thought that he could notice many people who were on the same level as him. But fortunately, he did not see the king of the deep sea among them. And then he said that he was already completely surrounded, and therefore, if he began to push his way too hard, he would be under attack. So he was going to repel all their attacks, remaining in one place. Chad said that they didn't have time to look at each other, but needed to deal with Nee before those freaks from the Eastern Kingdom showed up. And then he ordered everyone to rush into the attack and crush the enemy. And then he shouted his order so that everyone could hear it. Meanwhile, Jimmy's subordinate asked him if they should join the offensive, and what if the Sea Dragon clan members interrogated them later. Jimmy replied that many members of the clan had already been sacrificed to support the ambitions of the Sea Dragon clan, and therefore he would not allow the blood of even one member of his clan to be shed anymore, and so it was enough for them to keep the siege in this state. The other clan members noticed that the Dogyon clan members had not moved. Nancy explained that they were doing this because they had already suffered significant damage. Her clan had also lost their clan's treasure, the Divine Shell, and so the Sea Dragon clan would have to pay. Meanwhile, Spencer was attacked, and all together they plunged their weapons into the guy's body. However, since he was wearing armor, no weapon hit his body. The guy flashed his red eyes angrily, and then he rushed forward, killing his opponents. Suddenly, a huge dragon tail flew at him from the side. The guy didn't dodge but just cut it. An enemy attacked the guy from behind, hoping to break him. And he managed to hit Spencer with his mace. The blow made Spencer cough up blood. As he flew towards the water, hands with weapons appeared from it. Meanwhile, enemies were flying at the guy from all sides. Spencer called T, and suddenly golden threads appeared. These golden threads cut off the limbs of their opponents. Suddenly, the dragons came forward. They began to surround the battle site. The circle around the guy, they wanted to kill him using the pressure of the sea elements. The dragons' tails were getting closer and closer to the guy, pinning him down. But suddenly, Ty's sharp limbs appeared and began to tear apart the dragons' bodies. The Sea Dragon clan members watched this with surprise. Chad was very unhappy with this sight. After some time, there were several dead dragon bodies lying around Spencer, which were torn into pieces. Earl asked irritably what kind of armor he had. Chad's face darkened with anger, and suddenly he called his brothers and said that they were beginning the unification. Meanwhile, Spencer looked at his shaking hand. Looking at her, he breathed heavily and thought that in the current form, T's killing power was at its maximum, but the consumption of spiritual power and energy was also greater than expected. The attack did not last long, but T's energy in such a fierce battle was already at its limit. The guy thought that there would be big trouble because his strength was also already running out, when suddenly a flash exploded in front of his face. The flash pushed the guy back a few meters, but he still managed to stay on his feet, protecting himself with the centipede's limbs. Suddenly, a huge 3-headed dragon appeared in front of him. Sean noticed that this was a secret technique that only the royals of the Sea Dragon clan could use. And then he told the boy that he was careful because the power of such a dragon's strike was not inferior in power to the level of the Yonggop. Suddenly, the dragon's heads called forth wind and clouds, and suddenly, streams of air began to run across the surface of the water. These streams began to surround Spencer in a ring. Looking around, he noticed that air currents were surrounding him, and this was a very powerful attack. Suddenly, he found himself in the very center of a hurricane. A huge hurricane swirled over the surface of the water, causing waves and spray as the boy's body rose higher and higher. Suddenly, Chad, who was also turned into one of the dragon's heads, ordered to beat, and suddenly several lightning bolts hit the guy's body. Spencer couldn't help but cry out in pain from the attack. Soon the lightning and the hurricane retreated. Steam was coming from the guy's body and small sparks were still visible. Suddenly, the armor disappeared from the guy's body. The attack dealt massive damage to the boy's body, causing him to make a strangled sound. Meanwhile, the members of the Sea Dragon clan rejoiced that the armor had finally disappeared and began to praise the princes. While Spencer was hanging in the air, Sean called him, saying that he had to hold out even longer. And didn't he promise to find him a body? Chad said that even if the boy managed to withstand simple artifacts, he was unable to stop their lightning, and he was delighted by the techniques he demonstrated. But he was still the enemy who destroyed their clan members, and therefore he must die. Suddenly, Spencer smiled faintly, and then the Choyan treasure sparkled in the light. Suddenly, he raised his hands with the treasure, and then he said that he still had an ace up his sleeve. In response to this, the other two heads cried out that he was a madman if he thought to defend himself against them with an empty scabbard. Suddenly, Spencer asked him if he had ever thought about why he had not used the Sword of Justice, although there was plenty of game for him here. After all, everything inside is filled to the brim with the souls of the inhabitants of the deep sea. The surprised dragon asked again. Suddenly, Sean, sitting in the sheath, asked him what he was going to do with it. The one who was about to die. He knows that his body might not cope with it. The guy replied that it should sit quietly in its sheath, and then he used the level-up technique. Noticing this, the dragons opened their mouths wide in surprise. Suddenly, the boy began to chant a spell as light burst from the sword, turning the imprisoned soul into ashes. Suddenly, a glowing sword hilt appeared from the scabbard and he continued, and having forged it into a single sword, suddenly the guy grabbed the handle with his hand, and then he began to take out a glowing sword from its sheath. Taking out his sword, the boy continued to read the spell. Let the heavens and the sea part, and let the earth turn upside down. Chad suddenly thought that he needed to stop him before he swung his sword. Suddenly, he commanded his brothers to quickly create more clouds and call for a stronger wind. Raising his hands with the sword above his head, Spencer finished the spell. And this is the sword of the Haeongwei. And then he swung the sword, creating a bright flash. This light rushed towards the dragon at great speed. This flash illuminated everything around. And as it turned out, this blow cut the earth for many kilometers ahead. At the place where the dragon stood, a huge wave suddenly rose. And suddenly it turned out that two heads of the dragon were cut off. Spencer froze, hanging in the air with his sword at his side. Suddenly, the sword in his hand began to dissolve into thin air. Spencer coughed up blood. Sean suddenly said that he was extremely surprised that he had released so many souls at once, and he thought that he himself was about to turn to ashes. Chad began to cry, looking at their severed heads. Turning around at the guy with an evil grin, he shouted that he would personally skin him and grind his bones into powder. A clearly exhausted Spencer noted that one head had survived, and then he thought that he was now definitely in trouble. Suddenly, many ships began to approach from the side, with something flying over them. The Sea Dragon clan members noticed that there were human Taoists there. As it turned out, it was the Taoists from the Eastern Kingdom who arrived. Spencer looked at them and said that they really were crawling like worms, since they had only just arrived. Suddenly, other dragons swam up to the three-headed dragon, intending to protect him. Chad desperately screamed for them to let him go and that he had to kill this freak. While Chad continued to scream, the dragons also tried to pull him back. Suddenly, Spencer asked him if he was upset. At this, the dragon's eyes widened in surprise. And the guy noted that the hybrids they sacrificed must have felt the same way, and therefore, his heart must feel the pain of loss. And then the guy showed him the middle finger with a smile on his face. In response to this, Chad roared even more angry. While the dragon moved away, the guy continued to be in the same place. But suddenly he turned around. Sometime later, the sunset painted the sky red and purple. Spencer staggered across the sand, dragging his sword behind him. Suddenly he chuckled hysterically, and then he began to fall to the ground. And then, completely exhausted, he fell to the ground next to his sword. After some time, the guy suddenly opened his eyes. Rising abruptly, he nervously noted that he had passed out, and then he wondered how long he had been unconscious. but suddenly his body was still overcome with pain, causing him to close his eyes. Turning around, the guy noticed that T was nearby, and Sean explained that she hadn't left his side for a whole month, that he had been sleeping there, and, even though the guy was her boss, it was surprising that she was guarding him so zealously. Spencer turned his head and noticed Kevin sitting nearby with a sword stuck in the sand. Sean explained that the child had also been keeping an eye on him out of the corner of his eye, although he pretended that this was not the case. Spencer thanked the boy hesitantly, to which he pointedly turned away. While the boy was getting up from the ground, the old man asked him what he was going to do next, to which he replied that his body was in terrible condition and his spiritual strength was at 0, and therefore he first needed to recover. While Spencer was walking away, Sean asked about his latest technique and whether it would have been better if he had used it at the very beginning. Spencer replied that that technique drained all of his spiritual power in an instant, so he wouldn't be able to use it for a long time. Sean replied that the very idea of using such a technique whenever you wish was absurd. Suddenly, the guy noticed pieces of bodies that were carried in by the waves. He noted with surprise that they had been brought all the way here, to which the old man said that after they had managed to escape, a fierce fight had begun there. Suddenly, Sean flew out of his sheath. Spencer stared after him in surprise. Meanwhile, the old man noticed something that made him happy, and then he turned around with a smile on his face and said that he found it. A year later, Charles and Mickey reached some cave. Suddenly, Mickey noted that their path was blocked by a barrier, to which Charles replied that Spencer had most likely taken a beating. And then they decided to try to touch the barrier first. Suddenly, someone's silhouette appeared in the depths. Suddenly, this someone said that he was curious about the uninvited guests hanging around here, and what they were doing that made them show up so late. As it turned out, it was some girl who said that men are worse than weaving turtles. The men stared at the girl in silence. Suddenly, Mickey asked irritably who she was to tell them what to do. But then Charles admitted that it was Sean standing in front of him. Mickey turned back uncertainly, saying that it couldn't be. In response to this, Sean laughed, saying that the master of the mask's instincts could not be fooled. The guy asked what he had done to his body. Sean replied that it was one of the soul-taking techniques he had studied previously, but it was more suitable for the female body. After all, his teacher was a woman. Afterwards, the old man asked how long they would stand outside, and then invited them inside. Kevin sat in a cave, sharpening the sword of justice with a stone. Suddenly, he raised his serious gaze with his red eyes, and then he rushed into the attack. And then he hit someone on the head with his sword. But this attack was unsuccessful, after which the sword shook pitifully. At that very second, a bun fell to the floor. The girl silently looked at the fallen bun, and then she turned around and told the boy to stop. In response to this, Kevin only sighed. And then they started fighting while Charles and Mickey were passing by. Mickey asked who the girl was fighting with Kevin, to which Sean replied that he and Spencer touched belly buttons, and this miracle appeared. Charles and Mickey asked in disgust if this was true. The old man laughed and said that he was, of course, joking, and then asked if they didn't know that a Taoist maiden could not conceive a child until she became a celestial being. The confused men began to shake and thought that he was telling some kind of joke. But suddenly Mickey, looking at the girl, asked if perfect deformation had really been achieved. Sean replied that it was the only place they could hide, and Tai was too big, so they turned her into a human, to which the guy asked what it was then. In response, the man turned around and asked if they could even imagine how many battles they had fought with the hordes of the inhabitants of the deep sea. And then he said that they had been pressed by both strong and weak enemies. Among them were also captains of the Yongyul level. And the centipede Tai is a creature that absorbs everything it consumes, and therefore it is not surprising that it has developed intelligence, albeit imperfect. Hearing this, Mickey noted that Spencer had also taken a step forward at that time. Sean said that nothing happens by itself in this world, and the rough path can soon become the road to salvation. The guy looked down and replied that he would take that into consideration. Looking at the boy, the old man thought that he was too insecure, and he needed to stay motivated and open the way to change, and that alone would bring him closer to enlightenment. Reaching the entrance to another hall, Sean announced that everyone was gathered. Spencer sat at the back of the room, spiritual energy flowing around him. Spencer didn't react to Sean's words. Then the old man said again, but louder, that those he had sent to mount back had arrived. Then the guy finally noticed them, turning his head. Charles raised his hand and greeted the guy. Opening his eyes, Spencer returned his greeting. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Palace of the Sea Dragon Clan, someone was begging their father. As it turned out, it was Chad, on his knees, begging his father to give him another chance. But it was not his father who answered him, but one of his subordinates, saying that he had already been expelled from the clan and therefore he had no right to see the ruler. Chad cried out again, begging for a chance to avenge his brothers. But suddenly the guards crossed their arms in front of his face, closing the entrance. Then the subordinate simply ordered others to take him away from here. Meanwhile, the ruler sat on the throne. Suddenly he asked if he could, after losing to one Taoist, end up somewhere with his head held high. And then he said that it is not a problem to impose new children, and dead dragons will be conceived in the embrace of the sea, which is their mother. But with sacred trees everything is different, and because of one insignificant Taoist, all the inhabitants of the sea depths cannot take a step. And then he told someone standing to the side that he had to intervene. As it turned out, it was the supreme elder of the Sea Dragon clan, Nicholas. Flying to the place where the sacred trees used to be, Nicholas told everything he knew about Spencer, namely that he has a huge sword with red eyes, he can use fire sphere magic, and he also has black armor that seems to be alive, as well as the Choyang treasure. The subordinate replied that all this is true, and then asked why he decided to come here. Nicholas said that the son of a bitch had clearly fled to dry land, and then he told his subordinate that from now on he would act alone, and therefore he must return. And then the man flew straight down into the water. As he sank into the water, he thought that this was the Sea Dragon clan's territory, where even those bastards from the Eastern Kingdom did not dare to come, and even breaking into this place was too difficult and tiring. Besides, it is really too careless for someone who was so eager to get the sacred trees, which means that it all happened spontaneously, and therefore he is not connected with the Eastern Kingdom. He was pursuing his goal by penetrating the island. Nicholas thought that he had no idea what this goal was, but it must be something important since the guy decided to go deep into their territory, and therefore he would certainly appear in this sea again. Suddenly the man raised his hands, between which a glowing sphere appeared, and he began to read the spell. The sea gave me life and raised me in its motherly embrace. You are my home, so become my ears and eyes. Suddenly this sphere began to shine even brighter, and the light from it began to spread. A glowing sphere rose above the water, and then it began to grow, covering an ever larger territory. Meanwhile, the flying carriage, surrounded by a barrier, flew through the sky, and someone asked Spencer why he decided to go to sea now, to which he replied that now he knew exactly the location of Turtle Mountain, and therefore there was no point in delaying. As it turned out, Spencer asked him if he was going to back down now that he had kept his promise, to which the old man got angry and indignantly asked who he took him for. And then the man thought that initially he was with a guy who seemed like an interesting person, but he could not even imagine that he was so reckless that even 10 lives would not be enough. And then he joyfully shouted that they needed to head southeast. Spencer warned that he was about to go full speed ahead, so everyone should hold on tight. And then the cart rushed forward. Meanwhile, Nicholas, still underwater, was still trying to find Spencer, and suddenly his eyes opened. The flying carriage flew forward quickly, leaving a trail in the air. Suddenly the flying cart flew up to the edge of the very sphere that Nicholas had created, and then she crossed it without encountering any obstacles. Spencer asked Sean if they were off course again, to which he replied that they needed to go a little more to the left. And then the guy asked if he really wouldn't tell him how he knew the location of Turtle Mountain. Sean laughed and replied with a smile on his face that all the islands had some coordinates, and knowing them, you could easily find the right place. Spencer thought that the same could not be said about Turtle Mountain, since the only way to get inside it was to find the Comran archipelago. The guy thought that even knowing this, he was not telling, when suddenly goosebumps ran down his spine. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that something was wrong. Suddenly he turned around sharply and, waving his hand, ordered everyone to hold on tighter. And the next second, something began to turn the cart over, causing Sean to even fly overboard, but Mickey managed to catch him. As it turned out, what had deflected the cart off course was a huge wave that had burst from beneath the surface of the water as if from an explosion. While Mickey was holding his great mentor's hand, he turned around and asked in surprise what it was. As the flying carriage flew on, Nicholas emerged from under the surface of the water and said that he had expected to make a lightning strike, but it did not seem possible that they would be able to dodge it. As the water droplets from the previous attack fell on his body, the man pointed towards the carriage and said that this was how they had to meet that red-eyed man. And then he asked him that since he had brought such shame on the Sea Dragon clan, he should pay a worthy price for it. And then he announced that from that moment on he would personally punish him. Then Nicholas, using his powers, made several balls out of the water, which flew after the departing carriage. These spheres were furiously trying to break through the barrier of the flying carriage, but it still somehow managed to avoid them. Sean, who had already climbed back onto the cart, cried out saying that he never thought that they would meet someone of the level of a Daesong, and yet his original body had reached exactly that level. Spencer responded by simply asking how much longer they had to fly, to which the man, closing his eyes and pressing himself against the pole, replied that they were almost there, just a little bit left. Meanwhile, Nicholas pushed off the surface of the water, causing splashes. He shouted furiously, asking the boy if he really thought he could leave the boundaries of this sea. And then, summoning even more spheres, he shouted that even if he convinced, it would only increase the pain. And these spheres from the water again flew straight at the cart, which continued to fly further. Suddenly, Nicholas, still below, noticed that his attacks had not disturbed the flight of his opponents in any way. Frowning, he said irritably that this flying artifact was driving him crazy. Spencer thought in a panic that he never expected that in addition to the Sea Lord, there was also an elder with the Yongop level, and they also collided right in the middle of the sea. At this rate, it would not end well. Suddenly, Sean, pointing somewhere ahead with his hand, exclaimed that they were there. Meanwhile, in front of the cart there was a huge black cloud, from which lightning occasionally burst forth. Nicholas, noticing that the opponents were flying straight into this cloud, exclaimed that they had cornered themselves when they flew up to the curved triangle. And then he happily said that he finally caught them. Charles exclaimed in surprise, saying that there was a crooked triangle there, and Mickey noted that the path was cut off. Sean gaped in shock, saying that they were almost there. So why were they faced with such a disaster now? After a brief silence, Spencer declared that they would fly straight ahead. Hearing this, Sean, shouting, asked him if he didn't feel the oppressive force of the simple heavenly thunderstorm, and then he said that if they went there, they would either be torn to pieces or crushed to death. In response, Spencer said that if Turtle Mountain was on the other side, he would be ready to jump even into hot lava. And then he announced again that they were heading straight ahead, flying into a storm cloud. And then, accelerating even more, the carriage disappeared in a bright flash into a thundercloud. Noticing this, Nicholas stared at it in shock. And then he asked in surprise what kind of crazy bastard he was, and then he suggested that they probably didn't know that the terrifying space of thunderstorm energy was a place where even time and space were curved, and that's why they jumped there so boldly. And then the man gritted his teeth. Once they were inside, Mickey noticed this with fear. And then, looking around, he noted that it was much quieter and calmer here than he had imagined. Spencer looked at Sean and asked him what he thought about it. Sean replied with a serious face that whether they had been lucky amidst all the misfortunes that had befallen them, but he felt the energy of Turtle Mountain guiding them, and if it weren't for that, they might be stuck here in this space, on the edge of existence and non-existence, wandering here for hundreds, maybe even thousands of years. But nevertheless, one cannot relax. The space is constantly being distorted, so at any moment they can be swept away. Suddenly, someone's dark silhouette appeared next to the cart. As it turned out, it was Nicholas, who, his face dark with anger, asked them if they really thought he would let them go so easily. And then the man struck a blow that destroyed the barrier that protected the cart and then began to break the cart itself. Somewhere ahead, sparrows were sitting on a quiet rock and chirping. Suddenly, someone's dark silhouette appeared in front of them. Frightened by this someone, the birds fluttered up and flew away somewhere into the sky. As it turned out, this someone was a white-haired old man who stood up and complained about his back. Looking up at the sky, he asked when it was the last time. And then he noted that he had not had any guests for a long time. The old man spread his arms out to the sides and told them to pass quickly, while he himself stood in a vacant lot, and next to him were many swords stuck into the ground. Suddenly, something crashed into the previously calm sky, breaking it. The old man, looking at the sky with his arms outstretched, greeted the guests, and then he suddenly asked how they had broken through the sky. And then the cart knocked the old man off his feet with a dull sound and rushed on. Having flown to the ground, the cart crashed into it, breaking into small pieces. And now on the wasteland there was a furrow from this cart. Suddenly Nicholas landed not far from her, breaking the ground with his feet. As it turned out, this cheerful company was still able to reach Turtle Island, and now they were on its highest part. With a sharp wave of his weapon, Nicholas asked how long he was going to pretend to be dead, and then he ordered the boy to immediately crawl out of his hiding place. While dust was swirling in the air, something dark appeared. When the dust cleared a little, some kind of shell appeared. Narrowing his eyes a little, Nicholas noted that it was the shell of a sea beast, and then he thought that the guy even had something like that hidden away. As he put the shell away in his bottomless bag, Spencer said he was extremely surprised that a man would throw himself into the unknown to catch someone like him, unafraid of possible death. Smiling, the man asked him why he couldn't do the same if the guy did it. And now that his cursed artifact is destroyed, he will no longer be able to run away from it like a slippery snake. Stepping forward, breaking the ground with his feet, he said that now he would repay him in full for all the hardships that his clan had to endure. Spencer looked at his opponent, a little worried. Suddenly, there was a plaintive, fearful cry that made the two men shudder. Spencer quickly turned around at the sound of the shout. And as it turned out, Mickey, who was behind, was now in such a position that he was slowly being swallowed by the sword. After a while, the guy disappeared into one of the many swords with a scream. Charles called upon the Taoist a few more times, and then he noticed with fear that the sword had swallowed him. But this news only made Spencer happy, and he thought with a nervous smile that everything had worked out. Nicholas also looked at these swords with interest, and the master of the mask cried out, ordering everyone not to approach them. But suddenly, Sean calmly told him that there was no need to fuss so much, and in response to which the still restless Charles asked how one could be calm and whether his student had disappeared. The man replied that Mickey was not dead. He had only entered Comran, and this place, or rather all these swords, are the entrance to Comran. Suddenly, crawling out from under the wreckage of the cart, the old man noted that the girl immediately understood what was happening, and then he easily climbed out from under the rubble and asked the guests what all the commotion was about, and then quietly noted that the guests were too noisy this time. Charles looked at the old man and asked if he was an elder. Leaning on his cane, the old man introduced himself, saying that he was the guardian of Comran, who welcomed all who arrived to the archipelago. And then he glared menacingly and said that quarrels were strictly forbidden in this place. Everyone else just stared at the old man in silence. Nicholas, watching all this, thought that in front of him was clearly some kind of feeble old man. So why does he feel like every word he says carries significant weight? Suddenly, the old man said that the atmosphere had become somehow strange, and then he said that since they had come here, why were they standing there rooted to the spot? They should quickly choose a sword for themselves. He added that each of them was free to choose any sword they liked, when suddenly someone's hand fell on his arm. As it turned out that someone was Spencer, and the old man said again that he had told them to choose the blade, so why did he touch his hand? In response to this, Spencer simply replied with a serious face that he simply picked up the sword. Looking at the boy's face, the old man was silent for a moment, and then noted that a very interesting young man had come here. And then an explosion went off in front of the guy, destroying the ground next to them. And suddenly the old man turned into a sword with a red handle on which clouds were depicted. Turning around, the guy said that he would leave them first. And then he disappeared into the sword as shining smoke. After this, an irritated Nicholas rushed towards the sword in which the guy had disappeared, shouting that he couldn't just run away, while Charles and Sean meanwhile moved aside so that the man wouldn't hit them. Nicholas quickly touched the sword, but nothing happened. He shouted in irritation, asking why the sword wasn't absorbing him. Suddenly, the same old man appeared in the air again, who said that now this sword was useless, and therefore it was worth finding another sword, to which Nicholas irritably asked what he was carrying. And then he ordered him to immediately send him to where this son of a bitch was now. The old man replied that he could not do this because the place was already taken, but he should not worry. Any of these swords would send him there, because the path to Comran is the same. Then Nicholas decided not to argue anymore and abruptly grabbed another sword. And this sword was able to send him to Comran, and Nicholas dissolved. Sean suddenly turned to Charles and told him to try to go in too, to which he asked him if he really wasn't going to go in there. The man replied that he had no reason to go there, but he planned to find the treasure left by his close friend and regain his lost level. In response to this, Charles only meekly agreed and bowed, saying that then he would go. And then he touched the sword, which glowed, causing it to slowly disappear. Meanwhile, somewhere in the sky, something exploded with a bright light, and then a bright flash hit the mountain, shattering the rock. Suddenly, someone observing this noted that the swordmaster had not visited here for a long time. As it turned out, several unknown people were observing this peak, and the first one noted that, moreover, the swordmaster came to the highest peak among the 5 peaks that separate heaven and earth, and which had been empty for almost 1,000 years. This stranger, with a smile on his face, asked who this master was. Meanwhile, Spencer landed on the rock, leaning his hands on it. The boy slowly rose to his feet, the wind blowing through his hair. Looking forward, Spencer said that this is what he looks like. As it turned out, the Comran archipelago consisted of many peaks of different heights that stood quite close to each other. The land was not visible because it was covered by some kind of fog. Suddenly, the guy felt something on his forehead. This made him raise his hands as a strong pain erupted in his head. From this pain, the guy suddenly clenched his teeth hard, making a muffled sound. And then he shouted loudly as the spell, "Sword that carries 10,000 blades," entered his head, causing a multitude of symbols to appear in the guy's mind in a stormy stream. After a while, Spencer fell to his knees, leaning his hands on the peak, and was breathing heavily, trying to recover. Suddenly, he laughed sharply, and he thought that the letters that were imprinted in his head in an endless string were something like an elaborate and complex description. But he saw one thing very clearly, namely the name, the sword that carries 10,000 blades. The guy clenched his fist, happily thinking that now everything would work out. He would be able to do it. And then suddenly his hands fell limply along his body, and the smile fell from his face. Looking up at the sky, he told Hannah that there was only a little time left. There is very little time left until the day of their reunion. The sword carrying 10,000 blades is a single sword that contains the sharp peaks of 10,000 blades. Through the consciousness of the caster, 10,000 blades are created per star, and Hannah's spirit is divided into 10,000 branches and penetrates into each sword. And as the level rises, the 10,000 swords gradually merge with each other. And in the end, you get a single sword. And if you reach the 6th star, then, having risen to the level of the sword entrusted with life, you can awaken the soul that is contained in the sword. Sitting on the peak, Spencer meditated and thought that from now on he had to deal with a different battle. Namely, this improvement is for salvation. Sitting on a rock and crossing his legs, the boy meditated, thinking that a serene and cruel practice was beginning. 10 years had passed, and suddenly the boy hit the stone with his fist, breaking it. As steam began to rise from his blow, the boy clenched his teeth and cursed loudly. And then he desperately said that all he had to do was follow the rules that were engraved in his head and improve himself. But he didn't understand anything. The guy's face took on a pained expression. Dark circles appeared under his eyes. With his eyes wide and desperate, the boy repeated that he understood absolutely nothing. And then he thought about the fact that he was trying to create a sword with the help of his consciousness and will. Looking at his palms, Spencer said in an uncertain, weak voice, "This damn supernatural ability to perceive external objects in all directions, based on mental power? So why? Why can't he grasp the essence?" Suddenly he sank limply to the ground, saying that until now he had only dealt with spiritual forces, strengthened his internal energy, and this process was too difficult for him. Suddenly the boy, pressing his face against the stone, clenched his fist so hard that his hand began to shake. Raising his face, he looked with the stubborn gaze of his red eyes, and he said that he could not give up like this. He simply had to sit for at least one more step. He rose, sat down on his knees, and, peacefully accepting his fate, he said that it was possible to do it again. It was possible to start all over again. But 20 years have passed, and Spencer is still sitting on this peak. He lowered his head, and with his dry lips he said, in absolute despair, laughing at his failure, that he could not take even one step. And suddenly his body leaned to the side and his eyes closed. And the guy fell to the ground with a dull sound, raising a little dust and dirt. Lying on his back and looking at the sky, Spencer said that the remaining time that Hannah could spend in the incense burner was 50 years. And when she appeared as a soul kissed by a tiger, she would only have 10 years. In the past 30 years, he still had not managed to create a single sword. And then he asked when, having created a sword with 10,000 blades, he could reach the 6th star. Looking up, he smiled weakly and asked himself what kind of stupid idea he was obsessed with. And then he told himself that he was an idiot. Reaching his hand up, trying to touch the sky, he said he thought he only had to stretch his hand and everything would be within his reach. But even one step was too far for him. And suddenly before his eyes appeared a picture of Hannah moving further and further away from him. She had already moved a long distance away, and the guy only clenched his fist. Suddenly, the guy's eyes, under which there were dark circles, began to close, and then he fell asleep lying on his back on that peak. Suddenly, he dreamed that he was waving a sword, and Hannah kept screaming that everything was wrong. And then she asked how many times she could repeat that you can't swing a sword randomly. Breaking away from his practice, a breathless Spencer asked her again, and then said that he was swinging according to the training script that she herself had given him. Hannah simply waved her hand in response, and a glowing trail followed her palm, and she said that just as there is a flow of spiritual power, there is also a flow of spiritual energy in the sword. And then she asked the guy to remember the moment when he first mastered his spiritual power. In response, the guy only asked again. And then he closed his eyes and remembered the first time Hannah kicked him in the face when he was still in tiger form and shouted that he, a stupid tiger, was doing everything wrong. Suddenly, an irritated Hannah told him not to go over useless memories in his head, but to concentrate, to which the boy hesitantly obeyed. And then she began to move her hands slowly, and a luminous ball appeared between them. And, closing her eyes, she said that the mind should be stable and calm. And then she noted that here it is, this flow, which can be felt in a wide and peaceful expectation, and in an empty mind. Opening her eyes, she said that the sword was no different and he didn't have to hold it. Suddenly, Spencer's eyes widened, and then he sat up abruptly. And then, with wide eyes, he realized that he didn't have to try to grab the sword. After all, it's all about flow. Everything should flow by itself. Closing his eyes, the boy thought that the mind is infinite. There are no limits on number, quantity, space, and time, and from the very beginning there was no point in trying to understand and measure all this infinity. But even within this infinity there can be a flow. He had already felt it once, namely at the time when he was raising his level, and it was not his will. It was just that his mind was forcibly expanded. Suddenly the guy was finally able to find that very flow. Meanwhile, someone lightly knocked on what seemed to be an empty place, but suddenly this blow caused circular waves to appear. As it turned out, it was Charles, who noted that there was a barrier that made it impossible to leave, but also impossible to enter. And then he asked if he was really being offered to practice fencing quietly. And then he said that the moment he came here, there were writings imprinted on his head. But this is not suitable for someone who has mastered heavenly techniques. But he still can't train any other way, so he'll have to master this art. And Spencer must already be training like crazy. And therefore, he cannot fall behind any longer. Meanwhile, Spencer sat on his peak in the lotus position, and suddenly a flash of light appeared in front of his head. And suddenly a blade of a glowing sword began to form out of thin air. And then a huge glowing sword appeared above the guy's head. And then, one after another, many other glowing swords began to appear. Suddenly, Spencer pulled out an incense burner containing Hannah's soul from his bottomless bag. And suddenly, from this incense burner, a soul began to emerge as a bright, glowing pink ball. The guy looked at the glowing ball, and then he sent it up, saying that this was a sword forged by the flow of his heart and his mind, and let the sword of his heart pierce the heavens. And then the glowing ball disintegrated into many threads that went to the swords. Suddenly the boy's nose started bleeding, and then all those glowing swords disappeared into thin air. Noticing this, Spencer only smiled. And then, falling back, he said that he had done it. And then he fell awkwardly on his back. As his eyes closed, he said that he congratulated himself on the first star of the sword that carries 10,000 blades. Meanwhile, Mickey stood at his peak. He thought that the swordsmanship imprinted in his mind was one of the best techniques in Murim, and an incredibly strong heavenly energy could be felt from all sides. And then he looked around and said that it turns out there is a reason why this archipelago is called a sacred place for those who have water to the sword. And then he turned his head, and it turned out that in response to the order, others next to him were waving their swords with all their might. Looking at this, Mickey wondered why they were only swinging their swords. And even though they didn't feel any hunger or fatigue, but due to the high concentration of heavenly energy, it looked like they were out of their minds. Suddenly, someone told him that he didn't have time to stand around doing nothing and looking around. Mickey asked what that meant, to which the stranger stood up and replied that it was literally so, because even if he put all his effort into honing it, it still wouldn't be enough. To which the guy replied that he was already a swordmaster, so he would somehow figure out where and when to train. The man laughed and replied that everyone was once just as confident in themselves, but in the end, they died without being able to super-awaken the sword, until their very last breath. Afterwards, he asked, when a technique is imprinted in your head, you get the feeling that you will learn it in the shortest possible time. But this is not so. He himself was so self-confident before. And then he pointed to the head and asked the guy why then this knowledge was imprinted in their heads and not on paper. Did he really still think that it would be so easy to master it? And then he also asked about the fact that the technique in his head must be a secret art, to which Mickey asked how he knew. To which the man replied that the old man who was here before the guy also mastered the secret art of fencing. But he never managed to master this technique until the very last second of his life, so he had no way to escape from the Comran archipelago, where he eventually crashed to his death. And after he asked the guy if he knew that he would not be able to leave the archipelago until he mastered the technique that was imprinted in his head. This new information shocked Mickey. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, the man also said that once every 100 years the barrier is removed, allowing everyone to move freely throughout the archipelago, and therefore one should be careful at that moment so as not to die, because there are many here who have completely dedicated themselves to training, which over time drove them crazy. So one of the reasons why everyone trains so hard is to survive the moment when the barrier disappears. Hearing this, Mickey frowned in shock, and then he nervously thought that he could no longer afford to sit idly by. He needed to study the formula in his head as soon as possible, and in the meantime, the man began training again. And then Mickey suddenly looked around in panic. Spencer, meanwhile, was still lying on the ground. His face was haggard and tired, but his eyes were closed. Suddenly, a wet rag fell on his face. And then T, who sat down next to him in the form of a girl, asked him if he was in a lot of pain, and then she assured him that everything was fine now. Standing up and removing the cloth from his face, the boy asked the girl where she learned to do this, to which she replied that she learned it from Hannah. Hearing this, Spencer asked again, and then asked when she had done this. You replied that she did this every time he was beaten unconscious. Hearing this, Spencer awkwardly patted the girl on the head, agreeing with her words and thanking her, to which she only laughed in response. And then he thought that she was right. And then he remembered Hannah, thinking that she really did always do that. Looking at the bucket of water and the rags nearby, he asked her where she got all this from. You replied that she got all this at the foot of the mountain, and the guy asked again. And then they went down to the foot of the mountain where Kevin was now swinging his sword. You led your master by the hand, telling him that there was a house and a cave here. Spencer noted that the house had been used by someone who had been here before him. And then he added that he didn't know there was anything like that here. And then he turned his head. Looking at the other peaks, he said that it had been 30 years since he had found himself here, and so perhaps it was time to take a proper look at the archipelago. Hannah's soul is now contained in the first star of the sword that carries 10,000 blades, so there is no longer any worry about not disappearing. The guy barely took the time to look around, but there was no variety in his life because, due to the barrier, he has no way to go beyond the territory assigned to him. It could have been a quiet, deserted life. And if it weren't for the faint presence of someone on a nearby peak, one might have thought that he was completely alone in this world. Looking at the figure on the other peak, the guy wondered who he was. And then he thought that it seemed like they were both aware of each other's presence, and so someday they might find themselves as friends or enemies. Suddenly, this figure went somewhere. The guy watched this silently, and then he decided to return to training because he had only achieved the first star, and he still had a long way to go. Suddenly, he raised his hands, above which two glowing swords appeared. Spencer moved his hands and began to bring the swords closer to each other, and then these swords merged into one. During this, gusts of wind and energy came from these swords that destroyed the earth. As the wind blew through his hair and the saw blades swirled around him, the boy swore. And then he said that, as expected, this task was not an easy one. Suddenly T called him, and the guy turned around at the sound of her voice asking what she wanted. The girl noticed that the barrier was flickering strangely. The same thing happened at Charles's peak, and this same strange flickering was noticed by Mickey, who was training hard. After a while, the barrier flickered and became less and less noticeable until it disappeared completely. The man next to Mickey crouched down at the edge and said that it looked like the barrier had finally fallen. And then he chuckled and said that now there would be real madness for a whole year. And then he suddenly broke away from his island and flew somewhere to the side. This sudden change surprised the guy, and, as it turned out, the man struck the guy, but he still managed to dodge, and the blow landed at the peak. Mickey screamed in panic, asking what the man was doing. Smiling ominously, the man asked if he hadn't told him. And then he pointed his finger at himself and said that he was that crazy bastard. Licking the sword, he said that when you are forced to endure this hellish training alone, you can accidentally go crazy, and therefore he must at least once every 100 years give his sword blood to feel alive. Besides, the Thousand Wings artifact in the guy's hands is a very valuable find. And so, it's a pity to just silently look at the treasure of Mount Cheon without trying to take it for yourself. And then he called the guy to look around, and it turned out that there were even more Taoists there. Suddenly, the man's expression turned crazy, and he said that even if someone else killed the guy, the wings should go to him. Mickey only frowned and clenched his teeth in response. Meanwhile, someone moves forward, making sure that the barrier has disappeared. As it turned out, it was Spencer, who already knew that the barrier was removed at 100 years. He smiled and said that he was extremely interested in what Charles and Mickey were doing there, and so why not go and look for them first? But suddenly, he quickly turned his gaze to something else, and then he silently stared into the distance. Suddenly, he noticed that something was approaching, and that something had a huge energy, and then he wondered if it was the Sea Dragon clan's Supreme Elder Nicholas approaching here. And then he ordered T and Kevin to hide behind his back. Meanwhile, he stared ahead with a hard gaze without looking away. And suddenly a column of fire hit the ground in front of the guy. And in this fire stood someone's huge figure. Noticing that it was fire, the guy thought that then it definitely wasn't Nicholas. And then he wondered who was in front of him. Suddenly, this someone, when the fire retreated a little, greeted the guy with a smile on his face. This non-threatening appearance of the stranger with a big belly and a smile on his face somewhat embarrassed the guy. And then Spencer thought that this was not a Taoist, Then it must be a spiritual beast in front of him, but he was unable to determine its affiliation, but it was certain that it was one step higher than the guy. In response to the stranger's greeting, the guy bowed and also said hello. Laughing, the stranger with red skin and one horn on his head said that there was no need for such formalities, because they were all on equal terms here. But Spencer was not laughing, and he only thought that it was not that he adhered to strict etiquette, he just kept his ears open. But, seeing that T is calmly standing behind him, one can conclude that he is not hostile towards him. But nevertheless, one should not relax. Suddenly, the girl who was holding onto the guy's clothes raised her hand and informally greeted the stranger. In response to this gesture, the stranger repeated it and also greeted her informally. And then he said that it didn't look like the girl was his daughter, and it looked like he was talking to a really eccentric guy. To which Spencer replied that T was a beautiful kid. Suddenly, the stranger scratched his chin and tried to remember who had last occupied the highest of the 5 peaks. And then he, threateningly hanging over the guy, said that he too was a rather unusual young man. He means that their meeting was very hot. In response to this, Spencer tensed up and covered the girl with his hand. Waving his arms and moving away from them, the stranger asked them to understand him correctly. And then he explained that this was all because, although he had mastered the technique of divine incarnation, he continued to be drawn to the fire. And then, with a smile on his face, he pointed his finger at himself and introduced himself, saying that he was called the Great Judge because he was the Great Judge of the Comoran Archipelago. After all, he had been here longer than anyone else. Spencer looked at him suspiciously, and then he began to introduce himself, again calling himself Eugene, but the judge stopped him and began to wave his hands again. And then he said that everyone here is just honing their sword skills, and therefore there is no need to talk about who you were before, because on the archipelago they are only swordsmen. In response to this, Spencer said that he could just call him Tiger if he wanted. Hearing this, the great judge laughed loudly again and said that he liked it. Spencer said, without sharing the same enthusiasm, that he did not think he had come here just to look for a suitable man for the highest of the 5 peaks. And since the judge touched on this topic, it means that there is something that he wants to get from him. And then he asked what he wanted from him. And this question made the smile disappear from the judge's face. Meanwhile, the Taoists decided to attack Mickey as a crowd. The guy cursed and asked why the hell he was dragged to this archipelago. Meanwhile, that same crazy man was cutting down other Taoists. Having killed several of them, he rushed forward, shouting for them to get out of his way. With a wild look, he told Mickey that he was very quick and that he had been well trained in the flood in his Cheon sect. Looking around, the guy thought about how he could talk like that in such a situation. Suddenly, 2 Taoists from above began to pounce on the guy, and then the swing of the sword almost reached him. Suddenly, the attackers were thrown to the side as someone pushed them with a stick. It turned out it was Charles who was approaching, and Mickey asked him if he was okay. Noticing the master of the mask, Mickey was touched and burst into tears. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of Taoists was rushing after him. This sight amazed Charles. Closing his eyes, he noted that there were too many of them. And then he turned around indifferently. And then he began to fly away from the crowd and called on Mickey to do the same. Hearing this, Mickey was a little stunned and his eyes widened. The crowd was now chasing the two, and they were shouting that they had to catch them as quickly as possible. Mickey, flying after the guy, shouted out, asking him what he was doing when he appeared so majestically. And where was that image of a fair fighter that he had seen until that moment? Charles did not know what to answer. Meanwhile, Spencer asked the great judge what he wanted from him. Scratching his head, the judge asked if it was really that easy to read, and then he waved his hand and said that in that case, he would show him his treasures. And then he took the sword out of its sheath and said that this sword had an original name. But after the blade was improved, it became known as the sword woven from flame and magic. When Spencer heard this, even more questions came into his head. And then, looking at the sword, he thought that this was also some kind of artifact, although not as amazing as the Sword of Justice, and therefore he did not have any hopes for it. However, it is worth noting that it is ideal for a woman's hand. But, since the judge has such preferences, then we need to treat this with understanding. The great judge said that this sword was like a lover to him. Gently stroking the sword, he said that its original superpowers were unique, making them difficult to refine with his divine incarnation technique. But then Spencer finished for him, asking about it, so he asked him to help with fire training. Hearing this, the great judge loudly replied that it was so, and the guy understood him perfectly, but he certainly did not ask for help for free, and if he did him a favor, he would give him one of his rare jewels. Hearing this, Spencer immediately asked again, noting that he could profit from it. And the great judge said that training in the technique of divine incarnation gives amazing results, and the flood should have heard about this at least once. Suddenly, a root flew out of the man's bracelet, and he said that they say that dragonfire ginseng only appears when it absorbs a lot of dragon flame. The boy's surprised face became hot, and the judge continued, saying that for everyone who had approached the level of Yonggop, this ginseng was an extremely necessary thing. Yu meanwhile noted that she was hot while Kevin tried to hide behind the sword of justice. Extending his hand with ginseng to Spencer, the man said that, by the way, there are still many useful things at the peak where he lives. There are spiritual pills, artifacts, and various treasures that he has collected over the past few thousand years. And if the guy successfully completes this task, then all of this will go to him. The judge spread his arms out to the side and announced that he would give him everything he owned. A fire dragon that can melt rocks with just one breath. It hides from time to time to shed its old skin. And so several decades pass, and the wild ginseng that grew there, said to have withstood hundreds of years of heat in a lava-filled cave, absorbed a lot of fire. And it is reborn into dragon heat ginseng, which is the most desirable of all ginsengs for all who master fire techniques. Spencer thought that it was a very bad deal for the judge to give him away so easily. Is he just up to something and just trying to fool him? But still, the temptation is too great. The boy asked the man how he could help him. In response to this, the great judge smiled, and then he threw him this ginseng, saying that for the training the technique would be better if his level increased a little. Spencer became completely discouraged by this gesture and asked how he could just give it away. And what if he decided to just eat it and run away? The judge replied that the guy didn't give that impression. And besides, wasn't he the same contender? And they were both spiritual beasts, so they should trust each other. Putting his sword back into its sheath, he didn't say that he was glad in any case, because he was going to surrender, but then he appeared. Turning around, the man said it was time for him to go. Spencer asked when they could start this work, to which the man replied that in about 100 years. Suddenly, the judge told the guy that if he was going to go down from the peak, he should be careful with forbidden entities. Spencer asked again about forbidden entities. The man scratched his chin and said that he didn't know much either, but rumor had it that these were the ones called the ghosts of abandoned swords. They blindly attack any swordsman, driven by fierce hatred, of course. You can ignore them. But it is better to be careful with those who have existed for thousands of years, because fighting them is a different matter. Spencer replied that he would take this into consideration. And then, turning into a fireball, the judge jumped off the peak and said goodbye to the guy. Spencer watched him silently as he flew further and further away. Then he looked at the ginseng in his hands and noted that its heat seeped through even the barrier, making it the best thing one could find among the rare things. And then he thought that it would be a good idea to cultivate it after cloning. But then he put it in his bag, thinking that he couldn't absorb it yet. And then he turned around happily and asked who wanted to go with him. T and Kevin, who were standing behind, didn't answer, but just looked away. Noticing him, the guy silently turned his whole body towards them, and then asked if they were really asking him to go alone. Meanwhile, the crowd pursuing Charles and Mickey suddenly stopped. One of the Taoists asked why these people had escaped down here, and then he noted that it was such a pity to lose, to which another noted that he could go down to them if he wanted to die. One by one, the Taoists began to fly away, and the crazy man suddenly said that they must have been excited about being torn away, not knowing that this place would become a grave. And then he looked down menacingly and silently. Still flying at full speed, Charles and Mickey finally noticed that no one was chasing them anymore. Charles remarked that this was strange, to which Mickey replied that they should first go downstairs and catch their breath. And then they landed with a sharp movement. Mickey sighed heavily, and Charles said that the crowd could not give up without a special reason, and therefore they needed to be on guard. The guy replied that the other was right and waved his hand, causing his glowing blades to flow to the side. They gathered into one large blade, and then the guys decided to slowly move forward. And they slowly entered this fog. Mickey noted that he was uneasy about the dead silence, but nevertheless they could not go upstairs. Suddenly, Charles shouted at him to stop staring into the fog. The frightened guy asked if the other one had discovered something. The mask master, however, stared ahead silently with a serious face. Suddenly, clicking sounds were heard in the fog, and then a local figure appeared. Noticing her, the guys immediately became wary and took defensive stances. Meanwhile, a similar creature emerged from the fog in another place. The creature's body had broken swords and its limbs were misshapen, and Spencer noticed it. He asked, looking at the creature, if this was the forbidden entity, while T quietly said next to him that she wanted to eat. Suddenly, this creature rushed forward screaming. Spencer took out a sword that carried 10,000 blades. Looking at the monster, the guy thought that it seemed to be of the Yanmul level, and they blindly attack because they have no intelligence. The boy remembered how, the last time he had slashed at a stone with this sword, nothing had happened. The stone remained absolutely intact, without a single scratch. Thinking that with a living target everything would be different, the boy quickly struck the monster with this sword. But nothing happened to the monster, and he began to look around in confusion. Spencer froze in confusion, noting that he had cut him right down the middle. And then he angrily shouted at the sword, "What is this?" And he went through so many difficulties to get it, and the monster meanwhile rushed to attack again. He had already raised his paw up to strike. But suddenly his previously shining red eyes dimmed, and he fell to the ground dead. Noticing this, Spencer did not pick up anything, because there were no wounds on the monster. But suddenly it dawned on him, and he decided to use the golden effect of the fallen spirit. He looked closely at the monster, and the next second he was able to look through its flesh, at the yellow stripes that looked like veins. Suddenly, the boy noticed a cut that was exactly in the middle, and he discovered that he was able to cut the flows of internal ki energy with his sword. Now Spencer understood what it meant that this sword pierced immaterial things. The guy noted that in that case, the creature shouldn't have died. Could it really be because it was a forbidden entity? After all, they are the ones who have a body but are not close to either demons or spirit beasts. Then Spencer called out to T, who was standing behind him, and then he ordered her to eat and clean up at the same time. As a whole crowd of forbidden entities advanced on the bottom, the girl asked if she could eat them all. In response, the guy said that she could eat them all without exception. In response to this, T's eyes glowed yellow, and suddenly her whole body began to emit light. And the next second, she turned back into a centipede and began to destroy this crowd of monsters. Meanwhile, the forbidden entity emerged from the fog and began to advance on Charles and Mickey. The Taoist asked what it was, to which the master of the mask replied that he was not sure, since it did not look like a wild beast or a demonic monster. Suddenly, the forbidden entity growled questioningly, noticing the guys, and then the monster rushed at them with loud sounds. Mickey stepped forward and announced that he would deal with him, and then he swung his sword and many blades appeared in front of the guy, which were like feathers. And then the guy pointed the sword forward, and those blades flew straight at the monster. This attack pushed the forbidden entity back several meters, causing a lot of dust to rise. But when it dissipated, it became clear that this attack had no effect on the monster. Turning back, Mickey said, confident that the monster was dead, that there was nothing special about it. Charles didn't answer him. Suddenly, he looked up somewhere in surprise. As it turned out, many forbidden entities were hanging on the stone that was in front of Mickey, while he was completely unaware of it. The next second, these monsters jumped off the wall and flew down. Charles began swinging his staff furiously, cutting down the monsters. Mickey, clutching his fur coats, looked up and noted that the monsters were all attacking from above. While controlling his blades, the Taoist shouted, asking the other what they should do, since the monsters kept coming, and the heavenly road was also blocked, so they couldn't get out of this trap, to which Charles responded, telling him not to panic. And then he grabbed the staff more tightly, already telling himself to be calm. And then he waved it furiously. Continuing to cut down the monsters, Charles shouted at Mickey, telling him to cut down the ones who attack first. Turning around, he continued, saying that there were just a lot of them, but they were all at the Yanmo level. Mickey stared at the guy, somewhat dumbfounded. And then he looked at the crowd of monsters again and thought that they were indeed all just Yanmo level monsters. He sighed and thought that recently he had only encountered monsters whose level was higher than his, so without realizing it, he had lost his composure. While he was thinking about how he, the cold-blooded and calm Hwaseong, was confused by these creatures were not going to leave them alone so easily and decided to attack him from behind. Mickey turned around sharply. Then he swung his blades furiously, cutting down the monsters. Looking at this, Charles noted that the mastery of the 1,000 wings had clearly changed. And then he wondered if it was the influence of the swordsmanship that had been imprinted in their minds after coming here. And then he thought about how he had mastered the offensive art just to be able to defend himself without killing anyone. But the technique he saw was not much different from what he had learned. After all, in the end, both attacking art and fencing technique have the same basis. Depending on how a person uses the knowledge gained, the weapon can become a deadly sword, or it can become a sword that will save people. Meanwhile, the guys continued to defend themselves from the monsters. Mickey noticed that endless crowds were advancing on them, with no end in sight. But suddenly some other forbidden entity appeared in front of them, and the guys turned around to look at it. And then she rushed at the guys, angrily shouting the word "fencers." The blow was so strong that the boys were unable to keep their balance. And then the monster swung its sharp claws and slashed across Mickey's chest. Charles, noticing this, abruptly turned his gaze to the guy and called him. Meanwhile, the monster's sharp claws flew at him too. Several of them hit the ground, but Charles was able to block the rest by holding his staff in both hands. This attack caused the entire body of the Master of the Mask to shake, and the forbidden entity meanwhile turned its attention to Mickey, who was sitting on the ground, and told him not to move. In a panic, Mickey asked what the hell was going on, and then he said that he had been wondering why he was able to cut down the enemy with such ease. Meanwhile, the monster extended its tongue, approaching the guy, and said that if he ate it, he would be able to climb to the Comran archipelago. But suddenly something flew at the monster with a bright flash, breaking the ground. Charles and Mickey stared at this in surprise. Someone's yellow eyes lit up in the dust raised by the impact. And then the guys were surprised to discover that it was T. Someone standing on the centipede asked the guys what they were doing there. As it turned out, it was Spencer. Mickey joyfully exclaimed that he had rushed to their rescue, and he believed in him until the very end. And Charles simply sighed. Spencer scratched his head and nervously agreed, and Charles thought that it was obvious that he had ended up here by accident. Spencer waved his hands and said with a smile that they knew that nothing in this world was done for free, so why not pay? But suddenly something flew at the guy, knocking him to the side. Something hit the guy hard, causing him to fly off of Ty and into the ground, breaking it. As it turned out, it was Nicholas, who simply pointed his finger at the guy and laughed. And then she said that, as expected, his assumptions turned out to be correct. He knew that if he followed those two, he would definitely get to Spencer. As it turned out, Nicholas threw his weapon, which, fortunately, Spencer managed to block with his shell. Suddenly, the guy's eyes flashed an angry red light, and he raised his hands with force, causing the man's weapon to fly up. And then he shouted, ordering T to come to him. Scolopendra obeyed her master's order and quickly flew towards him. But then Nicholas appeared before her eyes and he asked her where she was going. And then he hit her on the head, which caused her head to fall down and hit the ground, breaking it. Spencer excitedly called the centipede's name. Meanwhile, the axe suddenly flew into the air and spun several times. And the next second, a man caught her. He said that he couldn't let the boy merge with this creature because he didn't need any extra trouble. And then he said that, unlike the Endless Sea, on the Comrian archipelago, the guy had nowhere to run, and therefore his head will definitely fly off his shoulders. And then Nicholas suddenly jumped up and rushed at the guy. Spencer swore quietly and was about to take the sword of justice out of his bag, causing it to glow green. But suddenly nothing flew out of the bag. The boy looked down in dismay, and then he quickly remembered that he left this sword to Kevin. Meanwhile, the enemy's axe was flying straight at Spencer's head. Since there was no sword nearby, Spencer decided to use the armor. But suddenly the axe, hitting the armor, deviated from its course and flew on. As it turned out, she flew behind the shell straight to the guy. And suddenly Nicholas, waving his hand with the weapon, cut the guy's body. But the body he cut open did not look real, but as if it was made of sand. Noticing this, Nicholas immediately realized that it was an illusion. Meanwhile, Spencer used the movement technique. He thought that it was dangerous, because despite the outward appearance of ignorance, the attack was very targeted. But suddenly Nicholas quickly rose from the ground and flew straight towards the guy, shouting about how dare a non-entity at the Yongmyeon level use the Chukji technique. And then the man hit the guy with the axe again, but he managed to block the blow with his shell, and Nicholas said that he had mastered an extremely daring move. But since their clan has an advantage in attacking techniques, the guy has little choice but to admit defeat. Hiding behind his shell, Spencer thought about what he should have expected from the Yongop. He calculated its short-range jump in an instant. Suddenly, the shell grew larger. Nicholas responded to this with anger, noting that he had decided to hide, relying on the strength of his shell. And then he grabbed the handle of the axe more tightly and said that, unfortunately for him, having found himself here, he was forced to master the art of fencing, although he could not stand it, but still could not help but recognize their power. Then he began to strike the shell, demonstrating his new skills. Suddenly, the shell began to crack. Spencer thought nervously that at this rate he wouldn't last long, and T didn't show any signs of life but simply lay limply on the ground. Meanwhile, Nicholas, striking one blow after another, continued to destroy the shell. Spencer gritted his teeth and thought that even if he ran away now, he would still end up in his clutches one way or another, because he was unable to get out of the Comran archipelago. And then he wondered what he should do, because he had to somehow get out of this trap. And suddenly, an idea of what he should do was born in his head. Meanwhile, the enemy's axe sank into the shell, creating even more cracks. Noticing this, Nicholas smiled triumphantly. And then with another fashionable blow, he smashed the shell into small pieces and shouted that now the gingerbread was finished. Smiling confidently, Nicholas ordered the boy to get out. But suddenly a flash of some kind flashed in front of him. And as it turned out, it was Spencer who used the sword that carried 10,000 blades, and many glowing blades appeared in the air. The enemy clearly didn't expect this, and his eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, all these spiritual blades aimed at the enemy and pierced him. But, as expected, nothing happened to Nicholas and he simply froze in silence. Meanwhile, Spencer hurried to fly away as a bright flash as far as possible. As he ran away, the boy laughed and said loudly that the man was obviously very scared, but in fact, he hadn't done anything. This angered Nicholas and he turned around in irritation. And then with a loud cry, he followed him. Turning to face his opponent, Spencer said with a smile that he had been able to cross quite a large distance with this move, and therefore he dared to take his leave first. And then, right in front of Nicholas's nose, he disappeared into thin air. Somewhat stunned, the man looked around in search of the guy, but not finding it, he gritted his teeth in irritation. And then he let out an irritated cry cursing Spencer. As energy emanated from his body, he screamed, asking how that bastard could do this to him. After a while, the man took a few deep breaths and lowered his head, then said that he needed to calm down, since it was a lowly Yongmyeon level anyway, so he couldn't go far. The man was about to tell himself that he had to find it when suddenly someone interrupted his sentence. As it turned out, it was his own blood that came out of his throat and stained his entire chest. Looking at his hand, he was surprised to find that it was covered in blood. And only then did he think that perhaps that guy's attack was not an illusion. And then he said that, if you think about it, the guy, like him, also mastered some kind of art. And then he thought that, nevertheless, there was a huge difference between their levels. And he managed to injure him, who was at the Yongop level. The man then decided that he needed to kill the enemy before he could improve his skills even more. So he decided to expand his search area and use the Divine Eye. Afterwards, a barely noticeable purple haze came out of the man and went in all directions in search of Spencer. Meanwhile, Spencer flew over the many peaks like a bright flash. He thought that by a lucky chance he had managed to slip away from Nicholas. But first he had to get to that place. And then he wondered about the approximate distance he needed to cover. Suddenly, the guy stopped in the air and began to frantically look around, searching for something. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Looking at one of the peaks, he thought that this was exactly the peak he was looking for. But suddenly, goosebumps ran through the guy's body, and he turned around abruptly. And then he noted that he felt Nicholas's energy, and it seemed to be approaching him at great speed. Thinking that he should hurry up, the boy quickly flew through the sky again, trying to reach that peak. Just when he thought he was almost there, something suddenly flashed before his face. Spencer barely managed to avoid this sudden attack by leaning back, but suddenly Nicholas was already behind him, asking the guy if he had really been able to get here only using Chukji. Spencer, in a panic, quickly turned around so as not to meet the enemy's attack with his back and tried to escape. However, the enemy managed to react and, asking him where he was going, he kicked the guy in the stomach. From this blow, the guy flew back sharply, hitting the peak and bouncing off of it. And after this bounce, the guy landed on one of the peaks. Spencer rolled his body along the ground for several meters, leaving behind a fairly deep furrow. And then Nicholas landed on this peak, breaking the ground with his feet. Spencer, getting to his feet, clutched his chest and wheezed pitifully as blood poured from his mouth. Nicholas's eyes flashed, and he noted that he hadn't expected to have to fight him so seriously. But now he won't allow the guy to have the opportunity to use at least some kind of loophole, the strength to escape. And suddenly, some dark energy surrounded the guy. And then this dark energy, which turned out to be a barrier, began to press on Spencer's body, causing him to fall to the ground and begin to push back with his hands. Coming closer, Nicholas said that usually those who are at the Yongmyeon level only slightly stitch up, but continue to stand. And then he asked if the guy was definitely at the Yongmyeon level. But then, he quickly said that it didn't matter anymore, and raised his hand with the axe above his head, preparing to deliver the final blow. The man said that he would now personally cut it down along with its QE energy core. But suddenly, from somewhere in the small portal, someone's red hand appeared, which grabbed Nicholas's hand, stopping him. And its owner said that it would be difficult to do. And then the portal grew larger and a large dark figure appeared in it, and the man turned around in surprise at the newcomer. Spencer, still under the pressure of the barrier, suddenly smiled weakly. Suddenly, a great judge came out of the portal and he noted that the fencers who had arrived this time were too noisy. Laughing, he continued, saying that energy was gushing out of them. Smiling, he looked at Spencer and told him that he had told him that he could always come to him if anything happened. But he had not expected such a quick visit. Nicholas wondered who he was and how he was able to pass through his barrier so easily. And then he noted that he was of the same level, or perhaps even higher. And then he told the judge that this guy was a bastard who had caused a lot of trouble to his clan. but he had no intention of fighting the man. And then he politely asked him to let him go and not interfere. The great judge replied that there were rules here too, and no matter what you had done in the past, no one would question it. But the moment they set foot on the soil of Kamran, they were nothing more than mere swordsmen. And then he asked about how they could settle their problems when they left Kamran. This answer angered Nicholas, and he, frowning, said that it seemed that this issue could not be settled with words. And then there was only one answer. And then he suddenly released energy from himself, causing the judge to fly back, and the man cried out that force would decide everything. Pouncing on the judge with his axe, Nicholas cried out that he had not come here because he was crazy about fencing, like all of them put together. Meeting these blows with bare hands, the judge responded by saying that it seemed the man had gone the wrong way, for this was a place only for swords. But the other was not at all embarrassed by this, and he struck the enemy again, causing lightning to strike the ground around him. The energy of these blows was so strong that it caused strong winds, and Spencer had difficulty staying in place. And the great judge took this powerful blow without any problems with his bare hands, crossing them in front of him. And then he asked with a smile about, how about stopping right now? And then he said that he was bound to that guy by one promise, and this matter was more important to him than anything in the world. But these words did not make Nicholas retreat, and he exclaimed in response that he was also connected to him, but by blood grudge. And then he struck even more furiously and more powerfully, shouting that he could not retreat now. And from this blow, the referee's hands rose up and he flew off. Suddenly, Nicholas used shapeshifting on his axe, causing its handle to writhe like a snake. Continuing to punch the man, he shouted that they would see how long he would simply dodge his punches while the referee continued to block them. The great judge shouted back at him that he was simply asking him to wait until they both left Kamran. He said, well, when they leave this place, they can do whatever they want. But suddenly one of the blows hit the judge's sword. The impact sent the sword flying to the side, causing the man to turn around worriedly, and then he quickly reached out his hand to catch it. Having caught it, he took hold of it with both hands and pressed it carefully to his chest. But Nicholas decided to take advantage of this and hit the man in the back, shouting that he must be out of his mind to have exposed his back to him. In response to this, the great judge turned around, saying, well, what kind of a devil's tadpole is this? His face darkened with rage, he frowned, and his eyes shone with an unkind light. Noticing this, Nicholas froze in shock. The same thing happened with Spencer, and suddenly, deathly silence reigned at the peak. But the next second, it was immediately interrupted, and suddenly the space, like glass, began to crack. And then a huge beam of fire flashed through the air. The great judge stood on a pike, holding a sword in one hand, holding it close to him, and he watched as something was struck into the other pike by his blow. Spencer, for his part, watched all this in silence, his eyes wide open as the debris rained down around him. The referee's blow raised a lot of dust, in which after some time the silhouette of Nicholas appeared, who was struggling to get to his feet. While his belly was still burning, he said with satisfaction that this was the way to do it from the very beginning, and he noted that now it seemed he was ready to fight in earnest. While the great judge was filled with rage, Nicholas noted his imperious spirit and asked him how he managed to hide his true nature. Taking up his axe again, the man said that now they could fight in earnest. But suddenly 4 figures of people appeared in the sky and ordered them to stop. The surprised opponents looked up at the sky. Among those who arrived was a fairly young-looking guy with short black hair, and someone shouted that this was the middle layer of the peaks of the Kamran archipelago. There was also a man among them. He had light gray-blue hair, and meanwhile someone continued shouting that murder was prohibited here. Among them was a girl with long light gray hair, and also a man with dark long hair who was apparently the leader, because he was the one who spoke for everyone, and shouted that they would not tolerate any more disorder. As Spencer stood up, he wondered what this situation was and why the Taoists had gotten involved in this conflict when they had no reason to. Meanwhile, the great judge remained silent. But suddenly, to the guy's surprise, he exhaled. As the fire that wrapped around his body died down, he noticed that, as expected, they had intervened, and it could not have been otherwise. After some time, the fire of the great judge went out completely, leaving behind only steam. And then he turned to the boy with a smile, and in his usual manner, which did not resemble the man he had been a few minutes ago, said that the owners of the 5 highest peaks were gathered here. A stunned Spencer looked up and asked again. The man answered him that there was nothing surprising about this, because the owner of the last peak, which had been empty for 1,000 years, had finally appeared. Nicholas assumed that they were Taoists from the human tribe, and he noted that they all had the Huansong level, and then he mentally called them laughable non-entities. Suddenly he cried out, saying that this was the business of spiritual animals, And then he asked how insignificant people dared to interfere in this, and then he ordered them to get lost. The man with long black hair replied that there was no division between humans and spirit animals, and that they were all just swordsmen here. And then he shouted that if they didn't stop, they would have to fight with all of them. And suddenly the outlines of some glowing swords appeared around the body. Looking up, Spencer noted that there was equipment there, which looked somewhat different. Nicholas looked at this in surprise, remembering something. And then he thought that this technique was similar to Spencer's sword, which he so longed to kill by tearing into small pieces. He thought he had a bad feeling about this, but his strength is an advantage, and it is enough to kill them all with a quick blow, and that's the end of it. But suddenly the great judge waved his hand and told him to be careful, because they were using a combination art, so it would not be easy to defeat them. But in response to this, Nicholas only laughed loudly and shouted, asking him if he really thought that such words would frighten him when it came to some banal Hwansons, or if he thought that he was frightened by the fact that the number of opponents was increasing. Frowning, he thought that the problem here was this bastard with the fire, and if he could only defeat him, then he would easily defeat the rest. But the great judge replied that he seemed not to understand what he was trying to convey to him. But he had been trained in the fencing art of the Comoran archipelago, so he should be aware of its full power. Pointing his finger at the 5 peaks, he said that each of those people occupied one of the 5 highest peaks, and compared to the middle layer fencing where they were now, it was a completely different level. And then he asked him, smiling, whether he himself had not felt it when he was struck. And then he said that these were only the basics of fencing, which they had mastered in some 40 years. Nicholas listened to this with surprise, and then he thought, does he really know what happened then? Meanwhile, the great judge continued by saying that even if it was a microscopic internal wound, it would never go away without consequences when it came to someone of the same level of Yongop as him. And then he said that he was not trying to scare him, but was simply showing him how to survive. But if he continued to be zealous in the same spirit, he would not hesitate to cut his throat. Nicholas did not respond to this, and then he just gripped his axe tighter. Spencer watched everything that was happening silently, waiting to see what would happen next. But then suddenly Nicholas, quietly laughing, said that it looked like he would have to let the guy go right in front of his nose again. He said that at first he thought he was just lucky. Then he thought that there was nothing left to do but to accept the situation that had arisen. But now he felt that these bastards of this world were protecting him. Frowning and clenching his teeth, he said that he would back down now. But the guy should keep his ears open, and if he saw even the slightest gap in the defense, he would immediately cut his head off. And then the man, in a bright flash, took off from his place and flew upward. And then he began to fly further and further away from this place. Spencer breathed a sigh of relief. The great judge turned around and told the guy that, fortunately, the problem had been resolved without unnecessary noise, and the guy thanked him because it was thanks to him that he had survived. Suddenly, one of the Taoists called the great judge and apologized for the inconvenience caused to him. Smiling, the judge looked up and said that it was no big deal because it was thanks to their intervention that everything ended relatively peacefully. And then, waving her hand towards Spencer, she asked that the reason they came here was because of Master Tiger. The man with long dark hair replied that it was far from being an admission. But he was right. As he was leaving them, he said that they must have many questions for each other, and therefore he wanted to have a productive conversation with them. But he had a lot of his own things to do, and therefore he had to take his leave. Meanwhile, someone was nervously tapping their finger on the table. As it turned out, it was Mickey, who later said that no matter how much he thought about it, it was absolutely something. Charles asked him what he meant, and Tai, meanwhile, again in human form, sat at the table and ate. Looking around, the guy responded by telling the other to look at this place. In this huge space, there is a house, food, and even hot springs. Raising his cup of tea to his lips, Charles replied that this was the highest peak in the Comoran archipelago, so he didn't see anything strange there. In response to this, Mickey, angry, shouted that Charles was in the middle layer, so he could not understand what it was like to while away time in a wretched place where there was only a patch of land to attract, and only crazy people gathered around. And then he, in tears, said that he couldn't even imagine how hard it was for him, in response to which Charles began to calm him down, and T called him a crybaby. Meanwhile, the Taoists and Spencer were talking. They all sat at the table together. Suddenly, a man with long dark hair told him to become one with them. Somewhat taken aback by this request, Spencer asked again. Then someone else asked the man how he could, so to speak, without really explaining anything, to which the man replied that he had the thought in his head and so he didn't notice how he blurted it out. And then they decided to introduce themselves. The young man said his name was Noah, The man with blue-gray hair said his name was Hugh. The girl said her name was Vi. And the man with long hair said his name was Carter. Spencer introduced himself, telling them to call him Tiger. Carter said that he would then get to the main point and then asked him about the fencing art that he had mastered. It was the sword that carries 10,000 blades, in response to which the guy asked how he knew. The man said that what he was studying was the infinite energy sword of the internal key energy core. Noah said he was studying the bone spike sword of bone. V said she was studying the bloody chaos sword of blood, and Hugh said he was studying the sword that kills with a touch of skin. And then V pointed her finger at Spencer and said that he still has a sword that carries 10,000 blades, which means that they are all studying the swordsmanship balance of heaven and earth, which turns what is in the body into a sword. And then she asked him if he knew that the archipelago could not be left until the art of fencing was fully mastered. Spencer replied that he knew about it. Hugh said that even if he reached the 6th star, it did not mean that mastering the art of swordsmanship would be completed. And in order to leave this island, the 5 furnaces that had reached the 6th star must unite into a single divine sword. Hearing this, the guy in the park wondered if this meant that Hannah would never be able to wake up. But suddenly the man continued, suggesting that the guy was now stuck in the process of reaching the 2nd star. Looking up at the man, the guy replied that everything was correct, and it was as if some kind of wall appeared in front of him. Carter said that no matter how he was able to reach the 1st star, reaching the 2nd star was a completely different story, and it took them over 500 years to master the path to the 2nd star. But then he announced that they would help him reach the 6th star in the shortest possible time for the sake of the one divine sword. Hearing this, Spencer wondered if they really wanted to pass on their knowledge to him, whom they barely knew. However, it didn't look like they were planning anything. Otherwise, the great judge would not have allowed them to take the boy with them. Getting up from the table, the guy thought that he had no reason to refuse, and even the opposite. And then he bowed politely to them, saying that he was counting on them. And then they decided to start training right away, since they didn't have much time. Afterwards, they divided who would follow whom and began to help him with training. And the launch pad became the first of the highest peaks of the Comran archipelago. When he arrived, Spencer said that he would gratefully accept Senior Master Carter's teaching. Carter, with a smile on his face, replied that he would not teach him anything special, and that the so-called enlightenment simply needed to be seen and experienced for himself. And then he began to use his swordsmanship, balance of heaven and earth, the sword of the infinite energy of the 2nd star, and swords appeared behind his back. Carter told the boy to try to block his sword with a sword that carries 10,000 blades, and for the boy not to be afraid to hit him. Spencer, however, froze in shock at this request in the picture. Meanwhile, Carter enthusiastically rushed at the guy, and at the peak, suddenly everything lit up with bright sparks. And as it turned out, these so-called trainings were quite ignorant. After all his mentors started beating him. During training, Hugh told the boy to remember the feeling of a sword piercing his body. Sometime later, Spencer returned to his highest of the 5 peaks. Returning to the cave, he said that this so-called training was not training at all, but real torture. And then the guy fell exhausted to the floor. Throwing a wet rag on the owner's face, T sat down next to him and asked him if he was okay, to which the guy replied that he was okay. Licking the drops of water that were running down his face onto his cheeks, he thought that nevertheless, he had become accustomed to the flows of energy in his consciousness, and what had been completely invisible had become faintly perceptible. And if he puts in a little more effort, he will certainly be able to rise. And then one day, Spencer was able to break Noah's spiritual swords, and he happily replied that the guy had managed to block his 2nd star swords with his 1st. But then he jumped up and pounced on the guy again, asking him how he was going to block the remaining 4,980 swords. And then in an instant, he shattered all of Spencer's swords. The guy gritted his teeth in surprise and annoyance, continuing to struggle. Suddenly, his eyes lit up brightly, and then he used the sword that carried 10,000 blades, destroying Noah's swords. Sitting on the edge of the peak, Carter noticed Spencer's swords glowing, and he replied that he had finally reached the 2nd star, and he had done it in only a year, which was amazing. Hugh and Wee were standing behind him, and the girl said that no matter how hard they played their role as mentors, the guy achieved such results only thanks to his perseverance. And since we are talking about the body of a spiritual beast, it also recovers within one day. The man replied that even with all this, the speed of his growth is truly frightening. Carter replied that it was only good for them that the boy was progressing so quickly, and now that the days of free movement were over, they needed to gather in one place and continue training. Noah, hugging the guy, congratulated him with all his heart. Carter said that since he was so good early, they could start training more intensively. And then he said that let it be the place where the first of them is, and since he occupies the first of the 5 highest peaks, then they will go there. But the others said that this was coercion, and too humiliating. At the same time, a shiver ran down Spencer's spine. Meanwhile, barriers at the peaks began to appear again, and after some time they became completely like before. This happened at each of the peaks. Nicholas stood on his peak, surrounded by a barrier, looking into the distance. You were eating a bun. Meanwhile, fierce training was taking place at the peak. Kevin, sharpening his sword with a stone, laughed at how they were mocking Spencer. The boy had a slightly worried expression on his face as he tried to resist with all his might. After some time, all the Taoists and Spencer gathered in the pavilion and celebrated that he had received the 3rd star. After some time, Spencer was on top, and swords were circling around him. The 2 swords touched at the tips, causing a flash of light, and then they began to unite, which caused an even brighter flash. The same thing happened with all the other swords, and the peak where the guy was located was illuminated by bright flashes that could be seen from several kilometers away. And, as it turned out, Spencer had already managed to reach the 6th star. Suddenly, the guy laughed quietly, and then, clenching her fist, she happily said that he had finally reached the 6th star, and now he will actually be able to meet Hannah. Looking at the boy floating in the air, the Taoists noted that he had managed to reach the 6th star in just 100 years, and besides, they did not help him in mastering the 1st star. He became a real monster. They were proud, but also envious of his success. Turning around, Carter said that now all they had to do was check. And then he said that passing the exam means returning to the human world, to where they were disappointed. And if suddenly someone had another will, then he doesn't care about it. Suddenly, Hugh interrupted him, saying that nothing had changed. Noah said that what they were going through now, if you think about it, is akin to running away from Comran. Vi, looking at the sky, said that she too had to finish everything, albeit very late. Suddenly, everyone agreed with her in unison. After some time, Spencer came up to them and called them, and then he thanked them. Bowing gratefully, he said that he was able to achieve all this only thanks to them. Carter said with a smile that they were just guiding him, and Noah said that he achieved everything on his own. Spencer said that he still doesn't know if he has reached the level of a fencer or not, and then he asked if everyone is like that from the start. Carter replied that he felt strange because he had just reached the 6th star, but that it would take a little time for the realization to come to him. Suddenly, tearing the ground apart, a huge column of fire burst out. The one who caused this fire said that 100 years had already passed. Looking at the Taoists, he said that he must keep his word, and then he looked sternly at Spencer. The guy was surprised to think that 100 years had already passed, but he had been completely focused on training, and therefore had stopped keeping track of the passage of time. But suddenly he wondered in panic what this sudden feeling of fear was that had washed over him like a wave. What is this irresistible force that radiates from the body of the great judge? Pressing his lips together, he thought that he had already given his word. But would it be okay if he followed through? Suddenly, the great judge was called by Carter, and then he said that this was the very first of the 5 highest peaks where he had settled, and as for entering without permission, he would turn a blind eye to it and treat him as a guest. But a man should keep in mind that the guy is very important to them, so it will be difficult for him to take him somewhere with him. The great judge said that he understood, but before they met, they had already made a promise to each other. And then he asked whether we shouldn't stick to the sequence. This phrase made the eyes of all the Taoists flash with unkindness. Suddenly Spencer, shouting, called on everyone to moderate their ardor. Standing between them, he said that there was no reason for a fight, since he had indeed made a promise to the great judge before meeting them. And they should know that the promise to the great judge became a guarantee of his own life. The great judge said that he had already told him 100 times what good it would do him if he died. Vi, looking at the judge, assumed that, judging by his current state, trying to convince him would be useless. Suddenly, the great judge looked at his hands, and suddenly he came to his senses. He dropped his hands and said that without realizing it, he had become overexcited and, as a result, the energy had burst out. The fire began to dissipate, and he said that the habits he had acquired in his youth did not dissipate, no matter how many years passed. The Taoists did not respond to this. Still tense, Spencer sighed. The great judge told the Taoists that he understood perfectly well the reason for their concern, and for him too the existence of the tiger was a blessing. And then he swore on his name that he would not touch even a hair on his body. This oath surprised the Taoists so much, but what surprised Spencer the most was her. After a while, the great judge and Spencer came to the judge's peak, And the man, in a hurry, said that he was sorry that he could not even offer him a cup of tea, but at the moment he was having a hard time controlling his impatience, to which the guy replied that he did not need to apologize. Walking into the cave, the man said that they needed to go this way. Spencer followed him silently. Looking after him tensely, he thought about how he had so easily sworn by his name. But it was the firmness with which he had made his promise that had convinced everyone. And then he wondered whether it was worth saying that his whole body simply exuded nobility. So what was his true essence? A while back after practice, Spencer asked Carter what a great judge was like, to which he replied that it was hard to say, but he had been here the longest. The man scratched his chin and thought, and then he asked the guy how many Taoists he thought were buried on the Comrion archipelago, to which the guy replied that it was hard to even guess. Carter said that it was difficult for him too. And then he continued, saying that there were countless artifacts lying at the very bottom, and it was unknown how many more treasures were hidden on this earth. And 1,000 years ago, without knowing anything about it, he went down to the very base of the peak. And then he met the great judge. His image, killing forbidden entities that even he had difficulty dealing with, was forever imprinted in his memory, although, of course, his appearance is very different now. The man remembered the judge looking at him with his red eyes flashing and asking if he was a newbie. At that time, the great judge wandered around the archipelago like a madman, as if he was looking for something. It even seemed as if one could clearly sense his madness. The man continued to tell the story, saying that after what he saw, it seemed to him that he was simply obsessed with collecting treasures. But then he was suddenly kicked out of the peak where he settled, Spencer asked again. But the man did not answer his question, but said that he did not know whether the judge had found what he had been looking for so long, or, on the contrary, he was disappointed because in the end he could not find it. But that was all he knew about him. Spencer asked about the great judge and Noah, to which he replied that the judge is someone who is obsessed with the sword, but in another sense, if he sees him looking at his sword, it feels like he is looking at his lover. The guy asked why he asked about it, to which the other replied that it was just because. Meanwhile, the great judge turned to Spencer, who was walking behind. And then he asked if he was right in thinking that the guy had used Chukchi's art. Spencer replied that it was pure chance that he had managed to get his hands on the Chukchi talisman. To which the man laughed and replied that thanks to his luck, he had gotten his hands on a truly amazing item. And then he said that he suddenly remembered a story about the art of Chukchi. The guy asked what this story was. The great judge began his story by saying that he heard it from his grandfather. It happened in ancient times. And so there lived a man and a woman. They loved each other, but the man left. He traveled the world, made countless connections and wrote a new history, and as the man did so, his memories of the woman steadily faded. But the woman continued to wait for that man. She waited for him until her death. The news of her death soon reached that man. Tears suddenly started to flow down his cheeks, and in that moment he realized who she was to him. But it happened when it was too late, and suddenly one of the memories appeared in his head. She said that when she died, she would go to the moon. Then the man began to stare at the moon from the place where they were waiting for him. Others did not understand whether he really intended to die here from hunger and thirst. Has he really lost his mind? It is impossible to instantly move to the moon. The next day the man disappeared, and in its place there remained only a talisman with the art of Chukchi. The great judge said that this was just a nonsense story about the emergence of the art of Chukchi. Suddenly, he looked back and asked the boy if he thought the man had been able to reach the moon. Spencer replied that it was too far-fetched. The great judge laughed at this and said that even a celestial being would have died during such a long flight. He quietly said that this was just complete nonsense. But suddenly the guy said that even when the body dies, the soul can continue to live on, and it can reach the moon. The great judge stared at the boy as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and then he laughed. The man doubled over laughing, and then he said, looking at the guy, that most likely it was so. And then he quickly went somewhere, and the guy followed him. Having reached some stone doors, the judge began to open them with his hands, and then he suddenly opened it and a red light burst out from it. In this hall there was a huge cauldron, above which hung the judge's sword in the air. Turning to the guy, the man said with a serious face that it was time for them to get down to business. Coming closer, the judge said that he had already prepared everything, and the guy only had to add his blue flame. A surprised Spencer asked if that was all that was required of him. Tearing the chains with his bare hands, the great judge asked him why he would call him if he could get by with his own flame. But the thing is that we are not talking about simple melting, but the blue fire of the dark phoenix is a fire that burns away evil, and after using it, purity will always remain in its original form. The even more surprised guy asked if the man really knew that his fire was the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix. Continuing to break the chains, the judge said that the reason he called him was because of the nature of his fire. He said that his blue fire was heavy, strong, soft, of a noble quality that could not be achieved no matter how hard one tried. So it could be used in smelting without mixing with his. And then, rising into the air, he said that he would now read a spell, and the guy must maintain the flame no matter what happened. Spencer agreed and a blue flame appeared in his hand. The great judge began to read the spell, and Spencer started using her fire. Suddenly, some words appeared from the boiler. These letters approached the sword and began to glow, and soon the sword itself began to glow. And suddenly a bright flash of light illuminated everything around. But soon it went out, and some kind of energy began to emanate from the sword. Looking at the sword, the guy's eyes widened. He thought that this was clearly a priceless treasure that accounted for 10,000 artifacts. When the guy asked if they had succeeded, the answer he heard was a shout for him not to stop. And then he looked sadly at the sword and asked if it really didn't work. Reaching out for the sword, he noted that he felt nothing. But Spencer didn't understand what he was talking about, because energy like cold frost was bursting out of the sword. The great judge said that his kind were beings raised by spirituality over long periods of time and repeating cycles. Therefore, the smell of her body, her touch filled her soul with this sword, through which he so longed to awaken her flaming spirit. And then he confessed to the guy that the sword originally belonged not to him, but to his beloved. Besides, at first this sword was pointed at him. He only has to close his eyes and he clearly sees the day he first met her. But in this closed world, its lightweight spells are not enough to comprehend the full depth of this amazing meaning. Suddenly, the great judge said with a smile that, thanks to Spencer, he had a path where he could avoid failure. When he told him the story about the Chukchi talisman, he was the only one who gave him a different answer. Or maybe the judge just wanted someone to support his crazy thoughts. The man said that one way or another the most necessary material was himself, and suddenly his body began to turn into fire. Spencer's eyes widened in surprise. The great judge turned into a fiery spirit. The boy, shouting, asked him what he was doing. Had he really left his physical shell? The judge said that thanks to her, he called for a new world. And since it collapsed, he no longer regrets life. Now everything he firmly believed in, the struggle between races, has no meaning. Suddenly he said that since he had promised him a gift in return, then let this sword henceforth belong to him. Spencer asked him how he could say such a thing now. Rushing towards the sword, the judge told the boy to think about what was really important to him now, if he had anything valuable. Gently touching the sword, the man said that now he would become one with her. And suddenly there was a flash. This flash glowed brighter and brighter. And suddenly before the judge's eyes a dark figure appeared in the distance, standing in the middle of the fog. The dark figure looked at him. He looked back with disbelief and despair. And then he smiled brightly. Meanwhile, this light illuminated the entire peak. And suddenly a double-sided sword floated in the air. Looking up, the boy said that he had not come to life, that he would express a desire to become a sword. Suddenly, Charles burst into the room, asking the guy if he was okay. But then his gaze fell upon an overturned cauldron, a sword in the air, and Spencer sitting on the ground. After some time on the fifth of the 5 highest peaks, Spencer, sitting on the ground, looked at the sword that was already next to him and said that it looked like the judge had never been able to meet her. The guy noted that from the very beginning he was thinking about giving up everything and merging with the sword. Putting the blade back into his bag, he said that he had obtained a valuable treasure, but his heart was still confused. And then he reached for the sign that was lying on the ground. Picking it up, he noticed that it was the sign of the ghostly king of the deep sea. And then he said that he never expected the great judge to be Wilmer. Wilmer is the overlord who is mentioned along with Ethan as the founder of the clan and the first Ghost King. Due to endless wars, the Ghost King changes every few hundred years. However, Ethan and Wilmer are the only beings who have sat firmly in their places for thousands of years. The guy thought that he never expected to see the death of such a person with his own eyes. Suddenly, he remembered how ridiculous Wilmer had looked when they first met. The guy noted that such a great ruler had abandoned everything to merge with the sword of his beloved woman. And then the guy sighed. Getting up from the ground, he walked over to the pile of things and decided to sort out the things he had brought from the peak of the great judge. Suddenly, he pulled out some old scripture from the pile. Spencer began to look through the book, reading off the names of the spells. And then he suggested that this scripture was not from the human world. And then he quietly said that it had been 130 years since he left Buck Mountain. And then he asked if Chelsea was all right. Meanwhile, there was some kind of battle going on Mount Back, and someone was holding Emily by the neck. The stranger told Chelsea that although it was a little early, it was time to fulfill their contract, and then she ordered the girl whose hair was glowing to follow her. The unknown woman said that, although only a little, the girl awakened the power of a white-blooded demon within herself. And then she asked what kind of appearance this was. What was the reason for all these changes? And especially her look changed. The stranger said that she didn't like him, and even though she doesn't know who this bastard is, she definitely has to finish him off. Chelsea looked up in surprise, and the unknown woman continued, saying that she didn't like what she saw in front of her, especially this fit of madness, while Chelsea meanwhile rushed to the attack. After some time, on the 5th of the 5 highest peaks, there were already some magic circles drawn on the ground there. Spencer got there too, and behind him were Mickey and Charles, and Mickey noticed that these were huge circles of fencing art. Charles wished Spencer good luck and said they would watch from here. Spencer nodded at them, smiling. As he approached the mentors, Spencer asked if he could help with anything, to which they replied that only Carter knew how to derive this circle of fencing art, so they don't do anything here either. Soon, Carter finished drawing the circle, walked up to the others and said that Spencer was the center of this circle, meaning that the very essence of the sword that carries 10,000 blades is the core of the swordsmanship of balance of heaven and earth. The man scratched his head and wanted to say something else just in case. He sheepishly said that it was no coincidence that they ended up together like this, and that some kind of affection had developed between them, so why don't they give their names? But suddenly the others interrupted him, and then they asked why he suddenly brought up this topic, as if he was going to part with them forever. And then they said that he was not going to have this conversation once they left the archipelago, to which the man replied that they were right, because they would remain forever connected by ties, even after they left this place. And then he smiled silently. And then, with a smile on his face, he told them that it was time to get started. Each of the Taoists took their places, with Spencer in the middle. Carter, standing in his circle, spread his arms and his 6-star infinite energy swords appeared around him. He took one of the swords in his hand, and then he thrust it into the ground next to him, causing all the other swords to also thrust into the ground. All the other Taoists did the same. Spencer also took hold of one of his swords with both hands, and he drove them into the ground. And when the swords were stuck into the ground, the fencing circle suddenly lit up, and the entire peak was suddenly illuminated by bright light. The other Taoists who were also on the archipelago could not help but notice this. Mickey's crazy friend, standing with a bloody sword in his hands, also silently watched this. But, of course, Nicholas couldn't let this pass him by either. Suddenly he noticed that the entire Comran archipelago was resonating. Meanwhile, a barrier appeared around the circles, on which some writing was visible, but suddenly for some reason it began to change its color to red, and then the peak was illuminated with a red light. The Taoists sensed something was wrong, and Noah asked Carter if they were doing everything right. The man replied that he himself did not understand why this was happening, and Vi responded by shouting that the fencing circle needed to be deactivated as soon as possible. Carter gripped his sword tighter with both hands, and then he told everyone to pull out their swords and then block the spiritual connection. But suddenly all the Taoists cried out in pain. Spencer, who had not seen anything happen yet, looked around in panic and called out to his mentors, and then he suddenly grabbed the sword as well. And the guy noted in horror that his body was not obeying him at all. Mickey, who was watching all this, asked in confusion what was going on there. Charles had already rushed forward, shouting that if they continued to watch from the sidelines, then there would be trouble. And then he said that it was necessary to destroy the circle of fencing art as soon as possible. The mask master took out his staff and pointed it forward, thinking that by maximizing its killing power, he would pierce through the circle. And then he struck at the circle barter. However, the staff only touched the barrier without damaging it in any way. Charles noted in panic that his blow, which he had put so much force into, did not leave even a scratch. Meanwhile, Kevin also began to try to cut through this barrier with the Sword of Justice. And then they began to attack the circle of fencing art together, hoping to destroy it. Meanwhile, the Taoists screamed hysterically in pain. Suddenly Spencer, to whom nothing had happened yet, noticed that the Taoists had suddenly become swords, and suddenly these swords were heading straight towards him. In a panic, the boy called out to T, ordering her to cover him as quickly as possible. But even she was immobilized. Meanwhile, the swords quickly flew closer to Spencer, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. And the next second, these 4 swords pierced the guy's body. And after that, the red light of the fencing circle flared up even more brightly. Suddenly, questions ran through the guy's head about whether they had forgotten him, because 1,000 years had already passed. But now there was no hope, because the owner of the sword that carries 10,000 blades still had not shown up. The guy noted with surprise that it was the thoughts of Carter, Noah, Hugh, and Vi that were pouring into his head nonstop. Their hopes, their aspirations, their ideals quickly filled the boy's head, causing his nose to bleed because the pressure was too strong. Even their feelings filled the boy's head and body, causing him to cry out in pain. Meanwhile, some memories flashed through the guy's head, in which some woman asked him why he came to her again, since his body had not yet recovered. And then she asked him with a smile whether he had come to her because he wanted to see her. Someone's big, innocent red eyes were looking at the woman, the owner of which was thinking only that there was a beautiful maiden in front of him. And this girl's name was Hannah. And in front of him stood a small tiger with a small bandage on his head. Meanwhile, the peak was still illuminated by a red light that rushed into the sky in a huge stream. Charles continued to strike with the same ferocity in an attempt to break the circle. But soon he stood up on the ground, breathing heavily, and Mickey told him to stop. And then he noted that he did all he could. Charles thought that during all this time he had not been able to even scratch this circle, and his spiritual gaze was not able to penetrate the barrier. Feeling frustrated and hopeless, the boy thought that there was no solution. Meanwhile, Kevin continued to hit the barrier. But suddenly, someone in the air cried out that it seemed like the heavens were favoring him today. A conclusion that could be drawn from the fact that the Daysong level masters were disappearing one after another. Looking up, Charles recognized the new arrival as High Elder Nicholas. And then he asked why he had shown up here now. Nicholas, looking at this barrier, chuckled quietly and smugly. He thought about how not long ago, after the shockwave of enormous spiritual power, it seemed strange that he could no longer sense that bastard's presence. And since he never showed up, it meant that there was no trace of him left, just like those Daysong level masters now. And now that the obstacles are out of his way, once he breaks through this barrier, this son of a bitch will be cornered by him like a mouse in a trap. And then the man laughed loudly and shouted that at this joyful moment of retribution, the guy should simply wait for him. Meanwhile, Spencer was still in that red glow, unconscious. In his memories, meanwhile, Hannah just sighed, looking at the tiger cub with a smile. And then she got up from her chair and said that she understood everything. And then she leaned towards him, holding out her hand and telling him to come to her. In response to this gesture, the tiger cub quickly and joyfully jumped on the woman. Holding the tiger cub close, the woman said she understood that everything here was unfamiliar to him, and that he was feeling anxious, especially after what he had been through. She began to stroke him gently, which made him close his eyes, and she said that now there was nothing to be afraid of, because now everything was fine. Suddenly, she lifted him up with both hands and noted that all his wounds had almost healed. And then she said that if it were a spiritual being, she would have felt its inherent energy. But nothing like that comes from the tiger cub. Is he really an ordinary tiger? But this makes him seem even more amazing. The tiger cub quietly growled something in response. Looking into his eyes, Hannah said that it was really amazing because it felt like he was responding to her by looking into her eyes. Suddenly, someone's screams were heard behind the doors, saying that this old man had been caught sexually harassing again, and two silhouettes appeared behind the translucent doors. The other one answered the first one that there was nothing to be done about it, because the influence of the noble family of the 1,000-year ghosts extended all the way to the Hwasan sect. And with the help of this Hwasan sect, these occultists were capable of much. The first one responded by shouting that he already knew all this, and he was just angry that this old man continued to talk about how he was ready to swear fidelity to his wife until death. What kind of marital fidelity can someone who has lived for more than 1,000 years even talk about? For him, this is nothing more than an empty phrase. Hannah looked at the floor with empty eyes, while the tiger cub watched the retreating silhouettes with interest. Suddenly, the woman raised her hand, hugging the tiger cub tighter. Sitting alone in the dark room, barely lit by the moon, she told him, although it seemed she was saying it more to herself, that everything was fine. Everything would get better. Everything would be fine. Spencer thought about how he still had a hard time telling if what was happening was real or not. His head was filled with different questions, and Hannah was his only ray of light in this world that was making his head spin. He remembered how he had run away from her when she had tried to force him to wash with her. Whenever she managed to catch up with him, he would turn away from her in embarrassment, under her bewildered gaze. He soon realized that the place he had ended up in was the Hwasan sect. But he no longer cared what kind of place it was where he was, or what kind of world it was. He simply enjoyed his days with Hannah, and one day he began to lick her hand. Lying on the bed, Hannah asked him with a smile on her face why he was licking her like that, if he was going to eat her here. But suddenly someone came into her room and called her. And then, walking further into the room, the woman said something to her. The tiger cub, pressing his paws closer to himself, only watched all this. Soon the woman finished and then said that that was all she needed to know. Hannah sat obediently on the bed and said nothing. After some time, someone struck the gong. Meanwhile, it was already dark in the city. The lanterns were burning, and happy people were strolling along the streets, filling them with hubbub. And Hannah was sitting on a bed in some chambers, dressed in a red wedding dress. The tiger cub sat a few meters away from the bed, and the woman asked him what he thought she looked like. But the tiger cub could not answer, but he thought that she was beautiful. Hannah, as if reading his thoughts, smiled at him and thanked him. And then she, looking down, said that now it was time for him to leave here. However, he continued to sit in place without moving once. No longer smiling, Hannah told him not to be stubborn, because if he stayed here, nothing good would come of it for him. She again asked him to leave her and go away, but at that very moment someone swung the doors open with a sharp movement. It turned out to be some old man who, with a smile on his face, said that there was nothing wrong with having an observer in the room. Coming closer to Hannah, he said that although she was called the fifth wife, but since she came from a famous family of military leaders, he would not allow anything to upset her. And then he extended his hand to her, licking his lips greedily and inviting her to now switch to the language of bodies. But the woman pushed his hand away with a sharp movement and told him not to touch her, because she might undress. The old man didn't seem to be very upset by this, and he simply said that things would go as she wanted. Hannah reached out to the cloak that covered her head, and the old man noted that his wife, it turned out, liked to take the initiative herself, and therefore he should try his best to respond to her in the same way. Suddenly, while the old man continued to say something obscene, the woman looked to the side. As it turned out, the tiger cub continued to look at her with his big, innocent eyes. Hannah just smiled sadly at him in response. And suddenly a purple flash flashed in the tiger cub's big eyes. As it turned out, the woman pulled out a hand from her cloak that was engulfed in a glow that looked like a glowing purple sword and pierced the old man's chest. As blood splashed through the air, the tiger cub's eyes widened in surprise. However, the old man suddenly grabbed her palm. His face darkened with rage, and then he hissed and remarked that it was such a pity. And suddenly some explosion destroyed the house that stood on the top of the mountain. Hannah flew down, but suddenly an old man appeared next to her, who now looked like only a dark silhouette with glowing green eyes. And he said that sometimes he meets girls like her on his way, namely bitches who don't know their place and bite their master. Suddenly he raised his gray hand, the tips of his fingers glowing green, and he said that he had to kill the dog that had already bitten him once, or pull out its fangs so that it would not bite again. And then he struck the girl's back with a sharp blow, causing her to scream loudly. As it turned out, the blow broke several of her vertebrae into small pieces. The blow caused the woman's blood to flow out of her throat, and then she quickly flew down, obeying the law of gravity. She made a dull sound as her back hit the ground. As he fell to the ground, the old man said that she, who had a low level of Hwanson, of course understood that she was not able to do anything to him, but she still took this step to avoid her wedding night with him. Coming closer, he said that he had actually mastered the techniques of yin and yang copulation, and therefore, no matter whether she was crippled or not, it would not be difficult for him to drink her to the bottom. He casually said that it could be considered as something of a different color, and the woman only clasped her shaking hands. But suddenly a tiger cub appeared next to her body and began to growl at the old man. In a weak voice, Hannah said that he couldn't do this and that he needed to leave. The old man, looking behind the tiger cub, said that there was no longer any need for him, since the entire West had disappeared. But before the old man could attack the tiger cub, something suddenly exploded on another mountain, which the old man turned around to see. Meanwhile, some dark figures began to advance. The city's residents noted in fear that these were monsters, demonic creatures. People started shouting that this was an attack and everyone should stand on the defensive, until some dragon opened its mouth and something lit up there. Hearing the screams, the old man indignantly asked what kind of irritating day it was today. Looking at Hannah's body, he told her to wait a bit before they continued, and then he laughed nastily. And then he went to another mountain in a green flash. While shrill screams were heard all around, Hannah continued to lie on the ground, not moving. She said that this noise was pleasing to her ears. Suddenly, the tiger cub licked her cheek, licking off the blood. And then he looked at the woman with concern. The sparkle of life slowly evaporated from the girl's eyes, and she called the tiger cub. And then, to his surprise, she asked him to kill her. In response to this, he shook his head furiously, refusing such a thing. Hannah said that when the decrepit creature returned, she would die a truly shameful death. But in this state, she could not commit suicide. And then she said that if a tiger bit a person, then he would become a soul bitten by a tiger. And then she asked him to take her core. And then he will become her master, and she will become his servant, and they will be able to live in peace and harmony. They will capture some mountain and live there. She continued by saying that they would have a peaceful life. If they continued, they would kill wild animals. If they were thirsty, they would drink spring water. And when there was nothing to do, they would just lie down and take a nap. Life would flow peacefully, without any worries. She asked him that they would be very happy, and tears began to flow from the tiger cub's eyes, and Hannah told him to hurry because there was little time, and by killing her, he would save her. As tears flowed from his eyes, he opened his mouth, preparing to bite her. And then blood splattered in all directions. Meanwhile, tears also began to flow from Spencer's eyes, who was locked in the fencing circle, and he screamed even more desperately. Suddenly, Noah's voice sounded in his head, telling him his real name and that he had to go back to Kunlun. He must return to set things right, to regain his lost path, his dream, and his woman. Then, Hugh's voice sounded in his head, who also called himself by his real name and said that he still didn't really know anything. He didn't know what a spiritual animal was, what a person was, and what a Taoist was. He will spend all the remaining time correcting the mistakes of his life, which he himself ruined, and his whole life, stained with blood, will become retribution for his sins. Vi's voice came out, giving her real name and saying that she had finally gotten the courage to face the truth. She had to go back to say hello to her father. To determine who she is, she must return to Hwasan. Then came the voice of Carter, who also gave his real name and said that he had made a firm decision that he would make sure that children were not born and did not leave without a blessing, and that they would always have a reason for existing. His actions themselves are a denial of his own birth, but that doesn't matter. The main thing is that something like this will never happen again, even if he has to destroy the Suvalman clan with his own hands. All these thoughts, emotions, goals, and dreams of the Taoists filled Spencer's head, causing his face to suddenly become covered with something faceless. He looked at his hands, and suddenly he fell to the floor where small waves came from his arms and legs. Raising his hands again, he asked who he was. Meanwhile, someone was walking closer to him across this expanse of water. In the distance stood Hannah. Meanwhile, the barrier suddenly began to disappear. Mickey looked at this in surprise. The barrier retreated more and more, and now only some kind of black energy was visible. From this black pillar suddenly appeared the equally black figure of Spencer. Nicholas said that he doesn't feel anyone else's energy, and the guy not only didn't disappear, he also absorbed all these Taesong-level Taoists. The man thought that if he had actually absorbed them, then that was a completely different story. And then he wondered what he should do, whether he should attack him immediately. Suddenly, Charles started walking up to the guy, asking if he was okay and what happened to the other Taoists. Spencer didn't respond at all. Suddenly, he stared at the sky, and then some bright flash lit up his forehead. The guy spread his arms and something suddenly started to appear from him. As it turned out, it was a huge spiritual sword. Nicholas couldn't help but notice this. Looking at the guy, he noted with surprise that it was the art of the four elements. The man thought that the guy was completely crazy. Was he really going to level up right now? And then he asked to go forward, shouting that he himself was asking to be killed. But suddenly someone flew towards him. As it turned out, it was Charles who met Nicholas's blow with his staff. And then he shouted that if he wanted to get to Spencer, he had to go through him first. Nicholas said that although he had tried to ignore him until now, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. But suddenly Kevin struck the man and Charles flew down. Flying closer to the boy, he called out to him in surprise. Mickey stood on the ground below, looking up in bewilderment. He said that it's one thing when Kevin attacks the enemy. The enemy is at the level of Yongup, so why is Charles acting like this? After all, in other words, their enemy is a Taesong, which has a power similar to a typhoon. Nicholas looked irritably at those who blocked his way, and then he said that they did not know their place. Meanwhile, Spencer continued to wonder who he was, because now there was more than one person living in his head. Suddenly, some dark silhouette standing in front of him called him. Spencer looked up and asked who it was. The dark silhouette asked in response that he didn't recognize him, because he was his disappointment and crying, his longing and regret. He continued, saying that the guy knows him, he remembers him, and then the suspicion closed in the guy's head. Meanwhile, the dark silhouette began to transform, and then he took on the form of Hannah. The impersonal mask fell from Spencer's face, and he reached out to his friend, and she told him that she was the one whose life had been taken away and who had become a simple ghost. In a panic, the guy replied that he had never done anything like that for her. But Hannah, looking old, continued, saying that he had first bound her, making her a ghost, and now turned her into a sword spirit so that she would remain forever near him, finally depriving her of the opportunity to leave. Spencer responded by saying that he did it so that he wouldn't lose her, so that she could continue to exist as she is now. And the guy wanted to say something else, but Hannah finished for him, angrily saying that that's why he killed her. This statement shocked and frightened the guy to the depths of his soul. His hand fell limply down. And then he cried out that he had thought about this countless times. And if it were possible to turn back time, then now everything would turn out differently. And then he looked down, looking completely devastated and desperate, unable to say anything else. Hannah reached out to the boy and gently touched his chin, lifting his head. And she said that she was fine with it because there was no Hwasun, no ghost label, no Beck Mountain here. Hearing this, Spencer asked again, to which Hannah, darkening again, said that it was so, because this was a place where there was only her and him, and then she invited him to stay here. While the guy was diving into the water, he explained with a clouded gaze that if she wanted it and it suited her, then so be it, because she was his savior, his foundation. But suddenly Harris's words flashed through his mind, saying that he would one day have to pierce his woman with a sword. Meanwhile, Kevin and Charles fought with Nicholas. The irritated man called them just small bugs that scurry around under his feet. Then he swung his weapon sharply, sending Charles and Kevin flying in different directions. Charles was unable to recover from the blow so quickly and fell back limply, making a strangled sound. But suddenly, Nicholas started approaching him to finish off the guy, and waving his hand, he hit the master of the mask hard in the face, causing him to fly back with renewed vigor. And then the man decided to finish off Kevin, and now he has already reached out his hand to grab the boy. And then with a sharp movement, he hit the ground with the boy's body, breaking it. After this blow, Kevin was left lying limply on the ground, with his sword lying next to him. Now that the interference had been removed, Nicholas could once again turn his attention to the culprit of this celebration. He rushed to attack the guy and shouted that it was funny that others were trying their best to save his life. But he had no idea what was going on here, and was calmly trying to rise to a new level. But suddenly a centipede crawled out of the guy's sleeve. The next time she had already increased in size and rushed forward. You rushed straight at Nicholas, but he stopped her by grabbing her by her mustache. As a result of this impact, the earth was again covered with a network of cracks. You decided to use the golden threads to attack the enemy, and the next second, a multitude of golden threads went straight into the enemy's body. As it turned out, these threads hit Nicholas's face directly, which is why it had been disfigured for a long time. However, as it turned out, this attack had no effect on him, as the man began to absorb these threads, eating them, and carelessly noting that she was still here. Then he hit T hard on the head, causing her to hit the ground face down. While the centipede lay unconscious on the ground among the broken rocks, Nicholas moved on, passing by her. Moving closer to Spencer, he said that the bastard always had a way of making things complicated. Raising his hand up, he said that he was already pretty fed up with this, and therefore let him have a dream before he died that he had reached the next cherished level. But suddenly something illuminated this place with a bright flash, and then the whole earth began to crumble into small stones. Meanwhile, Spencer, with Harris's words still ringing in his head, stabbed Hannah in the chest. And as it turned out, the bright flash that illuminated that place was a huge bolt of lightning. After a while, the lightning stopped striking the ground, but small charges still ran through their bodies while Nicholas was breathing heavily. The man suddenly realized something. Looking up, he saw another bolt of lightning begin to form, and then he cried out that it was a heavenly thunderstorm bringing disaster. Meanwhile, another bolt of lightning was about to strike. And when she finally struck again, she only hit Spencer because Nicholas had already managed to run away, and the guy found himself absorbed by this light. Nicholas turned around in panic and was surprised. And then he exclaimed that this was clearly a thunderstorm horror, and in the process of mastering the technique of the four elements, should you endure the blows of a heavenly thunderstorm that brings disaster? And then he said that the thunderous horror falls from the sky only when the level increase is reached, and therefore the sequence does not converge. And then he noted in shock that perhaps the guy's strength exceeded the limit. And then he thought, looking at his palm, that this was absolute absurdity. But the power that he experienced on himself was so powerful that even he could not cope with it. This force is so strong that no one could cope with it. Clenching his fist, Nicholas muttered that, however, if suddenly such a thing happened, then it would be something else. What if this guy can survive the thunderstorm horror all 9 times? Meanwhile, Spencer stabbed Hannah in the chest. Suddenly, he came to his senses. With a shaking hand, Hannah touched his hand that had pierced her chest, and she asked in a weak voice why he had done this, what she had done wrong. Spencer responded by saying that he didn't mean to do it, his hand did it itself. But suddenly his face took on a serious expression, and in an even voice he asked Hannah who she was. After a short silence, Hannah clicked her tongue and said in an even voice how sorry she was because the goal was almost achieved. And then Hannah suddenly transformed into some dark silhouette who told the guy that, although he didn't know who he was, he would still stop the failed joke. And then he asked the guy if he really wanted to know who he was. And then the dark silhouette took the form of Spencer, and this double replied that he was Spencer himself. Meanwhile, something landed on the side of one of the peaks, destroying the stone. It turned out to be Charles, who was slowly getting to his feet, leaning on his staff and asking how far he had flown. And suddenly he noticed how that very lightning struck at its peak. After a brief silence, he asked if this wasn't the test of the heavenly thunderstorm that brings disaster, that all spirit beasts must pass in order to reach the level of Yongop. Meanwhile, Spencer's double told him that he, to be honest, was surprised, because those who lived for more than 1,000 years lost themselves because their minds were shattered into pieces. But he could not expect that someone who lived only a few hundred years would be able to endure this. And then he extended his hand to him, saying that this would not change anything. And suddenly, splashes of black liquid rose up next to the guy. And then he said that he made the guy disappear. But suddenly in this darkness, a light of blue fire flashed. And as it turns out, it was the real Spencer who used his dark phoenix fire to repel the liquid. Sighing, the double told the boy to stop this useless resistance. But Spencer responded to him by saying that he seemed to have figured out who he was. And while the double was smiling, the guy said that he was his inner demon. Meanwhile, lightning continued to strike Spencer, and his spirit continued to fight with his inner demon. And as it turned out, it was the double that began to attack him with the same fire. This greatly surprised the real Spencer. The demon joyfully exclaimed that he was his inner demon, so he could easily use the same techniques. And then he hit him with fire, which pushed the guy back. Meanwhile, another bolt of lightning struck Spencer. While the double continued to attack the real guy, he cried out, asking why he was so stubborn. Why didn't he just give him his body? Because in any case, they were the same person. Spencer replied that the other one shouldn't talk this nonsense. And then he, with a sharp wave of his hand, hit his double. Some parts of the demon's body disappeared, but it didn't seem to bother him at all, and he only sighed tiredly. But Spencer was not going to stop, and he struck again, shouting that he would deal with him now. Suddenly, something made him stop abruptly as he approached it. His eyes widened and he noticed that there was something wrong with the demon's body. The demon quickly recovered and, coming very close to the guy, he asked him if everything was really not going as he had planned. And then the demon slammed the guy into the ground, saying that it was natural that everything would go wrong. Pressing his hand on his chest, the demon said that a heavenly thunderstorm was falling on the guy outside, bringing disaster, and he was here confronting it. And then he added, saying that the guy would never defeat him. Spencer bared his teeth and asked him what he was even talking about. The demon responded to this by saying that when his soul became entangled with the souls of other Taoists, he began to instinctively rise to the next level, and right at the moment when his life was under attack. Pressing him even harder, Ree said that if the boy died, then he would also disappear, and so he had to summon a heavenly thunderstorm that would bring disaster, and therefore the boy should thank him for still breathing. And then the demon's hand, made of fire, darted to the boy's neck, and she squeezed it, and he told the boy to stop resisting and fall asleep. But suddenly, spray began to fly over Spencer's head. As it turned out, it was the demon who began to push Spencer deeper into the liquid. Sending him under the surface of the liquid, the demon raised his hands, from which the same liquid was dripping, and then he laughed joyfully. Standing on his feet, his laughter now became truly insane. Meanwhile, Spencer was struck by the 8th bolt of lightning. All his clothes were torn, his hair was blown by the wind, and he stood with his head down. Nicholas continued to watch this. He noted with some panic that the guy had managed to survive the 8th thunderstorm disaster. And since it was time for the 9th, the man grabbed his weapon more tightly. And he thought that now the guy was close to ascending, and therefore right now, his body was transforming. And therefore, this is an excellent moment for an attack, because the guy has concentrated a huge amount of spiritual energy in himself. He thought about choosing the best moment, and then he struck. And the next second, a new bolt of lightning began to appear in the sky. Spencer's spirit continued to sink, and he thought that this was wrong and he had to get up. But suddenly he thought that he felt so good here. His eyes were closing by themselves. But suddenly something flashed before his face. As the demon walked away from the place where he buried the boy, the flash grew even brighter. He turned around in surprise at this, and the next second, Spencer emerged from the depths. And then he pierced his inner demon with the sword that just appeared in front of his face. The demon let out a loud scream as the boy rose even higher. Suddenly, Spencer's eyes widened in surprise. As it turned out, the demon took the form of Chelsea and began to beg the guy. However, this did not affect him, and he told him not to dare to defile the image of Chelsea. The demon was silent for a moment. And then, closing his eyes, he noted that the guy was no longer falling for that. And then he said that even if he disappeared, the memories would remain. And then he asked him about how he would live for the next 100 years. But Spencer didn't respond to this, but only told him to disappear. Cracks appeared on the demon's body, and he said that as long as the guy was alive, he would be able to be reborn, and he would become even stronger. The cracks grew wider and wider, and Demon smiled and said goodbye to Spencer. And then it seemed to burst like a water balloon, sending black splashes flying. Spencer looked at the sword he held in his hand, and then he asked if she had been looking after him all this time. And suddenly the sword transformed into Hannah, now the real one. The woman looked at her master with her now blue eyes, and she asked him if he had been waiting for her. The guy smiled and said that, of course, he was waiting, but she was late, so now she had nothing to do here. Covering her lips with her sleeve, Hannah chuckled and said that it was a pity. And then she flew closer to the guy, saying that it was time for them to get out. Spencer replied that she was right and extended his hand to her. Hannah gently touched his hand with her fingertips, and suddenly everything around was filled with light. Meanwhile, the last lightning bolt struck Spencer. Nicholas stood still, continuing to wait for the right moment. A bolt of lightning engulfed the boy's body, causing him to bend over slightly. But the next second, the lightning retreated. Noticing this, the man realized that it was time. And then he suddenly took off, and now his weapon was almost touching the guy's head. And then Nicholas struck with his axe, sending out a flash of light. The blow raised steam and dust, which hid what had become of Spencer. But suddenly, in this cloud of steam and dust, two white silhouettes began to shine. And then suddenly, two snow-white wings opened. The sight startled Nicholas, causing his eyes to widen. And then he jumped back sharply. And now, in front of him stood Spencer, who had become a spiritual threat, with two horns on his head, two wings on his back, and his body had shrunk to that of a teenager. Noticing this, Nicholas became even more angry and shouted that even though the guy had reached the form of a spiritual threat, it would not last long. And then he asked if he really thought that he could do something to him, a higher being. And then he said that he had also not been idle for the last 100 years. And suddenly his violin began to transform, and the man announced that he had created a new art by combining his unique techniques with an artificial sword. And then the man rushed forward again, attacking the boy, shouting for him to see his storm-like sword energy. But suddenly a small hand touched the tip of the weapon, and as it turned out, Spencer was able to stop the man's attack, causing him to hang in the air. Spencer's hand clenched and he began to smash the man's weapon. And then he clenched his fist and hit the weapon, causing it to shatter into small pieces. Nicholas cried out in frustration and panic about his weapon, and the next second a blow landed on his face. The blow sent Nicholas flying backwards, causing the peak stone to break into small pieces. Nicholas flew for several kilometers, destroying everything in his path with his body, and Spencer stood calmly on the edge of the peak, looking down. Nicholas, trembling slightly, lay on the ground, groaning in pain, and he himself thought about what it was that made him unable to move. The man's eyes widened in absolute fear, and he thought that it only took one blow to bring him to this state, and therefore his strength was truly terrifying. But then the man, trying to clench his fist, thought that the guy had just reached the level of spiritual threat, and therefore he could resist him, so why couldn't he do it? Meanwhile, Spencer flew closer to the man, using his wings. Looking at the boy whose eyes were glowing a menacing red, Nicholas thought that he had absorbed the powers of all four elements. The man's eyes widened greatly. The capillaries in his eyes burst from the strain, and he himself began to repeat in a weak voice, saying that he did not believe it. He refused to believe it. Then suddenly, his body lost its previous clear outlines, and the man exclaimed, saying that he was the highest elder of the sea dragon tribe. And then his body transformed into a huge dragon. He opened his mouth, in which some blue sphere began to gather. The same spheres were near his head, and Nicholas said that now he would speak to Spencer in his true form, namely on behalf of the sea dragon, the main predator of the ocean. And the next second, these spheres took off from their place, and they all went to one place, to Spencer. The blue light of this energy engulfed the boy, throwing him back. Nicholas, continuing to attack, thought about why a dragon, and then he remembered that the master of disguise seemed to love them very much. Spencer also did not lag behind and continued to attack the enemy, which made him think that it would not be easy to cope with these strong wings and sharp claws. As it turns out, Spencer also took on his true form, but now his fur color changed to white. And the dragon, having used the illusionary tornado to attack the enemy, thought that he should get rid of him as quickly as possible. But Spencer protected his body from this attack with his wings, shielding himself with them. And then he slowly opened them, and behind them appeared his irritated face, on which were visible eyes that stood with a terrifying red light. Nicholas used the Dance of 10,000 Waves technique, and many blue balls appeared around him. Moving forward, intending to attack, he exclaimed, asking if Spencer had now managed to defend himself with his wings. And then he started attacking the tiger using his balls, from which beams of energy came out. These rays also reached others who were also with them on the Comran archipelago. Spencer deftly maneuvered in the air, avoiding these rays. One of the beams also hit the peak where Mickey stood, still watching all of this. Looking back at the battle scene, he asked in a panic if he had witnessed a battle between two spiritual beasts that had reached the level of spiritual threat. Suddenly, one of the rays finally reached the tiger's body, causing it to make a muffled sound. The tiger's body began to move slightly to the side, and more balls began to appear around it. Nicholas shouted happily that now Spencer was finally caught. And then all these balls started emitting beams of energy from themselves, which started attacking Spencer. But they encountered some kind of barrier, which seemed to be made of water. But the next second, Spencer began to scream in pain, and the dragon said that the basis of the Dance of 10,000 Waves technique is a seal that protects the entire body. And under the attack of countless waves, it is impossible to even flap your wings. Nicholas was about to continue, saying that his opponent would quickly suffocate and die. However, something suddenly happened that made him open his eyes wide. And, as it turned out, some kind of glowing ball began to appear inside this water barrier. And, as it turned out, it was a blow from heaven and earth that tore apart this barrier, and a huge beam of fire was sent towards the dragon. The dragon barely managed to dodge this blow, tilting his head to the side, which only burned part of his hair. Looking to the side, the dragon noted out loud that the guy's strength was too great. Meanwhile, Spencer noticed that he had missed, and he flew closer to the enemy. Raising his paw, which was now engulfed in the glow of the mountain tribe, he said that he had missed, but Nicholas was now caught. And then Spencer launched an all-consuming Azure Tiger Strike, causing a column of fire to rise into the air several dozen meters high. Nicholas began to wriggle as the fire burned his body, causing him to scream in unbearable pain. Meanwhile, he thought that this flame had incredible heat and power, and he could not dispel it. And then he wondered why this was happening, because dragons should be resistant to fire. After all, he has absorbed the powers of many waters, and his body is protected by a golden barrier, so why can't he dispel this fire? However, he soon noticed that this flame was capable of burning through even his golden barrier. While half of the dragon's face was burning, he told the tiger that he never thought he was capable of such a thing. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise when he noticed that these flames were also absorbing his spiritual powers. Looking at Spencer, he realized that it was the flame of the sacred beast. In a panic, he thought that this could not be, and that such a fire was beyond the power of the sea dragon tribe. And then he thought that this fire should not, under any circumstances, spread further. Shouting that they would see how far he could go, Nicholas furiously rushed at the tiger, and the spiritual beasts came together, causing everything around to become illuminated with a bright light. Other Taoists who were also on the Comran archipelago could not help but observe this. Meanwhile, Spencer continued to furiously attack the dragon with his guests. Suddenly, Nicholas swung his tail, knocking the tiger off its feet. The Taoists wondered what kind of flame it was that seemed ready to engulf the entire world. One of them noted that a powerful fundamental water skill and all-encompassing flame were used there, and then he said that these were very common skills, but they were completely different from what he had seen before. Suddenly, the dragon began to fall down, breaking out of this field of blue flame. The tiger grabbed the dragon's tail with its jaws, and the Taoists noted that now the decisive moment had arrived. Nicholas said through clenched teeth that this was not the end. And suddenly his tail began to wrap around the tiger's body, causing him to open his eyes in surprise, still biting into the dragon's tail. Then Nicholas squeezed his tail, squeezing the tiger's body, causing it to raise its head. Spencer tried to move, but he couldn't do it. So he made a questioning, dull sound, and Nicholas told him not to even try. And then he asked him if he even knew what deep waters were. And then he said irritably that how could these earthly ignoramuses know such a thing? And then he said that these deep waters, which are darker than night, not a single ray of sun can break through them. And then he said that there is no greater force than the pressure of deep waters. Squeezing Spencer's body harder and harder, the dragon continued, saying that in order to resist it, every nerve and muscle must exert enormous effort, otherwise only liquid will remain of you. And then he asked if Spencer could handle it. And then he cried out that he needed to leave this body, and he would not stop until either he himself turned to ashes or until he destroyed it. But suddenly Spencer was able to pull one paw out of these tight shackles. But Nicholas, not noticing anything, continued to squeeze tighter and tighter, causing tears to come from the tiger's eyes and drool from his mouth, and the dragon said, laughing, that it looked like the tiger's body would be the first to fall apart. But suddenly there was a flash in Spencer's eyes, and one of the swords of the 100 swords of hell passed through the dragon's back. The blood spirit sword passed through another place on Nicholas's body. On the other side, the sword of mercy passed. On the other side, the dragon's body was pierced by a sword of 5 bones, and the infinity sword passed through Nicholas's neck. And now, the dragon's entire body was pierced by swords that were directed in different directions. Noticing him, Nicholas screamed furiously, asking about this, and so what, since the ethereal sword wouldn't even scratch him. He exclaimed that these death throes were too pitiful, but suddenly the flash in Spencer's eyes lit up even brighter, activating the supreme flame of the 9 heavens. And then this technique cut the dragon's body into several pieces. Nicholas's eyes widened in surprise, and he wondered if his body was really that weak. But then the part of his body where his head was started to fly away, while all the other parts were hanging in the air next to Spencer, and Nicholas thought that his only option was to retreat. He noted that Spencer wouldn't be able to catch up with him with broken wings, and therefore they needed to get out of here quickly. But then suddenly, Spencer quickly turned around and looked straight at Nicholas with his red eyes. Nicholas did not notice this, and thought only that everything had already begun. And soon he and his flame would overtake his tribe, and therefore he must warn them. He thought that the threat was too great, but suddenly Spencer appeared in front of his face, already in human form. The dragon noted with annoyance that this bastard had also mastered teleportation. And a second later, Spencer struck, so hard that his entire body passed through the rest of the dragon's body. And in his hand was the dragon core, which was still trying to beg for the opportunity to say something else. Nicholas screamed in panic that he admitted defeat. He admitted that he was wrong, and if the guy spared him, the Sea Dragon tribe would not bother him anymore. However, none of this bothered Spencer at all, and he simply responded by telling him to finally shut up already. Then the boy's fingers plunged into the core, causing cracks to appear on its surface. And then the guy clenched his fist, causing the core to disintegrate into small pieces. And then these fragments turned into dust, which was carried away by the wind. Mickey, who was still watching all this, asked in shock if it was really all over. Suddenly, someone hit the ground with a staff not far from him, and the guy turned around at the sound. As it turned out, it was Charles, Kevin, and T, who was holding her injured head with her hands. Mickey started pointing his finger at the sky and telling everyone that it was all over. But the master of the mask interrupted him, saying that he had already seen everything. And then he said that everyone saw what happened, but he never thought that he would see something like this with his own eyes. He could not have expected, like everyone here, that they would see the birth of a spiritual threat. Spencer was still hanging in the sky in the form of an ancient Buddhist Shinsu, looking down with his red eyes. Then he looked at his hand, from which waves of his energy were coming. Looking at her, he thought that he had become stronger, but many do not take Buddhist Shinsu seriously. But all this is due to all those who were able to influence him earlier. It was thanks to them that he was able to reach the highest flame of the 9 heavens and stand against the heavenly wall. Clenching his fist, he noted that this was not only his merit, but also the merit of all these victims. He pressed his lips tightly together, thinking that they had folded into his body so tightly that they themselves had lost the ability to be reborn. This sword alone had cost the entire lives of his mentors. Thinking about this, Spencer began to get irritated again, cursing this sword. Questions immediately popped into his head about why this had happened, why it was so unfair. But suddenly someone carefully touched his shoulder. As it turned out, it was Hannah who was looking at him with her bright blue eyes, and she called out to him. And then she told him that he was not guilty of anything. And whatever the case, the main thing was that he himself was okay. The guy tried to say something, but the woman interrupted him, smiling and saying that they needed to go down to the ground because the people below were already waiting for him. Spencer looked at her in response, somewhat surprised and silently. And then he replied that she was right. And then he looked angrily at the sky, thinking that when he ascended to heaven, he would find out why all this was necessary. And then he slowly descended to the peak, where the others were already waiting for him, joyfully running up to them. Running up to Spencer, T noticed that he had become so small and had wings, to which he hesitantly agreed. And then he asked her how her head was. Suddenly, Kevin came up to the guy and started to wave his hand, comparing their heights. As it turned out, Kevin was now a little taller than his master, and therefore a happy expression played on his face, which only angered Spencer a little. Mickey and Charles followed him and congratulated the guy. And then Master Maskey asked why such formalities were necessary and what he should call him now. While T was patting Spencer's head, he responded to the guy by saying that he would be pleased if he called him like he used to. And then he said that attacking Nicholas was not the best idea, because it could have cost him his life. The boy waved his hand and shrugged his shoulders and replied that he could not do anything, because one cannot resist the will of the master. Spencer just smiled in response, and Charles then noted that, in the end, no one was hurt. Meanwhile, on Turtle Island, one of the swords suddenly lit up, and shining letters appeared on it. The old man who kept order there and was a guard could not help but notice this. Looking at the sword, he noted that the last vessel was filled, and now the 36th flame of the 9 heavens had appeared. And then he suddenly exhaled some kind of golden smoke. And this smoke in the air took the form of some kind of writing, which was located right in front of the sword. With a wave of his hand, the old man sent these letters straight to the sword, saying that it now belonged to him. Squinting, he said that he had been waiting for this for tens of thousands of years. And then the sword lit up with an even brighter flash and rose into the air. But a second later, this flash and these glowing words seemed to have never happened, and the sword fell to the ground. The old man asked in surprise whether the scripture of the heavenly beast had not worked. And then he decided to see what was wrong, and suddenly bright flashes flashed in his eyes. Using some technique, he saw the lightning that struck Spencer then, and he saw that the heavens opened up, and with them, the vessel expanded. And then he asked if he had really freed himself from the shackles, and then he said that this was precisely why the gates were not opening. The old man swore quietly, and then he said that if it was connected with the transition, then who would have thought that such a thing could happen? And then he thought about it. Having said that nothing could be done about it now, the man threw his hand to the side and pointed it towards some sword, which then began to glow. The sword suddenly shot out of the ground and flew straight towards the old man. The man raised his hand in front of the sword, which was now hanging in the air, and it drew some glowing writing in front of it. And then the light began to spread even more from this sword. And suddenly this light took the form of a man, behind whose back were 4 scabbards with swords, and he asked about what he was calling him. Looking at this silhouette, the old man said that he was probably tired of waiting, and therefore he must go to the Island of Spirits and find the last sword. Silhouette thought he had misheard, so he decided to ask again. The old man replied that he was at a low level. The laws of heaven and earth would hardly prevent him from entering, and there was no way out of the Sword Spirit Island, so he would easily find this last sword. In response to this, the silhouette only sighed and said that it was just a hassle, and then he disappeared from that place in a bright flash. Looking up at the sky, the old man laughed and said that finally the last sword was ready. Meanwhile, somewhere on some mountain there stood some altar, on which stood incense burners that emitted smoke. One of the tokens was lying on the ground, broken into small pieces. Suddenly, someone's shadow appeared above these tokens. The owner of this shadow was someone with horns on his head, and now he watched as energy slowly emanated from the fragments of the token. Standing on the edge of the cliff, while lightning raged around him, he said to his friend that this was very cruel, and then he asked him if he had finally decided to leave. Afterwards, the speaker took the jug of wine in his hands and poured it, telling his friend to drink it, because it was his favorite drink. Sparkling drops flew down from the cliff somewhere into the dark abyss. Then he raised his hand so that the wine splashed on his hand, and he said that he hoped that after death he would get everything he had dreamed of. And then, looking forward, he noted that now he was truly alone. For a while he just stood there in silence. But suddenly he noticed someone's presence, and without turning around, he asked that person who he was. Finally turning around, he asked how this man had ended up there. As it turned out, this uninvited guest was Eugene, who, chuckling, said that they had finally met, and it was an honor for him to meet him in such a uniform. And then the guy began to say the title of the one he came to, and he said that he was the source of hundreds and thousands of spirits, and their very essence. And then he called him by name, and it turned out to be Ethan, with red horns on his head. His coat was almost white, with blue lips and red ears. Ethan asked the guy if he knew him, to which he noted that the great Ethan lived alone in such a place, in response to which the demon once again asked Eugene who he was. Eugene responded by asking if the person who had first tried to kill him was now interested in who he was. Hearing this, Ethan began to guess. Eugene confirmed his suspicions, saying that he was one of those who killed Sylvester, although he did not know where this rumor came from. His face took on an angry expression and darkened, and he said that it did not matter, but what mattered was that he would kill him sooner or later. Ethan closed his eyes and noted how bold this was, and he knew that was exactly why the guy had come here. Eugene said that thanks to the spirit, he was able to obtain Sylvester's long-lost martial arts, to which Tan became angry and prepared to attack. And the guy, also preparing to attack, began to come closer. Energy swirled around him, and with his steps, he broke the ground. His face looked insanely angry, and he said that now, he, Ethan, would be the first one he would kill. The spirit's eyes widened and he exclaimed, saying that this was nonsense. And then their forces collided. Eugene's huge black spiritual hands reached out to the white dragon with red horns. Meanwhile, Spencer stood at the edge of the peak, and he noted that it was time for them to go. Suddenly, Hannah asked him if he still thought about them. Looking up, the boy replied that thanks to them and their sacrifice, he did not lose her. And unlike the vigilant and ever-fighting Sylvester, ready to tear anyone apart, these people did not want to be left alone, just like Hannah did when she was alive. The woman did not answer this, and the guy, putting his hand on his chest, continued, saying that sometimes he sees the memories of his elders, and they confuse him a little, because sometimes he does not understand where their memories are and where his own. He said that his conscience tormented him when he felt their longing for their unfulfilled dreams, and therefore he must alleviate their grief. And then, he suddenly said with a smile that he didn't know that Hannah was acquainted with one of the masters. And then, having dug into his memories, he said that in the master's memories, he sees her standing and sniffling with a stuffy nose. Suddenly, Hannah materialized and screamed in panic for the guy not to look, to which he only laughed in response. Gently touching her chin with his hand, he said that now he had hope, because they say that somewhere in the heavenly kingdom, there is a way to resurrect her. They stood like that for a long time until Spencer suddenly said that his hand that he was holding was already numb. After some time, Spencer asked Charles if they were well prepared for leaving, to which he asked him whether they would be able to cope with this, since they had not yet mastered the 6 arts. Smiling, Spencer replied that it was okay, because there was always another method. And then he thought about how they say that when you reach the pinnacle of martial arts, a new path opens up, so why didn't anything happen when he reached it? But it doesn't matter since that path leads to nowhere. Turning to Mickey, he asked him if he was sure he wanted to stay here. Closing his eyes and smiling, the boy replied that his heart told him to stay here and start life from scratch. And then he told Spencer that he wanted to thank him for opening his eyes, and then the guy bowed respectfully. The guy scratched his head awkwardly and quietly muttered something, and then he called out to T and Kevin, who appeared in front of him the next second. And then the guy's bag flashed green, and Spencer took out from there the very same double-sided sword that the great judge had given him. Charles was a little surprised that the guy had pulled out this sword and asked about it. In response to this, Spencer said that he himself had only just learned that this sword was capable of distorting time and space. And then he wondered if it was because it reflected martial arts that had traveled through space and time to reunite with the woman he loved. Raising his hand with the sword up, the guy said that there were other ways to make things easy, and the guy didn't finish his thought, and then Charles asked what exactly he meant. But Spencer only swung his sword. And then he said that he himself doesn't know where they will end up. And suddenly, a gap appeared in the ground between him and the master of the mask, from which black lightning began to burst forth. Jumping down, the guy said goodbye to Mickey. And Charles, who was pushed, flew down with a loud scream. Looking into the gap, Mickey hesitantly wished them luck. And then after a while, this gap would close on its own, as if it had never even been there. Mickey noted with a smile that Spencer was still as reckless as ever. And then he went on, deciding that it was time for him to start training. And behind him, something flashed in the sky. As it turned out, it was the same silhouette of light that the old man had sent. He watched all this silently. Meanwhile, the man on the island was surprised to think that the guy was able to sit on the island of the spirits of the sword. And then the question of what he should do now flashed through his head. Suddenly, the old man's skin color changed to black, and he thought irritably that he had to destroy this guy, that he had to clear the entire island and find the hole through which he had escaped. The other tried to object, but the old man told him that he was ready to hand over his possessions, and although this was not the best method, this way he could bypass the restrictions, and then he ordered the other to accept his possessions, to which the light silhouette agreed. And then suddenly, his sword began to transform from light into something real. The same thing happened to his body. And now the man said that he would destroy everything connected to the island of the sword spirits. And then 5 of his swords flew out of their sheaths, and then they lined up above his head. And the next second, these swords increased in size and sent out much more of them. Suddenly, Mickey, who was walking to training, suddenly noticed something hanging over him, creating a huge shadow. He turned around to see what it was and was met with the sight of a huge sword blade. And then each of the swords plunged into the peak, destroying it. Meanwhile, somewhere in some desert, where the ground was so dry that it cracked, and nothing could be seen because of the brown fog, suddenly a crack appeared in the sky. The crack widened, and suddenly someone quickly flew out of there with a loud scream. And then, In a cloud of dust, two silhouettes suddenly appeared, slowly rising from the ground. Charles shouted at Spencer to watch where he was going from now on, to which the other, scratching his ear with his finger, quietly replied that they had escaped from the island. So what questions? And then they looked around, where everything was lifeless, and Charles asked where they were. Afterwards, he crouched down and ran 2 fingers along the ground, causing the ground to turn into dust, which was immediately picked up by the wind. Raising his hand, Charles noted that the earth was dead, and strangely, he felt no evil at all. Suddenly, the guy noticed something. Then he stood up abruptly and called out to Spencer, and then he said that he realized what was wrong with this place. Meanwhile, somewhere a crowd of people was walking in a huge line, and they were being urged on by spiritual beasts that were shouting at them to stick closer, go faster, and not fall behind if they still wanted to live. Among these many people, a little girl walked, breathing heavily. Suddenly, she hit her foot on a stone, and then she flies to the ground with loud screams. But no one supported the girl, stopping her from falling, and so she fell. But then she began to slowly rise to her feet, making quiet sounds of pain. Her eyes were full of tears, and she suddenly turned around to look at something. And suddenly, a dark, huge silhouette appeared in front of her face, which made the girl scared again, and she fell to the ground again. As it turned out, this dark silhouette was a spiritual beast. On its face there was a facial bone, and from one eye socket a yellow eye shone, and it shouted at the girl to get up and not dare to stop if she valued her life. The girl sitting on the ground quickly and hesitantly replied that she would get up right away. Meanwhile, Charles and Spencer watched the crowd of people retreat. Suddenly, Master Mask wanted to call Spencer, calling him a spiritual beast, but suddenly he came to his senses and said that he was both a spiritual beast and a man. The guy simply said that the other should call him a spiritual beast, as he had done before, because he didn't like it when he was called by something other than what he was used to. And Charles, in response to this, only blushed a little and coughed awkwardly. And then he asked where these people were being taken, because they were just simple criminals, and there weren't even any Taoists among them. Spencer enthusiastically suggested that they would be eaten from there, but Master Masky did not share his enthusiasm for this theory. But suddenly a spirit beast appeared behind them, shouting and asking them why they had stopped, and then he ordered them to move faster and not fall behind. Charles looked at the spirit beast with his serious purple eyes preparing to attack. However, the next second, he was startled by Spencer raising both his hands up and shouting back at the spirit beast that they didn't mean to upset them and they were already heading back. And then he shouted to the guy that it was time for them to go back. And then he quickly winked at him and whispered, saying that this way they could blend in with the crowd and find out everything. And then the guy jumped down, dragging the Mask Master with him, grabbing him by the collar. And after some time they had successfully wormed their way into the crowd of already tired people. Suddenly the guide looked up at the sky, and then he shouted, ordering them all to stop, to which the people followed and also looked up. And, as it turned out, there were many huge flying rays in the sky whose bodies were engulfed in a red glow. The people sat on the slopes that carried them across the sky. Spencer, sitting on one of them, thought that these were red flame carriers, a flame cloud, and legendary fire-breathing creatures, which meant that it would take a lot of hands to cultivate such a volume of water. Meanwhile, that same girl looked down with admiration, and the guy paid attention to her, and then he called her. Spencer handed her the bun with a smile on his face. The girl's eyes lit up and a blush appeared on her face when she saw this bun. The next second, she was already devouring the bun with all her might, and Spencer was trying to calm down Ty, who was fiddling in his sleeve, quietly telling her that she would be patient. Suddenly, he asked the girl where they were being taken. In response to this, the girl asked if he was not a spiritual beast. Then why did he know her? To which Spencer, turning away and awkwardly scratching the back of his head, replied that they were not local. But the girl still answered the guy's question and said that they were being taken to Mr. Greg, which made the guy's eyes widen in surprise. Hearing this, he asked if this was the Greg who stood at the head of hundreds of thousands of spirits, to which the girl answered affirmatively. Spencer punched the stingray in the back. His face took on a vicious expression, and he thought that if this Greg was the Greg he remembered, then he had to kill him. After all, if it weren't for his desire to expand his influence and invade Hwasun, then Chang'em wouldn't have suffered, and then there would be no need to marry off Hannah. And if it weren't for his desire to expand his influence and invade Hwasun, then Hannah wouldn't have had to die. The girl, who realized that something was wrong with the guy, asked him if he was okay. The guy, hearing this, quickly came to his senses and buried all his anger inside himself. And then he asked the girl if she really wasn't afraid at all in front of this Greg. Smiling, the girl asked why she should be scared. And then she said that Mr. Greg was good. He was trying to protect them. and that was why he called her to him. Hearing this, Spencer was very surprised that this Greg wanted to protect them. A question appeared in his mind. Was it really the Spirit Beast and the Spirit King who was trying to save people? One of the cabbies suddenly turned around and shouted to the people that they were almost there and that they should hold on tight or they would fall. Meanwhile, the flying rays were flying closer and closer to some mountains. Spencer looked ahead and saw that the main refuge of hundreds of Greg's spirits was visible there. When he thought of that name again, the boy suddenly began to be filled with anger again. But suddenly, someone's hand gently touched the guy's shoulder, and someone called him. It turned out that it was Hannah, who had not taken physical form, but was talking to his spirit. And she said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had already forgotten about her. Spencer touched the woman's hand that was on his shoulder, and he said that he knew what she was worried about. And then he turned around and said that everything was fine and she didn't need to worry. Hannah looked at him with her blue eyes and did not answer, but only smiled weakly. Meanwhile, the stingrays were flying closer and closer to the city, and the guy thought that he had to make sure of everything and see everything for himself. After some time, people had already reached the city and got off the transport and were met by some man. He first coughed a little, and then he loudly greeted the people, spreading his arms out to the sides in an inviting gesture. He stood on the stage, in front of which stood many people. The man said that they all did a great thing. They were able to get here. And then he said that now he would tell about several rules, following which, their life here will be calm and comfortable. Charles and Spencer were also standing with the rest of the crowd, and the master of the mask remarked that everything was calm for now, to which the other did not respond. Meanwhile, someone cursed from one of the towers overlooking the crowd. This someone irritably noted that this one had brought people here again. Another spirit beast, sitting at the table and drinking tea, answered the first that they could do nothing, because Greg was in charge here, and all they could do was nod and agree. The first spirit beast snorted in irritation and went to the exit, to which the second asked him if he was already leaving, to which the first said that these little people were ruining his appetite just by their appearance. The second spirit beast agreed with this. Suddenly, the first one stopped before the march and quietly cursed. After some time, Spencer and Charles had already reached the city. Master Mask noted that everything here was as he imagined. He continued by saying that in the village of Back there was a female hierarchy, which also surprised him. But here, no matter who you were, a criminal or a monk, everyone lived side by side. The guy noticed that everything here was so real, without falsehood. Spencer thought that, as one Taoist monk had said, everything here is so calm that it is disturbing. Starting to walk forward, Spencer told Charles that they would find out everything in time. But then suddenly Hannah appeared next to the guy. Suddenly she pointed to some mountain and asked the guy if he remembered her. This mountain. And then she said that it was Mount Hua. Meanwhile, some spiritual beast approached someone and asked him if he had already sorted everything out. A scroll hit the table and the man replied that he was finishing. As it turned out, it was the same man who had met the people, and he told the spirit beast with a sly smile that he had brought so many people, and therefore Mr. Greg would be pleased, and he would report this to him. The spirit beast, baring its sharp teeth and flashing its blue eyes, replied that it was good. Meanwhile, some girl was hiding behind the building and watching them. She pressed herself against the wall, trying to be as quiet as possible, and watched with her big black eyes. Suddenly, feeling someone's gaze on him, the spiritual beast turned around. But the girl managed to react and hid behind the building, and then she froze, breathing heavily. After some time, she was calmly walking along one of the streets. The expression on her face was sad. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a rodent that was sitting on the ground a few meters away from her and gnawing on something. Having noticed the girl, the rodent began to run away from her in long jumps. The girl responded by running after the rodent, shouting at him to stop. The rodent turned sharply behind the building. Suddenly, the girl, trying to catch up with the rodent, crashed into something. She took a few steps back, her head still aching from the blow. But, as it turned out, the girl crashed into the spiritual beast of the boar. The boar cursed and asked if this was really just another person. The girl stared silently at the beast, her mouth open. The beast approached her and asked the girl if she was mute, but then he said that it was not so important. And what was important was whether she was tasty. But suddenly another spirit beast appeared, which ordered the boar to stop. As it turned out, it was some kind of wolf, and the girl, looking at him, pressed herself against the wall. Hannah, meanwhile, said that this meta had changed, so she didn't immediately understand. But it was definitely Mount Hua. Charles asked again in surprise, and then he asked whether the spirits had driven out the Mount Hua sect and taken its place. But suddenly something broke through the wall and hit the wall of another building. As it turned out, it was the same boar that decided to eat the girl. and he, having climbed out from under the rubble, screamed about how noisy all these people were, and these people, meanwhile, ran away in fear and screamed. And then he said that he was the first to find this girl. And then he asked the spiritual wolf why he was prowling around here, and the wolf, meanwhile, hugged the girl close to him, protecting her. Charles cried out that the spirit beast had captured the child and could not share her, and then he rushed to help. However, suddenly someone appeared in the sky and asked in a loud voice who dared to disturb his peace. The crowd of people looked up in awe and began to whisper that this was Mr. Greg. Spencer also looked up at the sky, expecting to finally see his old friend again. The boar cried out loudly, and then he, also shouting, said that the girl had entered his territory, and therefore she belonged to him. And then he cried out that he could not do this any longer, and asked how long they, the spiritual beasts, would have to be the toys of people. And in the meantime, the gentleman looked down. And then suddenly a bright flash of light appeared on this square. The spirit monster that was on the terrace at the time noted that it exploded. As it turned out, Mr. Greg quickly descended, pressing the boar to the ground with his feet. Charles was surprised to see that he was able to defeat the spirit beast with one move, and he couldn't even see what he did. Suddenly, the same man who was serving the master burst out of the crowd and ran towards the wolf, who was still holding the girl close. The wolf let go of the girl, and she, the red-haired one, ran to the man, and he excitedly asked her if she was okay, while he himself ran to hug her. While the man was thanking the spirit beast and the master was standing on the lifeless body of the boar, Charles asked in bewilderment what was going on here. Spencer noted that the gentleman was as fast as lightning and just as destructive, which meant it was definitely Greg. But suddenly it seemed to him that he had already met this spiritual beast. Suddenly the gentleman turned around with a sharp movement, his yellow eyes flashing, and then he flew off somewhere in a bright flash. As it turned out, he rushed straight towards Spencer, and then suddenly he rushed to hug the guy. As it turned out, Mr. Greg was Kimberly, who, with tears in her eyes, screamed that Spencer was a bastard. She was so worried. And then she asked him where he had been. Spencer's eyes widened in surprise, and the girl stood in front of him, and with a smile on her face, pointing to herself, she said that she was the Black Panther. Spencer told her that she had changed a lot, to which she agreed, and then said that she had mastered Shinsu and now had a new form. Meanwhile, Hillary came closer to them and said that she did not expect that they would meet like this. And then she greeted Spencer with a smile on her face. Kimberly turned around happily to the woman, indicating that Spencer had finally arrived, and the boy greeted the woman back. Looking at him and Hannah, she noticed that they had changed a lot, and afterwards she said that she couldn't even imagine how much they had been through. Suddenly, Kimberly raised her hands up and screamed that instead of standing there, they should go to her quickly. Charles, who was standing to the side, suddenly mumbled that he also had many friends, but suddenly he felt so lonely. Night had already fallen, and the boys were already on Mount Hua. Laughing loudly and joyfully, Kimberly held a jug of wine in her hands and offered everyone a good drink. But after a while, she was completely out of her mind and lying on the floor with a flushed face. Spencer noted that the girl drank the entire bottle in one gulp. Hillary replied that the girl was simply very happy to meet him, and the guy asked again. But suddenly, Hillary said that she thought the guy had done wrong by destroying the love bracelet. Coming to his senses, the guy looked at his wrist and said that now he understood why he felt like something was missing. And he said that it probably crashed when he was in a different form. And then he asked the woman how he could have known that this would happen, to which she answered him not to say that he did not know, and then she admitted that she would like her mistress to be like him. The guy asked Hillary how Kimberly became Greg, to which she replied that it was her instruction, in response to which the guy suggested that perhaps the master of the night spirits was involved in this. The woman agreed with him and then said that there was nothing she could do about it. Spencer, in his mind, assumed that when the girl became Greg, the responsibility of managing Honghai fell on her shoulders. Looking at Hillary, he thought that the master of the night spirits was one of those who had survived the trial of heavenly thunder. And then he realized that the woman was trying to make her master immortal, which was an example of amazing loyalty. Putting his cup on the table, Spencer asked if he could ask a question. And then he asked why the spirit of 10,000 misfortunes had settled here, on the lands of the Hua sect. Hillary was about to respond to this but was suddenly interrupted. As it turned out, it was the same servant whose sister had gotten into trouble, and the woman responded by noting that she was the one dealing with Honghai's issues. The man said that he personally had not been there, but his father lived near the mountain and told him everything. He began his story and said that they say that then a war began between Mount Hua and the spirit of the 10 misfortunes. His father was a signalman at the time and did not participate in the battles, which saved him, but he witnessed everything that happened. One day, the sky turned black and a crimson-red light flashed, and lightning struck right across the battlefield. She destroyed everything, be it Taoists or spiritual beasts. Both the Manhwa sect leader and the 10,000 Tribulation Spirit King Greg turned to ashes. Spencer thought about how they could have burned if they both knew Shinsu. Hillary said she only found out later that it was a poisonous flame. These words surprised Charles quite a bit, and he asked again. The man closed his eyes and grinned and said that it was funny. But that was how the war ended. A war that had lasted for centuries ended in an instant. And after that, people and animals tried to survive. But nothing remained of the Manhwa sect, and all living creatures had nowhere to go to avoid poisoning. Finding themselves in a poisonous trap, they tried to hide somehow in order to at least protect themselves a little. But they only delayed the inevitable. But one day, when food and water ran out and death was at hand, a multitude of stingrays flew in through the air. Kimberly, who was in charge, shouted that there were still survivors here, and then she commanded that they be taken away. People climbed onto the transport one after another, and the spirit animals urged them on, saying that they had little time. After some time, several of the rays were filled and they flew off the ground, which somewhat angered one of the spirit beasts. But suddenly the poisonous flame flared up again. But the evacuation of residents did not end. But suddenly the city walls that held back the flames broke, and the flames burst straight into the city, causing cries of pain to be heard. One of the spirit beasts had his hand burned, causing him to let out a cry of terrible pain. But suddenly a man, using the technique of the earth, built a wall that protected them from the fire, and in the meantime a little girl called for her dad. The man turned to the spirit beast and shouted at it that it would not last long, and therefore it had to save his children. The guy who was holding the girl, just like her, continued to call for his father. When the man repeated his request again, the beast clenched its teeth, and then he finally grabbed the children and ran away. The boy extended his hand towards his father, while the fire was already destroying his wall, and suddenly the fire engulfed the man entirely. The man said, stroking the head of his sister who slept on his leg, that after she saw their father die, she stopped talking. After that, there used to be chaos all around. Because where has it ever been seen that people could get along with spiritual beasts? After the war, they were all left destitute, and no one knew what to expect from the future. But suddenly Kimberly, soaring high into the sky above the crowd of people and animals, cried out that they were idiots. And then she shouted at them that everyone here was trying to survive, and they were still arguing, even though they had all come so far together. And if they wanted to fight, then let them fight with poisonous flames. The spirit animals asked the girl how they could do this, and people said it was nonsense. Getting angry, she pulled her hands in and spread her legs, and cried out that it was clear that she couldn't handle it herself, because although she was strong, she wasn't that strong. Raising her hand with her index finger extended, she shouted that together they could fight back, and she knew what to do, and they had to help her. The man smiled and noted that now, remembering this, he realized how stupid and childish her words sounded. However, it was they, and she herself, who became the hope for the whole world. The man said that now, together with the lady, they continue to fight the poisonous flames, and it is thanks to her that they are alive, and the lady is their only hope. Hillary sat in her seat with her eyes closed and a smile on her face. Spencer thought that Kimberly, unlike the king of the 10 misfortunes, had become a hope. Suddenly, Hillary said that she was interested in knowing what happened to Spencer, and then she noted that she had already hugged him, that he had received enlightenment on the island of the Spirit of the Sword. But how did he get his wings? Casting his gaze upward, the guy replied that he himself did not know how this had happened, and he himself thought that perhaps he received them like a heavenly tiger with the blood of a two-horned tiger. And then Hillary remarked on how Spencer and Hannah had such a new and interesting look, and it wasn't long ago that the guy had been walking up Mount Back, wounded, awkwardly scratching his head, and the guy had said he remembered it as if it were yesterday, and the woman had said she remembered it too, especially how hard it had been for her master. Suddenly someone's screams were heard behind the doors, and then they swung open, and the one standing in the doorway asked where Greg was. The wolf that was closest to the door bowed down, saying that he welcomed the Spirit King, and then he nervously said that it was not possible to enter here now. The arriving guest shouted that it was not his business, but the business of kings, so get out of the way, and he pushed the wolf out of the way. And then the two spiritual monsters walked inside, with more following behind them. Hillary stood up from her seat, with little lightning bolts swirling around her body as if she, as it turned out, these unwanted guests were the spirit of the 10 misfortunes, the king of the spirits, Olby, who was a spirit boar. And next to him stood another spirit of 10 misfortunes, the king of spirits VJ, and he was a spiritual bird. Hillary told the guests that there was a gathering of old friends going on here and she had not invited the Spirit Kings, so she asked them to observe etiquette. Spencer, sipping his wine, thought that each of the Spirit Kings had his own sphere of influence, but where were the others? Albie cried out in annoyance at how a woman could talk like that when they had done that to his subordinates. Spencer, however, came to the obvious conclusion that the relationship between them was not very good. Hillary calmly said that kings knew the rules that had been set by her mistress, and that there was a punishment for not following them. However, the beast interrupted her before she finished, shouting that he didn't care about them. And then he shouted that he came with good intentions, as Mr. Iton had asked, but he would no longer tolerate cohabitation with humans. Here VJ raised his voice and calmly said that he was always loyal to the master, but this was too much. And then he noted that the woman should understand that this was contrary to the values of the spirits of misfortune. Listening to this, Spencer understood everything. He understood where the spirits of the 10 misfortunes came from, and misfortunes befell anyone who wanted to subdue the spirits. And now it seems Honghae is actively denying it. Hillary responded by asking what they were proposing, and then she said that they understood that if they sat idly by, the poisonous flame would destroy everything on these lands. Vijay asked whether it was not worth worrying about the honor of the kings, and his friend cheerfully supported him. The woman responded by saying that the world had changed. Her eyes flashed a dangerous red light, the whites of them turning black, and she said that seizing power in their kingdom was unacceptable. Power comes from honor and place in the hierarchy of the Spirit King. If a king is weak in one aspect, he will definitely be overthrown. Suddenly, Spencer slammed his cup down on the table and said he didn't agree. The kings asked who dared to interfere in their affairs. Spencer asked them how much intelligence it took to insult another king. And then he noted that the Spirit Kings had not been like this before, and he did not see an ounce of dignity in them. Charles looked at the guy with wide eyes. Albie's eyes flashed with irritation and curses flew from his mouth. But suddenly someone's energy spread throughout the hall, which surprised the kings. This force pressed the kings to the ground, and they noted that Spencer's strength was enormous. Spencer also said that it was clear that they believed in themselves too much, but they had 3 Shinsu masters on their side, including himself, and they wanted to get rid of the poisonous flame, but they didn't care what they were told. And since they are so sure that they are capable of something, then they must prove it. And since they claim that they are all equal, then let them speak to him as equals. Albie finally realized that there were other Shinsu-level masters in this room, besides Hillary. In addition, he felt the energy of other terrible entities, even with the power of the Chilgui, and therefore they have little chance. Charles sat quietly and sipped tea, thinking about something that never happened, and now they decided to quarrel again. While Spencer's energy was still pressing on Albie, he asked the guy if he was there to destroy the poison flame, and why else. Spencer replied that this was exactly the case. And then he said that this was exactly why the Taoist monk came here, causing Charles to choke on his tea. The kings cried out in displeasure that Hillary had decided to turn her back on them and had gotten involved with the Taoist monk. Spencer shouted, asking the kings if they wanted to get rid of the poisonous flame, and if so, let them do something useful. And then he pointed his finger at VJ and said that he never really liked him, so he should keep quiet and not dare lie and pretend for his own benefit. After all, he is still a snake. He smiles to your face but plots behind your back. The king opened one eye in surprise, which had previously been closed, and then he pressed his lips tightly together. And then he fell silent. But Albie still did not calm down and asked Spencer about what he knew about the poisonous flame. And then he exclaimed, saying that it was not so easy to deal with. In response to this, the guy asked them why they came here then, why they needed these dying lands. And then he turned to Charles, asking what he thought, which made the guy shudder. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said he agreed with Spencer. And then he said that the deputy head of the Taoist monks ordered them to destroy the poisonous flame, and he was ready to swear that he could do it. Hearing this, Albie was at a loss for words. And then he said that if that was the case, then they were leaving, and they should just follow orders. And then he threatened them that if they didn't get rid of the flames, then everything would be bad. And then he turned abruptly and ordered his subordinates to leave. Vijay also turned around, his chewing muscles tensed from being angry. And then the kings and their subjects withdrew. Kimberly and Hillary's subordinate breathed a sigh of relief. Hillary thanked Spencer, saying that if it weren't for him, things would have been much worse. And then she noticed that this time Vijay had gone too far, and that something was wrong. Spencer said they didn't have the best intentions. The woman looked at him questioningly, and then he said he just remembered something. And then she said that the effects of the poison flame were very dangerous, and therefore they must get rid of it as soon as possible. Spencer chuckled as he said that in the past, only Hillary had helped with this, but now he wants to help too. And then he assured everyone, saying that everything would be fine. And he himself thought that it was his fault that he had sent this disaster upon the world, but he did not know that the damage would be so great. Looking at Kimberly, who was still lying on the floor, he noticed that she was still sleeping like a baby, and didn't even know that she had just almost gotten into trouble. And the unconscious girl asked Hillary to bring her some water. After some time, Spencer and Hannah were walking somewhere together. Suddenly, the guy turned to look at the woman, and then he stopped, and the woman asked him if everything was okay. Spencer noted that it seemed to be the same Hua Mountains, but what different sensations. And it's as if they don't exist at all, because then he was a little tiger cub, and not a spiritual beast. For him, Mount Hua was always associated with the time they spent there. And then the guy asked Hannah how she felt. The woman said that her whole life had been spent on this mountain. This mountain was not enough. She was born to serve it. And she was everything to her until she disappeared. Afterwards, she suggested that maybe this was her destiny. And then she said that she was reborn as a ghost and attached herself to Spencer. And now she is a spirit in the realm of illusions, but she feels freer than when she was alive. She said that she had become a sword spirit, but even so, it was difficult for her to protect the careless Spencer, which made him shudder. The woman said with a smile that even if she could go back in time and choose her own path, she would choose the same one, because she is glad that she has Spencer. The guy didn't respond to this, and then he smiled weakly, and then he said that it was already late, and so it was time for them to go back. The next day, someone was desperately calling for Spencer, causing him to wake up. The doors of his house swung open and Kimberly appeared in the doorway. The guy raised his head from the pillow, still sleepy and wondering what was going on. The girl asked the guy why he was naked, to which he replied that he didn't like sleeping in clothes. With her hands on her hips, she said it wasn't that important, and then she told him to get ready quickly. Without much enthusiasm, the guy asked where they were going. Kimberly laughed happily and said that Hillary had told her everything and that they were going on patrol today. Suddenly, Spencer remembered how Hillary asked him to spend time with her mistress. And the next moment, Kimberly rushed out of the house and took the guy with her. A huge red stingray soared into the sky. Spencer and Kimberly were on it, and the girl exclaimed that the weather was nice today. Suddenly, she threw something at the guy. As it turned out, it was a sign of a hidden companion. The girl said that it was Hillary who told her about her, and then she asked if she wanted to believe herself a fire ray. After a short silence, the guy asked if she would really give it to him if he said yes, to which the girl said that she would at least get him a star from the sky. She said with a smile on her face that now she is no longer the same as she was before, but now she is the 9th spirit of the 10 misfortunes, and therefore she can give him whatever he wants. Spencer asked if that was really all. Kimberly happily said yes, but suddenly the guy asked her for Hillary, which made the girl shudder. And then she awkwardly looked away and started mumbling something. And the guy repeated his request again, because he could ask for whatever he wanted. The girl's face turned red and sweat ran down it. And then she blushed and cried out that this was too much, that she could give him anything except Hillary. And besides, he had her. Hearing this, the guy turned away and said that he didn't need it. The irritated girl asked what he meant, to which he replied that he didn't need such a blockhead. And although he respected her talent, she wasn't very smart. However, the next second, Kimberly began to choke the guy, asking what he was saying, which made Spencer admit that he was joking, and Hillary didn't need him. After this, the girl let go of the guy and he started coughing. After a while, they were still flying on the stingray, and Spencer asked the girl what she thought about the 10 spirits, to which Kimberly asked what was wrong with them. The boy replied that, as he understood, the spirits of the 10 misfortunes see people as prey, and then he asked what she could say about this. The girl looked at the sky and thought, and then she asked how people are better, because they also see them as enemies and prey, and they also often try to kill them. They are the same. In response to this, the guy asked that, even despite this, she still cares about people. Kimberly said that the one sending the flame doesn't care who is who, doesn't care whether it turns a man or an animal into dust, so in the face of danger, they are all equal. And something bad happens to them every day. Suddenly, the girl cried out that these lands are Olby's lands, but those belong to Vijay. And then she said that by dividing the territories, they were able to better control what was happening on their lands. The townspeople suddenly noticed a fiery ray flying across the sky, and they immediately realized that it was their mistress. And all the people shouted joyfully, greeting her. Kimberly anointed them back with a smile on her face. After some time, they finally flew up to the walls that they had built to protect themselves from the fire, to their front. The people who were there were also glad to meet the lady, and I asked them how they were doing. The man replied that construction was going well and that the newly obtained metal was very resistant to poisoning. The girl smiled and said that it was great, and Spencer asked about the poisoning. The girl explained, saying that in order to prevent poisoning, they use stones, earth, and ores, which is why they are alive. The guy thought that things were bad if all they could do was block the poisoning. Flying away on the Stingray, Kimberly wished everyone a good job, and then they went on flying. Looking down, Spencer noted that this land was very strange. The girl said that once a flame almost engulfed the village, but she saved it, and she is a good alchemist, so she figured out how to make these places safe, and she simply raised the land higher. The guy asked her again, and then noted that it was impressive, and Kimberly said that she was then unable to restore her spiritual energy for several months, to which the guy said that it was reckless. Feeling a little sad, the girl asked what else she could do, and then she said that everyone was counting on her, and she had to protect them. The guy looked at the girl silently, and then he remembered Hillary telling him that as soon as they arrived in Honghai, Kimberly had been unable to sleep, and only when someone she trusted was here, she was able to fall asleep. Suddenly, Spencer pinched Kimberly on the cheek. Blushing, the girl looked at him and in a trembling voice asked him what he was doing, to which the guy replied with a smile on his face that he was proud of her. And then he thought that she was no longer the same Black Panther that he knew before, because having become the spirit of 10 misfortunes, she became the face of the spiritual beasts. Meanwhile, a small crack in the ground suddenly appeared near the city walls, from which red smoke suddenly began to emerge. One of the spirit beasts that was on the wall at this time shouted, drawing the attention of the others. And a second later, suddenly, poisonous fire burst out of this small crack. The workers immediately began shouting and raising the alarm. They were shouting that they needed to tell the Spirit Kings about this, and in the meantime, some silhouette was visible in the epicenter. This silhouette resembled a human body. The red light was so bright that even the people who were in the city could not help but notice it. They could not help but notice this flame that appeared out of nowhere. One of the boars burst into Albie's room and shouted to him that the eternal poisonous flame was already here. Vijay was also informed of this, and, standing on the terrace, he noted that he could feel the spiritual essence of his true form, and all the flames were collected in it. His subordinates screamed in fear, asking him if everything would be okay with them, to which he replied that they had nothing to fear, because since it was here, the sending aura had weakened, and the path to the heavens was open, so that if anything happened, they could simply fly away from here. The subordinates exclaimed that they understood, and Vijay stared ahead with his narrow eyes. Suddenly, he clenched his hand, breaking the wooden railing, and thought about how, at the very beginning, they had been trying to help a common cause. They were helping Kimberly stop the flames. However, this did not help, so could they stop it at all? Spencer and Kimberly also couldn't help but notice that fire had appeared near the city walls. Meanwhile, many people found themselves in flames that burned them alive, causing them to let out truly inhuman screams. Suddenly, in front of a certain person, there was a bright flash and someone landed. As it turned out, it was Hillary, and the spirit animals began to thank her and call her their savior. The woman thought that in the end, not everyone survived, and then she wondered where this flame came from. Hillary and Kimberly's subordinate thought desperately that they had built barriers, had toiled to carry stones and dirt. They had worked and prepared for the next blow, but all to no avail. Questions began to swirl in his head about what had happened, why this flame had suddenly flared up, whether everything they had done had been in vain. Suddenly, Hillary, who was standing to his left, told him that their work had not been in vain. Meanwhile, the fire was burning everything in its path, and Hillary told the man that if it weren't for the walls they had built, the entire village would have already been destroyed, and that was what gave them a chance to escape. Suddenly, something blue started to shine in one of the stones, and then the number of these blue lumps became even greater. Kimberly suddenly landed on one of them like a bright flash of lightning. Raising her confident gaze, she cried out that she would sort everything out now, and then even more blue spheres rose into the air. The girl waved her hand, and her eyes lit up with a bright yellow light, and these blue spheres began to fly forward. One of them fell right into the blazing flames, and soon the flames lost some of their strength. As Spencer flew closer, he saw more of these spheres heading straight towards the fire. The guy, seeing this, thought that the spheres neutralized the poison, and it seems that this is exactly the ace that the girl had up her sleeve. Suddenly, Spencer was called by Charles, who was standing on the ground below at that time. He yelled at the guy that he was going to evacuate the survivors, but the fire was too strong to just deal with, and then he asked him if he was sure he could do it. Smiling, Spencer replied that even if not, he had no other choice, and if the Ori did not destroy the flame, then at least they would die a glorious death. Charles said, somewhat taken aback, that he understood. Spencer told Master Mask not to worry and to find shelter instead, and then he quickly flew off somewhere. Meanwhile, Kimberly continued to send her spheres into the fire, but suddenly it turned out that the spheres could not cope with the fire. The girl's gaze, having sensed something, immediately darted there. And then she waved her hands even more furiously, and a new batch of spheres rushed towards that place. However, these spheres did not have any effect, but only bounced off the fire, in which the figure of a man was visible and fell to the ground. Kimberly spread her arms out to the sides and more spheres appeared behind her, and the girl cried out that she had finally found him. And then she furiously screamed at him to get off her lands and leave them alone. And then many huge spheres fell into the same place. This small area was now completely covered with these spheres so that the poisonous flames were not visible. But suddenly the flame thundered with even greater force, and she rose even higher in a fiery column. Suddenly, in this flame, the features of a face appeared, which cried out that they all should burn for what they did to him. And then the flames grew even brighter, consuming Kimberly. Hillary screamed in panic for her mistress, the whites of her eyes turning black again from the excess of emotion. But, as it turned out, Spencer protected the girl, pressing her to himself and putting one hand forward, and then he asked the flame if he remembered him, because 200 years had already passed. After a short silence, the flame replied that it remembered him. It said that the boy was the first thing he saw after the seal was removed, and he remained untouched by the flames. And then it went on to say that it didn't like the guy. Spencer responded that he shared those feelings. And then he said that since he was here, he didn't have long left. And suddenly the blue flame was surrounded by a red poisonous flame. Spencer looked at Kimberly with a smile and he said that she did a good job, especially considering the nature of her fighting abilities. So it certainly wasn't easy for her to fight the flames. Well, now it was his turn. Suddenly, Hillary appeared next to them and called her mistress again. Without thinking twice, the guy immediately threw the girl into the woman's arms, saying that she was just in time, so now he could take her, and that she was okay. Hillary thanked Spencer and then she wished him luck. And then she flew away like a bright lightning bolt. Spencer turned back to the flame, his red eyes blazing, and it said that since he had created it, he would kill it. And then the guy started using the disintegration technique, causing the cores that were in his chest to glow. And the guy continued to try the flames. And suddenly, huge tigers made of blue fire appeared in the air. The fire tiger sank its sharp teeth straight into the fire. All the other tigers retreated in the same way. The people and animals who stood and watched this cried out that this strange blue flame was devouring the eternal poisonous flame. Charles leaned forward in surprise and looked at this, and next to him appeared Hillary and Kimberly in her arms. Master Mask thought that the dark aura spreading around the area had disappeared, and now he felt a soft aura, and although he knew about the power of the blue flame Taoists, he never thought that there was such a powerful divine energy in him. And so now the guy understood why his master sent Spencer here. The guy thought about how Spencer was stronger than anyone in the human kingdom, and in the meantime, Kimberly came to the scene, shouting words of encouragement to Spencer. Meanwhile, the poisonous flame raised its fiery hands, and it said that it must burn him. And then the guy found himself in the epicenter of a new flash of flame. This red flame mixed with the blue flame, and the flash shone even brighter. But suddenly, in a bright blue flash, something flew out of this red fire high into the air. Poison Flame looked up in surprise and annoyance, and asked the guy why he was still alive. Spencer raised his hand, in his palm was his blue fire, and with burning eyes he said that all this was in vain, because his fire was stronger. And then the tiger's huge paw of blue fire slammed the poisonous fire into the ground. The fire sender growled in irritation as he was pinned to the ground. Spencer, continuing to press, shouted at him to give in, because now it was all over, and that now it would take a long time to disappear. But suddenly the poisonous flame muttered something, and then it became possible to make out his question about why him. The face of flame appeared right in front of Spencer and it screamed loudly, asking why us. And then suddenly another flash shone in front of the guy's face. And suddenly Spencer, in his old, more mature form, found himself somewhere where some people's screams could be heard. Suddenly, some children passed by him having lunch, but they didn't pay any attention to him, being more engrossed in their game. Suddenly, some child shouted out that Duke was a fool, to which Duke, who was apparently carrying some huge load on his back, only laughed. And then the other children asked him if he was laughing because he was stupid, and Spencer wondered where he was. After some time, Duke extended his hands, into which the man placed several coins. The man asked the guy if he knew that he was paying him so much for a reason. The worker who heard this thought that it was true, because the guy could break his back. Duke laughed quietly again and thanked the man, to which he said that he would wait for the guy again and pay him as well as always. Duke then went further and bought 2 dumplings from the woman. The woman handed him the food and change, and then remarked that she wasn't sure it was enough for 2. The guy took the food in his hands and replied with a smile that he could go without food for a long time and feel great. The guy walked on, and the woman quietly said after him that he wasn't eating and felt fine, which meant he was some kind of crazy, and she had never even seen him eat anything. After some time, the boy reached a small house and began calling his mother, saying that he was back. The inside of this house was empty. There were only some straw mats on the floor, on which sat an elderly woman wrapped in a blanket, and she greeted the guy. Duke crouched down in front of her and handed her the dumplings, saying that he had brought her something to eat. The woman accepted the food and thanked him. Spencer had been following the guy the whole time, and now he was standing to the side of him and his mother, who also didn't pay attention to him. Spencer thought that all this was not an illusion or the depths of the abyss. These were the memories of this boy. Suddenly, an elderly woman asked Luke his name, apparently not knowing him at all. Sometime later, Duke climbed a tree on which sat a small white cat, and under the tree stood a small girl crying loudly. The boy climbed down from the tree with the cat in his arms, and the girl ran to take the cat, thanking the boy. Another day, a whole flock of rabbits suddenly attacked the girl and she ran away from them in fear. But then Duke arrived, and with one fashionable blow he sent all these hares flying away. Another day, he used his bare hands to help move a huge boulder to block the water. One day, a stranger in a cloak came to their village, and the man, speaking about Duke, said that his birth was a miracle, and that he was born to a lonely old woman with marasmus, and the guy has enormous strength. Suddenly, the stranger asked whether the guy's wounds healed instantly, to which the man answered with a smile that this was exactly the case, and that one time the girl fell from a huge tree and the broken bones healed instantly. The stranger, who was hiding his face with a cloak, looked at the boy and said that he had already heard of such people, and then he said that he was awakened, already an adult, who understood the world well, although he had not studied for a day, and his body had already made the transition. The stranger said with a smile that he did not expect them to meet him like this, and therefore it was a great luck. The man said that he was glad that he was satisfied, although he was not sure that this guy would serve him well. Smiling slyly, the stranger replied that the man was right, and the guy should be used to the fullest, because he was a real treasure, and how good it was that they were in such a secluded place to calmly discuss everything. Suddenly he raised his hand to the side, sucking the soul from the man's body, and said that now this village will become the place where the night gates open. After some time, all the villagers were gathered in a vacant lot and ordered to be silent and listen if they valued their lives. Among this crowd was Duke's mother. Noticing her, Duke rushed forward towards her, but was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder and ordered to stand still. But then the guy suddenly waved his hand, causing the forearm of the man holding him to fly off, and blood splashed. The man screamed as blood poured from his hand, and Duke ran to his mother as quickly as possible. One of the other guards took out a gun and ordered that they show everyone what would happen to them if they did not obey them. But suddenly someone commanded them not to touch the guy, which made the guard flinch. That same stranger waved his hand and ordered the guards to simply grab him. And suddenly chains flew towards the guy, with pieces of iron in the shape of drops at the ends. The chains wrapped tightly around the guy's body, and he pulled them tighter and tighter, trying to run forward. The Duke gritted his teeth and some red writing appeared on the chains. Duke's mother looked at him and smiled. After some time, Duke, still in the same chains and without a top, was already hanging over a cauldron in which some green liquid was bubbling. He thought about how much pain he was in, and then he wondered how long this had been going on. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard, and the same stranger approached the guy, who said that the guy was very capable and had endured a lot. And in fact, it was the merit of the heavenly plan and the spiritual key of the earth that gave birth to him. He said that the Night Gate wants to become the one who combines magic and Tao. And the guy is so pure, so he is perfect for this. The stranger smiled and said that if the guy, who is a natural vessel for the Tao, is filled with magic, the first shaman will descend to earth, and then they will destroy all the dirty rulers. Duke asked in a weak voice where his mother was and what had happened to the inhabitants of his village. Suddenly, someone else noted that no matter how many charms he used, it was all useless. The stranger came close to the boy's face and put his hand on his head, then said that the villagers were fine and he would surprise them when he became a shaman, but it all depended on how hard he tried. Duke opened his eyes slightly. One of his eyes turned black and his iris turned purple, and he thought that he should hold out a little longer. Meanwhile, someone came to the outskirts of the former village. One of the men said that over there was the lair of the Night Gates that were responsible for the deaths of their comrades. Another man noted that these dirty occultists decided to build their intrigues in a distant village. A man with gray hair but a black beard, who was their leader, ordered them to destroy everything here and leave no one behind. The second man said hesitantly that ordinary people live here. The man turned around, his eyes wide and angry, and said that to him these people were just traitors who had sided with the occultists, and therefore none of them were worthy of life. Meanwhile, the red letters that were on Duke's chains suddenly began to fade, flying away as red smoke. And then the links of the chains began to turn to dust. And soon the chains broke and the guy fell down, knocking over the cauldron and spilling the green liquid. The guy stood up slowly and silently. Standing on his feet, he walked forward unsteadily. He stretched out his shaking hand and touched the barrier that was ahead with his palm. And suddenly cracks appeared along this barrier. And the next second, this barrier was illuminated by a bright flash, completely collapsing. And Luke was able to go outside, where he saw a huge mountain of corpses. Covered in sores, Duke slowly walked forward. One of the Taoists noticed him and wondered who he was, whether he was also in league with the Nightgate and creating poison or not. And then the man pierced the guy's chest with a sword. But suddenly, in addition to blood, some kind of black steam began to burst out of this wound. And then the man's head fell back, his eyes rolled back, blood came out of his mouth, and the man screamed loudly. The other Taoists also noticed all this, and they cried out that this poison had killed their comrade, and therefore they must not breathe and must protect themselves with internal energy. And then several Taoists simultaneously pierced the guy's chest with swords. However, they too immediately fell back and began to choke on their own blood. One Taoist exclaimed what had happened, and another shouted in panic that they needed to retreat. Meanwhile, Duke walked forward, and he saw the corpse of that same little girl whose cat he saved. And he remembered how she brought him some sweets that she stole from her mother. He remembered how she told him with a smile that she would bring more later. Then a memory flashed through his mind of the girl handing him a book, saying that it might not be the best book, but the master said that it was also useful. As it turned out, it was the same girl that he saved from the hares. She said that there was still a lot of things being prepared for her, but this book was special, and she would teach him to write. She said that they say that heroes are invisible among ordinary people, but sooner or later they will show themselves. As it turned out, she was dead too, and the guy remembered her saying that she thought he was a hero. Du moved on, climbing higher and higher up the mountain of corpses. He remembered how someone lifted a small child high up. The woman said with a smile that he was a delight to her eyes and she would give him everything. As it turned out, it was his mother. The boy extended his shaking hand to touch the woman's body, and then he pressed her tightly to his chest, and his whole body shook. Meanwhile, the commander of the Taoists flew up on a flying disc and said that everyone should disperse, and that usually villains save the strongest for the end. He raised both hands up and noted that these lands could no longer be saved, and therefore they must be burned. And suddenly the earth opened up, and a huge table of fire shot up into the sky. This fire consumed all the corpses and Du, who was nearby. But he only thought that they were just living in peace, so why did they have to go through all this? The fire died down, but the ground was still torn apart. And suddenly a fire lit up in this rift, but it was already a different fire. The fire grew, and Du was still asking why it had happened. The fire consumed the Taoists, burning them, and the commander noted that it was his fire. Meanwhile, the occultists ran away. Their commander noted with annoyance that they were almost finished, to which the others said that they would still have a chance. But that didn't console the man, and he said that they couldn't let that happen again. But suddenly the ground in front of them also opened up, which forced them to stop, and fire came out from there. This fire also consumed the occultists, burning them. And suddenly, someone's figure appeared in the flames, crying desperately. Spencer saw the same figure when he returned from his memories. Seeing all this, Spencer realized that the spiritual poison did not appear by itself. He was born with him. As the flames swirled around the boy, Hannah called out to him. Spencer confirmed her suspicions, saying that he was not a combination of the poisonous and spiritual flames, but rather the eternal poisonous flame. The guy thought that he had burned his body with the energy of heaven and earth. But suddenly the fire spoke, and he said that he decided that if after 1,000 years he was released from captivity, he would kill everyone who did this to him. But no one freed him. But he firmly knew that even if 5,000 years passed, he would still kill. And finally, after 10,000 years, all restrictions fell away. And so he now intends to destroy these lands. In his confinement, he constantly thought and remembered the past, so as not to lose himself. Phrases like, "I am full of hatred," "I must keep the flame burning," "I will burn the mountains and plains, dry up the rivers," "I will burn until everything turns to ashes," "I will burn everything," But then he suddenly asked Spencer where he came from. He said that the guy was also one of those who had dispossessed him, and therefore, no matter who he was, a saint or a demon, he had to go through what he had gone through. They all deserved it. After a short silence, Spencer stated that, whatever the case, he would not leave it that easily. He rushed forward and shouted that now he was just another misfortune of the world, and therefore he should not exist. He should return to where he came from. But suddenly Spencer hugged the guy tightly, and he said that as long as he walked this earth, he would not allow what happened to him to happen again. Du's eyes widened in surprise and he asked if it was true. Still holding him close, the boy replied that he would give up everything he had, and therefore he should go to rest and not have to suffer anymore. Du stood silently frozen in the guy's arms, and then he said that he believed him. Suddenly Du lit up and he said that everything was not so simple, and he would leave the guy his damned powers. And then everything around was suddenly illuminated by a bright flash. Charles, Kimberly, and Hillary were still watching all this, and they could see that the red sphere of fire suddenly became surrounded by blue fire. Kimberly asked why they were standing there, and then she said she was nervous. Afterwards, she noticed that it seemed like Spencer's blue flame had won. But suddenly the red flame turned pink, and then it darted in all directions like lightning. The girl cried out that she had never seen such lightning. Hillary said they resonated with each other. The girl asked again, and the woman explained, saying that the blue and red flames merged into one. And later she noted that she did not know that the meeting of two fires could create such a thunderstorm. Kimberly asked if Spencer was okay, to which Hillary replied that she hoped so, since she hit him right on the head. Meanwhile, lightning darted with force into the blue flame. This lightning hit right in the back of the palm, and Du finally told the guy to remember that they too were alive once. Then a small stone started to glow in the guy's hand, causing him to make sounds of pain, and Hannah worriedly asked if he was okay. Spencer replied that he was fine, and then he sighed. And then he looked at his hand, which now had a small purple stone in it. Hannah asked what it was. Spencer replied that it was the eternal poison flame, and then he said that he didn't know that it could change when combined with the mountain phoenix blue flame, and since it was now his, he would probably call it the poison thunder flame. The woman noted that it was very unexpected to receive thunder technology like this, to which the guy hesitantly agreed, and he thought, looking at his hand, that he felt heaviness. Suddenly, three figures quickly rushed towards the guy. Kimberly exclaimed joyfully that he had destroyed the eternal poisonous flame, and Hillary and Charles also praised him. Suddenly, Spencer said that this was not all, and then he apologized, saying that he would be back soon, and use the movement technique. And the next second, he disappeared from sight, leaving a blue flash. Kimberly, not understanding anything, asked where he was going. Meanwhile, 5 occultists sat or stood in a circle drawn on the floor and recited some kind of spell. Suddenly, one of the walls of the building became covered with cracks, which caused them to become distracted. And then something broke through the wall. Not understanding anything, the surprised occultists recoiled. It turned out to be Spencer. He looked furious and frightening. He said that they hid in the depths of Mount Hua like rats. He waved his hand, and the purple stone flashed brightly, and he said that he had gained enormous power. The stone glowed even brighter, and the boy said that now death had come. And then lightning shot into the sky, destroying the building. As evening fell and fireworks began to flash in the sky, Kimberly asked if it all really started back in the old days. There was a celebration going on outside, and Kimberly said that the poisonous flames had fallen on Mount Hua because the night gate had settled there. Spencer and the girl were standing on the roof of one of the houses, and the guy said that they were trying to escape, so they settled here. And then he told her not to blame herself because even if they weren't here, the poisonous flames would have burned everything around out of revenge. The girl asked the guy if he was really just going to leave now. She spread her arms out to the sides and exclaimed that the guy was still a little late, and she could give him these lands, and it didn't matter that now it was a wasteland. In the future, it would become a beautiful place, since the flames had retreated. Spencer asked if she had forgotten who he was, and then he said that he was Spencer and belonged to Mount Beck, and therefore he had to go. In response to this, the girl sadly pouted her lips. Suddenly, the guy asked her if they wouldn't meet in 3 years, to which she said that of course they would. And then she asked him if he really wanted to take part in the night walk of hundreds of spirits, to which the guy said that he just wanted to see him. Kimberly laughed happily and then said that he was a Shinsu master and would easily become the Spirit King with her recommendation. Spencer looked at the girl silently as she continued speaking. He thought that the night walk of hundreds of spirits was a battlefield where they decided who would become the King of Spirits. Kings usually die at the hands of Eugene, which is why he never made friends with the spirits of the 10 misfortunes. And now, when the places of the 3 kings are empty and the panther has become the new king, The moment will come when all the kings will gather together. Meanwhile, Kimberly was saying something with a smile. Suddenly, the guy sighed and turned away from her, closing his eyes. Kimberly, angry, asked what he meant by that and what he was thinking about right now. Suddenly, the guy turned around sharply and walked forward, saying that he heard her and it was time for them to go. Suddenly, he turned around with a smile, telling the girl not to fall asleep with the bottle in her hands this time. In response, Kimberly screamed that he really annoyed her.